to grow moringa for yourself or as a business. The number one way to use moringa is a soil supplement known as biostimulant. Learn how to increase the yields of other fruits and vegetables using moringa as a biostimulant. Most people in the USA have never even heard of moringa yet. It is comparable to the turmeric industry about 20 years ago when it became more widely known for its medicinal benefits and is now a common household herb, spice, and supplement. Congruently, moringa also has many anti-inflammatory properties with antioxidants, vitamins, minerals, and is a complete source of protein. Moringa can serve the agricultural industry in more ways than any other plant on land. It is classified as an Ayurvedic herb in traditional Indian medicine. This manual was written and designed for you, the backyard grower, to obtain the necessary tools to scale and grow your operation. This manual serves as a professional improvement resource for individuals and entities seeking advancement in the agriculture industry. This manual compiles 10 years of my moringa farming journey, now blossoming into a global brand, teaching others how to grow more fruits and vegetables with the help from the mighty moringa tree. If you are interested in making products from moringa, this manual provides readers with the ability to meet moringa tree industry standards. Grow Moringa, the ultimate guide, helps prepare individuals to the intricacies of growing, harvesting, and packaging moringa trees and products. In addition to saving American farms, this manual is a comprehensive guide that aims to equip growers, farmers, and gardening enthusiasts with the knowledge and techniques to cultivate and utilize moringa to its fullest potential. This guide goes beyond the basics, delving into regenerative agriculture practices. I will describe the integration of technology such as Web 3.0 and agriculture DAO creation. You will learn the significance of biostimulants and the crucial role that moringa can play in saving American farms. Regenerative agriculture, a keystone of sustainable farming practices. In this manual, we explore the principles and methods of regenerative agriculture and how they can be applied to moringa cultivation. By mimicking nature's cycles, enhancing soil health, and fostering biodiversity, regenerative practices help restore and enhance ecosystems while ensuring long-term agricultural productivity. Biostimulants and soil enhancement. Moringa leaves have the highest concentration of a natural hormone known as zeatin. Moringa has gained recognition for its ability to enhance plant growth, improve nutrient uptake, and boost overall plant health. In this section, we explore the science behind biostimulant and its applications in optimizing moringa cultivation and increasing crop yields up to 40%. We delve into the benefits of using moringa as a soil amendment and how it can supplement the soil to foster better growth and higher yields in other fruits and vegetables. Saving American farms with moringa. The challenges faced by American farms are multifaceted, including soil degradation, climate change, and economic pressures. Here, we highlight how moringa can serve as a pioneer crop, regenerating depleted soils, providing economic opportunities, and diversifying agricultural systems. By incorporating moringa into farm practices, growers can tap into its incredible potential to enhance sustainability, profitability, and resilience. Increasing fruit and vegetable yields. One of the most exciting aspects of moringa cultivation is its ability to enhance the yields of other fruits and vegetables. In this manual, we explore various techniques and strategies to maximize fruit and vegetable production through the integration of moringa. From companion planting to utilizing moringa's natural biostimulating properties, we provide practical guidance on increasing yields and optimizing the overall productivity of your garden or farm. Grow Moringa, the ultimate guide, serves as an all-encompassing resource for individuals passionate about moringa cultivation and sustainable agriculture. By embracing regenerative practices and exploring cutting-edge technologies, you'll be more successful, harnessing the power of biostimulant and recognize moringa's transformative potential. As a beginner grower, you can embark on a journey towards more resiliency, productivity, and environmentally conscious farming. Together, let's feed the soil that feeds the plants and cultivate a thriving future for agriculture. Save American farms and grow moringa. Please contact Grow Moringa by visiting our website, growmoringa.com, for more information on where to learn more about growing moringa. For concerns or comments, add below or email us at we@growmoringa.com. Call, text 813-567-3100. Chapter 1.2, Web 3.0 plus Agriculture DAO creation. The world of agriculture is evolving rapidly with the emergence of blockchain technology and decentralized systems. In this section, we delve into the potential of Web 3.0 in Agriculture DAO, a decentralized autonomous organization. Explore how these new technologies can empower farmers, improve supply chain transparency, and create more equitable and sustainable agricultural systems. 1. Fundamentals of Web 3.0 technology. Web 3.0 represents the next generation of the Internet, characterized by decentralized, peer-to-peer peer-to-peer networks and applications. It leverages blockchain technology to create trust, transparency, and autonomy in various sectors, including agriculture. Some key fundamentals of Web 3.0 technology include a decentralization. Web 3.0 eliminates the need for intermediaries and central authorities, enabling direct interactions between participants. This decentralized approach enhances transparency, security, and efficiency within agricultural systems. The smart contracts. Smart contracts are self-executing agreements written as code on the blockchain. They enable automatic execution of predefined actions, such as ownership transfers, payments, or supply chain verifications. Smart contracts facilitate trust and eliminate the need for intermediaries. C. Tokenization. Tokenization involves representing real-world assets, such as land or produce, as digital tokens on the blockchain. This allows for fractional ownership, liquidity, and tradability of assets, making it easier for farmers and investors to participate in agricultural ventures. 2. Fractional ownership in agro-hoods. Blockchain technology enables fractional ownership, breaking down traditional ownership barriers. Through tokenization, farmers can divide ownership of their farms into smaller, tradable units. This fractional ownership model opens doors for individuals to invest in agriculture even with limited capital and become partial owners of farms. Furthermore, the concept of agro-hoods emerges, where partial owners can visit and share farming spaces. Agro-hoods provide a sense of community, shared resources, and the opportunity to participate in farming activities collectively. Owners can engage in agricultural practices, learn from each other, and strengthen the bond between farmers and consumers. 3. Agriculture DAOs. Agriculture DAOs are decentralized organizations governed by smart contracts and token holders. These DAOs allow stakeholders to participate in decision-making, share profits, and collectively manage farming operations. Agriculture DAOs leverage the benefits of Web 3.0 technology to create a fair and transparent ecosystem for farmers and investors. By creating agriculture DAOs, farmers gain access to funding, expertise, and wider market reach. DAO participants can vote on key decisions, contribute skills, or provide resources to support farming initiatives. This collaborative approach empowers farmers, improves financial inclusion, and fosters a more equitable and sustainable agricultural system. In summary, Web 3.0 technology and agriculture DAOs present transformative opportunities for the agricultural industry. Through decentralized networks, smart contracts, fractional ownership, and the concept of agro-hoods, farmers and investors can actively participate, connect, and shape the future of agriculture. These advancements promote transparency, sustainability, and community engagement, redefining the relationship between farmers and their stakeholders in exciting and innovative ways. Chapter 1.3. What is your why? The moringa tree industry generates over $9 billion a year in sales. That number is projected to double by 2030. There are hundreds of products that can be made from moringa using the leaves, the seeds, and the seed pod known as the drumstick fruit. Moringa is the most nutritious plant on land. Products from moringa can range from plant food, animal food, to people food. The largest portion of those consumers are using moringa for plant and animal food. Ask yourself, what is your why? Why do you want to grow moringa? Is it for personal use, or is it for plants and animals? Do you want to make a living from moringa? Who is buying moringa? Farmers of all kinds are buying extract made from moringa leaves called biostimulant to increase their crop yields up to 40%. It's a soil amendment for all fruit and vegetable plants. It helps farmers increase crop yields while spending less on synthetic fertilizers. Other farmers are buying fresh moringa leaves, or dried loose leaf, or pelletized powder to feed their livestock, chicken, goats, and pigs. It helps to increase egg and milk production. Most people are buying moringa because it is anti-inflammatory, a complete protein, and can be used as a supplement for humans as well. Ultimately, you may start selling teas and powders for people, but to grow your business, you'll want to scale. Progress through the moringa journey, offering different moringa products for different uses. Offer the seed oil alone with the powder. Later, you'll realize to make more money from moringa, you'll want to utilize other people's properties that are growing even more moringa than you and sell it as a biostimulant extract for plant food. The powder sells for animal feed. You'll get more sales and make more money from moringa in agriculture. Farmers buy in bulk. Farmers are also buying the seeds in bulk to grow their own moringa trees in large quantities. Usually farmers grow about an acre of moringa for every 10 acres of other crops or pasture to help supplement their soil and feed their animals. Since moringa is a source of protein, vitamins, and minerals, the leaf powder is also great for breastfeeding moms and children. Moringa's market is for the sick, the healthy, and the elderly. Every part of the moringa tree is valuable and can be used by many industries. Here's my quick tip. Take nothing else away from me today. If you're trying to make money from moringa but never grew anything before in your life, start small and grow a few trees first. Get a feel for the tree's characteristics. It is imperative to know there is no single farmer that grows all their own food. They rely on others. You may not be able to grow all the moringa on your property to support yourself. Consider the idea of networking and selling moringa that is also grown on other properties. In that case, consider something about moringa that you are passionate about, that is your why. Example, I'm passionate about growing my own food and realize moringa powder can be used on plants as a soil supplement to yield more food, so now I promote moringa as a biostimulant. The biostimulant extract is made at a USDA certified organic facility in Nicaragua on a 1,000-acre moringa farm. Not only am I growing moringa on my farm, on other people's properties, but I've also teamed up with bigger farmers to help sell their products. It's a team effort, and if your why is to make a living, don't hold yourself back from making more money. I did that for many years thinking I could grow everything myself to live off the land and support myself completely. It's possible, but difficult to operate like that in business. Start off selling small amounts of your own moringa from your own trees for human consumption, while simultaneously focusing on building relationships and make money from selling biostimulant for soil supplements. Offer USDA powder for animal consumption to scale your moringa business exponentially. That's exactly what I've done. Knowing it makes a lot more money in the agricultural space than the retail space, I started selling moringa trees first at farmers markets, dried leaves for tea, then seed and eventually oil. Now, I mostly focus on selling large quantities of moringa biostimulant extract and animal feed powder to farmers. They buy in bulk, and I source mostly all of it from Nicaragua. Let me put it into perspective. Out of the $9 billion sold annually around the world, $5 billion was sold in moringa biostimulants and soil amendments. Another $3 billion was made selling moringa for animal food, while only $1 billion was generated and sold annually for moringa to be eaten by humans. There is much more money to be made in the moringa business, growing it for plants and animals, than for humans. Humans are just now starting to eat more moringa, which is why the moringa tree industry will reach $20 billion globally in just 5 years. Moringa is native to India and Africa and has continued to increase in value on the global food market as a profitable cash crop for the last 20 years. Now moringa is growing commercially in over 20 countries around the world. Although today, 99% of all USDA certified organic moringa is grown outside of the USA. That's right, mostly all moringa is imported from India, Africa, Philippines, or Central America. Today, USA consumers really want USDA certified organic, but there aren't any substantial operations in the USA. Moringa that is USA grown is not USDA certified organic because of the climate. It's too cold for profit in most areas. Currently, there are only 2 USDA certified organic moringa farms in the USA. One is in Texas. It took a serious hit over the winter. It's just getting started over again. The other operation is in Puerto Rico, and that supply is only used for private research. How can the USA meet the demands for domestic USA grown moringa? I believe if we teach more people about moringa, more people will be interested in growing moringa over the summer when it's hot. Grow Moringa Inc. is an educational resource. If you'd like to learn more about growing moringa as a farmer, continue reading. You might be asking yourself, why isn't USDA certified organic moringa grown in the USA? Well, there are some climate limitations. They don't like the cold temperate weather, so that reduces the season and time in which farmers can grow moringa for production. Also, the USA has the highest cost of labor out of all countries. Who is even going to do all the seeding and harvesting work at a cheap enough price? Not to mention, moringa has many medicinal uses, and there may be some corporate entities that don't want moringa to be grown in the USA. It could disrupt current agricultural industries. It's like making hemp illegal in the 1930s so the newspaper and wood industries could thrive. Did you know that the molecular structure of moringa was synthesized and used in the formula for making Viagra and Midol? That's because moringa can be good for circulation and blood pressure. There may also be some underlying political reasons to keep moringa from becoming a more widely known crop for farmers. Why do you want to grow moringa? Chapter 1.4 is Moringa invasive? Moringa was recently placed on the invasive plant list in Florida, preventing it from being used as a tax incentive for the green belting program. There are no restrictions, permits, or regulations preventing you from growing or consuming moringa. There are no licenses to have moringa in your possession. Moreover, moringa on the invasive list is just a cautionary period for moringa because it is non-native to North America. It's a fast-growing softwood that could attract invasive pests to the flowers and live in the trunk of the trees. Placing moringa on the invasive list is to keep a close eye on any environmental issues that could arise from incorporating it in yards, gardens, and farms that could allow moringa to reach the wild where it could naturalize. Moringa is the most nutritious plant on land. Placing it on the invasive list could also be an opportunity to reduce the amount of people growing it and having the benefits in their backyards. Let's consider other reasons why it may be on the invasive list. The excess material from the drumsticks can create a lot of organic material on the ground, which could cause mold, bacteria, fungus, and other foreign pathogens to form. That's also why it should not be planted in parks or public spaces. They could attract excess bugs if unmanaged. Moringa trees don't really spread and sprout from the root like bamboo, which may be a concern for invasiveness in some plants like curry and neem. Moringa seeds do, however, have a high germination rate if they're not managed. The mothers could produce new trees a distance from the main tree because the seeds also have wings, another category for invasiveness potential. Moringa could also be on the invasive list because a small handful of families dictate what is going to be grown in Florida. Sugar and citrus have been Florida's biggest crops for over 100 years, and the state overall is only second in total agricultural GDP to California, which is also why any threat to agricultural control must be met with caution. Incorporating new plants could disrupt profits for those families tied to big ag. They are also closely related to big pharma. If moringa is being used in several pharmaceuticals, it may not be good to grow it near the population that is using the medicine. They could just eat it right off the tree. That's not good for business. Florida has been an agricultural mecca and research grounds for many years. Looking deeper into the invasive topic, I don't blame Florida for being extra cautious though. Look at what happened to kudzu, an agricultural crop grown in Florida 100 years ago as a starchy tuber for calories and making baby formula. It's now wild and taking over areas and suffocating trees and plants because it can vine over top trees and suffocate anything living. You might have seen it growing along roads, smothering the tops of trees. I'm not too worried about moringa's political climate. Co-ops and collectives have immense power in numbers, which could sway policies and change the views of any administration. Moringa farmers can unite more easily with supportive groups in the national and state capitals petitioning for moringa to be recognized as a guarded agricultural crop. Then, growing moringa could garner grants and support from states like Florida to grow moringa as a green belt tree with tax incentives. We're writing a bill now that would make moringa the Florida state vegetable and Florida state fruit. If passed, we could also receive a multi-million-dollar grant that would be divided amongst Florida moringa farmers. Moringa is the only plant in the world to have both high-quality nutritious vegetable with the green drumsticks garnering multiple industrial uses. Chapter 1.5, Starting Your Moringa Business. We buy moringa. That's right. We are a global network of growers, buyers, and sellers. List your moringa for sale in the members area. If you are just getting started, you're in the right place. Plant a seed and begin your moringa journey. It will pay off 100 times once you learn more about moringa growing conditions. The Grow Moringa sales team may also buy your moringa directly. If you are not going to grow anything until you've secured one buyer to purchase your entire crop, email us with more details about your property. We could put a contract in place to buy your entire supply once it's ready. If you're only able to provide your property to grow moringa, but don't have the physical ability and you'd like someone to come to your property to harvest the moringa trees for you, we'd love to utilize your space. The Grow Moringa Collective serves members best by connecting you with laborers and harvesters. We have hundreds of people training with us now in the members area who can help absentee growers harvest their trees. As a service to our members, we help to organize harvests and provide you with a trained and ready labor pool of harvesters to keep your moringa trees properly managed. Members of the Grow Moringa Collective may be able to help harvest your moringa trees. Some members are listed as harvesters. Contact a member and paid for directly from you. There is a members database to see who might be able to help. Grow Moringa is a decentralized collective of growers. There are no employees currently. It is recommended that if you want to hire someone for help, hire a trained member who is skilled at harvesting moringa. Members help each other as much as possible. The collective is decentralized. It is imperative that if you want to start your moringa business to be hands-on with the operation as much as you possibly can. If you want someone to do all the work for you, it will significantly cut into your profits. You'll make more profit if you start out learning how to do things yourself right and efficiently for your own operation to grow. There will be more startup services offered by the collective as membership grows. If you are interested in starting a moringa business, sprout trees in biodegradable pots and sell them individually or by the tray. Once you have a farm, offer fresh moringa greens for people to come into your field for a U-pick. There are many creative ways to get started and make sales. I started selling moringa trees in pots at the farmers market in 2016 and it expanded into this business today. At least with this book, Grow Moringa, the ultimate guide, you have access to the members area and other growers and sellers to help you win. You can sell your moringa to anyone for any price. A member of the collective has complete autonomy to run their own moringa business as they see fit. Create your own business name, logo, and set your own prices and offer any product you'd like on your website or other listings. Even if you only have one moringa tree and it has 10 drumsticks, don't let them go to waste. Give them away to someone who wants to eat them. Sell the drumsticks fresh for $1 each or $10 divided by LB. Let the drumsticks dry out and harvest the seeds. Plant the seeds into trees and sell the trees or sell the seeds without any permits or regulations. There are many places in our network to post and get sales. Let other moringa enthusiasts know that you have a few seeds for sale and possibly ship them to another interested grower. The Grow Moringa Collective is providing the members area platform for you to promote your moringa. The members area is a sales platform for buyers to meet growers directly, cutting out the middleman. If you are not interested in joining any memberships or making any kind of sales posts in the members area to sell your moringa, we may be able to purchase all of your moringa under contract. Reach out to us via email. Once your personal source of moringa is available, it will be good to get a certificate of analysis for soil testing and a nutritional food grade testing of the leaf material. These tests will make sure no heavy metals are present in your soil or moringa leaves. Then we can move forward with a contract to purchase your moringa at wholesale prices on a consistent basis. The extra precaution makes sure we're able to turn around and sell your moringa safely. As a reader of this guide, you have the luxury of participating in community-supported agriculture. Schedule a harvest with a certified trained member to prune your moringa trees for you. The harvester is going to turn around and sell your greens. We have a recommended compensation plan in place for members and harvesters. Growers should earn $1 divided by kg of wet weight at the time they leave your property. Or you could drop your moringa material off at a local processing facility and get paid by weight for dropping the moringa off in an organized fashion, placing different materials like leaves or drumsticks in separate bins. We don't have physical locations yet, but could have one in Florida soon. If you're already a commercial grower in another country and have moringa products in bulk from India or Africa and you'd like to find consistent buyers in the USA, we'd love to form a partnership. Contact us directly. You are also welcome to enter the members area to promote your moringa directly to other members. Make sales posts within the members area and even help the collective to fulfill orders that come directly from the website, essentially becoming a certified and trusted supplier. For example, if an order comes into growmoringa.com and the buyer is near you and you are a certified supplier, you'd be the one shipping, delivering, and getting paid for fulfilling the order directly to the buyer. The collective does not have a storage facility to distribute your moringa. Supply orders directly to the buyer. Now that you have access to the members area, you'll have access to hundreds of other moringa enthusiasts in the USA that are starting their moringa businesses and need moringa in bulk to put in their smoothie shops and handmade moringa products. We get calls all the time asking if we have 100 kilograms of moringa powder available for sale that needs to be USDA certified organic. If you have great moringa that we can supply for these larger orders, please contact us and we'll buy moringa from you. Our WhatsApp is 813-567-3100. If you are in the USA with several acres of land but it's not being utilized, there is a huge market for you to jump into growing moringa for profit. It's still very early in the moringa industry. Some common questions we get asked are, how much of my moringa will you buy from me? Will you buy my moringa consistently? How much will I make if I start growing moringa? How soon will I see ROI? I can tell you that growing peanuts can be profitable. Growing anything can be profitable with the right plan. This guide will help you formulate a successful plan. The Grow Moringa Collective is a decentralized organization that consists of individuals, businesses, and co-opuses. Most of the individuals are interested in buying moringa in small quantities directly from farmers and growers. This collective helps farmers reach more customers. If you already have moringa in bulk, there are two ways to sell your moringa with the Grow Moringa Collective. One, directly to other members in the members area by reaching out to people yourself. Two, if you don't want to deal with people, contact us directly within the private members area. We can create a sales contract with you for more buying consistency and knowing how much you will make and how much you will need to provide us for orders. The uses agriculture industry is catching on to moringa's popularity and has discovered its use not only for human consumption, but its value as a biofuel, organic soil amendment, and plant biostimulant. Moringa is a natural pesticide and, more importantly, a staple protein source for animals. I've been a moringa farmer for 8 years, growing on my property now since 2020 in Plant City. Before that, I planted and established thousands of trees in over 300 locations in the Tampa Bay area. I've been interviewed by John Kohler from Growing Your Greens and have processed and shipped over 10,000 packages myself to moringa buyers. From shipping moringa trees in pots, moringa seeds, and making moringa products by hand like seed oil and moringa powder, I will have made $1 million from moringa since 2015. It has provided me with everything I have today. My entire business is based on moringa. As a cash crop, moringa can help kickstart your plant journey and turn a garden hobby into a profitable career. It can be a food source for yourself and others. It can serve as a food source for your plants and as a biostimulant in extract or powder form. Moringa trees can act as pioneer plants in your operation, helping to establish other crops by providing shade in the summer for young plants. The soft taproot is very fast growing and helps to break up compacted soils. Because moringa is such a fast-growing tree, it can produce enough organic material and biomass to restore soil conditions quickly through the chop and drop method to add organic matter and topsoil to a region. To help build the soil microbiology, moringa can create shade in hot zones because it loves full sun when grown in the ground and is a drought-tolerant tree, which means it needs very little water to survive, another benefit for growers around the world. As water shortages continue to occur, moringa can be planted in areas with little to no irrigation. Therefore, with the least number of inputs, moringa growers can achieve maximum outputs and increase their yields and profits. Because moringa is one of the most nutritious plants to eat on the planet and it's super fast growing, it can be eaten abundantly. Although, most people don't even know how to prepare moringa in a recipe or even how to use moringa in the kitchen or garden. GrowMoringa.com has several moringa recipes and provides visitors with an innovative approach to making food from moringa. Moringa can also be used in cosmetic products. It has anti-aging and antioxidant properties in the oil. It's super valuable. You could get started by educating others about moringa from the information in this book. Once you complete the manual, you'll be fully equipped to make better decisions and avoid some of the mistakes I've made while growing moringa over the last 8 years. The Grow Moringa Collective members area will also introduce you to the wonderful world of regenerative agriculture, sustainable farming, and the moringa tree industry. Chapter 1.6 Licensing and Labels. It's important to obtain a business license to legally operate any entity. It is imperative to have your income and expenses accounted for with a tax plan. To get a business checking account with a bank, a business license with the state and an IN number is required. In the following section, I'll share with you some of the rules and regulations I learned while running and operating a moringa business for the last 8 years. My journey to start Grow Moringa Inc. began in architecture school with only 2 more years until graduation. I knew that getting a job in an architecture studio would not be as fulfilling for me right away. I wanted to learn more about plants and nature. I had been in the classroom for 26 years. Up until then, my whole life was in school. I didn't want to go straight to working at an office, so I thought about what type of business would help me become successful doing something I love outside in nature with very little to no rules or regulations. Being an architect can be very stressful. Everyone in the building depends on everything to function properly with lots of rules and regulations. Because of my past jobs and experiences, I was gravitating towards opening a plant nursery. I learned how to plant a seed and thought about how a penny within a few months can grow into a plant that can be sold for $10. That sounds like a great business plan. I had already been in business at a young age, selling candy, and began owning vending machines and locations cash flowing by the age of 16. Naturally, I decided with 2 years remaining of architecture school to start a plant nursery, but what would I sell with little to no rules or regulation? I had to learn the plant business, so before selling anything I came up with a name and started painting my van with my new plant nursery name and logo. Someone saw the name on the van and asked if I wanted to visit their plant nursery. After stopping by their place, I was offered a job and began working and learning the nursery business. I treated the position like an internship. Then, while trying to figure out what plants to start selling in my own plant nursery, I asked my bosses, what's the secret to a successful plant nursery business? They said grow one plant really well and get known around town for having that one plant and go big. Then, after some success with that one plant, expand out to offer more plants, but only have 5 plants at most in total for sale. Get your top 5. It seemed difficult to think about what type of plant to start in my nursery. There are thousands of them. I wanted my number 1 plant to be impactful to society and serve a purpose. It had to be something edible with the least rules and regulations. One day, I came across Dr. Sebai and he mentioned the moringa tree. I did some research and was blown away by the benefits of moringa. Then, while working, I noticed my boss had moringa trees in pots. He said I could have all 80 moringa trees in the pots for a day's worth of work. It was at that time I decided moringa was going to be my number 1. It still seemed like there were a lot of rules and regulations with selling the leaves as tea, powder, and capsule, so I kept growing the idea of offering moringa trees in my nursery to sell. My bosses told me how they got started selling their plants at farmers markets, then how they got larger jobs and were able to offer more plants wholesale. They gave me a small section of the nursery to keep those 80 trees and begin growing my plant nursery. Soon I could go to farmers markets. If I was going to be in the moringa business, I wanted to be the person supplying the large farms with the trees. I could get orders for thousands of trees at a time. After figuring that moringa was going to be my #1 plant, I went to the Florida Department of State website known as sundas.org and registered the company as an LLC. After that, I applied for an EIN number on IRS.gov. It's free and instant. You'll need to bring a copy of the official IRS document with your EIN number when making a business bank account. They'll also check online to see if the business is registered with the state. Once you open the business bank account, apply for a credit card right away and put all expenses on the card to build a credit line with history. The next thing I needed to do was make some sales. Looking into the moringa tree further, there was no limiting restrictions in selling it as a tree in a plant nursery in Florida. There is no special permit needed to grow or sell moringa trees. It's not like hemp or cannabis. The only concern is that moringa is on the invasive species list, but what did that mean? It's a special classification of plants that the Florida Department of Agriculture wants to keep a close eye on in case of any issues. They have a huge industry to protect, and if some plants are not managed, they can bring foreign pathogens and increase populations of pests and disease amongst the crops and animals that are already here. The reason to create the invasive species list is to monitor if that non-native plant could cause a threat to the environment. Could it endanger other plant species and animal populations? Moringa was placed on the list to do more research and to see if it could also be used as an agricultural crop. There are a lot of non-native species of plants grown in Florida as a crop, citrus being the most well-known. A plant is placed on the invasive species list based on a series of about 30 questions, and it is ranked on a number system. There are categories to the invasive species list, and moringa is ranked in a lower category because it is not a vine. But the seeds do have wings and can travel in the wind, sprouting at a distance from their mother. Moringa trees are also very fast-growing and can also propagate easily from cutting. Another factor for being on the list is that moringa trees produce a lot of seeds and material in their lifetime. That foreign material could endanger other living creatures, and having it on the invasive species list is more of a precaution. With moringa trees being grown in the USA for over 100 years now, there has not been a threat to having the moringa flowers wild in the environment. Given that Florida is in a tropical climate, things could grow all year without a break in the growing cycle, causing terrible problems much like the kudzu vine has done over the last 100 years. Luckily, only half of Florida is tropical, and every year, any moringa trees encountering frost conditions get killed or die back completely to the ground, many times never fully recovering from the damage. So, although moringa is on the invasive species list, the ranking is so low that there are no restrictions to growing it. The only issue with the moringa on the invasive species list is that it will not get recognized as a tree that can be used in green belting a property for tax incentives. The next step in making moringa tree sales is to sell in person at the farmer's market and to list the trees in pots online, your own website, or on marketplaces like Facebook, eBay, and Etsy. Since the beneficial moringa leaves are being sold on the actual tree itself, it's classified as a plant and not a food product needing more licensing. To ship the trees to California, however, the trees needed to be inspected. So, I had to register for a nursery stock license with the Florida Department of Agriculture. When registering the LLC as a plant nursery, it doesn't need an inspection if you aren't shipping trees to California. That's because California has the strictest regulations when it comes to agriculture and plants. They require that all other states implement an inspection policy for all plants coming into California. They don't want any foreign pests or problems affecting their industry. If you are planning on shipping to California, opt for the inspection and have an agent inspect the plants to take a sample of your soil. The biggest threat to California's agriculture is nematodes. The plant inspector is going to take samples of the soil in the pots. The inspector does not advise shipping plants that are growing in the ground because of nematodes, especially outside of the state, is not acceptable, but growing plants to sell and ship from pots is much more accepted because of the nematode issue. Florida has the most nematodes and can affect crops if not properly managed. Nematodes prevent the roots of plants from absorbing nutrients, reducing yields. The space that the plants are in needs to be elevated. The moringa trees will need to be in pots and 18 from the ground. This reduces populations of nematodes for shipping to California. Once I received a nursery stock license, I needed to get a resale certificate from the Florida Department of Revenue. This will allow me to purchase goods wholesale, tax-free, and to also report my sales and pay taxes on that income each month. What if I decided to purchase 1,000 moringa trees wholesale and sell them online? That could be classified as a tax-exempt purchase, but the resale of those trees still pays taxes. I was ready for the farmer's market and had pretty much everything needed to make sales. I had a small space to call my own, a little nursery space at the nursery I worked at, and started planting seeds and sprouting moringa trees in pots there. They grew fast and I was able to attend a local market with moringa trees as my main and only product. The only thing the market managers asked for was general liability insurance in case my tent flew into someone else's. Things started going well. I was selling moringa trees at the farmer's market and I was able to get a merchant processor. I used Square and had a card swipe and chip reader to take fast card payments deposited directly to my business bank account. I got permission to use a commercial location on a main road and created a business listing on Google. I also obtained a business phone number and put my number anywhere and everywhere. I started working on my website and learned how to ship moringa trees. During that time, I also began planting trees on other people's properties in hopes of harvesting the leaves and selling them as tea and powder at the farmer's market. The very first day at the market, someone said they had a moringa tree and I could harvest their greens to make tea and powder. I asked the other vendors and managers what I needed to sell the moringa leaves. They said as long as the label is cottage rule, it's okay to sell at the market. That's because herbs and supplements are a cottage rule industry product that is acceptable to sell through someone's business without extensive rules and regulations. Not everything is acceptable cottage rule industry products, but I found that moringa leaves, tea, powder, and capsules are acceptable as an herbal supplement in cottage rule. Cottage rule. The highest percentage of online sales are for powder and capsules, but the moringa oleifera tree was originally designed and intended to produce drumsticks for fresh vegetable consumption and high oil content in the seeds. The leaves are a nutritional byproduct of developing the moringa tree for nutrient-dense drumsticks. For those with a moringa tree in their backyard, the most consumed part is the drumstick. It is cooked and eaten fresh in soups. In India, the drumstick is even more desirable than the leaves. The fresh leaves are also very appealing. It's a great way to consume moringa nutrients fresh from the tree. Once moringa leaves are pulled from the tree and dried, there can be some precautions to take if preparing the raw material to consume or sell. Rules and regulations for selling moringa products to anyone are set in place to protect the consumer. Moringa can be grown for human consumption, animal consumption, or plant consumption. Moringa is in high demand and there are practices in place to educate growers and retailers on how to prepare moringa products safely. Florida law allows individuals to use their unlicensed home kitchens to produce certain goods for sale that present a low risk of foodborne illness. Cottage food operators can produce and sell these products directly to consumers without obtaining a food permit from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Gross sales for a cottage food operation must not exceed $250,000 annually. Cottage food operations do not require a license or permit from the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services (FDACS) and are not inspected by any state government entity. Gross sales for a cottage food operation must not exceed $250,000 annually. A cottage food operation may advertise for sale, offer for sale, and accept payment for cottage food products in person, on their website, or by mail order. Cottage food products may be sold and delivered directly to the consumer's private event venue such as a wedding or birthday party, or by mail. Sales of cottage food products are prohibited wholesale. Cottage food products must be labeled in accordance with the requirements as outlined in Section 500.80-3 Florida Statutes and United States Code of Federal Regulations Title 21, Part 101. All cottage food products offered for sale to the public must be labeled, made in a cottage food operation that is not subject to Florida's food safety regulations. Quick reference definitions. Cottage food operation means a natural person or an entity that produces or packages cottage food products at the residence of a natural person, or producing them at the residence of a natural person who has an ownership interest in the entity and sells such products in accordance with Section 500.80 Florida statutes. Cottage food product may not be temperature controlled for safety (TCS), food formerly potentially hazardous food. This means the final product may not be a food product that requires temperature control for safety to limit pathogenic microorganism growth or toxin formation. An animal food that is raw or heat treated in a way that needs to be heated or cooled is not cottage rule. A plant food that is heat treated or consists of raw seed sprouts is not cottage rule. Cut melons, cut leafy greens, cut tomatoes, or mixtures of cut tomatoes that are not modified in a way so that they are unable to support pathogenic microorganism growth or toxin formation is not acceptable. Garlic and oil mixtures that are not modified in a way so that they are unable to support pathogenic microorganism growth or toxin formation are not acceptable. What types of cottage foods can you produce? Loaf breads, rolls and biscuits, cakes, pastries and cookies, candies, confections, and honey, jams, jellies and preserves made from high-acid fruits only, fruit pies and dried fruits, dry herbs, seasonings and mixtures, homemade pasta, cereals, trail mixes and granola, coated or uncoated nuts, vinegar and flavored vinegars, popcorn and popcorn balls, nut butters including almond, peanut, cashew, etc. What types of food are cottage food prohibited? Salsa, barbecue sauces, ketchups and or mustards, canned fruits and vegetables, chutneys, vegetable butters and jellies, flavored oils, hummus, garlic dip and salsa, fish or shellfish products, canned pickled products such as corn relish, pickles, sauerkraut, raw seeds and sprouts, bakery goods which require any type of refrigeration such as cream, custard or meringue pies and cakes or pastries with cream cheese icings or fillings, eggs, milk, dairy products including hard, soft and cottage cheeses and yogurt, cut fresh fruits and or veggies, juices made from fresh fruits or veggies, iced and or ice products, fresh or dried meat or meat products including jerky, focaccia-style breads with vegetables and or cheeses, homemade icings and frostings made from dairy-based cream cheese and or butter, any products containing hemp extract or CBD derived from the cannabis plant. Labels. The cottage food law requires specific labeling requirements for the sale of cottage food products. A cottage food operation may only sell cottage food products which are prepackaged with a label affixed that contains the following information. Include the name and address of the cottage food operation. Include the name of the cottage food product. Include the ingredients of the cottage food product in descending order of predominance by weight. Include the net weight or net volume of the cottage food product. Include allergen information as specified by federal labeling requirements. If any nutritional claim is made, include appropriate nutritional information as specified by federal labeling requirements. Include the following statement printed in at least 10-point type in a color that provides a clear contrast to the background label. Made in a cottage food operation that is not subject to Florida's food safety regulations. What does allergen labeling, as specified in federal labeling requirements, mean? It means you must identify any of your ingredients if they are made from one of the following food groups: milk, eggs, wheat, peanuts, soybeans, fish, and tree nuts. Moringa powder can be added to any of the following products and be sold at a farmer's market with cottage rule labeling, as moringa cookies, moringa jam, or moringa cake. If you have an ingredient made with a wheat-based product, you can include the allergen in the ingredient list. For example, white bread with the following ingredient listing: whole wheat flour, water, salt, and yeast. In this example, the statement whole wheat flour meets the requirements of federal law. After the ingredient list, include an allergen statement. Contains ingredients contained in the product. For example, a white bread with the following ingredients: whole wheat flour, water, sodium caseinate, salt, and yeast. This allergen warning should be written as contains wheat and milk. The contains statement must reflect all the allergens found in the product. In this example, sodium caseinate comes from milk. Are there any special requirements for tree nuts labeling for allergens? Yes, if your cottage food has tree nuts as an ingredient, you must identify which tree nut you are using. For example, if you made nut bread, an acceptable ingredient list would be ingredients: wheat flour, water, almonds, salt, yeast. The following would not be acceptable: ingredients, flour, water, nuts, salt, yeast. Am I required to send products to a laboratory to obtain an official ingredient list, or is it something I can put together on my own? You are not required to have your product analyzed by a laboratory to obtain an official ingredient list. If you use a prepared item in your recipe, you must list sub-ingredients as well. For example, only listing soy sauce is not acceptable. You would need to list soy sauce, wheat, soybeans, and salt on your label. Allergen labeling, as specified in federal labeling requirements, must also be included. I am concerned that some of my product ingredients that are not allergens are trade secrets. Therefore, listing all my ingredients would lead to unfair competition. Do I have to list all my ingredients, or can I protect my trade secrets? According to federal regulations, Food and Drug Administration FDA 21 CFR 101.100 grams 1-2, exceptions to labeling can be made. If the Commissioner of Food and Drugs finds that alleged secret ingredients are harmless, an exemption may be granted. You should contact the FDA to discuss and propose an exemption from labeling. Do I have to include my home address on my product labeling, or is a post office box sufficient? You must use the physical address of your home kitchen on your product label, not a post office box. The purpose of including an address on product labels is in case of a recall or trace back associated with a foodborne illness complaint or outbreak. If I make and sell wedding or other specialty cakes, how can I meet the labeling requirements when I can't stick a label on the cake? For cakes that are not easily packaged, you must include all labeling requirements on the invoice and deliver the invoice with the cake. If boxed, the label must be included on the box. Chapter 1.7 Laws and Regulations. Florida Laws and Regulations for the Moringa Tree Industry. Several laws directly affect or regulate the moringa tree industry and other nursery and agriculture businesses. Adherence to these laws is not only the responsibility of management, but in many cases, of every person involved. The following does not include all of the laws and regulations, nor does it go into great detail. The purpose is to ensure that moringa businesses are aware of the laws they are most likely going to encounter. The Plant Inspection Law. Florida Statutes 581.141 and 581.211. Florida Administrative Code 5B. The purpose of this law is the protection of agricultural interests of the state of Florida. Most nursery operators consider this a beneficial law in multiple ways. It helps to protect their product, and it helps them to detect and apply control measures before plant pest problems become serious. The law requires everyone who grows, buys, and sells or distributes plants to register with the Division of Plant Industry of the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. For the purpose of the law, only those who grow are considered nurseries. Nurseries pay an annual fee for inspection based on their inventory of plants with a minimum of $25 to a maximum of $460. The same fee structure applies to stock dealers, brokers, and agents. Specialists from the division regularly inspect nursery stock in nurseries. They conduct continuing surveys for all types of agricultural plant pests and periodically inspect nursery stock in dealers' locations. These specialists also provide inspections for out-of-state shipments, out-of-country shipments when special certification is required, and for a number of other special purposes. Special fees apply to these inspections. A valid inspection tag issued by the DPI is required when plants are sold wholesale, for shipment out of state, and for shipment by a common carrier. Special tags are required on the sale of citrus plants. The Plant Inspection Law provides for quarantine of plants when serious plant pests are found. Additional measures, which under certain situations may include destruction of nursery stock, may be required for emergency plant pest problems. Detailed information is available from the Division of Plant Industry, Florida Department of Agriculture, PO Box 147,100, Gainesville, FL 32614. Preservation of Native Flora. Florida Statutes 581.185, Florida Administrative Code 5B40. This section of law provides for the protection of a great number of native plants by prohibiting or restricting their harvest, collection, or removal. Licensed certified nursery growers, however, are allowed to sell commercially grown plants of protected species. Any nursery or person contemplating buying, selling, digging, or transporting plants from their natural habitat should be aware of the provisions of this law. Additional information is available from the Division of Plant Industry. Florida Viability Law. Florida Statutes 581.142, Florida Administrative Code 5B. The intent of the viability law is to prevent the sale of nursery stock that is not living or that is so deteriorated that it is not capable of living. Basic requirements are that at the time of sale, nursery stock must be free of defects that would prevent the essential parts from functioning normally, have a functional root system or the ability to grow one, have trunks and branches capable of transporting fluids, have leaves capable of performing essential functions, or free of leaves, must have the ability to produce new leaves. The law further requires protection of nursery stock when on display at sales outlets and spells out minimum requirements of viability. Additional information can be obtained from the DPI at the address listed above. Sales and Use Tax Law. Florida Statutes 212.06. The information presented here is a limited and an approximate summary of the regulations. It should not be applied to actual tax situations. This law requires the collection of a sales tax by those persons or concerns engaged in the sale or rental of products or commodities. As a rule, if you sell a product and you cannot prove the transaction was exempt from sales tax, you are responsible for payment of the tax. Unless a seller receives from the purchaser a resale certificate or an exemption certificate which states the property was purchased from resale or some exempt purpose, sales tax is required to be collected. This certificate must be received by the seller prior to or at the time of sale. Businesses providing certain services, as well as products, are governed by varying sales tax requirements depending on the nature of the contract or agreement. A summary of certain types of situations is included below. Retailer, sales tax is to be collected at the time of sale, except when a certificate of exemption applies. Wholesaler. All sales of nursery stock are presumed to be retail sales and must have sales tax added unless the buyer presents to the seller a resale certificate or an exemption certificate. Out-of-state sales may be exempt depending on the specific situation. Sellers need to be aware of provisions on out-of-state sales. Landscape contractor. A landscape contractor who uses a lump sum, cost, plus fixed fee or guaranteed price contract does not have to collect sales tax if she pays tax on items purchased to use on the job. If, however, the landscape contractor itemizes the materials and supplies, then sales tax is required from the customer, and the landscape contractor should use a resale exemption when buying plants and supplies under this premise. Landscape maintenance. A landscape maintenance contractor does not need to collect sales tax for maintenance only. Installation of plants would be governed by the rules for landscape contractors. Interior maintenance. Interior maintenance is governed by the same provisions as for landscape maintenance unless plant material is provided, in which case see the following paragraph. Interiorscape installation. In lump sum interiorscape contracts, no tax is charged. However, taxes are charged in lease agreements. When interiorscape plants are installed and become a part of the real estate, the rules discussed under the landscape contractor section would be applicable. Brokers. A broker must charge tax unless the broker receives an exemption certificate or a resale certificate. Out-of-state sales. It depends on whether the sale is deemed as having taken place in Florida or outside of the state as to whether tax is charged. Details are included in state regulations. Purchase items by nursery operators. Many items purchased by nursery operators for use in their businesses are exempt. These include items that are incorporated into the finished plant materials. Specific rules should be checked for important details. Again, all laws, rules, and regulations should be carefully checked for specific details. The inclusion of the information here is simply to convey general information. Detailed sales tax information is available from the Department of Revenue at door.myfloridea.com/. Agricultural License and Bond Law. Florida Statutes 604.19 and 604.20 and Florida Administrative Code 5A1. The Florida License and Bond Law was enacted in 1941 to give market protection to producers of perishable agricultural commodities. Because the product the Florida grower is selling is perishable and indistinguishable from other like products once removed from the shipping container, the producer is at the mercy of the receiver for payment. There is no opportunity to simply return the product. Without the administrative process offered by the law, Florida growers would be faced with lengthy and expensive civil suits. In most cases, the cost recovery would be greater than the value of the product. The law is specifically designed for the protection of the grower and includes all sod, hay, and horticulture. License and bond requirement. This law requires dealers in agricultural products, example landscape contractors, plant brokers, or nursery stock dealers. They need to be licensed with Florida Department of Agriculture's Bureau of Agriculture dealers licenses if they buy directly from the producer of producer's agent and pay for that product in any form other than cash currency. Before receiving a license, the dealer must post a surety bond or certificate of deposit made payable to the department. The bond amount must be twice the dollar amount during the month of maximum transaction in the preceding 12-month period, not greater than $100,000 or less than $5,000. The license fee can be up to $500 depending on the volume of business transacted by the dealer. Fines are not to exceed $2,500. It is unlawful for any dealer in plant products who comes within the terms of this law to engage in such business in this state without a state license issued by the department. Exceptions. The bond certificate of deposit is in place to establish the financial responsibility of the dealer and to assist in the final payment of the product. The license and bond law currently covers all agricultural products except tobacco, sugarcane, and timber. Citrus is also exempt because citrus dealers operate under the Florida Citrus License and Bond Law. Dealers who pay for their purchases with cash currency at the immediate time of purchase. Growers or groups of growers selling their own product. Dealers who operate as bonded licenses under the Federal Packers and Stockyards Act. Retail operations that purchase less than $1,000 per month from Florida producers. Claims against dealers. The law also requires that dealers account quickly and accurately for the products they purchase or handle for Florida producers. If a producer or his agent feels that he has not been properly paid for his product, he can file a claim with the department against the dealer's license. The department may issue a final order in the case after presentation of all the facts in the manner. If it is found that the dealer does not comply with the order to pay, then the department Department will order the bonding company to pay. In cases where the bond is not large enough to pay all claims against the dealer, the funds are distributed pro rata to the claimants. Claims must be filed with the department within 6 months of the date of sale and must involve at least $500. Additional information about the license and bond law can be obtained at www.freshfromfloridea.com. Pesticide application, Florida Statutes 487 and 482. Applying pesticides correctly, a guide for pesticide applicators is a highly recommended reference for the nursery and landscape professional. It is published by the U.S. Department of Agriculture and U.S. Environmental Protection Agency and available through the University of Florida, IFAS. It includes important information on topics such as pesticide laws, pesticide equipment and calibration procedures, safety precautions that are needed in any pesticide application, and pesticide cleanup and container disposal. Every nursery should have this publication within reach. 2 Florida laws regulate the application of pesticides. The 2 laws are often confused because licenses are issued under each. The first, the Florida Pesticide Law Chapter 487, is administered through the Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services in Tallahassee. Under this law, a license is required for anyone who applies restricted use pesticides. Nurseries, citrus groves, golf courses, parks, and cemeteries are examples of where this license could be used. There are 3 license classifications under Chapter 487. The appropriate classification depends on who employs the licensee. A certified private applicator license is for the use of restricted use pesticides on property owned or rented by the licensee's employer. This category applies to most nursery situations. A certified public applicator license applies to persons employed by a governmental agency, and a certified commercial applicator license is required by a person hired to apply restricted use pesticides to agricultural crops. The holder of this license may supervise up to 15 unlicensed applicators, mixers, and/or loaders. Persons in the nursery business must take a core exam plus the ornamental turf pest control category exam to receive this license. Core exams for the ornamental and turf pest control category may be taken at any University of Florida, IFAS County Extension Office that offers category examinations. Contact them at solutionsforyourlife.ufl.edu. The second law, the Florida Structural Pest Control Law Chapter 482, enables the licensee to apply any pesticide to lawn and ornamental pests as a business. Licensed pest control businesses must have a certified operator at each business location. Minimum requirements, such as college credit or years of experience with a licensed business, must be met prior to taking a certification exam. In lieu of full certification, there are 2 categories of limited certification available under this law. These are limited certification available under this law. These are limited certification for commercial landscape maintenance and limited certification for government and private applicators. The former permits limited licensing to individuals to apply a narrow range of pesticides using a small 3-gallon or backpack sprayer for landscape maintenance other than turf. An example is the application of herbicides to control weeds in plant beds. A second type of permit allows for the application of pesticides to lawn and ornamentals only on the licensee's own business property, their employer's property, or governmental properties. A notable exception to Chapter 482 is that a yard worker who applies a homeowner's pesticides to their lawn or plants is exempt from licensing. However, the worker cannot supply their own pesticide equipment, use power equipment, or use anything other than a handheld container to apply the pesticide. For more information on pesticide applicator certification and licensing, contact the Florida Department of Agriculture Bureau of Licensing and Enforcement. Additional information about pesticide licensing is available from the University of Florida Pesticide Information Office at pested.ifas.ufl.edu. Worker Protection Standards. Environmental Protection Agency. The Federal Worker Protection Standard for agricultural pesticides was implemented by EPA in 1992. Its goal is to ensure the health and safety of agricultural workers and pesticide handlers who work in agricultural establishments. The Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services is the state agency that implements and enforces this federal regulation in Florida. The Division of Agricultural Environmental Services, Bureau of Compliance Monitoring is responsible for outreach, compliance assistance, interpretive guidance, enforcement, and limited training. WPS requires employers to take several precautionary steps to help prevent their employees from being exposed to pesticides. These steps include, but are not limited to, providing pesticide safety training to agricultural workers and pesticide handlers they employ, providing personal protective equipment and decontamination supplies to employees in order to minimize the risk of pesticide exposure, and providing information to employees so they know when, where, and what pesticides have been applied. The types of establishments covered under WPS are very specific. They include farms that produce agricultural crops such as oranges, peanuts, watermelons, etc., also covered under WPS are greenhouses and plant nurseries. These establishments produce agricultural crops such as flowers, ferns, and ornamentals. Forestry operations that grow trees for the production of wood fiber or timber are also covered under the WPS. The following areas are not covered by WPS: golf courses, pasture lands, vertebrate pests, mosquito control, dwellings and other structures, and lawn and landscape maintenance. Only pesticides designed for use in the production of agricultural plants are covered under the WPS. If a pesticide is covered under the WPS, it will be stated on the label under the Agricultural Use Requirements section of the pesticide label. If a pesticide with WPS labeling is used on an agricultural establishment covered by the standard, WPS requirements must be complied with. The Florida Agricultural Worker Safety Act became effective July 1, 2004. Its intent is to ensure that agricultural workers employed in Florida receive protection from agricultural pesticides and are given information concerning agricultural pesticides. The law is implemented and enforced by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. The specific provisions of FAWSA are as follows. Pesticide dealers, distributors, manufacturers, and importers selling agricultural pesticides must provide a material safety data sheet (MSDS) to the purchaser in written, printed, or electronic format. Agricultural employers must make available to farm workers upon request either an MSDS or fact sheet approved by the state or federal government in written format. FDACS must make available to trainers a one-page general agricultural safety sheet in a language understood by the worker and must include the following: 1. Illustrated instructions on preventing pesticide exposure and 2 toll-free telephone numbers to the Florida Poison Control Centers. The FAWSA prohibits the agricultural employer from taking any retaliatory action against employees who attempt to exercise their rights under this bill. Invasive species, Florida Statute 581.091, Florida Administrative Code 5B 57.007. Certain non-indigenous plant species have been termed biological pollutants because their presence upsets the balance among native species within natural and man-made ecosystems. Noxious weeds and undesirable plant species have the potential to persist, multiply, and spread into natural areas and often displace native plant life over a period of time. These plants then have the potential to become invasive. The Federal Noxious Weed Act contains a list of plants considered harmful. Additional lists of prohibited aquatic, wetland, and invasive plants are available through the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services. Florida statutes empower the Florida Division of Plant Industry to enforce regulations governing nurseries and the movement of nursery stock. These rules aim to control, eradicate, or prevent the spread of plant pests or harmful weeds. The division can label any pest, weed, or arthropod as a nuisance, including any plant or item infested or exposed to such pests. This means they could potentially spread and contaminate other plants or items. It is illegal to knowingly sell, offer for sale, or distribute any harmful weed or any plant or plant product infested with a pest that the department has declared a public nuisance or a threat to Florida's agricultural and horticultural interests. Aquatic vegetation plays an important role in maintaining and protecting water quality, providing shoreline stabilization, and ensuring balanced fish and wildlife populations. Therefore, Florida law requires all persons intending to control or remove aquatic vegetation from the waters of the state to obtain a permit from the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. The Aquatic Plant Management Field Operations Section maintains offices strategically placed throughout the state and provide the following services: provide extension, education services concerning aquatic plant management. Annually survey the aquatic plant communities in approximately 450 public water bodies comprising 1.25 million acres. State laws will be covered further in the manual. Generally, most states are similar except California being the state with most rules and regulations for growing moringa. Chapter 1.8, The Moringa Tree Industry. The agriculture industry is of great diversity, making hundreds of different products from plants. We will be discussing the process of growing and packaging moringa trees in this guide. Not only can moringa be grown for biostimulants, but the seeds produce a high percentage of oil by weight, which can be used for biodiesel. That's one reason why it's called the Moringa oleifera tree. Ol is Latin for oil and ifera means producing, giving Moringa oleifera the nickname oil-producing trees. The leaves and every part of the moringa tree can be eaten or used in medical preparations. Moringa tree growers are comprised of wholesale agricultural growers, urban farmers, manufacturers, retailers, backyard growers, and gardeners. The moringa tree industry is now worldwide, making about $9 billion a year in sales, with projections to reach $20 billion by 2025. Moringa oleifera is the most widely cultivated species in the genus Moringa, the only genus in the plant family Moringa. moringaceae. Common names include moringa, drumstick tree, horseradish tree, and ben oil tree or benzoil tree. It is widely cultivated for its young seed pods and leaves used as vegetables and for traditional herbal medicine. Moringa seeds are also used for water purification. Moringa description: Moringa oleifera is a fast-growing, deciduous tree that can reach a height of 30-40 feet and trunk diameter of 1 to 5 feet. The bark has a whitish-gray color and is surrounded by thick cork. Young shoots have purplish or greenish-white, hairy bark. The tree has an open crown of drooping, fragile branches, and the leaves build up a feathery foliage of tripinnate leaves. The flowers are fragrant and asexual, surrounded by 5 unequal, thinly veined, yellowish-white petals. The flowers are about half long and 3/4 broad. They grow on slender, hairy stalks in spreading or drooping flower clusters which have a length of 1 foot. Flowering begins within the first 6 months after planting. In seasonally cool regions, flowering only occurs once a year between April and June. In more constant seasonal temperatures and with constant rainfall, flowering can happen twice or even all year round. The fruit is a hanging, 3-sided brown capsule of 8-10 size which holds dark brown, globular seeds with a diameter around ½ in. The seeds have 3 whitish papery wings and are dispersed by wind and water. Moringa cultivation. In cultivation, the moringa tree is often cut back annually to 3-6 feet tall and allowed to regrow so the pods and leaves remain within arm's reach. Once a branch has made a seed pod, it no longer makes another pod on the same branch and the leaves will be very sparse. To get a much bushier tree, it is common to harvest the leaves and bring the trees back to arm's length each year. The moringa tree is grown mainly in semi-arid, tropical, and subtropical areas corresponding in the United States to USDA hardiness zones 9 and 10. It tolerates a wide range of soil conditions, but prefers a neutral to slightly acidic, well-drained sandy or loamy soil. In waterlogged soil, the roots tend to rot. Moringa is a sun and heat-loving plant and does not tolerate freezing or frost. Moringa is particularly suitable for dry regions, as it can be grown using rainwater without expensive irrigation techniques. India is the largest producer of moringa, with an annual production of 1.2 million tons of fruits from an area of 380 km². Moringa is grown in home gardens in West Bengal and Odisha and as living fences in southern India and Thailand, where it is commonly sold in local markets. In the Philippines and Indonesia, it is known as malunggay and is commonly grown for its leaves which are used as food. Moringa is also actively cultivated by the World Vegetable Center in Taiwan, a center for vegetable research. In Haiti, it is grown as windbreaks and to help reduce soil erosion. More generally, moringa, also known as sagen in Trinidad, grows in the wild or is cultivated in Central America and the Caribbean, northern countries of South America, Africa, Southeast Asia, and various countries of Oceania. As of 2010, cultivation in Hawaii for commercial distribution in the United States is in its early stages. In tropical cultivation, soil erosion is a major problem. Therefore, the soil treatment must be as shallow as possible. Plowing is required only for high planting densities. In low planting densities, it is better to dig pits and refill them with the soil. This ensures good root system penetration without causing too much land erosion. The pits must be 1 to 2 feet deep and 2 to 3 feet wide. Propagation. Moringa can be propagated from seed or cuttings. Direct seeding is possible because the germination rate of Moringa oleifera is high. Moringa seeds can be germinated year-round in well-drained soil. Cuttings of 3 feet length and at least 1 in diameter with bark can be used for vegetative propagation. Use main stems for propagation, not the small green side branch connected to the leaves. For intensive leaf production, the spacing of plants should be 1 to 2 feet apart in a staggered line with conveniently spaced alleys to facilitate plantation management and harvests. Plant trees 10 to 15 feet apart for much larger trees for high seed pod production. Weeding and disease prevention are difficult because of the high density. In a semi-intensive production, the plants are spaced 2 to 3 feet apart. This gives good results with less maintenance. Moringa trees can also be cultivated in alleys as natural fences and associated with other crops. The distance between moringa rows in an agroforestry cultivation is usually between 2 to 5 feet. In India, the diversity of wild moringa types is large. This gives a good basis for breeding programs. In countries where moringa has been introduced, the diversity is usually much smaller among the cultivar types, like in the Americas. Locally well-adapted wild types, though, can be found in most regions, like the ones found in Tampa, FL. Because moringa is cultivated and used in different ways, there are different breeding aims. The breeding aims for an annual or a perennial plant are obviously different. The yield stability of fruits is an important breeding aim for the commercial cultivation in India, where moringa is cultivated as an annual. On less favorable locations, perennial cultivation has big advantages. Erosion is much smaller with perennial cultivation. In Pakistan, varieties have been tested for their nutritional composition of the leaves on different locations. The different breeding aims result in a different selection. India selects for a higher number of pods in dwarf or semi-dwarf varieties. Breeders in Tanzania, though, are selecting for higher oil content. Yield and harvest. Moringa oleifera can be cultivated for its leaves, pods, or its kernels for oil extraction and water purification. The yields vary widely depending on season, variety, fertilization, and irrigation regimen. Moringa yields best under warm, dry conditions with some supplemental organic fertilizer and rainwater or well irrigation. Harvest is done manually by hand with knives, sickles, and stabs with hooks attached. Collarding, coppicing, and lopping or pruning are recommended to promote branching, increase production, and facilitate harvesting. When the plant is grown from cuttings, the first harvest can take place 6-8 months after planting. Often, the fruits are not produced in the first year, and the yield is generally low during the first few years and the seeds are not as full or germinate as much. By year 2, it can produce around 300 pods if properly structured with the previous year's cutting of the branches to create more branches to hold the weight. By year 3, around 400,500 pods can be harvested from one Moringa oleifera tree. A good tree, 5 years old or more, can yield 1,000 or more pods in a year. In India, a hectare can produce 31 tons of pods per year. Under North Indian conditions, the fruits ripen during the summer. Sometimes, particularly in South India, flowers and fruit appear twice a year, so 2 harvests occur in July to September and March to April. Average yields of 6 tons a year in fresh matter can be achieved. The harvest differs strongly between the rainy and dry seasons, with 1,120 kilograms divided by hopper harvest and 690 kilograms divided by hopper harvest, respectively. The leaves and stems can be harvested from the young plant 60 days after seeding and then another 7 times in the year. At every harvest, the plants are cut back to within 2 feet from the ground. In some production systems, the leaves are harvested every 2 weeks by only harvesting a small portion of the tree, 1 or 2 stems per tree. The cultivation of Moringa oleifera can also be done intensively with irrigation and fertilization with suitable varieties. Trials in Nicaragua with 1 million plants per hectare and 9 cuttings, year over 4 years, gave an average fresh matter production of 580 metric tons year, equivalent to about 174 metric tons of fresh leaves. One estimate for yield of oil from kernels is 250 liters divided by ha. The oil can be used as a food supplement, as a base for cosmetics, and for hair and the skin. It's considered liquid gold in many cultures. It's fast absorbing on the skin as a moisturizer and has antioxidant and anti-inflammatory properties. Pests and diseases. The moringa tree is not affected by any serious diseases in its native or introduced ranges. In India, several insect pests are seen, including various caterpillars such as the bark-eating caterpillar, the hairy caterpillar, or the green leaf caterpillar. The buttworms, Noctuidira, are known to cause serious defoliation. Damaging agents can also be aphids, stem borers, and fruit flies. In some regions, termites can also cause minor damage. If termites are numerous in soils, insect management costs are not bearable. The moringa tree is a host to Invaluable torica, a powdery mildew which causes damage in papaya crops in South India. Cultivation management should therefore be checked. Nutrients. The nutritional content of 100 grams of fresh Moringa oleifera leaves is shown in the table, while other studies of nutrient values are available. The leaves are the most nutritious part of the plant, being a significant source of B vitamins, vitamin C, probitamin as beta-carotene, vitamin K, manganese, and protein, among other essential nutrients. When compared with common foods particularly high in certain nutrients per 100 grams fresh weight, cooked moringa leaves are considerable sources of these same nutrients. Some of the calcium in moringa leaves is bound as crystals of calcium oxalate, though at levels 1 divided by 25th to 1 divided by 45th of that found in spinach, which is a negligible amount. The leaves are cooked and used like spinach and are commonly dried and crushed into a powder used in soups and sauces. All parts of the moringa tree are edible, with regional uses varying widely. Immature seed pods, called drumsticks. Leaves, mature seeds, oil pressed from seeds, flowers, roots. The immature seed pods, called drumsticks, are commonly consumed in South Asia. They are prepared by parboiling and cooked in a curry until soft. The seed pods, fruits, even when cooked by boiling, remain particularly high in vitamin C and are also a good source of dietary fiber, potassium, magnesium, and manganese. The seeds, sometimes removed from more mature pods and eaten like peas or roasted like nuts, contain high levels of vitamin C and moderate amounts of B vitamins and dietary minerals. Mature seeds yield 38–40% edible oil called ben oil from its high concentration of behenic acid. The refined oil is clear and odorless and resists rancidity. The seed cake remaining after oil extraction may be used as a fertilizer or as a flocculant to purify water. Moringa seed oil also has potential for use as a biofuel. The roots are shredded and used as a condiment with sharp flavor qualities deriving from significant content of polyphenols. Moringa trees have been used to combat malnutrition, especially among infants and nursing mothers. Since moringa thrives in arid and semi-arid environments, it may provide a versatile, nutritious food source throughout the year. Moringa leaves have been proposed as an iron-rich food source. 31% daily value per 100 grams are consumed to combat iron deficiency. However, further study is needed to test practical applications of using this dietary source and its iron bioavailability. Cooking with moringa. Moringa has numerous applications in cooking throughout its regional distribution. The fruits or seed pods, known as drumsticks, are a culinary vegetable commonly used in soups and curries. The leaves are also commonly eaten for many culinary uses, and the flowers are featured in some recipes as well. The long drumsticks are often cut into shorter lengths and stewed in curries and soups. Because the outer skin is tough and fibrous, drumsticks are often chewed to extract the juices and nutrients, with the remaining fibrous material discarded. Others describe a slightly different method of sucking out the flesh and tender seeds and discarding the tube of skin. Sometimes the inner flesh is peeled and used in dishes as well, discarding the outer skin. Traditional dishes which commonly include drumsticks prepared this way include South Indian sambar, where it is stewed with lentils, and the Thai dish king sam, which is a sour curry with drumsticks and fish. The leaves can be used in many ways, perhaps most commonly added to clear broth-based soups, such as the Filipino dishes tinola and utan. Tender moringa leaves, finely chopped, are used as garnish for vegetable dishes and salads, such as the Kerala dish thoran. It is also used in place of or along with coriander. Despite its reputation as a superfood, there is no scientific evidence that it provides nutritional benefits beyond those of a healthy diet or has any super or unique pharmacological effects or anti-disease activities in humans. Bark, sap, roots, leaves, seeds, and flowers are used in traditional medicine. Research has examined how it might affect blood lipid profiles, although it has not been shown to be effective at diagnosing, treating, or preventing any human diseases. Extracts from leaves contain low contents of polyphenols, which are under basic research for their potential properties. Despite considerable preliminary research on the biological properties of moringa components, few high-quality studies on humans justify its use to treat human diseases. Potential adverse effects. Various adverse effects may occur from consuming moringa bark, roots, or flowers and their extracts, as these components contain chemicals that appear to be toxic when eaten. Moringa should not be used concurrently with prescription drugs affecting cytochrome P450, the diabetes drug sitagliptin, or during pregnancy. Please consult your healthcare physician before taking moringa in any form. Water purification. Moringa seed cake, obtained as a byproduct of pressing seeds to obtain oil, is used to filter water using flocculation to produce potable water for animal or human consumption. Moringa seeds contain dimeric cationic proteins which absorb and neutralize colloidal charges in turbid water. This causes the colloidal particles to clump together, making the suspended particles easier to remove. The particles become sludge and easily removed by either settling or filtration. Moringa seed cake removes most impurities from water. This use is of particular interest for being non-toxic and sustainable compared to other materials in moringa growing regions where drinking water is affected by pollutants. Other uses. Every single place moringa is grown has the potential to improve nutrition, boost food security, foster rural development, and support sustainable land care. It may be used as forage for livestock, a micronutrient liquid, a natural anthelmintic, and possible adjuvant. Moringa oleifera leaf powder was as effective as soap for hand washing when wetted in advance to enable antiseptic and detergent properties from phytochemicals in the leaves. Moringa oleifera seeds and pressed cake have been implemented as wastewater conditioners for deodorant and drying fecal sludge. Wholesale moringa growers. The largest moringa growers in terms of acreage, dollar investment, and number of plants sold are typically at wholesale farms and nurseries. Specialization has increased significantly, which has produced great diversity within the wholesale segment. Early individual wholesale growers offer a full range of moringa varieties. Efficiency in growing fewer kinds of varieties has tended to reduce their numbers. Within the wholesale moringa tree industry, a variety of specializations have emerged. These include liner growers who focus solely on propagation without growing a finished plant. There are also growers specializing in young potted moringa trees, typically aged between 90 days to 1 year. Other growers limit their stock to trees between 1 and 3 years old. Some are even more specific, focusing solely on one variety of moringa tree, with Moringa oleifera being the most common. Moringa brokers and agents. Brokers and agents are persons or firms that do not grow moringa but provide marketing services to the moringa tree industry. They are especially prevalent in providing sales to markets around the country. They are especially prevalent in providing sales to growers and retailers in markets around the world, and their service is at least in part directly tied to specialization. Moringa retailers. There are more than 1,000 retailers carrying moringa products and moringa trees throughout the U.S. Of this number, perhaps 1 divided by 10th of this number is supplied by local growers, along with an assurance of quality and valid information about her moringa trees and corresponding moringa tree problems. Retail growers fit into several categories. These include cash and carry moringa growers, garden centers which offer moringa trees and a full line of related moringa tree items. Full-service moringa growers who typically provide moringa trees and other materials made from moringa on a cash and carry basis. Growers who also deliver, design, installation, and/or perform maintenance. Some cash and carry moringa growers provide no service, no quality assurance, and little to no warranty. Unfortunately, if the buyer receives any information, it may be incorrect because typically the salesperson has had no moringa training. Many moringa trees sold through this type of outlet are of good quality, but unless the buyer knows plant quality, she cannot be sure about any individual purchase. One factor common to all moringa tree growers today is that in order to prosper, sound business decisions must guide the management of the moringa grower. One sound business practice is to hire qualified personnel, although the primary purpose of this manual is not to provide instruction in business management. The ultimate goal is to upgrade the professional qualities of people in the moringa tree industry and the agriculture industry as a whole. Grow Moringa strives to create more moringa entrepreneurs and begin to hire from a more trained labor pool. Chapter 1.9 History of the Moringa Tree. Moringa derives from a Tamil word, muringai, meaning twisted pod, alluding to the young fruit. The moringa fruit is also known as the drumstick tree, shigru or shivka in India. Moringa has many names around the world. In the Philippines, it's known as malunggay. In China, it's lamu. In Indonesia, it's keler. In Thailand, it's maram. In Cambodia, it's latmok. In the Mediterranean, moringa is also known as the benzolive tree, bensen or brenoili. In South America, moringa is known as moringo, merengue, moringa or sajan. In Africa, it has many names like emlonge, moloko, yebutai, and the nebede tree. One name that seems to be common amongst all countries is the miracle tree. Moringa originated on the continent Pangaea when Africa and India were one landmass millions of years ago. At the time, West India was connected with East Africa. Today, rare plants only exist in these two parts of the world. They also have very similar rare animals that are found only in these two places. This is also the time and place we find evidence of the first moringa trees, predating the current separate geographical locations of each continent. That's why moringa is native to India and Africa. The cultivation and human record of using the moringa tree dates back to at least 2,000 years BC, 4,000 years ago, with places like India and Africa growing and harvesting moringa trees for agricultural uses and nutritional benefits. In India, the oldest healthcare practice known as Ayurveda recorded moringa benefits in the Bhagavad Gita, where it is mentioned to prevent and reduce the symptoms of over 300 known ailments and diseases. More recently, with the help of humans and agricultural practices, the moringa tree grows in the Americas. Today, there are 13 varieties of moringa around the world. The variety known as Moringa oleifera has become a staple food vegetable with many uses. Consumed around the world today, moringa can provide humans, animals, and plants with protein, essential vitamins, and trace minerals. Considered a superfood, moringa has been cultivated for over 4,000 years with an array of agricultural and industrial uses. The entire moringa tree can be utilized. Many parts of the moringa tree are used in medicinal preparations. The flowers are edible and a good source of nectar for honey production. The seeds and pods are a rich source of vitamins that can be pressed for oil, which is used in cooking, cosmetics, and lubricants. The roots resemble the flavor of horseradish and are highly prized as a spice or tea. The wood is very soft, useful for easy harvesting and making paper and canvas. Moringa trees can be grown as a living food hedge or windbreak. Moringa trees can even be grown as microgreens or intensive annuals in raised beds for fresh harvested vegetable greens, much like any familiar lettuce or spinach. Moringa seeds have been used as a prenatal supplement and a contraceptive with anti-parasitic properties, cleansing and detoxing the body of unwanted foreign entities and parasites. Moringa seeds dried or crushed can be used as a flocculant in water to purify heavy metals or contaminants, preparing it to drink. Use the moringa tree cuttings to propagate new trees or mulch them for fertilizer. Use moringa leaves in the garden to inhibit fungal growth by covering raised beds 1 week before planting crops. This prevents competitive plants or weeds from forming, ensuring your crop is more effective. Fresh moringa leaves can be prepared in soups, salads, and sandwiches as a nutritional additive. Dried moringa leaves make a remarkable caffeine-free tea. Mix moringa leaves with other herbs for flavor or blend the leaves to make protein powder. The state of Florida has records of growing moringa trees in 1890 in Marion County near Key West, FL. During the 1970s, Echo Farm and Nursery located in Fort Myers, Florida began selecting the most abundant and prolific moringa trees for commercial growers in Florida. 2004 saw the most growth and educational spread of the benefits of the moringa tree. The development of research and education about the moringa tree caused a major influx in popularity amongst growers around the world in the early 2010s. The moringa tree has been grown commercially and now has spread to almost every continent on the planet. The development of the modern moringa tree industry has progressed very rapidly. With the advancements of all types of research, our rapid population growth and accompanying urbanization helped to make the moringa tree industry a multi-billion-dollar business. PKM1 stands for the location that particular moringa oleifera seed comes from, which is a town known as Periyakulam in the state of Tamil Nadu, India. They first released the seeds in 1989. Improving its susceptibility of diseases and pests. Every 6 generations they release more seeds, strengthening the gene pool. We now have the best moringa oleifera PKM1 to select from than ever before, and they continue to be improved. Chapter 1.10 Growing and Selling Moringa Trees. The Grow Moringa Collective is a global organization growing and supplying the world with high-quality moringa trees and products. Readers span across the world consisting of farmers from the USA, Africa, India, and South America. Each farmer subscribes to the Grow Moringa Code of Ethics and ensures their growing practices meet the highest standards. Each grower should care for and respect the moringa trees being grown or harvested on their property. Soil regeneration is a priority for the message in this guide, and each grower has practices in place to increase the soil fertility. When purchasing moringa trees or products from Grow Moringa, customers know fair trade practices are being upheld and each moringa farmer is fairly compensated for their time and energy. Once a moringa has been harvested, the drying and packaging process should be done safely in order to distribute for consumption. The raw moringa tree material can be shipped around the world, reaching manufacturers, retailers, and everyday moringa consumers. Sales and selling are the most important roles that can benefit farmers in the agriculture industry. Salespeople can boost awareness of moringa. If a moringa grower cannot successfully sell its product or services, keeping its customers coming back, it will cease to be in business. Sales personnel must understand the importance of their role in the success of selling high-quality moringa to new customers. It is impossible to write a prescription for selling that would be successful in every situation, but certain basics will almost always apply. Successful selling requires bringing buyers and sellers together, relating product or service to a need or desire, and sometimes creating that desire. Good selling occurs when there is mutual satisfaction between the buyer and seller. The buyer is convinced she receives full value, and the seller is pleased with the profit. The factors that produce success in sales are the same whether the product is moringa trees or moringa supplements. Specifically, customers want a product that will perform well for them under the conditions in which they will use it. This means that Grow Moringa needs to provide moringa trees that will grow well, where they will be healthy and used for the benefits of consumption. For example, if a moringa grower was located near an area that gets frost, it's imperative that the buyer knows the moringa trees are sensitive to temperatures under 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Here, the moringa grower must have enough knowledge in order to meet this need. The moringa trees may need to be grown in a greenhouse condition part of the year or grown in pots indoors with growing lights and fans. If one word were used to describe the desires of customers when purchasing almost anything, it would be quality. This is especially true with moringa trees. It is imperative that anyone associated with Grow Moringa and the agriculture industry sell high-quality moringa trees and moringa tree products. Although the customer frequently does not know what constitutes plant quality, a professionally trained salesperson must know what a high-quality moringa tree or moringa tree product looks and feels like in order to sell it to them successfully. A high-quality moringa tree or moringa tree product will justify the confidence the customer places in the salesperson. Selection of the right high-quality moringa tree for the right location or the right moringa tree product for the right purpose, offered at fair price, will represent good value. A fair price does not always mean the lowest price. This is a universal truth in sales. A high-quality product at a fair price selected for the appropriate situation means good value, which leads to more sales provided the customer knows about about it and recognizes a need. Even a worthy product which is fairly priced requires promotion, advertising, personal selling, publicity, good display, usually a combination of most or all of these. After the high-quality product, the key to successful selling is the salesperson. Well-displayed moringa trees or moringa tree products are already half sold. High-quality plants deserve to be attractively displayed. The initial impression often determines the mood to purchase, and more importantly, whether the customer returns as a regular patron. Therefore, good merchandising displays, eye appeal, orderliness, effective lighting are crucial. Include ample aisles and enticing focal points to encourage traffic throughout the sales area. All of these factors should be reviewed regularly for maximum sales effectiveness. On peak traffic days or during busy hours, good planning and layout of store and sales areas can induce customers to shop on the premises by themselves, or at least keep occupied until a salesperson is available. Following are a few basic ideas and principles to consider in sales planning for physical and online marketplaces. The entrance area is arguably the most valuable display space and should showcase the most attractive and timely products in a visually appealing manner. This is where the initial impression is formed, creating a lasting image in a customer's mind, be it positive or negative. The front display should be well kept, engaging, attractive, and updated regularly. Merchandise having not only eye appeal, but also rapid turnover and good profit margin should be located in the best traffic areas to generate maximum attention, sales, and profits. 3. The common staples, usually lower profit margin items such as fertilizers, soil amendments, and even some of the better known and regularly requested items, can be located in the less accessible stock areas. To reach these areas, the customer will then get broader exposure to merchandise commonly purchased on impulse. 4. Attractive, informative displays and strategically located directional signs should have the effect of intriguing customers to explore all of the sales areas. 5. Seasonal merchandise should be given good display, commencing early enough to capitalize on the full screen. 6. Housekeeping should be a daily chore, keeping merchandise, fixtures, and displays clean and inviting. 7. Feature-related items in a sample display. For example, plants, containers, soil or planting media, and fertilizers should be displayed together. This type of merchandising not only serves the interests of the customer but can also increase sales. 8. Feature advertised items prominently for effective point-of-sale promotion. 9. Identify all merchandise and make sure that everything is clearly priced and marked. Unpriced items are frequently passed by. The customer is often reluctant to inquire about price. Unpriced merchandise can also cause frustrating delays and confusion at the cash register. Salesmanship. The key to successful selling is good management and well-qualified, trained sales personnel. The salesperson must be knowledgeable, experienced, presentable, and patient. The confidence of the customer in the salesperson is generated mainly by that person's knowledge of the product and how the product should be used and maintained. Customers remember and ask for the salesperson who has proved to be qualified and reliable. That person, obviously an asset to the moringa tree industry. Knowledge of the product comes with love of the job, study, observation, and seasonal experience. Selling also requires an ability to relate knowledge of the product to the customer's needs and wants and the patience and skill for completing the sale. Some people acquire these easily while others find the transition to selling too difficult. They move into other work. The personal appearance of the salesperson when meeting the customer is important. In a Grow Moringa Collective retail center, sales personnel usually must perform several roles, such as maintaining stock, set up displays, and keeping the store and sales areas orderly and inviting. The successful business will have some minimum standards of dress and appearance for its sales personnel. The decision to buy or not to buy rests always with the customer, therefore, the customer's point of view is always of supreme importance. A friendly greeting upon entering the store or market booth, with recognition by name for a regular patron, is a courtesy and generally expected. The customer will usually indicate whether help is needed or she is just looking. Some techniques for successful selling. Interest in a particular moringa tree or moringa product can provide a clue to whether the need is landscape, project, a gift, a disease, or concern for their health, an interest to know more, or some other need. The salesperson must make a decision about how much time is justified for a particular situation. With experience, the alert and interested salesperson can sense or determine the customer's needs. Courtesy, tact, knowledge of product, and the desire to help can prevent overselling or underselling. Customers sometimes need assistance in making up their mind, but hard pressure selling is seldom justified. If a salesperson is to advise or recommend, she must have all the pertinent facts, which may require some in-depth questioning. The salesperson must know, for example, the size of the area the customer wishes to plant, how much light, sun, heat, or cold exposure. You'll need to know the soil environment, allowances for height and spread. You'll want to ask about preferences and any special conditions such as salt exposure. Tie and sales serve mutual interests. Good salespeople who are prepared to recommend materials and procedures for successful planting provide a vital service to the customer. So-called tie-in sales in a moringa nursery include such items as potting soils, peat, mulches, fertilizers, containers, tools, and pesticides. Instructions for proper planting can minimize complaints and returned goods and promote customer satisfaction and goodwill. Appropriate tie-in sales and an expressed interest in the future of the products purchased are marks of good salesmanship, regardless of the product being sold. How to answer your price is too high. If a customer uses price as a reason for not purchasing, the underlying issue may be more complex. The deal could hinge on a single timely comment like, considering the numerous health benefits of moringa, you can't put a price on good health. What seems more reasonable to you? When price genuinely is the issue and the customer points out a cheaper competitor, highlight the superior quality, service, and reputation of your moringa. Strategic remarks like these can tip the balance in the seller's favor. How to answer your price is too low. When someone sees the value in moringa and questions why some of our products may be too low, it could be an opportunity for us to investigate further adjustment. It could also be for a reason, among many other factors. Sometimes Grow Moringa's website will have sales and specials, depending on the time of year, to constantly have a steady flow of fresh raw material and regular new batches coming in to bring in revenue. For example, it's the start of the market season and there are a few trees and pots that have been in inventory for a year and we want to get them into a new home, but also use them to get a few more sales that day. Maybe it's the last hour of the market and all of a sudden, the moringa salesperson started offering the moringa trees for free with every purchase of moringa products on the table. Everyone who would visit the market booth would be walking away with not only moringa products, but with a free moringa tree. In that example, the price is extremely low, but it's not something that happens every day. Besides, now that person is a potential producer of moringa products as a new moringa grower. They may get more involved in the agriculture industry now. These little sales techniques can help to bring in a revolving door of potential new moringa growers. Something else I like to do is put a free baggie of seeds in with each package with trees, or if I think this person may want to plant some seeds or maybe even eat them. They usually say thank you for the extra seeds and call back within the year wanting to know more about making an income from moringa once their trees are a little bigger. This is an example of how we can plant seeds in our industry and benefit from giving back to nature and provide value even if someone says already your price is too low. Downgrading competition. Regardless of the situation, bad-mouthing or downgrading competition is poor practice and can turn customers off. Emphasize positive reasons for buying rather than negative thoughts. Customer satisfaction. Keeping customers happy should be a top priority. Among the many ways to please customers are simply cultivating the habit of being courteous, helpful, and friendly. The personal appearance of employees is an area that is frequently overlooked or ignored. Landscape maintenance and nursery work is hard, dirty, sweaty work. No one expects workers to be immaculately dressed. Uniforms, however, lend a professional touch, and if changed daily, a worker can still look presentable in the late afternoon. Young male workers like to take their shirts off in hot, sweaty situations, but there are many people who object to this even if they won't say so, and it could be the reason they select a new company to do business with. Additionally, from the standpoint of safety, workers should keep their shirts on. The appearance of equipment is equally important to a professional image. If your equipment is in poor condition, how can you expect the customer to believe you represent a high-quality company? You'll find it much easier to keep your customers satisfied if you are a professional in all aspects, appearance included. Large equipment also provides an advertising area that is free after you have paid for the cost of neat, attractive signs. The little finishing touches that are sometimes overlooked are important to overall customer satisfaction. In landscape maintenance businesses, you should ask, have all walkways been swept or blown clean? Has all debris been properly disposed of? Dates open or closed? Items that were moved have been replaced, etc. In the garden center, did you greet the customer by name upon arrival? Did you let them know of a special item you just received? Did you take their merchandise to their car, carefully secure it for transport? Remember, it's the little things that don't cost you anything that provide the greatest level of customer satisfaction and generate repeat, loyal clients. Chapter 1.11 Code of Ethics. Every moringa grower must subscribe to a code of ethics in order to benefit the agriculture industry. Set the standard with your own practices. The Grow Moringa Code of Ethics. To regard the moringa tree as a sentient being in its present form to serve us in ways we do know fully know. To hold the practice of growing moringa trees with high standards and to conduct myself and my business in such such a manner as to enhance the standing of my vocation as an advocate in its public acceptance, to deal fairly and justly with my customers, and to condemn all forms of practices which tend to discredit the moringa tree or the agriculture industry or injure any public relations, to strive constantly and assiduously to improve my qualifications and proficiency in the production of moringa trees, to treat each moringa tree and moringa tree product with the utmost care and respect for the tree and also for the consumption of the products made from them, to adhere to the Grow Moringa Code of Ethics to foster its objectives. Legislation. In the state of Florida and in Washington, D.C., Grow Moringa works to ensure that the agriculture industry will prosper and act in accordance with the laws of each institution. Grow Moringa is still able to stand up against the pressures of governmental intervention and in acting as a spokesperson and interpreter for the agriculture industry. In many legislative sessions, Grow Moringa is actively involved in working for proposed legislation that will benefit the agriculture industry and against legislation that has the potential of adversely affecting the industry. Marketing, advertising, promotion, and public relations. Generating business for moringa growers is the motivational force behind Grow Moringa's comprehensive marketing program. By keeping our agricultural activities in the public eye, it creates interest in the use of moringa tree material and educates consumers on the importance of dealing with reputable growers for high-quality products. Through its efforts, consumers have learned to associate Grow Moringa with professionalism and a trusted supplier of moringa trees and products. Economic advantages. Among the numerous economic benefits of learning how to grow moringa with this guide, there will be access to key economic advantages to growing moringa. There will be special events, discounts in the numerous educational programs and advertisements in the Grow Moringa Affiliate Program, online publications, as well as a variety of additional benefit programs. See a complete list of economic advantages of growing moringa at https://growmoringa.com. Communications. The major communication links between readers of Grow Moringa, the Ultimate Guide, is the new WhatsApp group. In addition, the Grow Moringa blog and newsletter featuring information about the agriculture industry, moringa uses, and recipes. Stay in touch with the latest legislative and regulatory news and join the discussion in the Grow Moringa Facebook group. Email growmoringa@we@growmoringa.com. Education and research. Attend a variety of workshops and seminars about moringa production, landscape management, retail management, and more to bolster the agriculture industry and increase moringa profit. Grow Moringa, the Ultimate Guide, is a valuable resource that provides answers to common questions and solutions to challenges. Benefit from a supportive community through the interactive Grow Moringa group forum on WhatsApp, Facebook, and Mighty Networks. We also fund research to prove the real-world applications of the moringa tree through the Grow Moringa Endowed Research Fund and the National Moringa Foundation.
In this video, I'm going to read chapter 2 of my new book, Moringa Benefits and Uses. Do you like food? Do you consider yourself a foodie? Maybe you're someone who likes to spend time meal prepping. Do you like to eat healthy and buy your food from local growers? Maybe you like to look at the ingredients list on the back of your food labels. If you answered yes to any of those questions, then you'll want to listen to this entire video. Do you know that most diseases and illnesses can be prevented and are attributed to the foods that we eat? I promise that if you continue listening to this video, I will reveal all of your questions regarding the benefits and uses of moringa. And I promise that you're going to learn all the nutritional facts about moringa in this chapter. That's because not only is moringa a complete protein, but it has many other impressive facts. In this chapter, I'm also going to share more information about how it can prevent over 300 common illnesses and diseases. In this chapter, you're also going to learn how to incorporate moringa into your meals with recipes, listing all the other uses and additions you can incorporate this tree into your daily diet. I'm going to teach you all the different parts of moringa and how it can be used in meals for human consumption. Not to mention, moringa can also be used for your pets and even your farm animals. Not only that, but moringa can even be used to increase the yields of other fruits and vegetables in your field. That's right, moringa is used to help other plants grow well. It's a companion plant for your herbs and veggies to be more productive. Grow moringa as a companion plant in your fruit and vegetable gardens. In chapter 2 of my new book, which you'll have an opportunity to listen to completely here in just a few moments, it talks about different revenue streams of moringa and how you can make an income from this miraculous tree. That's because I've already made over 7 figures from this one plant, growing, processing, packaging, and selling it across the world at farmers markets and also on my website. There are many streams of income working with moringa. Almost every part of the tree can be used for something. Don't just take it from me. There are testimonials included in this chapter. So stay tuned, listen to this amazing resource of chapter 2, Moringa Benefits and Uses. Now, if you missed chapter 1 of my book, you can get your copy for free now at growmoringa.com. And if you'd like to read the entire book, it's also available now to download as a PDF or a paperback. Now, to take the next step for someone who's interested in making an income from moringa, and you might want to take your education to the next level, then join me inside of my agricultural collective. Membership is now more affordable than ever, and you'll get full access to the Grow Moringa Collective, its members, and all of the tools and resources that I teach every single day. As a member of the Grow Moringa Collective, you'll have an opportunity to work directly with me, and you'll benefit from my 10 years of growing experience. Not only that, but the entire version of this book in PDF is available inside of the Grow Moringa Collective members area. You'll get the full book included with membership. Just click the link in the description to take your moringa journey to the next level. Enjoy reading Chapter 2 of Grow Moringa, the Ultimate Guide, Moringa Benefits and Uses.
Chapter 2.1 Moringa Nutritional Facts. Moringa is the most nutritious plant that grows on land. All plants can absorb vitamins and minerals from the rocks and sand in the soil. They transmute them into a digestible liquid form filled with iron, potassium, vitamin C, and vitamin in the leaves and seeds. Humans cannot absorb rock minerals, so we are grateful for plants and moringa to supply such sustenance. Moringa does it the best. If it's in the soil, moringa roots will pull them up. That's also an important reason to test the soil for toxins and heavy metals, especially for lead and mercury. The leaves should also be nutritional food grade tested. The analysis is important in commercial environments. 99% of the time they are growing in a safe space and are completely safe for human consumption. When grown in proper conditions, there are no toxic elements or side effects to the leaves. They are packed with flavonoids, antioxidants necessary for the fight against free radicals that are causing all sorts of problems in the human body. The tea is also used to manage blood glucose levels, stabilize high blood pressure, promote a good night's sleep, and use as an energy booster. Moringa is an adaptogen, a type of plant that can adapt to your needs inside the body. Plus, moringa leaves do not have caffeine. Moringa leaves are rich with all these nutrients. Leaves have 3 times more potassium than bananas and twice the amount of protein found in milk and yogurt. Also, compared to milk, moringa leaves are better as they have 4 times more calcium. The vitamin level in moringa leaves is 4 times higher than in carrots. Moringa powder, which is grinded dried leaves of moringa, has 7 times more vitamin C compared to oranges, 36 times the amount of magnesium in eggs, 50 times more vitamin B3 than peanuts, and 50 times more vitamin B2 than bananas. The following information is provided per 100 grams. In 1 serving of moringa oleifera leaves there is for an adult 125% daily value of calcium, 61% daily value of magnesium, 41% daily value of potassium, 71% daily value of iron, 272% daily value of vitamin A, 22% daily value of vitamin C. 25 grams daily of moringa leaf powder will give a child protein 42%, calcium 125%, magnesium 61%, potassium 41%, iron 71%, vitamin A 272%, vitamin C 22%. Moringa oleifera has over 90 different vitamins, minerals, and other nutrients. Moringa also contains 92 nutrients, 46 antioxidants, 36 anti-inflammatories, 18 amino acids, 9 essential amino acids. It has helped mankind in combating malnutrition in children and increasing immunity. It is a multifunction plant cultivated in the tropics around the world for high protein, vitamins, minerals, and carbohydrate content, nutrition for both human and livestock. Moringa oleifera is already highly esteemed by people in the tropics and subtropics for the many ways it is used medicinally by local herbalists. Some of these traditional uses reflect the nutritional content of the various tree parts. In recent years, laboratory investigation has confirmed the efficacy of some of these applications. In India, the East Indies, Philippines, and tropical Africa, all parts of the moringa and infusions, decoctions, and extracts made from them are variously employed in native medicine. In the tropics of the New World, the tree has served mainly as a source of remedies. All parts have been employed as cardiac and circulatory stimulants, Chopper et al. 1965. The seeds are pungent and stimulant, Chopper et al. 1958. Moringa trees have been used to combat malnutrition, especially among infants and nursing mothers. Several organizations and agencies have advocated moringa as natural nutrition for the tropics. Leaves can be eaten fresh, cooked, or stored as dry powder for many months without refrigeration and reportedly without loss of nutritional value. Moringa is especially promising as a food source in the tropics because the tree is in full leaf at the end of the dry season when other foods are typically scarce. A large number of reports on the nutritional qualities of moringa now exist in both scientific and popular literature. In fact, the nutritional properties of moringa are now so well known that there seems to be little doubt of the substantial health benefit to be realized by consumption of moringa leaf powder in situations where starvation is imminent. Nonetheless, the outcomes of well-controlled and well-documented clinical studies are still clearly of terrific value. Even tiny amounts of the leaves could protect thousands of people from suffering and death. People in several countries have found that moringa leaves are quite acceptable to taste, especially when added to common foods. The leaves of the moringa oleifera tree are very nutritious. They can be consumed fresh, cooked, or dry. Since dried moringa leaves keep their nutrient content, it is possible to convert them into leaf powder. When there is an abundance of leaves, this leaf powder can be made and stored easily. Moringa leaf powder is an excellent nutritional supplement and can be added to any dish. For pregnant and breastfeeding women, moringa leaves and pods can do much to preserve the mother's health and pass on strength to the 101 fetus or nursing child. 100 grams serving of leaves could provide a woman with over a third of her daily need of calcium and give her important quantities of iron, protein, copper, sulfur, and B vitamins. 1 rounded tablespoon 8 grams of leaf powder will satisfy about 14% of the protein, 40% of the calcium, and 23% of the iron and nearly all the vitamin it needs for a child aged 1-3. 6 rounded spoonsful of leaf powder will satisfy nearly all of a woman's daily iron and calcium needs during pregnancy and breastfeeding. Moringa has enormous potential for helping humanity. It could improve human health, increase livestock's weight gain and milk production, enhance plant growth and crop yields. Most sources seem to agree on the excellent nutritional benefits of moringa. Because the tree produces leaves during the dry season and during times of drought, it is an excellent source of green vegetable when little other food is available. Folkert and Sutherland, 1996. Moringa leaves have all 8 essential amino acids and 18 amino acids in all. Moringa is rich in omega-3, omega-6, and omega-9 oils. The moringa plant is the highest source of chlorophyll in the plant kingdom. Chlorophyll is especially important in helping the body reach a balanced pH level. Moringa has no known impurities or adverse reactions, so it's safe to take with most medications. The leaves and branches may also be used for fodder when nothing else is usable, and the high nutrient content of the leaves would make it a prime candidate to incorporate into a mulching system. This is assuming, however, that the leaves are in abundance and not needed as a human food source. In addition to the leaves, the pods or drumsticks are a great commercial product. In India, they are canned and exported all over the world. These qualities have made the moringa oleifera tree a candidate in the fight against malnutrition. A group of health workers are using this highly nutritious and fast-growing tree to cure and prevent malnutrition in infants, pregnant, and lactating women. As an alternative to the classic and expensive condiments usually used such as whole milk powder, sugar, vegetable oil, and sometimes peanut butter. It takes around 10 days to see an improvement in malnourished infants when moringa leaves are used, while it takes months for recovery with conventional methods. Moringa oleifera leaf, raw, nutritional value per 100 grams, 3.5 ounces. Energy 64 kcal or 270 kJ. Carbohydrates 8.28 grams. Dietary fiber 2.0 grams. Fat 1.40 grams. Protein 9.40 grams. Vitamins quantity percent DB+. 47%, 378 mg. Thiamine B1 22%, 0.257 milligrams. Riboflavin B2 55%, 0.660 milligrams. Niacin B3 15%, 2.220 milligrams. Pantothenic acid B5 3%, 0.125 milligrams. Vitamin B6 92%, 1.200 milligrams. Folate B9 10%, 40 mg. Vitamin C 62%, 51.7 milligrams. Minerals quantity percent DB+. Calcium 19%, 185 milligrams. Iron 31%, 4.00 milligrams. Magnesium 41%, 147 milligrams. Manganese 17%, 0.36 milligrams. Phosphorus 16%, 112 milligrams. Potassium 7%, 337 milligrams. Sodium 1%, 9 milligrams. Zinc 6%, 0.6 milligrams. Other constituents in moringa leaves. Quantity: water 78.66 grams. Units: mg equals micrograms, mg equals milligrams. IU equals international units. Plus percentages are roughly approximated using US recommendations for adults. Source: USDA Nutrient Database. Moringa oleifera pods, raw, nutritional value per 100 grams 3.5 ounces. Energy 37 kcal 150 kJ. Carbohydrates 8.53 grams. Dietary fiber 3.2 grams. Fat 0.20 grams. Protein 2.10 grams. Vitamins quantity percent DB+. Vitamin Equiv 1%, 4 mg. Thiamine B1 5%, 0.0530 milligrams. Riboflavin B2 6%, 0.074 milligrams. Niacin B3 4%, 0.620 milligrams. Pantothenic acid B5 16%, 0.794 milligrams. Vitamin B6 9%, 0.120 milligrams. Folate B9 11%, 44 mg. Vitamin C 170%, 141.0 milligrams. Minerals quantity percent DB+. Calcium 3%, 30 milligrams. Iron 3%, 0.36 milligrams. Magnesium 13%, 45 milligrams. Manganese 12%, 0.259 milligrams. Phosphorus 7%, 50 milligrams. Potassium 10%, 461 milligrams. Sodium 3%, 42 milligrams. Zinc 5%, 0.45 milligrams. Other constituents quantity: water 88.20 grams. Units: mg equals micrograms, mg equals milligrams. IU equals international units. Plus percentages are roughly approximated using US recommendations for adults. Source: USDA Nutrient Database. Resources: Advances in Moringa Production. https://agritech.tnau.ac.in/horticulture/pdf/moringa%when the English% will 0book.pdf. Chapter 2.2 Human Disease and illness. Traditional medicine techniques use moringa leaves to treat gastrointestinal problems, headache, inflammation, anemia, fever, eye infection, bronchitis, poor nutrition, inner ear infection, skin infection. Topical use. Moringa is classified as an Ayurvedic herb with healing and medicinal properties. Ayurveda is the ancient Indian medical system that mentions moringa in texts thousands of years ago. In traditional medicine, moringa roots are used to control disorders of circulatory system, to stimulate appetite, and improve function of the digestive tract, useful for people with gastric upset and irritable bowel syndrome. They were also used to treat sexual dysfunctions, female reproductive tract issues, arthritis, as a diuretic and natural antiseptic for topical use. Modern medicine determined based on excessive studies that moringa roots contain elements that can help with ovarian cancer, kidney stones, inflammations. Moringa roots can also help people who take pain medication to have longer and less interrupted sleep. Moringa oleifera seeds are edible in both fresh and dry forms. It could be used as food and medical remedies. The seeds are especially prized for their medical properties. Studies show that they provide relief for many medical conditions, among them rheumatism, gout, sexually transmitted diseases, urinary infections, and even epilepsy. Modern medicine uses it to treat fungal infection due to the presence of natural antibiotics, and anemia because of high iron content. Moringa seed powder is used to purify water. After the oil is cold pressed, what is left can be successfully used to remove dirt particles and harmful bacteria from dirty river water and make it safe for drinking. This method is much safer and healthier than using aluminum sulfate and other chemicals traditionally used to purify drinking water. According to Optima of Africa Limited, a group that has been working with the tree in Tanzania, there are over 46 antioxidants and 36 anti-inflammatory compounds in the moringa plant. Almost all diseases, especially age-related diseases, start with chronic inflammation. If the inflammation can be corrected, many of the infirmities of aging can be prevented or reversed. People taking moringa report the following: extra energy, better sleep, wrinkles disappearing, smoother, healthier looking skin, lower cholesterol and triglycerides, relief from muscle and joint pain from conditions such as arthritis, fibromyalgia, and carpal tunnel syndrome. They also experience decreased appetite, balanced blood sugar levels, improved mental clarity, weight loss, less anxiety, normalization of blood pressure, and allergy relief. Not to mention strengthening of the immune system, relief from sinus conditions, heartburn, and digestive disorders. People with lupus, asthma, diabetes, anemia, cancerous tumors, and autoimmune disorders have also reported positive results from ingesting moringa tree leaf powder capsules. Plant pigments such as rutin and quercetin and other beneficial phytochemicals, to name just a few, are present in moringa. These substances act as antioxidant, anti-aging, or protect various tissues from age-related damage and disease. Chapter 2.3 Cooking and Recipes. Fresh moringa leaves are far superior in many ways compared to other green vegetables. Did you know, if spinach is eaten raw, it's exceptionally high in oxalates, potentially causing an array of symptoms and complications, including kidney stones. Moringa leaves or drumsticks do not have that problem. Many parts of the moringa tree can be eaten raw or cooked. Leaves can be used as a garnish or raw in salad mixture. Dry leaves could be sprinkled on or baked in any food to improve nutritional value. Moringa roots contain concentrated phytochemical compounds that are found throughout the rest of the plant and can provide therapeutic benefits for many conditions. When using roots, caution should be exercised because they will accumulate a concentration of some toxic elements, and sometimes there can be dangers for sensitive individuals or if taken in larger quantities. Only consume moringa roots that are under a year in age before they form a thick skin. Roots can be used for culinary purposes as well. Sauce made from moringa roots is like horseradish sauce and is used as a spice that can also serve medical purposes. Among the vegetable crops, moringa can fit very well as a candidate crop for organic cultivation. The drumstick tree is an important perennial multipurpose vegetable grown widely around the world. Traditionally, many of the recipes for moringa originate from India. They've really taken to developing the moringa tree genetics for drumsticks as the main course meal. It's chopped and cooked in soups and sauces, curries. Its tender leaves and immature or half-mature fruits are eaten. It is a delicacy in the South Indian households. It is most popular for its distinct, appealing flavoring drumstick. The flower buds are also used for culinary purposes. Besides, it has medicinal value also. India is the largest producer of this nutritionally rich, fast-growing, drought-tolerant, hardy crop capable of getting adapted to varied ecosystems. Moringa drumstick soup. The moringa tree produces a seed pod vegetable known as the drumstick. The moringa tree is also known as the drumstick tree around the world. Chop the young green drumsticks that contain immature white seeds inside to about 2-3 in length. Then, boil the chopped drumsticks in water for 15 minutes. After that, add your favorite chopped vegetables and add 2 cups of coconut milk and simmer everything for an additional 30 minutes. Moringa drumstick sambar is a great mineral-rich soup millions of people enjoy around the world. Moringa tea is a terrific way to benefit from using moringa leaves. Start with 1 minute 2 liters of water in a pot. Bring water to a high heat. It doesn't need to boil, but heat the water gently. Then, remove the pot of water from the heat. Once the hot water is removed from the heat, add your ingredients. You can use a tea ball strainer or add the leaves loose and strain later. Add 1-2 tablespoon of dried moringa loose leaf for every liter of water. Add 1 tablespoon of dried mint leaves. Add 1-2 tablespoon of honey. Add anything else you may like. This tea can be a base for other flavors. I like to add 1 tablespoon of loose yerba mate as well. Let the ingredients steep in the pot off the heat for 10 minutes. If you add lemon, it may cause the tea to spoil faster, but can be a great additive if you are drinking the tea on the same day. Then, strain any loose leaf away from the tea using strainer. Enjoy the tea warm or put in the fridge to chill. Moringa dandelion tea. Ingredients: 2 large dandelion leaves, 2 tsp dried moringa powder, half tsp lemon juice, 1/4 tsp honey. Directions: 2. Dice dandelion leaves. 3. Take water off the boil. 4. Add dandelion leaves to water. Let steep for 15 minutes. 5. Add moringa leaves and let it steep for another 10 minutes. Strain leaves from tea. 6. Add lemon juice and honey. 7. Enjoy Moringa Moon Milk Latte by Kristen Wood. Ingredients: 3/4 cups plant-based milk, 1/2 teaspoons moringa powder, half teaspoon ashwagandha powder, half teaspoon unrefined coconut oil, 1 pitted date, 1/4 teaspoon sea salt or pink salt, 1/4 teaspoon ground cardamom. Directions: in a food processor or blender, combine all the above ingredients. Blend until smooth, optionally strain, and then heat over medium heat on the stovetop until warm throughout. Pour into a mug and enjoy Moringa smoothie. Ingredients: 2 bananas, 1 mango, 1 cup of plant-based milk, handful of ice, honey, maple syrup, 1-2 tsp moringa powder, moringa pesto. Approximate measurements: 1 tablespoon moringa powder or 1 cup fresh moringa leaves, 1 cup fresh basil leaf, half cup fresh parsley leaves, 1 large garlic clove, 3 half tablespoon almond, half cup vegan Parmesan cheese, 1 lime, 1/4 cups extra virgin olive oil. Add pepper, salt, and seasonings of your choice. Moringa hummus. Approximate measurements: 2 cups dry chickpeas, 1 cup grapeseed oil, half cup water, large handful fresh moringa greens, 1 tablespoon pink salt, 5 tablespoons Sprouts brand all-purpose herb seasoning. Blend in food processor and add oil or water until you reach desired consistency. Enjoy chicken tinalang with malunggay. Serves about 5 people. Recipe by collective member Sherwin Kakiurin. Ingredients: 2 pounds of chicken, 4-5 cloves garlic, 1 PC onion, 2 PCS tomatoes, 3 thumb-sized ginger, 1-2 lemongrass stalk, 2-3 PCS chayote or 1 green unripe papaya cut into cubes, 1 cup moringa leaves, 3 green or red chili peppers, chicken stock or chicken broth cubes, powder, 4 cups water or more, salt or fish sauce and black pepper to taste. Cooking oil. Directions: heat oil in a pot. Saute garlic, onion, ginger, tomato, and lemongrass. Add the ground black pepper. When the onion starts to get soft, add the chicken and mix well. Cook for 5 minutes or until it turns light brown. Pour in the water. Let it boil. Cover and then set the heat to low. Boil for 30-40 minutes. Scoop and discard the scum and oil on the soup. Add the chicken stock or chicken broth cube, powder, and the chayote or papaya. Stir, cover, and cook for 5 minutes or when the chayote or papaya has softened a little. Then put the malunggay leaves and chili peppers in the pot and put salt, fish sauce to your preferred taste. Continue to cook for 2 minutes. YouTube link for guide. Tinalang manok with malunggay recipe, Filipino food recipe. Share and enjoy. Moringa egg stir fry. Ingredients: 1 cup moringa leaves, cleaned and washed. 2 onions, medium size, chopped. 1 green chili, slit, optional. 2 eggs. 1/4 teaspoon turmeric powder. Half teaspoon red chili powder. Half teaspoon fennel seeds powder. Half teaspoon, 3/4 teaspoon salt or as required. 1 tablespoon of cooking oil. Directions: 1. In a pan, heat cooking oil. Add mustard seeds. When it splutters, add chana dal. Let chana dal slightly changes its color to golden brown. 2. Now add in chopped onions and green chilies. Saute till onions turns translucent. 3. Add rinsed moringa leaves and cook on medium heat for 4 to 5 minutes. 4. When moringa leaves are well cooked, add in turmeric powder, red chili powder, and fennel seeds powder. Mix well everything. 5. Crack in 2 eggs. Scramble well. When egg cooks completely, scramble well, remove from heat and serve as a side dish with rasam rice or roti or top on bread toast. Moringa paratha by Kunal Kapur. Ingredients: dried moringa leaves, 1 cup. Whole wheat flour, 2 cups. Graham flour, 1/4 cup. Green chili chopped, 1 tsp. Onion chopped, 3 tablespoon. Ginger chopped, 1 tsp. Coriander seeds, 2 tablespoon. Cumin seeds, 2 tsp. Salt to taste. Turmeric, half tsp. Water as required. Oil, a dash. Ghee as required. For garlic chutney, oil, 4 tablespoon. Hing, half tsp. Cumin, 2 tsp. Curry leaves, a sprig. Garlic cloves, 15 nas. Kashmiri dry red chili, 12 nas. Water, 3/4 cup. Jaggery, 1/4 cup. Lemon, 1 no. Salt to taste. Directions: for the paratha, take a large bowl with your flour, add roughly chopped moringa leaves, besan, finely chopped green chili, onion, ginger, pounded coriander seeds, cumin, turmeric, and salt to taste, and mix thoroughly. Add water as required and knead it into a stiff dough and cover it with some oil. Set aside to rest. Divide the ball of dough into smaller portions to be rolled out and rest. Generously flour your work surface and press the ball of dough to be slightly flatter. Roll out the paratha with a rolling pin, lightly keeping in mind to not puncturing it, and brush it with ghee. Fold it into a 3-fold rectangle, apply ghee, and then into a square and roll it out again into a square. Dust off the excess, add it and plop onto the pan. Flip it twice to make sure it's cooking on both sides and drizzle some ghee, oil on top. Once it's perfectly cooked, take it off the heat and serve hot. For the Lawson chutney, heat some oil in a pan and add hing, cumin seeds, and mustard leaves to it with garlic. Once toasted, add some soaked Kashmiri red chilies to the pan along with some water, jaggery, and lemon, salt to taste. Reduce the water and allow it to cool before blending. Tips and tricks while making paratha. The dough for parathas is supposed to feel tight. It's also extremely essential to rest after kneading and after dividing it into smaller balls. You can also dry and use the moringa leaves as a powder. The dried moringa leaves can also make tea. Moringa also has a host of health benefits and can be added as a supplement to all kinds of dishes like like dal, sabzi, pulao, and the like. Moringa quiche. Ingredients: 1 sheet of refrigerated pie crust, 2 tablespoons butter, 1 small onion finely chopped, 1 cup sliced fresh mushrooms, 1 cup small fresh broccoli florets, half cup finely chopped sweet orange pepper, half cup finely chopped sweet red pepper, 3 large eggs, lightly beaten, 1-1 divided by 3 cups half and half cream, 3/4 teaspoon salt, half teaspoon pepper, 1 cup shredded Mexican cheese blend, divided, 1 cup fresh moringa leaves. Directions: 1. Preheat oven to 425 deg. Unroll pie crust onto a lightly floured surface, roll to a 12-in circle, transfer to a 9-in deep dish pie plate, trim and flute edge. Refrigerate while preparing filling. 2. In a large skillet, heat butter over medium-high heat, saute onion, mushrooms, broccoli, and peppers until mushrooms are lightly brown, 6-8 minutes. Cool slightly. 3. Whisk together eggs, cream, salt, and pepper. Sprinkle half cup cheese over crust, top with fresh moringa leaves and vegetable mixture. Sprinkle with remaining cheese. Pour in egg mixture. 4. Bake quiche on a lower oven rack for 15 minutes. Reduce oven setting to 350 deg. Bake until a knife inserted in the center comes out clean, 25-30 minutes. Let stand for 10 minutes before cutting. Moringa pancakes by Capri Lily. Ingredients: 1/2 cup old-fashioned oats, rolled oats, 2 tablespoon grow moringa powder, 1 cup non-dairy milk, half cup applesauce, 2 tsp pure vanilla extract, 2 tablespoon coconut oil, melted, 1 tsp baking soda, 2 tsp baking powder, 3 tablespoon maple syrup, 1/4 tsp sea salt. Pancake toppings: maple syrup, fruit, dairy-free yogurt, hemp seeds, coconut shavings, coconut whipped cream. Instructions: in a high-speed blender, grind the oats into a flour-like consistency, making oat flour. Add in the remainder of ingredients and blend until well combined, about 1-2 minutes, stopping to scrape down sides as needed. Do not overblend, and let the batter rest for about 5 minutes to thicken. You want it to be thick. On the first batch of pancakes, lightly butter the pan. Using a third measuring cup and spatula, pour the batter onto a non-stick skillet over medium-low heat. Cook the pancakes for 1-2 minutes on each side, flipping over when the bottom side of the pancake turns golden brown. Repeat until all the pancakes are made. Serve with maple syrup, fresh fruit, and your favorite toppings. Moringa leprechaun bars. Ingredients: crust, 1 cup cassava flour, half cup arrowroot starch, 3/4 cup coconut oil, 1/4 cup maple syrup, 1/4 tsp salt, 1 tsp vanilla extract. Filling: 1 large white sweet potatoes, 1/4 cup maple syrup, half cup coconut oil, half lemon juiced, 1 tsp vanilla extract, 1/4 tsp moringa powder, 1/4 tsp spirulina powder, half tsp salt, shredded coconut and ground turmeric for sprinkling. Directions: 1. Prep the potatoes. Peel and dice the potatoes. Add to a pot and cover with cold water. Bring to a boil and lower to a simmer. Simmer for about 20-30 minutes until soft when pierced with a fork. Strain and let cool. 2. Make the cassava shortbread crust. While you're cooking the potatoes, place the dry crust ingredients in a food processor or mixing bowl. In a small saucepan or even in the microwave, melt 3/4 cup of coconut oil. Add the melted coconut oil, vanilla, and maple syrup to the food processor or mixing bowl and combine with the dry ingredients. Note: the shortbread dough should be malleable and soft. Next up, line an 8x8 sheet tray or pan with parchment paper for easy lifting once done. Spread the shortbread mixture evenly across the bottom. Bake the cassava shortbread at 350 F for 14 minutes until slightly golden brown. Let cool completely. 3. Make the green filling. While your shortbread is cooling, combine all the filling ingredients in a food processor until a smooth paste is formed. Transfer the filling to the cooled shortbread and spread evenly with a rubber spatula. Combine shredded coconut with a pinch of ground turmeric and shake to mix. Sprinkle the golden shredded coconut and let set for at least 2 hours in the fridge. Once set, cut into 12 pieces. Freeze any leftovers. Chapter 2.4 Moringa Parts and Materials. The moringa tree is renowned for its myriad uses and applications across various sectors. From its leaves, seeds, and bark to its flowers, roots, and gum, every part of this versatile tree has unique properties that benefit humans, animals, and the environment. In this article, we explore the uses of each part of the moringa tree: trunk, stem, branch, leaf, flower, drumstick. Moringa leaves. The leaves of the moringa tree are highly nutritious and widely used for both culinary and medicinal purposes. 1. Culinary uses. Moringa leaves can be consumed fresh, dried, or powdered. They are used in salads, soups, and stews and can be added to smoothies and teas. The powder can be cooked into rice and bread, while drumsticks are highly prized for calories and nutrition. 2. Medicinal uses. Moringa leaves are rich in vitamins, minerals, antioxidants, and anti-inflammatory compounds. They have been used in traditional medicine to treat various ailments such as malnutrition, anemia, and digestive issues. 3. Agriculture. Moringa leaf powder and extract can be placed on the soil as a supplement and biostimulant. Moringa leaves are high in zeatin, a natural plant growth hormone. Moringa leaves are used extensively as nutritional fodder food for goats, chickens, pigs, and cows. Moringa seeds. Moringa seeds have numerous applications in food, water purification, and agriculture. 1. Culinary uses. Moringa seeds can be eaten raw or cooked. They are often roasted and consumed as a snack or used in recipes as a substitute for other seeds and nuts. 2. Water purification. Moringa seeds contain a natural natural flocculant that can be used to purify water by removing impurities and reducing bacterial contamination. 3. Agriculture. Moringa seeds can be used as a natural pesticide and fertilizer, promoting healthier plants and increased crop yields. The seed cake can be placed on the soil as a biostimulant. 4. Cosmetics. Each moringa seed contains up to 20% oil. Cold-press moringa seeds to extract valuable oil. Moringa seed oil is used in many of the leading skin products. Use moringa seed oil on the skin, hair, nails, cuts, bruises, burns, and sore muscles. Rub topically to balance skin tone and reduce wrinkles. 5. Industry. The seeds have wings on them that can be made into paper using a decal. The paper can be used for postcards and creative uses. Moringa seed oil can be used as biodiesel in vehicles and machinery. Moringa drumsticks. Moringa drumsticks are the vegetable seed pod that is the most prized part of the moringa tree. 1. Culinary uses. There are 3 ages groups and uses for the drumsticks. The young stringy green bean looking pods do not have seeds yet and the skin is thin and edible. It can be completely eaten raw as a snack or garnish. The young stringy pods are fully blended into a pesto or curry. The middle-aged drumsticks have young immature seeds that haven't fully formed skin. Middle-aged green pods are the most popular for cooking and chopping and made into a soup. The young seeds soften and taste so good. The older drumsticks begin to thicken and brown. Once they are off the tree, allow them to dry fully before cracking open. That will allow the seeds to darken and dry. The mature seeds can be used for growing new trees and pressing for oil. 2. Medicinal uses. Moringa drumsticks are highly nutritious and are used to help circulation, regulate blood sugar and blood pressure. They have vitamin A, C, and B complex vitamins. Furthermore, drumsticks are reliable sources of calcium, phosphorus, and iron. Therefore, including them in your daily diet helps prevent anemia. For a plant source, drumsticks have a rich protein profile. Drumsticks have reasonable amounts of fiber. Fiber helps lower bad cholesterol by carrying excess cholesterol out of the body. Drumsticks are a rich source of vitamin. As a result, they aid in promoting eye health. You can use vitamin in conditions like cataracts and dry eyes. Several studies reveal that these nutrients prevent several diseases, particularly age-related macular degeneration and vision loss. They also reduce the thickening of capillary membranes. Furthermore, they can help avoid eye dysfunction. Moringa cuttings. Moringa cuttings can be used to regrow new trees. 1. Agriculture. Moringa cuttings can be regrown into new moringa trees. The cuttings carry the DNA of the mother tree and can grow into a mature tree extremely fast, producing drumsticks within the first year. Although the root system may take some time to fully form, instead of one large taproot, several smaller taproots may form. Moringa cuttings have shallower root systems, making them more susceptible to falling over in storms and more sensitive to drought because the taproot is not as deep. Sometimes a taproot from a cutting will grow along the top 6 of soil, never traveling downward. Instead, it will grow laterally along the ground. The cuttings can be mulched and used as soil additive. Moringa bark. The bark of the moringa tree has both medicinal and industrial applications. 1. Medicinal uses. Moringa bark has been used in traditional medicine to treat conditions like fever, inflammation, and gastrointestinal issues. 2. Industrial uses. Moringa bark can be processed into a natural dye and used in the textile industry. Moringa flowers. Moringa flowers are edible and possess medicinal properties. 1. Culinary uses. Moringa flowers can be consumed raw, cooked, or steeped as tea. They are often used in salads, stir-fries, and as a garnish. 2. Medicinal uses. Moringa flowers have been used in traditional medicine to treat various conditions, including inflammation, muscle spasms, and high blood pressure. It's said that the flowers have more anti-inflammatory properties than the leaves. Moringa roots. Moringa roots have a variety of uses, primarily in traditional medicine. 1. Culinary uses. Young roots can be dried and powdered. It tastes like horseradish. 2. Medicinal uses. Moringa roots have been used to treat ailments such as digestive disorders, respiratory issues, and arthritis. They have also been used as an appetite stimulant and aphrodisiac. Moringa gum. Moringa gum, obtained from the tree's trunk, has both medicinal and industrial applications. 1. Medicinal uses. Moringa gum has been used to treat dental issues such as gum inflammation and toothache, and as a remedy for diarrhea and dysentery. 2. Industrial uses. Moringa gum can be used as a natural adhesive and binder in various industries, such as the food and pharmaceutical sectors. Amazing facts about the moringa tree and its parts. Moringa trees act as nutrient nets. They can catch or absorb things from the air, nutrition and dust particles, animal and bird waste, minerals. Moringa trees capture sunlight and transform the energy into something usable for other life forms. Moringa trees can help to create moisture in the atmosphere, known as seeding rain, or help to create rain events, much like the other plants, by putting human particulates into the air making it rain. Moringa trees can grow on the edge of a farm or paddock. They will become tougher trees. As wind breaks, they can grow tall fast to protect smaller plants and herbs, keep the rest of the farm or garden cleaner and safer for starting plants. Windbreak moringa trees can be chopped and dropped back onto the soil or burned into biochar. Moringa trees can accumulate minerals from the soil, and when it's used as a soil supplement, it can help feed other plants. Moringa trees can help moderate the local temperature, keep other plants from heat and cold with moringa trees. Moringa trees grow super fast, building up soil biology and creating a lot of biomass and organic matter which supports other life. It creates a more habitable environment for microbes in the soil. Because of the added shade, the moringa trees help protect soil from sunbake, deflect wind, creating protected microclimates, filter disease and weed seeds from the air. The leaves supply oxygen and absorb carbon dioxide. The roots help to sink and sequester carbon, pulling carbon from the atmosphere and storing it in the soil, and the roots keeps the atmosphere in balance. Moringa trees supply habitat and food for many life forms from fungi and bacteria to pollinators and butterflies. Moringa tree serves many purposes in a complete and complex circle of life, from seeds to the full breakdown of the tree to soil for new seeds to grow in. CH 2.5 Moringa for people, pets and plants. Moringa is a nutritional powerhouse, having a high concentration of vitamins, minerals, and essential amino acids. These nutrients play a crucial role in promoting overall health and well-being. Moringa's nutritional benefits for people. 1. Vitamins and minerals. Moringa leaves are rich in vitamins A, B, C, D, E, and K, as well as minerals such as calcium, potassium, iron, and magnesium. These nutrients are essential for supporting a healthy immune system, bone health, and proper muscle function. 2. Antioxidants. Moringa is a potent source of antioxidants, including quercetin and chlorogenic acid. These antioxidants help protect the body from free radicals, which can cause cellular damage and contribute to chronic diseases. 3. Anti-inflammatory properties. Moringa has been shown to have anti-inflammatory properties, making it beneficial for individuals suffering from conditions like arthritis and asthma. 4. Improved cardiovascular health. Moringa has been linked to lower cholesterol levels and reduced blood pressure, contributing to better overall heart health. Moringa's benefits for animals. Farmers and animal caretakers have long recognized the benefits of incorporating moringa into animal diets. Pets and farm animals benefit from eating moringa. 1. Enhanced nutrition. Moringa leaves and seeds can be used as a high-quality feed supplement for animals, such as cattle, poultry, and fish. Moringa's high protein content and essential nutrients can help improve the overall health and growth of animals. 2. Increased milk production. Dairy farmers have reported an increase in milk production when moringa is included in the diet of dairy cows. This can lead to higher profits for farmers and better quality milk for consumers. 3. Natural antibiotic properties. Moringa has been shown to have natural antibiotic properties, making it a viable alternative to synthetic antibiotics in animal feed. Moringa's benefits for all plants. Moringa can also be used to enhance plant growth and improve soil quality. Use moringa in the garden as leaf powder and leaf extract. There are also fermented moringa juicing from the leaves that promote biology in the soil. Feed the soil that feeds the plants. 1. Natural fertilizer. Moringa leaves and seeds can be used as a natural fertilizer for plants, supplying essential nutrients like nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. This can lead to healthier, more robust plants and increased crop yields. 2. Soil enhancer. Moringa can improve soil structure, promote water retention, and enhance the availability of nutrients, leading to healthier plants and more productive gardens. CH 2.6 Moringa revenue streams. I'd love to explain some of the different ways you can make a living from moringa. Learn how to create revenue and have different streams of income, growing one tree known as the miracle moringa tree. There are several revenue streams that are created by growing moringa, and I'd love to detail each one. I've been growing moringa for about 8 years in Tampa, Florida. I started planting moringa trees on other people's properties. Now, my operation has grown to encompass over 300 properties in Tampa and over 500 properties across the USA. It went from a local Florida co-opus to a worldwide collective of several co-ops. I even have my own 2.5-acre moringa farm and expanding to grow several other crops for income. Moringa has been my pioneer crop and main source of income since 2016. Composted soil. One of the ways to make soil is by utilizing your own waste stream. Make soil from food scraps. This is kind of like throwing away money if you don't compost your food. It's a net zero cost to you. Already spent the money on the food, make some of that back with the creation of soil. After making a little soil, you'll be able to put it in your pots and grow moringa using the soil you made from food scraps. Takes about 3 to 6 months for food to fully break down with proper aeration, turning and adding other ingredients like dirt from outside, leaves, grass clippings, and watering. You're going to need composted soil to grow healthy trees. You might as well make some money from the soil you make while also having a lot of extra soil for your operation. You will also have a lot of moringa seeds. Plant the seeds in pots, use the composted soil, and sell moringa trees in pots. These are some of the strategies that you'll start with, and realize the materials you use every day in your moringa business will also help you make more streams of income. The first business in moringa business is growing the trees and classifying your business as a plant nursery. That's the strategy for less rules and regulations while getting your product line established. As you plant seeds in your soil, these two elements can now increase in value with a new tree. A new tree in soil is more valuable than the seed itself and the soil itself, but combined they are super valuable. It was an investment in time and energy to put them together, and now you are putting them to work for you with a little patience and water. There are a few other expenses to make good soil. I call them inputs or negative income, as shown in diagram. And the reason it's a negative is because it might cost money initially to put those inputs into the soil. I get 20 minutes 25 yards of compost dropped off by a dump truck for about $500 including delivery. I can fill up hundreds of small pots and sell the composted soil in bins, barrels, bags, and even by the trailer or small truckload. Buy composted soil in bulk and break down in smaller options to make a flip on your investment. Rock minerals. There is a product known as rock dust, something that I'll mix into the soil, making it more mineral rich with iron and calcium. Say your soil is lacking minerals, you'll want to add some rock dust. You can buy this in bulk and then bag up extra into small bags and sell them as soil amendments for extra revenue. You might buy the rock dust in bulk on a pallet, then you can sell the small bags and make revenue off the smaller bags. After buying a pallet of rock dust, I took the small bags to the farmer's market. When someone purchases a tree, I upsell them a bag of rock dust for $5 more to add to their pots in a few months for added plant food. Wood chips. Call your local tree trimming companies and get oak chips dropped off for free. They need a place to dump and will be regularly around your neighborhood trimming trees near power lines. You'll save them from having to drop their chips hours away, or sometimes they have to pay to dump. Do them a service and call your local tree trimming companies to dump oak chips at your property for free. That's how I build up the soil on my property from hundreds of free oak mulch deliveries. Then, over time the oak chips break down to make soil. It can be sold as oak chips by the bin, bag, barrel, or truckload. You could even sell oak mulch, just have people come onto your property and pick up loads, or you can even drop off a truckload or trailer to other properties. Biochar. This could be something that you make yourself or purchase in bulk to flip. You'll want to add biochar to the soil and also have to sell. It's in high demand. This could be something that costs a little or is a net zero to produce because there is some equipment that you would have to buy to make it yourself. You can make biochar from free materials like wood cuttings, wood chips, and bamboo. Moringa seed cake. Seed cake is unbelievably valuable and similar in practice to biochar. It is complete with amino acids, proteins, carbon, and we can spread it over the soil to increase moisture retention, soil structure, and mineral content. Moringa seed cake is made from pressing moringa seeds. It is a byproduct that comes out of the machine from pressing moringa seeds. It can be placed on depleted soils and restore nutrient storage capacity. Make moringa seed oil and get this product for free from that process. It can be resold as biostimulant. Moringa seed cake. Moringa seeds and paper. The seeds can be sifted and the paper on the seeds, known as wings, can be removed and used as a waste product and made into paper. I have made my own moringa seed wing paper and plan to industrialize the process to make canvas, postcards, and other textiles with the moringa seed wing paper. Moringa seed oil. One of the things that you can make from the seeds are the trees and the oil. Next, press the seeds to make oil. From the seed oil, you can make soap, deodorant, skin salve, and other cosmetic products. We even make a bath bomb with moringa seed oil. Moringa seed oil is great for the skin, hair, nails, cuts, and bruises. I like to say seed oil is used for creaky doors and creaky bones. Its anti-inflammatory and fast-absorbing moisturizer is perfect for the skin. It's a monosaturated fat and it can also be eaten and used to make fried foods and added to any meal in cooking, baking. It's a cooking oil that is over 200 degrees smoke point. I charge $10 for a dram of oil, $50 for an ounce, $80 for 4 ounces, and $300 for 32 ounces of fresh cold-pressed extra virgin moringa seed oil. Moringa trees, pots, and tubers. Growing moringa trees from seeds is a huge flip of your investment. The seed can cost less than a penny and could bring you $10 as a small tree at the farmer's market. Just add soil, water, and time to the equation of making more revenue from moringa seeds by growing them into trees. I offer a pack of free seeds with trees to boost tree sales. I start trees in small biodegradable pots, then as they get bigger, I can put them in larger pots. As the small seedlings get larger, I'll put them in 7 and 15-gallon pots. They can sell for up to $100 for each potted tree. There is also an upsell to this deal: install the trees for your customer. Turn a $100 sale into $250 with delivery and installation. Go a step further and offer a special buy 2 get 1 free on the large potted trees, plus installation and delivery for $400. Take with you extra soil and a large pot of oak chips for each tree that you install. Once the trees get a little mature, they will form a tuber. The tuber is also popular as a spice. It can be sliced, dried, and powdered to use similar to horseradish. The young trees can also be pulled out of the pot, washed off, cut the stems off to harvest the greens, and ship the tubers across the country. I've had farmers purchase thousands of tubers at a time to plant in their field. The trees grown in pots are super valuable, but after a year they need to be repotted with new soil. The trees grown in the ground will get noticeably bigger than potted trees. You can sell the trees grown in the ground without soil and without the pot and just sell the tree roots. Pull them out of the ground carefully to keep the taproot intact. Then, ship them in the mail. Make an income from shipping mature moringa trees without soil in pots. I sell each mature tree for $50. Moringa cuttings. Moringa cuttings is a big revenue stream. When your trees are getting too tall and you need to harvest, you're left with cuttings. Put cuttings in a box and ship them for $50. Make sure the cuttings are more than 1-2 in diameter for better sprouting. We like to cut the bottom tip that goes into the ground as spear point so the customer knows what side goes down. That also helps to grow sprouts faster with more surface area in the ground to collect water and nutrients to grow new roots. The roots form from bark. Moringa cuttings only sprout if there is bark present in the soil to sprout new roots. Cuttings can be laid in any direction, on and or at an angle. Place 10-10 cuttings in a box and ship for $50. You can also make biochar from cuttings. Put cuttings in the ground to make new trees and put cuttings in pots to make new trees. Cuttings also produce trees quickly and they will produce flowers and drumsticks in the first year. They have more DNA and information from the mother plant already in the cutting and is passed down into the cutting. The knowledge of producing a mature drumstick is already in the cutting. It doesn't have to start from scratch with a seed. Fresh greens and drumsticks. The moringa tree produces leaves in abundance. These leaves are super valuable fresh right off the tree. They can be stripped from the branches and bagged right away. Keep them cold and sell at the farmer's market the same day or offer a U-pick on your property for fast cash. It can cost quite a bit to ship next day air, up to $50 minus $100. I charge about $10 divided by LB. For fresh material, dry the leaves for a loose leaf tea. Making tea is one of the most popular and easiest ways to make a moringa product. Dry the leaves on screen racks in a controlled humid-free environment. My mom still calls me today and asks, "How's your tea business, sweetie?" I started my moringa business making moringa tea. Moringa tea was the first moringa product I sold to my friends and family. The loose leaf can be a base for many other teas and flavors given the purpose of the tea. The dried leaves can be placed in a reusable tea bag or in an aluminum tea strainer. Fresh drumsticks are the most valuable part of the tree eaten fresh. They are the ultimate prize of the moringa tree and the most nutritious part. Fresh drumsticks are a huge industry. Fresh drumsticks will go for $10 a pound or more, even $1 per drumstick. The drumsticks can be chopped chopped and boiled and eaten in soup. If you have drumsticks left over, dry them and get the seeds to sell and sprout. No part of the tree is wasted. Discard the skin of the drumstick when eating, peel the soft inner starch with your teeth and eat the soft immature seeds. They pop in your mouth with flavor. Moringa loose leaf and tea. Dry the fresh leaves on a rack with a woven stainless steel screen to allow airflow. Spread the leaves out thinly with a fan in a dehumidifying room for 5 days before packaging. Moringa powder and capsules for human consumption. From the loose leaf, make powder using a blender. Sift any little sticks that may have not blended well. This will make your powder super fluffy. Whatever you don't sell as tea, make it into powder. Plus, the powder can also be made into capsules. If you are selling out of your products, raise the price. You don't want to spend so much time making these products all day and not getting paid enough to pay your bills, raise the price. If you aren't getting as many sales, lower your price. The prices will always change given your supply. Biostimulant powder and extract for plants. Made from moringa leaves, biostimulant is used to feed the soil. The extract is made from fresh leaves and the powder is dried moringa leaves. The purpose of the powder in this case is to feed the soil, and the extract is used to activate the powder and increase the level of microbes in the soil. Biostimulant made from moringa feeds the soil that feeds the plants. Powder and pellets for animals. While making moringa powder can be time consuming, if you can scale your operation to make powder pellets for animal consumption, you will have a highly successful income stream. Animal consumption of moringa is higher than human consumption. If you have chickens and big money, they love to eat moringa. It helps to increase their egg quantity, and the egg size is larger and the yolk is more filling. It's not runny. Sell moringa powder pellets to goats. They also love the fresh greens. Rabbits love moringa. So, from the trees you've got to plant animal food, a multi-billion-dollar a year industry. Chickens, goats, rabbits, horses, cows, anything that you can think of on the farm, they will eat moringa. Selling moringa to animals is more income than human consumption. Think about it. A person will order 100 grams or a kilo of powder, and that will last a month or more. A farmer will purchase 100 kilos of powder a month to feed their animals. Determine your market and who you want to sell to in the quantity. Moringa powder pellets are also greatly beneficial for commercial fish farms. Since moringa has antibiotic properties, it can keep the water cleaner. Animal pellets are made without using vegetable cellulose caps. All the little things that you can make income with moringa could make you $300 a day, or $1,000 a week. I make $1,000 on a Saturday at the farmer's market. Make $10,000 a month from online sales. Make over $100,000 a year from all forms of income. All from selling one plant, the moringa tree, and all the products it can make with different revenue streams. Now, we're making income from marketing on social media and YouTube and all the different ways for our business to capitalize on teaching you about the moringa tree. Just sharing our knowledge is revenue. CH 2.8 Moringa Testimonials. Kendrick Henry, I suffered from irritable bowel disorder from the ages of 11 minutes 24. I wouldn't be able to pass solid foods for weeks at a time. My entire colon was packed with fecal matter most of the time. The food would get so backed up to my stomach that sometimes it wouldn't have any more room to go. The food would get plugged and would sit and rot in my stomach. I wasn't able to digest any food. Then, once that happened, I would throw up in the middle of the night and be nauseous and weak all next day until taking an enema. That was the only thing that would release the pressure clearing out the colon. It was an unpleasant experience to take laxatives and drink barley greens daily growing up. Eventually, I learned about cleansing and detoxing with natural herbs from Dr. Sebai. I began to eat more plant-based food and using moringa tea and powder for the added fiber. Over time, I have been able to achieve consistency and regularity with better absorption of vitamins and minerals. I attribute to my full recovery to moringa. I regularly consume seed powder as well for maximum protein, fats, and fiber. Shauna Marsh, I want to tell you about my dog Clyde. I brought him home as a puppy almost 9 years ago, and he is very loving and sweet. Last year he was acting very strangely and could barely walk. He was crying in pain. As soon as I could get him to the vet, I did. The vet said that he has degenerative disc disease along with a neurological issue. He was going to send me to a specialist that was going to start at $10,000. I wasn't working and knew that I couldn't afford that. He gave me pain pills for him and said to use them sparingly because they could hurt his kidneys. I told the vet that I would be putting him on in the morning. The vet said okay. I don't even think he knew what moringa is. I took Clyde home and started with moringa right away. You would have never thought that he had any problems. I've been telling my story for over a year and everyone wants to know how much I gave him. So, this is Clyde's story. I have given out moringa to friends for their pets and they have told me how much better their pets feel. Las Vegas Moringa. How moringa helped my dog? https://u2.b/r2ezxpsgpco. Mary Jo Autry. I can give you 4 testimonies. 3 were oral issues. First, a friend had wisdom teeth coming in and they got infected. He was in so much pain he couldn't talk and was just miserable. I gave him a bag with cotton balls and a dram bottle. I told him to apply the moringa oil to the cotton ball and put it on his gums. The next day he called and said it took the pain away and helped with swelling. He finally got the teeth surgically removed. My son and myself both had different oral problems and moringa helped quickly. Lastly, my husband has diverticulitis and was having pain from it. I didn't even have to suggest that he take some moringa oil. He has seen firsthand that it can work. 2 days later, his pain was gone and he was feeling better. I believe in moringa and what it can do. I am hoping it will help me with my spinal issues and relieve the pain from arthritis. Moringa Red Heart. Paulette Fields Jenkins. My experience with moringa oil came about when I overheard Kendrick and another member mention putting it in their eyes. I had a sleepy eye with a film over it for years. So, me being squeamish, I didn't put the meringue oil directly in my eye, but I put it in the corners of my eye on top of my eyelid, massaging really well, and within a day or two the film in my eye was gone. That has been close to a month now and the film has not been returned. Kansas Moringa. Unbelievable. I've been growing pothos for as long as I can remember. Never, I repeat never, have I had leaves grow this big. So, what did I do differently? This plant, since it was a cutting, gets watered with biostimulate made from moringa. Half strength, 1 ounce biostimulate to 1 gal H2O. I love my moringa. Stephen Greathouse, I am a gardener as a hobby and for health. I found out about the moringa tree this year 2022 of August. My fiance was extremely sick, so for months I was looking to help heal her naturally. We were vegan and not getting enough protein nor vitamins. I then started feeling extremely weak at the end of August. I found Kendrick on YouTube through another channel I was watching about moringa. I ordered trees and supplements. Heidi and I started taking moringa. By the third day we both felt better than we have in months. We have property and now we have decided to make moringa a full-time business. Anonymous, before I started selling moringa I became a product of the product. I suffer from chemical depression. Since taking moringa I have more good days than bad days. When I use it regularly I have found that I have a better quality of life. I also got off blood pressure medication that I had been taking for 30 years. That was a process, and with my doctor's help. BTW, he was Indian and supportive. They grow and know moringa. Lastly, I suffered for a decade from ischemic colitis, a condition caused by low or no blood flow in your colon. I couldn't be too far from the bathroom, so going out wasn't happening. Now I have much better regularity in my bowel function. I was days away from losing 50% of my colon. That was 7 years ago. I call that a miracle. No wonder they call it the miracle tree. Never forget, a fresh organic product is key to getting the best benefits from moringa. So get growing, or find someone who does.
Moringa oleifera scientific classification, Kingdom Plantae, Subkingdom Tracheobionta, Superdivision Spermatophyta, Division Magnoliophyta, Class Magnoliopsida, Subclass Dilanidae, Order Caporales, Family Moringaceae, Genus Moringa, Species Oleifera, Variety PKM1, Chapter 3.2 Moringa Growth and Development. Moringa oleifera is a complex and variable living thing that has microscopic cells working together as a cohesive living organism. Considering the short lifespan of moringa being a soft wooded tree, there are moringa trees living today that could be over 50 years old. While moringa is said to be most productive before the age of 10, because of the diversity among its genus, it is difficult to make statements of lifespan that apply to all Moringa oleifera trees. Typically, in a commercial setting, mature trees are replaced by younger trees within 8-10 years because production will lessen as it ages. The Moringa trees have two different growth characteristics. One is often described as upper growth because the branches and leaves generally produce upward and more rapid growth. The lower growth is known as the trunk or woody parts, which grow more outward and slowly. We'll study more about both types of growth from the perspective of their impact on leaf production or drumstick production. Moringa oleifera is a flowering tree that reproduces a seed through pollination. Although it is hermaphroditic and can most of the time self-pollinate, higher production of drumsticks can happen in areas with diverse populations of pollinators. Having more than one moringa tree in an area can also increase seed pod production, as they can have a sense of community and show to benefit from having several of the same type of tree near spread more of its nectar through pollination. Designing a community of more than one tree can help to enhance the growth and production of your one moringa tree. When growing moringa, consider growing several, at least 3 or more trees, within a close proximity in the same yard, over having only one moringa tree. The typical life cycle for moringa trees starts with a living viable seed placed in the right environmental conditions, stimulating cell division as it goes from germination to sprouting. The beginnings of a root will emerge and grow downward, followed by a shoot which grows upward. The shoot, which soon develops leaves, is the stem which later may become the trunk. The root and shoot will then form a main vertical axis of growth. Growth can be first visible in a fast as 2 to 5 days, depending on the time of the year and latitude and environmental conditions. The first initial upper growth period continues for a range of 90 days, at which time the young moringa tree begins to gain lower growth. It may be longer or shorter time limits, with several factors being the temperature, humidity, time of year, and if you are sowing the seeds directly in the ground or starting from a small pot. Eventually, within the first year, growing from seed, the tree will produce flowers. If sexual reproduction occurs, the fertilized flower will develop into a drumstick which contains seeds, and the cycle begins over again. The flowers can form from cuttings much faster than from trees grown from seed. The building blocks of moringa trees is cells. Cells are usually microscopic and, despite their extremely small size, are extraordinarily complex. Cells are composed of subcellular organelles surrounded by a liquid or gel cytoplasm, which is surrounded by a cell membrane. The cell membrane allows the passage of liquids, gases, and solids dissolved in the liquids under certain conditions. If cells are exposed to air without protection, they will dry out and die. The ability of liquids, gases, and dissolved solids to move through the membrane is the principal method by which cells attain food. water supplies each cell, and helps to eliminate waste materials. Plant cells are surrounded by a cell wall. The cell wall is important in that it acts as a support for the plant and makes it possible for plants to become rigid and grow upright. Reproduction and growth are the characteristics of cells which are most important to us as moringa enthusiasts. Cells divide in half in a complex process, mitosis, so that the two halves are exactly like the original, only smaller. They then enlarge to the size of the original cell. This process of cell division and then cell enlargement is the basic process of all plant growth. When young cells first divide, they are alike, but as they enlarge, cells within the moringa tree become specialized. This specialization or differentiation involves a change in cell shape and nature, after which the cell is not able to further divide. An example of differentiation can be seen in cells that comprise the bark of a tree compared to cell components, chloroplasts, that give the leaf its green color. Development of specialized cells in flowers requires a type of cell division which is different from simple growth division, or mitosis. In this type of cell division, meiosis, the two daughter cells are not identical to the parent cell. If we think of the complete cell as containing a blueprint for cell construction, the two daughter cells would each have half of the necessary blueprint. When two of these daughter cells are combined during flower fertilization, a complete blueprint will be found in the seeds that are produced. These seeds will contain portions of the blueprint from one daughter cell and portions from the other daughter cell. Depending on the original blueprints of the two daughter cells and how they were divided and recombined, it is easy to see how we can get variations in sexually reproduced plants. The two types of cell division have basic differences. The first type reproduces the exact same blueprint for growth nearly 100% of the time. This vegetative growth, also known as mitosis, produces little variations among the same types of Moringa oleifera trees. The second type of cell division, meiosis, involves sexual reproduction and is the combination of two different daughter cells. The genetic materials being divided and recombined in both types of cell division are chromosomes, DNA. Chromosomes are the blueprint that tells the plant what types of cells to produce and where to produce them. In moringa trees, being more complex than some simple plants, cells are combined into tissues and organs with specialization of both appearance and function. The moringa tree is classified as a vascular plant, meaning they have special groups of cells which form vessels for the transport of liquids. The vascular system found within the stem, roots, and leaves is composed of xylem and phloem tissue and is responsible for the movement of fluids within the moringa tree. Vascular systems can be arranged differently depending on the type of plant. Moringa trees have dicot stems, where most of the plant's vascular system is found just under the bark on both sides of the cambium. Monocots, such as grasses and palms, have a vascular system composed of many vascular bundles distributed throughout the stem. Figure 3.1 Moringa growth and development. In the vascular tissue found in moringa trees, tissue is formed by the cambium, which is just under the bark, as shown in figure 2.1. As the cambium cells divide, the cells formed inside the cambium become xylem, and the cells formed outside become phloem or inner bark. Cambium cells divide rapidly and form large cells in the spring and early summer. As the year progresses, the rate of cell growth slows, and the cell size decreases. In temperate areas, moringa has little or no cambial cell division in the winter. This change in growth rate and cell size accounts for the annual rings that occur in the trunks of these woody plants. The xylem, which functions in water and mineral movement, is close to the cambium and is renewed each year. As the moringa tree ages, the xylem becomes part of the sapwood, eventually compressing into heartwood. Then the cells become non-functional in water transport. The phloem is compressed in the bark as it becomes older and is eventually sloughed off as bark is shed. Injury to the cambium disrupts the vascular system and can cause further injury or death. Tightly tied wires and lawnmower damage to stems are two common forms of cambium damage. Exposing more cambium layers in the bottom of cuttings also allows for roots to form, creating a whole new tree. Figure 3.2 Moringa circulation system. The second arrangement of vascular tissue occurs in the monocotyledons. Monocotyledons, also called monocots, are a group of plants that includes grasses, lilies, and palms, to name a few. These plants do not have a vascular cambium. Instead, with monocots, the xylem and phloem are found in vascular bundles distributed throughout the cross-sectional area of the stem. There is no annual enlargement of the stem diameter. See Figure 3.2. Sometimes this is hard to believe when we look at palm trees with large trunks, in contrast to the size of a broad-leaved tree's small trunk, but large reach because a palm tree will increase its trunk diameter before it elongates. Moringa root functions. Roots anchor the moringa tree into the soil. They support the top structure of the plant and absorb water and minerals, nutrients, from the soil. Moringa tree roots store food and grow downward and outward below ground, with a few exceptions. As their roots grow, they branch and form a root system. The two major kinds of root systems are fibrous and tap roots. Moringa trees have tap roots. See Figure 2.3. Figure 3.3 Moringa tap roots. Fibrous roots are highly branched roots that are slender and fiber-like, with no one root becoming prominent and enlarged. The moringa tree roots can become more fibrous when grown in a pot or in poor draining soils. Many nursery plants have fibrous root systems like grasses. Moringa tree roots, which normally have tap roots, may develop fibrous roots when grown from cuttings, like the example above, which is a 3-year-old moringa tree from seed, but was in a small pot. Example in Figure 3.3 with the 365 days roots. A root system containing a tap root consists of a main root that grows downward with branch roots extending from it. The main root may be a fleshy, food-storing organ like the carrot, or long and woody like the root found on oaks and citrus. Many woody species such as oaks and pines have taproot-type root systems, while palms and bamboos are known for their fibrous root systems. In addition to anchorage and support, roots obtain water and nutrients from the soil. Water and nutrient uptake are done by millions of thin-walled root hairs. See Figure 3-4. Figure 3.4 Close-up of a moringa taproot with hairs. Root hairs are elongated extensions of an individual root cell that penetrate the soil pores and absorb water and dissolve minerals. Water and dissolved minerals pass through the cell membrane into the cell and are then passed cell to cell until they reach the vascular system. The vascular system moves the water and minerals upwards through the stems to the leaves. Root hairs substantially increase the absorbing surface area of the moringa tree root system, therefore making the plant better able to acquire the water and nutrients it needs. Root hairs are seldom seen because they are delicate and easily destroyed when soil surrounding them is disturbed. In a healthy moringa tree, there is a balance between the root system and the above-ground growth. This balance may be lost when transplanting, through improper harvesting, or an attack by certain insects, nematodes, or diseases. When this happens, the moringa tree suffers and in severe cases may die. Root hair loss can be more severe when transplanting bare root versus transplanting from other production methods. When root loss occurs, a moringa tree will try to produce new roots to restore the root system to its previous size. If the plant cannot restore its root system after transplanting, it will undergo stress, stop growing, and could possibly die. When a moringa tree is harvested or trimmed back, the root system also reduces back to a smaller size. Then, as the moringa tree begins to grow back, so do the roots. Many times the new roots will use the same channels and pathways the dead stems were located, while also absorbing the leftover minerals and nutrients from the older root remains. Moringa tree roots loosen soil and allow water infiltration and aeration, can break up rocks, free minerals, hold water in soil via air pockets, pull water from deep in the earth, make it available to other plants, and release it to the air via leaves. This water cycle can create rainfall when tree mass is large enough, hold soil, keep it from eroding, help support other trees, mycorrhizal connection, provide home for beneficial bacteria, if chopped and dropped can help fix nitrogen fixing, filter and clean purify water, supply water during drought to the forest floor, share nutrients, support fungal networks that build soil, control pests, clean toxins, and allow communication to occur between moringa trees and between other species. Chapter 3.4 Moringa Stem Functions and Modifications. Stems are normally the above-ground framework of higher plants. Stems bear leaves and buds at positions called nodes. Some modified stems occur underground. Like all stems, they can be distinguished by the occurrence of nodes with buds and leaves. Frequently, either the buds or leaves may be scale-like in appearance. Stems serve the following three main functions. 1. Stems support and hold the leaves of the moringa tree. Moringa trees can have a single stem or trunk, while others may have several branching stems rising from a crown. That depends on how you harvest and trim the trees back. After a freeze, the moringa tree may regrow several stems from the base. 2. Stems conduct or move water and dissolved minerals from the roots to the leaves in specialized tissue called xylem. After moringa tree food is manufactured in the leaves, through photosynthesis, it is moved throughout the tree in phloem tissue. 3. Stems serve as food storage organs. This is especially common in modified stems that occur underground in the moringa tree tubers. Many herbaceous perennials have some type of modified stem. Rhizomes, tubers, and corms are examples of modified stems. They are similar in that all are modifications of the stem. The rhizome is the main stem of the plant, with the main axis of the plant horizontal instead of vertical. A rhizome grows on or under the ground with roots emerging from the lower side and leaves from the upper. Ginger, for example. Corms, in contrast, are short, thickened underground stems with vertical rather than horizontal orientation. Bulbs are also short, thickened underground stems with storage leaves making up most of the bulk. All these modified stems can be used in vegetative propagation of new plants. Another type of modified stem is the tuber, which is an enlarged portion of an underground stem. Tubers occur on stolons, which are specialized stems that grow above or below ground. A good example of a tuber is the moringa tree root system. The tap root extends beyond the tuber. Moringa leaves, photosynthesis and transpiration. Moringa leaves have the most important function of manufacturing food for the tree. Moringa leaves are supported by the stem in a manner that can expose the maximum leaf surface area to light. Light reaching the leaf is essential to photosynthesis, the food manufacturing process. In photosynthesis, the moringa tree converts water and carbon dioxide, in the presence of light, into sucrose. Sucrose is the energy source used by moringa trees, shown in Figure 3-5. Figure 3-5 Moringa photosynthesis. Chloroplasts are the green organelles in the leaf which contain chlorophyll. Chloroplasts collect light energy that is needed to convert water and carbon dioxide into sucrose and oxygen. This process is chemically the opposite of the process of respiration, which occurs in all living cells. Respiration converts stored energy such as sucrose or starch into usable energy for the plant. The amount of oxygen given off as a byproduct of photosynthesis is greater than the amount of oxygen consumed by respiration in one day. Therefore, there is a net daily increase in oxygen to the atmosphere. If this were not true, the world supply of oxygen would be consumed quickly, shown in Figure 3-6. Figure 3-6, Moringa respiration. Another process that occurs in leaves is transpiration. Transpiration is the loss of water through specialized openings, stomata, in the leaf surface. The stomata are opened and closed by special cells, guard cells. More than 90% of the water absorbed by the roots can be lost through transpiration. A balance between the amount of water absorbed by the root system and the amount of water lost through transpiration is maintained by the plant. In situations where the balance cannot be maintained, wilt or death can occur. Moringa leaves transpire water into the atmosphere and capture it at night as condensation. Transpiration cools, condensation heats, therefore trees moderate local temperatures. Condensation from leaves can exceed rainfall in cool climates, creating sufficient moisture for other plants to survive. Dehumidify the air in wet, humid tropics, humidify the air in dry lands, regulate humidity, catch and slow rainwater, reducing erosion and runoff, convert sunlight to available energy for the system, absorb CO2, provide shade and protection, trap dust. Provide light via reflection of light-colored leaves and bark. Provide heat via radiation from dark-colored leaves and bark. Collect water which falls onto the earth, increasing local groundwater levels. Provide leaf litter, humus, for other plants and itself, holds moisture in soil, and breaks down into nutrient-rich soil. CH 3.6 Moringa leaf and stem characteristics. Moringa has characteristics with visible features that allow us to distinguish one type from another. There are 13 types of moringa around the world, and the most common one we talk about in this book and study more closely is the Moringa oleifera, particularly the variety known as PKM1, Periaculum 1, Tamil Nadu, India. Taxonomy is the study of plant classification, and it involves the use of terms that make classification and identification easier. It is not necessary to memorize every term, but it is important that you be able to use and understand these terms when working with references. Moringa leaves grown in Florida will be used for identification purposes in this manual. In states where moringa leaves can be larger, smaller, distinct colors, or lose their leaves due to climate and latitude, it is more important to be able to identify moringa using other characteristics as well. Flowers are possibly the easiest and most accurate method for identifying all plants, including moringa. Fortunately, Moringa oleifera is in a flowering state for many months throughout the year in Florida. When identifying a moringa quickly, it is often because you recognize the leaves, size, and shape of the tree, its coloring, and if it has drumsticks. If you are new to the moringa tree industry, take time out to try the following. Collect a stem from a moringa that is readily available. You only need a small piece with 2 or 3 leaves. Without the use of any reference, write a description of the piece of the moringa. Make it complete enough so that a person reading it can get a mental picture of the plant. After you have finished, preserve the piece of the moringa and your description. The moringa piece can be preserved by pressing between the pages of a large book. As you can see, writing an accurate description can be difficult. The use of specific terms would have made the job of writing the description easier and more accurate. After you have studied the necessary terms, take your specimen and write another description using this section as a reference. Compare the descriptions and note the differences. Leaf and stem arrangement. The moringa stem includes regions called nodes where buds and leaves are attached. The stem area between the nodes is called the internode. Only a single leaf is attached at a node. Therefore, the moringa leaf arrangement is described as alternate, shown in figure 2 to 6. Figure 3.1 Moringa leaf alternation. On other plants, if 2 leaves are attached at a node, the leaf arrangement is opposite. If 3 or more leaves are attached at a node, the arrangement is whorled. If you examine the leaf arrangement of different plant species, you would observe that leaf arrangement is constant on a species most of the time, but a plant may have 2 or 3 types of leaf arrangements on the same stem. Knowing leaf arrangement can often be used to identify the plant. Another interesting characteristic of the moringa leaf alternating arrangement is that that each leaf also spirals up around the stem, as shown in figure 2.7. Figure 3.7, moringa leaf spiraling. Buds are meristematic, new growth areas on the stem which elongate to produce new stems and leaves under the right conditions. Buds can occur at the tip of the stem or in the axil of the leaf, just above the point where the leaf is attached to the stem. Buds found on stem tips are terminal buds, and there is a terminal bud for each stem tip present on a plant. Buds found in leaf axils, where leaves attach at the node, are called axillary or lateral buds. These are found at the base of every leaf. If there is no bud present, you are not looking at the base of the leaf. Rather, you must be looking at a leaflet of a compound leaf. See figure 3.9. Figure 3.8, moringa terminal and lateral buds. While on the topic of buds, you should be aware of an important relationship between buds and pruning. The presence of terminal buds inhibits development of lateral buds. Therefore, removal of the terminal bud leads to lateral bud formation. If every time a tip is removed, 2 grow back in its place, tipping will encourage fullness and become bushier. To thin a moringa, you would not want to tip, but rather you would remove a branch at its point of origin. Leaf anatomy. A leaf is composed of a petiole and blade. The petiole is the stalk which attaches the flat blade portion to the stem. If a leaf does not have a petiole, it is said to be sessile. There may be leaf-like or scale-like appendages called stipules at the point where the petiole joins the stem. Leaf veins are extensions of the plant's vascular system. Arrangement into parallel or net venation can be helpful in plant identification. See figure 3.9. Figure 3.9, moringa blade and petiole. Net venation is one or more prominent veins and a network of branching veins. Net venation is characteristic of dicotyledons and can be divided into pinnate and palmate venation. Pinnate venation is a single main vein, the length of the leaf, and lateral veins, like the barbs of a feather. Palmate venation has several strong veins that originate from the base of the leaf with additional branching veins. Parallel venation is a leaf comprised of equal veins, with inconspicuous branching between the veins. Parallel venation occurs primarily in monocots. Moringa leaves are dicotyledons with pinnate venation. See figure 2 to 10. The most basic category for leaf type is simple or compound. Simple leaves have a single piece blade, while compound leaves are divided into 2 or more leaflets. Compound leaves are either palmately or pinnately compound. Palmately compound leaves are comprised of leaflets, which are joined at the petiole. Pinnately compound leaves have leaflets attached along either side of the petiole. Odd pinnately compound leaves have a single leaflet on the end of the petiole, and even pinnately compound leaves have a pair of leaflets at the end of the petiole. Moringa has a tripinnately compounded leaf. See figure 2.11. In addition to the leaf characteristics described in the previous pages, the identification of moringa trees requires the use of specialized terms. These terms are used to describe the leaf tip, base, margin, shape, and surface. It is important to understand their use and application in identification. Memorization is not necessarily important because you will often have references at your disposal. There are situations where the use of these terms is necessary to identify a moringa tree. When identifying moringa using a reference, the book will have illustrations of the terms it uses to classify all plants. Also, when describing moringa in a letter or by phone, it is important that terms be used consistently by everyone so that the moringa tree parts can be successfully identified. When learning to identify moringa, it is advisable to collect various samples that can be used for study. Leaves can be pressed in a book and labeled for later reference. Reference books, such as those listed in the bibliography, are also valuable tools for moringa identification. Have fun and preserve your moringa leaf characteristics by simply pressing them between two pages in a book, Figure 212. Moringa leaf type: entire smooth edges, obtuse evenly round tips and bases. Elliptical, wider at the tip, thinning towards the base. Sheden moringa flowers. Flowers are the reproductive structures of the moringa tree. Moringa flowers are unique and are remarkably similar to Moringa oleifera trees. Flowers can be thought of as specialized stems with specialized leaves, which have adapted for reproductive functions. From a standpoint of function, it is important to remember that meiosis occurs in flowers. Again, meiosis is the specialized type of cell division which forms the sex cells. Recombination of two sex cells through fertilization forms the new seed. As a result of the sexual process, we get new moringa trees with characteristics that are genetically like the mother moringa tree. Like stems, moringa flowers are produced from either terminal or axillary, lateral buds or panicles. A typical moringa flower is composed of several layers or whorls of modified leaves. Sepals are the modified leaves on a flower that may remain leaf-like, where the small leaf turns into the flower. Collectively, the sepals are referred to as the calyx. Above the sepals are the flower petals, which are often colored white. Collectively, the petals are referred to as the corolla. Typically, within the corolla are one or more sets of male reproductive organs called stamens. The stamen is composed of pollen-bearing anthers supported by the filament. Pollen is the male reproductive cell, gamete, formed during meiosis. Pistils are the female reproductive organs, which are found at the center of the flower. The pistil consists of the stigma, style, and ovary. The ovary contains ovules, which are the female reproductive cells, gametes, formed during meiosis. The stigma and style receive and deliver the pollen to the ovary. The entire moringa flower is borne on an enlarged part of the flower stem called the receptacle. The supporting stem or main flower stalk is called a peduncle. Illustrations of flower parts and various characteristics are shown in the following figures. In a moringa cluster flower or inflorescence, the peduncle is the main stem, and all other flowers not shown have individual flower stems, and they're called pedicels. Figure 3 to 14, parts of moringa flower. For a moringa flower to produce viable live seeds, pollination and fertilization must occur. Pollination occurs when pollen grains become attached to the stigma, which is typically sticky when ready for pollination. Moringa trees can use their own pollen or pollen from another moringa tree of the same variety and self-fertilize or self-pollinate. Examples of self-fertile plants are grasses, marigolds, some citrus, and peaches. Others must have pollen from an entirely different variety and require cross-pollination. Avocado and pecan are examples of plants which require cross-pollination. A number of plant species have only male or only female flowers on a plant. These plants are termed dioecious, and to reproduce, the female must have a pollen source nearby. Hollies, ginkgo, and cycads are examples of dioecious plants. In contrast, monoecious plants have both male and female flowers on the same plant. Examples include oaks, maples, and many palms. Floral development. Flowers arise in terminal or axillary panicles. Sepals arise sequentially and petals simultaneously. Antipetalous stamens arise simultaneously and precede the antisepalous staminodes, which emerge sequentially. Within their respective whorls, the petals and stamens become twisted along different orientations. The gynoecium develops as a ring primordium on which three capillary lobes become demarcated simultaneously. A saccate ovary bears numerous ovules on a parietal placentation and is topped by a hollow style. The interpretation of laminal placentation is denied. Monothecal anthers are formed by the failure of one half to initiate. The flowers present a peculiar form of zygomorphy running transversally from the petal between sepals 3 and 5 to sepal 4. The shape and position of petals and stamens is related to a pollen presentation mechanism with bowl-shaped anthers on various levels. The floral anatomy also reflects the zygomorphy of the flower. Although Moringa shares important morphological features with certain members of the sapindales and caporales, differences in ontogeny make a close relationship with either caporales or certain sapindales appear uncertain. Floral biology. Because flowers are so diverse, specific terms describe their characteristics. As with leaves, you should understand and be able to apply terms correctly using references. In some plants, such as magnolia and hibiscus, flowers are born singly. However, many species produce flowers in clusters or inflorescences. The Moringa inflorescences are panicles of hermaphroditic flowers, with a pistil consisting of one open-type stigma and a hollow stylar canal. Stigma receptivity was assayed based on pollen germination, pollen tube growth, and fruit set following artificial pollination. Flowers at later developmental stages exhibited greater stigma receptivity, higher percentages of pollen germination, and a higher fruit set than those in earlier stages. Enhanced stigma receptivity was associated with increased amounts of insoluble polysaccharides, lipids, and proteins in the canal cells at later developmental stages. An ultrastructural study of the cells lining the canal indicated that they were secretory cells containing an enlarged endoplasmic reticulum, dictyosomes, mitochondria, plastids, and ribosomes. Post-anthesis, these organelles exhibited degeneration at the end of the secretory phase. This study provides an important contribution to current knowledge of the anatomy and ultrastructure of the style and stigma in drumstick. Reference: Floral biology and pistil receptivity of the drumstick tree. Inflorescences. Figure 3.15 Moringa flower inflorescence. Raceme. Flowers on short pedicels along a main peduncle, i.e. snapdragon, Cape honeysuckle. Panicle, aka compound raceme, i.e. crepe, myrtle, mango, moringa. Botanical name? Moringa is in an order of flowering plants called caporales. Within that order, the moringa tree is in the Moringaceae family with other plants such as Tovariaceae, Caparaceae, Brassicaceae, and Residaceae. Caricaceae and Moringaceae? Caricaceae, or the papaya family, contains stout-stemmed trees or rarely vines in 4 genera with 34 species. The family is mostly neotropical, and Carica, 23 species including papaya, occurs throughout the warmer parts of this area. There are 3 genera in Mexico alone, while in tropical Africa there is only the genus Selicomorpha with 2 species. Caricaceae have flowing latex-like exudate and palmately compound or lobed leaves. The inflorescences are axillary in cymos, and the flowers, always of a single sex, are moderate in size and usually have fused petals. The fruit is a sometimes sizable berry and contains numerous seeds clearly borne on the walls, with each surrounded by mucilage. Species of Jacaraceae have female flowers with white spreading stigmas that apparently mimic male flowers. The former lack nectar and have rather free petals, whereas the latter have nectar and the petals are fused. Such variation within a species, Carica is similar, is unusual. Papaya fruits come from Carica papaya, a native of Central and South America. The green fruits yield a milk sap, which is dried and from which papain, an enzyme that breaks down proteins, is obtained. It is used as a meat tenderizer. Members of Moringaceae, or the horseradish tree family, are woody, often quite stout-stemmed shrubs or trees containing one genus, Moringa, with 12 species growing in Madagascar, northeast and southwest Africa, and Arabia, with 3 species spreading to India. Foliage of Moringaceae often smells unpleasant when crushed. The family is recognizable by its spirally arranged, deciduous, up to 3 times compound leaves that have conspicuous swellings, or pulvini, where the parts join. The flowers look like pea flowers, but they are constructed in a unique way, as there are only 5 stamens, which are held to one side of the flower. The fruit is long and explosively dehiscent, consisting of 3 parts and containing often winged seeds. Moringa drumstick fruit. Description: taste. Drumstick pods are long and slender, averaging 20 to 45 centimeters in length, and are generally straight to cylindrical in shape with tapered ends. Each pod has an angular, knobbed appearance with 3 distinct sides created from ridges extending the full length of the pod. The pod's surface is light to dark green and is textured, covered in a powdery coating. Young pods are favored for culinary use, and at this stage, the softer, crisp pods can often bend and be snapped using minimal force, a sign of freshness. More mature pods are fibrous and require prolonged periods of cooking. The pods can be peeled apart and split open, revealing a fleshy layer encasing round to oval seeds. Each seed is around 1 centimeter in diameter and is enveloped in a thin, paper-like hull that highlights 3 points, almost resembling tiny wings or edges of a wonton wrapper. When young, the seeds are light green, and as the pods dry out and age, the seeds will become inedible, harden, and brown. The flesh and seeds of the pods are the edible portions of the drumstick and release a mild, fresh green aroma when opened. The exterior layer of the pod is considered too fibrous for consumption and is discarded after the flesh is removed. Once cooked, the flesh softens and can be easily scraped from the pod. The seeds retain a slightly chewy, dense consistency. Drumstick pods have a grassy and vegetal flavor combined with sweet and bitter undertones. The flesh and seeds are often likened to the taste of green beans and asparagus. Seasons, availability. Drumstick pods are available throughout the year in warm, tropical climates. In cooler regions or subtropical climates, the pods generally ripen in the summer. As best management practices, it can be healthier for the tree and surrounding plants if you harvest the moringa trees and all the drumsticks at one time. Include removing stems, cuttings, and drumsticks from the tree so that pests don't get attracted by the soft decay of drumsticks that have been sitting on the tree for more than a year. This best management practice will reduce other problems and also create a healthy flow of fresh drumsticks that are all the same age and size for consistency in selling at the market. Current facts. Drumstick pods, botanically classified as Moringa oleifera, are elongated edible seed pods that hang from a deciduous tree belonging to the Moringaceae family. Drumstick trees are also known as moringa trees, and the fast-growing species reaches 10 to 12 meters in height, developing seed pods in as little as 2 years after planting. A single moringa tree can produce anywhere from 300 to 1,000 pods per year, and the pods were named after their similarity in shape to the musical stick used for percussion instruments. Drumstick pods are also known as malunggay in the Philippines, saijna or shajna in Hindi, murungai in Tamil, maisang or moksing in Konkani, murina or sigru in Malayalam, or sainjna in Punjabi or lamu in China, or yevuti in Africa, or merengue in South America, or benzolive, bensen in Mediterranean, or saijan in Trinidad and Tobago. The pods are traditionally harvested young for culinary use and are cooked as a vegetable throughout Southeast Asia and Africa. Nutritional value. Drumstick pods are a source of vitamin C to strengthen the immune system and boost collagen production, fiber to regulate the digestive tract, and calcium to build strong bones and teeth. The pods also provide copper to produce red blood cells, iron to develop the protein hemoglobin for oxygen transport through the bloodstream, magnesium to regulate optimal nerve functioning, and other nutrients including potassium, phosphorus, zinc, manganese, folate, niacin, beta-carotene, riboflavin, and oleic acid, a fatty acid for heart health. Figures 3:16 Moringa drumstick nutritional value. The seeds extracted from the drumstick pods are pressed into an oil, and the remaining fibers from the seeds are formed into a cake and used as a filter for drinking water. The crushed seed cake can also be used as a soil amendment. It is concentrated and made up of roughly 60% crude protein. Figure 317 crushed moringa seed cake. Applications. There are 3 stages of application for the use of moringa drumsticks. The first stage is the youngest. It's very soft and can be eaten raw, and if it is smaller than 6, the skin can be eaten as well. At this stage, the flower was recently pollinated and formed a tiny drumstick fruit. Blend the small drumsticks into a paste to make a spicy curry or pesto. Figure 318 Moringa flower pollination. Stage 2 is the most common edible stage. The seeds have recently formed inside the drumstick fruit. The shell of the seed is not quite formed fully, so when it is cooked, the seeds become soft and very much enjoyed as they pop with flavor in your mouth. Chop the medium-sized drumstick fruit into 2 to 3 pieces and boil for 15 to 20 to soften the starchy potato inside. Discard the skin while eating. Figure 319. Stage 3 is the mature drumstick fruit. It has already hardened and plumped up with fat seeds inside easily visible with curves and ridges. Brown striations have formed up and done the outside of the drumstick fruit, signaling that it is ready to harvest. Harvest moringa drumsticks fruit at this stage, then dry in a cool, humid-free environment for about a week or until the skin is crispy. Figure 320. Drumstick pods have a mild, grassy, and vegetal flavor suited for cooked preparations. The pods are traditionally sliced into 2 to 5 centimeter pieces and are boiled, steamed, fried, or stir-fried to develop a soft and tender consistency. It is important that the pod's exterior is too fibrous, even when young, for consumption, and is discarded after the flesh and seeds are removed. The flesh is extracted from the pod by scraping with the teeth, like an artichoke leaf, or by chewing and sucking out the flesh. The moringa seeds are also edible and are a favored portion of the pod, giving dishes added flavor and texture. Drumstick pods are used as an everyday vegetable throughout Southeast Asia and are most used in Indian cooking. The pods can be sliced and boiled into soups and curries, stir-fried with pungent aromatics, cooked and mixed into thick gravies, or mashed, formed into a ball with herbs, and deep-fried to create a crisp snack. In southern India, drumstick pods are popularly cooked in sambar, a stew-like dish comprised of vegetables, lentils, and spices. The moringa seeds are also incorporated into tur dal recipes, tossed in a coconut and yogurt sauce known as avial, or mixed into various masalas. Drumstick pods pair well with aromatics such as garlic, onions, ginger, and chili peppers, grated coconut, spices including fennel seeds, curry leaves, cinnamon, cloves, cardamom, turmeric, and coriander, mint, tamarind, and meats such as lamb, beef, and poultry. Whole drumstick pods can be wrapped and stored in the fridge for a few weeks or sliced and kept in a sealed container in the refrigerator. Drumstick pods can also be chopped and frozen for 6 months. Ethnic cultural info. Historically, seeds from drumstick pods have been pressed to create an oil known as ben oil. The pressed seeds produce high oil yields, and this oil is favored worldwide for its culinary, cosmetic, and household uses. Ben oil has a long shelf life, is odorless and colorless, and is commonly used in oil machinery and clocks. The moringa seed oil was also most notably used in ancient Greece as a base ingredient in perfume manufacturing. Over time, the oil was extensively studied for its nutritional properties, being a popular oil for body creams, soaps, and face oils. In 1848, it was given its current name from a new type of fatty acid, known as behenic acid, discovered within the oil. Today, ben oil is somewhat rare, utilized on a smaller scale among other essential oils for its rumored antibacterial properties. Geography history. Drumstick pods grow on the drumstick or moringa tree, a species native to Asia that has been growing wild since ancient times. The trees thrive in tropical to subtropical climates and favor warm, frost-free environments. Experts theorize that moringa trees may have originated at the foothills of the Himalayas in India and were cultivated as early as 2000 BCE. The tree was revered throughout India for its nutritional properties, and all parts of the tree were incorporated into various medicinal remedies, often used among aristocracy and royalty. Over time, moringa seeds were spread across trade routes, and the seeds were planted in ancient Egypt, Greece, and Rome, cultivated for health-focused practices. The Romans are credited with spreading the species throughout Europe, and the British introduced the tree to its colony in Jamaica in 1817, as well as several other port cities worldwide. Today, drumstick pods are a vegetable primarily consumed in Southeast Asia, especially in India, Malaysia, Singapore, Thailand, Cambodia, and Burma. The pods are sold through local markets and are an everyday culinary ingredient favored for their nutritional properties. Outside of Southeast Asia, the pods and seeds are consumed on a smaller scale in Oceania, Africa, Central and South America, and the Caribbean. The tree. Chapter 4:1. Soils and moringa nutrients. Soil is composed of inorganic material, organic matter, air, water, and living organisms. Inorganic material in the soil is from the weathering of parent rock or parent material. An essential difference between fertile soil and a mass of rock fragments is the organic content of the soil. Organic matter comes from decaying plant and animal life, animal excretion, and other living organisms. Organic matter improves water and nutrient holding capacity, aeration, granulation, and supports bacterial life and other soil organisms that make nutrients available to moringa. Bacteria and fungi live in the soil and exist mainly on plant and animal residues. Most are beneficial by helping to break down complex organic compounds into simpler chemicals that higher plants can use. Some bacteria and fungi in the soil may be harmful as plant disease-causing organisms. We will cover more soil types to grow moringa based on your region in Chapter 7, Regions and Zones. Most soils in Florida are coarse textured mineral soils. Soil texture refers to the size of the mineral soil particles, inorganic material. Sand particles are large and coarse, whereas silt and clay particles are much smaller and are considered fine-textured. Fine-textured soils have slower water percolation and hold more nutrients than coarse-textured soils. However, fine-textured soils may be poor soils for growing moringa due to poor drainage and aeration. An ideal soil for growing moringa combines the drainage and aeration of a coarse-textured soil with the water and nutrient holding capacity of a fine-textured soil. The ideal soil would have mineral material, air, water, and organic matter in the amounts approximated in Figure 4.1. These balanced soil characteristics are often present in loam soils, which are not very common in Florida. Often, the soil characteristics in any area are not ideal for moringa growth, in which case the soil can be modified using amendments or additives, and in many cases, simply raising the soil level with composted soil mix and oak mulch can be sufficient for ideal growing results. Soil amendments are added to improve the physical characteristics of the soil. Soil characteristics that can be altered using amendments are structure, drainage, water holding capacity, and nutrient holding capacity. Organic matter is often considered the most important soil amendment. Organic materials recommended for soil modification include various composts, coconut coir, sphagnum peat, Florida peat, oak wood chips, sawdust, and wood shavings. If wood products are used in your soil, a nitrogen source, biostimulant fertilizer, should be present while the wood is decaying. Decomposing wood absorbs nitrogen and can rob it from the moringa tree. As an example, you plant your moringa tree in a pot and cover the soil with a layer of oak mulch, but it's touching the stem. After about a week, you begin to see the stem being eaten away and is essentially crippling the tree. That's because the oak mulch is touching the stem and is robbing the tiny stem of nitrogen, a key ingredient in giving moringa structure and rigidity. Green manure, vegetation from a cover crop or other source, is excellent for improving soil conditions, but decomposition time needs to be allowed. Before putting green material on your soil, like the chop and drop method, instead, mulch or chip any green organic material and allow it to compost into soil for several weeks to months before amending the location you'll be planting moringa tree. To be effective, a large volume of any organic material should be used. There are two main types of organic material that can be lasagna layered to help them break down to composted soil faster, which includes greens, weeds, grass, fresh leaves, food scraps, and browns, small sticks, paper products, branches, and dry leaves. Stack these two types of organic material in a pile or compost area for several weeks to months before amending the location you'll be planting moringa trees. Once the lasagna layered organic matter has been composting and flipped a few times and broken down at least to 60% soil, it should be applied to the location you are amending at a depth of 1 to 3 inches and incorporated, tilled uniformly into the top 6 inches of the soil. The use of organic oak mulch chips on top of the amended soil will, over time, improve soil conditions even more. In established moringa tree orchards, the use of organic mulch is the best method of incorporating organic matter into the soil. Other amendments such as nitrogen, phosphorus, or lime may also need to be incorporated depending on existing soil conditions and pH. Several inorganic products may be used to improve soil conditions. Calcified clay improves water holding capacity and in some instances may improve drainage and aeration. Colloidal phosphate has also been used successfully as a soil conditioner. Vermiculite is sometimes used to increase water and nutrient holding capacity. Perlite is yet another inorganic conditioner that is used to improve drainage characteristics. In determining whether to use a soil amendment, availability, cost, and the difficulty of applying the material must be weighed against the potential improvements. Nearly all soil conditioners require incorporation into the soil. Chapter 4.2, Soil pH and Adjustments. Soil pH refers to the acidity or alkalinity of the soil. Soil pH on a scale of 0 to 14, with the midpoint 7 being neutral. A pH above 7 is alkaline, and alkaline soils are often referred to as basic or sweet. A pH below 7 is referred to as acidic or sour. Moringa grows best in about 6.3 pH and can still grow in a wide range from about 5.8 to 6.7. The pH can determine tree growth rate, the size and color of the leaf, and the amount of drumsticks the tree will produce. In commercial settings, pH is adjusted at different times of the growth cycle, either inspiring vegetative growth when they are young or inspiring more drumstick growth with age and seasons, also determining when to adjust. Moringa pH requirements have been determined from scientific experimentation or from extended accurate observation. It is wrong to assume all moringa trees will grow best at pH 6.3 simply because most moringa trees do best in that range. However, if it is necessary to speculate, 5.8 to 6.7 would be the best guess. Well-drained sandy soils, low pine flatwoods, and organic soils are frequently acidic in Florida. If the pH is low, any of these soils can benefit from the addition of lime. In contrast, many of the soils in extreme South Florida and along coastal areas have a high pH. Be aware that many pesticides, herbicides, insecticides, and liquid forms of biostimulants and fertilizers perform best with a water pH of 5.5 to 8. Be sure to test your water pH as well as your soil. Soil pH cannot be measured visually and should always be tested before adding amendments. Measuring pH can be done easily. Several simple chemical tests are available, which are accurate enough for horticultural use. A wide variety of pH meters ranging from several dollars to more than $1,000 are also available. You should work closely with your local university or extension service office on soil testing both for pH and basic nutrients. Soil testing, sample collection, and submission forms are available from your local extension office or university. UF Extension soil testing laboratory publications contain Media Test Information Sheet SL-134, Produce Soil Test Information Sheet SL-135, or Landscape and Vegetable Garden Test Information Sheet SL-136 should be referenced for additional information. See references. Raising the pH. If an application of lime is recommended after soil testing, the amount of lime to apply to acid soils depends largely on the initial pH and the buffering capacity of the individual soil. Buffering refers to soil's ability to neutralize any acid or base being added. In cases where soils have high buffering capabilities, and if you wanted to raise the pH, you may need to add even more lime. The Soil Testing Laboratory at the University of Florida uses a method which considers pH and buffer capacity in determining the lime requirement of individual soils. Much of the difference in buffering capacity of individual soils is related to the amount of silt, clay, and organic matter present. The greater the amounts of these that are present, the higher the buffer capacity. This test is run when specifically requested through your local UF County Extension agent or the Soil Testing Laboratory. Crushed agricultural limestone or dolomite are the liming materials that are typically used to raise soil pH. Dolomite is preferable in most locations in Florida because it contains magnesium as well as calcium carbonate, and magnesium is often deficient in Florida soils. Hydrated lime may also be used. However, the amount should be reduced by 25% because hydrated lime can burn moringa more easily than carbonate lime. Burn refers to spiking the pH to soon too fast results in a term known as leaf burn. Because lime needs to be incorporated within the top 6 inches of the soil pH adjustments, with lime must be done prior to planting. Over-liming or adding lime when the soil doesn't need it can have negative effects that can be worse than doing nothing. Lime may also be added to artificial growing mixes as described in this chapter. In this case, the lime must be carefully measured and thoroughly mixed into the media. An approximation of the amount of lime needed for raising pH can be made from the tables in Figure 3.3. Lowering pH. Florida has some strongly alkaline soils in which it is difficult or impossible to correct the pH. In contrast, if a high pH is the result of over-liming, correction may be possible. In many cases, however, alkaline soils in Florida are the result of a large percentage of lime rock or shell in the soil. Lime rock and shell are composed primarily of calcium carbonate and perhaps magnesium carbonate, both of which increase the soil pH. Adding an acidifier will temporarily adjust the pH of the soil, but the acidification causes the lime rock or shell to become soluble, which then neutralizes the acidifier. High pH in a landscape is not always due to natural soil characteristics. Use of crushed limestone or crushed shell as a road base, fill, or foundation can increase the pH of the surrounding area. For this reason, adding lime rock should be considered when used as decorative rocks in the landscape. Other rocks, such as river gravel, are less soluble and have little effect on pH, but may also affect how moringa trees grow. In alkaline conditions where a pH adjustment is warranted, sulfur is the recommended soil amendment for lowering pH. Superfine wettable or dusting sulfur is also used to lower soil pH. The rate for dusting sulfur to decrease the soil pH 1 unit is approximately 1/3 of the amount of limestone used to raise the soil pH 1 unit. The amount applied should not exceed 1 pound per 100 square feet at any one application. If sulfur is being applied around moringa trees, the same amount should be applied. However, 2 separate applications should be made 60 days apart. Iron sulfate, ferrous sulfate, can also be used to lower soil pH with a faster, more temporary effect than wettable sulfur. Iron sulfate does add iron, which is often unavailable with high pH. The standard rate for iron sulfate is 1 pound per 100 square feet, and it may be necessary to reapply in 60 days. Repeated applications may reduce the amount of manganese available in the soil. Of the metallic sulfates, iron sulfate is relatively expensive and will stain sidewalks, while aluminum sulfate is effective in correcting pH, but too much aluminum can be harmful to moringa growth. As indicated previously, the correction of pH in highly alkaline soils will be very short-lived. The moringa tree nutrient availability is easily affected by soil pH. Therefore, changes in pH can adversely affect its growth. Nutrient solubility changes with soil pH. If a nutrient is in an insoluble form, the plant cannot use it. Figure 3.5 shows the effect of pH on plant nutrient availability. In this figure, decreasing availability of each nutrient is indicated by a decrease in the width of the bar. Again, for a plant to use a nutrient, the nutrient must be present in the soil in a soluble form. Nutrient solubility is changed with the pH changes. Adjusting pH. Because of the relationship between pH and nutrient availability, maintaining the correct pH in nursery potting mixes is crucial to successful production of plants. Moringa trees can tolerate an acid potting mix, pH 5.0, 6.0, but the foliage will be affected. For better foliage on your moringa trees, pH 6.0, 6.5 for container-grown moringa trees. Changing the pH after plants are potted and growing is difficult. Therefore, adjustments are most easily made prior to planting. Replant moringa trees in containers each year to maintain pH balance and nutrient profile. Low pH levels can be raised in potting media by adding liming materials such as dolomite or calcium carbonate. High pH levels are lowered by adding sulfur. The amounts of these materials needed to provide a desired pH depends on the type of organic material in the potting mix and the original pH. In sandy potting media, small amounts of lime or sulfur are needed, while larger amounts are required to affect the pH of pure peat moss. Avoid using peat moss when growing moringa in pots or in the ground. Alternatively, use more neutral pH material like coconut coir. Currently, we use peat moss biodegradable pellets to plant moringa seeds and sprout for shipping. To balance the pH, add perlite and soak pellets in moringa biostimulant prior to seeding. For better balanced pellet use, coconut coir. Moringa seedlings in peat moss may need to be adjusted through wicking method or soaking the sprouted trees in moringa biostimulant. Calcium carbonate applied to the surface of the pellet or potting mix and watered in will also raise pH. However, it may take longer for it to be effective. If pH must be altered after moringa trees are already growing in a potting mix, the following materials and rates should be used to raise pH. Hydrated lime, calcium hydroxide, should be used, but with caution. Hydrated lime can damage plants if applied in solution at more than 1 pound per 100 gallons per 100 square feet of surface area, pots, or benches. The moringa trees may need to be treated again 4 weeks later if pH has not reached the desired level. Calcium carbonate applied to the surface of the potting mix and watered in will also raise pH. However, it may take longer for it to be effective. If pH levels are too high in potting mixes of established crops, sulfur can be applied at the rate of 1 pound per 100 square feet of surface area to lower pH. Sulfur should not be applied more often than every 4 weeks because rapid pH changes may damage plants. Alternatives for correcting pH. 1. Select healthy seeds and plant moringa trees in well-draining soils closest to 6.3 pH year-round, tolerant of existing soil pH. This is a step toward low-maintenance landscaping. 2. Use our biostimulant program specially designed to overcome the nutrient problems most growers encounter and think it's something else. Pest infestation can be a result of poor tree health due to soil pH. Regular use of biostimulant reduces the level of expertise needed to apply and may reduce regular use of soil acidifiers, chelated fertilizers, and other foliar applications. 3. Remove and replace enough soil in the planting holes to allow the plant to grow on an island of good soil. This method can be more labor-intensive, more time and expenses, but must be done at planting. 4. Raise the entire level of the current ground level with sand, compost, and oak chips. 5. Regularly apply a layer of oak chips to the soil surface so that the organic content of the soil gradually increases. This gradually reduces the pH. Chapter 4.3. The essential elements of soil. The 16 elements that all moringa trees require to complete their life cycles are referred to as essential elements or vital nutrients. These elements are obtained by moringa trees from the air, water, and the soil solution. Elements are not obtained by plants in the pure single form. Rather, they are in compound forms such as carbon from carbon dioxide CO2 in the air or hydrogen from water H20. The first three essential elements are carbon C, hydrogen H, and oxygen O. These three are derived from air and water and are considered macro elements. The terms macro and micro refer to the relative amounts of elements needed by plants. The remaining 13 elements are obtained by the plant through the soil. Typically, nutrients are supplied to the soil with amendments like manure and other animal byproducts like bone meal or eggshells, for example. The most common application for soil amendments are with biostimulants and fertilizers that are in soluble form, as discussed in the previous section, only happens when soil pH is in the proper range for that element, as seen in figure 4.4. 6 of the elements, nitrogen, N, phosphorus, P, potassium, K, calcium, Ca, magnesium, Mg, and sulfur, S, are considered macro elements along with C, H, and O. In addition, N, P, and K are often referred to as fertilizer elements or primacy elements because they are most often applied as fertilizers. The 7 remaining elements, boron, B, copper, Cu, iron, Fe, manganese, Men, molybdenum, Mo, zinc, Zn, and chlorine, Cl, are referred to as microelements. Although the amounts of these elements required for the growth of moringa trees is relatively low, they are still essential. Micronutrients are the elements most often affected by pH. A common mnemonic device for remembering the 16 essential elements is as follows: CHOPKNSKVMGB Men Q Zen Mo and Kel. It reads C. Hopkins Cafe managed by Mine Ku Zin Mo and Clyde. By remembering this simple saying, you can more easily remember all the essential nutrients. The rest of this section provides brief descriptions of the macro and micronutrients and how moringa trees use them. Nitrogen produces dark green vegetative growth as well as increased yields of foliage, fruit, and seed. Nitrogen is also a factor in the protein quantity of food crops and increased water efficiency. Nitrogen is a component of the chlorophyll molecule and is therefore necessary for photosynthesis. Nitrogen deficiency symptoms include light green color of the vegetative growth, slowed or stunted growth, and browning at the tips of lower leaves. Excess nitrogen produces succulent growth, delays maturity and fruiting, and increases susceptibility to insects and disease. Phosphorus stimulates root formation, hastens maturity, stimulates blooming, and aids in fruit and seed formation. Phosphorus is necessary for the processes of photosynthesis and respiration as a component in energy transfer. Phosphorus deficiency symptoms include stunted growth, purple leaves, delayed maturity, and decreased flower, fruit, and seed yields. Phosphorus is a naturally occurring element in many Florida soils, so there are times when fertilizers containing phosphorus are not required. Always use a soil or tissue test to determine if additional phosphorus is required. Potassium increases plant vigor and disease resistance, improves rigidity, contributes to cold hardiness, and is important for seed and fruit quality. Potassium is essential to the formation of starches, sugars, and proteins. Potassium deficiency symptoms include scorching or burning of outer edges or tips of lower leaves, poorly developed root systems, loss of disease resistance, and decreased fruit yields. Magnesium is another component of chlorophyll, along with nitrogen, and is a catalyst for other plant processes such as seed germination and sugar synthesis. Magnesium deficiency symptoms appear in several plants as a yellowing of older leaves with a V-shaped area at the base of the leaf remaining green. In North Florida, this is most likely to appear in late summer or fall. In South and much of Central Florida, deficiency symptoms are noted year-round, and most plants benefit from magnesium applications. Calcium is necessary in cell growth and division. It is fixed in cell walls and is necessary for new growth in plants. Deficiency symptoms of calcium include inhibition of root growth, deformed terminal leaves or branches, and death of shoot and root tips. Sulfur is an essential component of several plant proteins. Though not a component of the chlorophyll molecule, sulfur is necessary for chlorophyll synthesis. Sulfur deficiency symptoms are often like nitrogen deficiency. Symptoms include chlorosis, yellowing of younger leaves, and light green tissue between darker green leaves. Manganese, iron, copper, zinc, boron, molybdenum, and chlorine are the 7 elements considered micronutrients. Micronutrients control and influence plant processes involved in plant growth. Micronutrients are activators or catalysts for chlorophyll formation, iron, manganese, and zinc, protein formation, manganese, energy transfer, copper, molybdenum, and manganese, sugar translocation, boron, nitrogen fixation, molybdenum, and photosynthetic reactions, chlorine. Micronutrient deficiency symptoms often are specific for various crops. Symptoms such as chlorosis, stunted root systems, and stem or root death are like many of the macronutrient deficiencies. Reference materials on micronutrient deficiencies for specific crops should be consulted. Often in the nursery, iron deficiency is the most important of the micronutrient deficiencies. Iron is not readily available in alkaline soils, and plants growing in these soils will often show iron deficiency symptoms. The symptoms of iron chlorosis are progressive, starting with a gradual loss of green color, then turning yellow, with the veins remaining green. In extreme cases, younger leaves may turn almost white. The color change is due to loss of chlorophyll, which requires iron for its production. Iron deficiency symptoms can sometimes be temporarily alleviated by regular foliar applications of iron sulfate or chelates, but long-term correction will only occur when poor soil conditions have been corrected. Manganese deficiency is primarily caused by the element's insolubility in high pH situations. In some cases, cold soil temperatures during the winter and spring months reduce root activity and thus uptake of some nutrients, especially amine. Symptoms of manganese deficiency are like iron deficiency, and both are often treated simultaneously in South Florida. Soil testing is an important tool for determining nutrient deficiencies. Plants can be deficient in an essential element long before the deficiency becomes visible. Soil tests and tissue analysis can pinpoint deficiencies as well, as indicate fertilizer elements that may not be needed. Chapter 4.4 Heavy Metal Soil Testing and Nutritional Leaf Analysis. Moringa is the most nutritious plant on land, a marvel of nature. This miraculous tree can absorb and pull up an array of nutrients from the soil, making them available for people, pets, and plants for supplements. Moringa also can pull heavy metals from the soil, a cause for education and training to ensure that your moringa material is safe for consumption. Before your moringa tree material can be used to sell for consumption, it is important to consider several environmental factors. Is the moringa you're harvesting in a low-lying area with standing water? Do you know if the moringa tree is close to or is being watered with reclaimed water sources? Was the moringa tree growing in a new neighborhood? Was the property recently under construction? Do the neighbors spray weeds, use glyphosate products? Before harvesting and selling your moringa material, including the drumstick fruit, flowers, seeds, or the leaves for teas, powders, and supplements, consider getting your location a heavy metals soil test. To become a certified member, fulfilling orders with your moringa material, a heavy metal soil test is required. Heavy metals to test include. Then, once you know the soil is within safe levels, test your product. Take the fresh harvested leaves from your tree, dry, and make powder. Then, submit a sample for laboratory analysis as well. Testing the leaf is called a nutritional food grade analysis. Our nutritional leaf analysis includes to avoid heavy metals like lead and mercury from being in your soils resulting in contamination of your leaf and drumsticks, take the added precautions when growing moringa trees. If the toxins are not identified beforehand, they could be consumed by people, pets, and other plants, causing harm or injury. Figure 4 to 5, Soils Test Analytical Report. Moringa root tubers are safest to consume as a young spice, before the skin has fully formed on the outside of the tuber. Usually, the skin of moringa tubers form within the first year and slowly accumulate high levels of arsenic and barium. If heavy metals are in the soil, over time the moringa root tuber will begin to absorb the toxins and store them in the skin. Avoid eating moringa root tubers that have already formed a skin, or avoid consuming the skin. A soil test will also provide information to you about the nutritional status of a soil and may aid in the detection of potential problems which could limit growth. Test the soil area prior to being planted, or consider getting a composite soil sample if you are unsure of your soil ingredients. To test soil for nutrients in the landscape, obtain a composite soil sample by testing subsamples from your property. 1. Dig 10 to 15 small holes throughout the sample area, i.e., the backyard. Each soil sample should be no more than 1/4 acre. Each 1/4 acre that you are growing on should be sampled separately. Carefully pull back mulch, grass, or ground covers to expose bare soil with a trowel or shovel. Dig the small holes 6 inches deep and remove a 1-inch thick by 6-inch deep slice of soil. 2. Combine and mix the substrate sample in a clean plastic bucket. Obtain separate composite samples from areas that have different soil types. There can be different cultural practices or contents of previous plants that have been on your property. Moringa has a distinct fertility requirement. 3. Send your composite samples in separate bags for multiple areas, making up the entire space growing moringa trees. Get your results in email and share with us at email@wegrowmoringa.com. Chapter 4.5 Biostimulants, Fertilizers, and Application. Think about it. If moringa is the most nutritious plant on land, then we could use moringa to feed plants too. When moringa is grown in proper conditions with the perfect soil and pH, the nutrient content of moringa is unmatched. Let's use moringa to grow other fruits and vegetables too. Moringa leaves are a complete protein with all 9 essential and all 9 non-essential amino acids. Essential amino acids are only found in foods that we eat and need to be ingested. The 9 non-essential amino acids can be made from the body, but are also found to be present in moringa. The most important factor in making moringa useful in agriculture is its high protein levels. Amino acids are compounds, and the building blocks of proteins. Moringa has high amounts of proteins and enzymes present in the leaves, which also makes it great in feeding other things than just people and pets, but also plants. More precisely, moringa has high levels of proteins, which is the catalyst for enzymes to bring about a chemical reaction. Those chemical reactions create hormones. Zeatin is a hormone present in moringa leaves in the cytokinin family, which is derived from adenine. Adenine is a nucleobase, a purine derivative, which is a compound mostly made of nitrogen. The enzymes and proteins present in moringa makes lots of zeatin. In fact, moringa can have hundreds to millions of times more zeatin than other plants. Zeatin, a phytohormone obtained from moringa leaves, plays a major role in its growth and development. That's why moringa is one of the fastest growing trees in the world, because of its high levels of zeatin. It helps all plants grow faster, producing larger root systems, allowing plants to absorb higher quantities of nutrients from the ground. With more zeatin in a plant, it reduces the time needed for seeds to sprout or germinate. Zeatin is naturally occurring and helps to form larger diameter trunks, making plants stronger and more resistant to wind. It strengthens plants' immune systems, making them more resistant to insects, bacteria, and other pathogens. Zeatin helps to produce more flowers and seeds, helps detoxify plants exposed to insecticides and herbicides, grow larger fruits with improved flavors and sugars, allows plants to develop to their fullest genetic potential. When growth-stimulating genes are activated, cells begin to grow and increase in size, causing higher leaf production and more chlorophyll. Increases yields up to 40% depending on the crop and shortens the growth cycles. The antioxidants and other compounds strengthen plants to resist stress and make them more resistant to drought. Moringa has high levels of zeatin. That's why we use moringa leaves to feed other plants. Moringa can make other plants grow fast and strong as well. Technically, the zeatin present in moringa leaves is acting as a biostimulant. It helps to stimulate proteins and enzymes in other plants. Moringa biostimulant is an aqueous solution that contains polyphenols, flavonoids, phenolic acids, minerals C, P, Mg, Mg, Fe, K, as well as microminerals such as zinc, copper, manganese, iron, selenium, and boron. Vitamins, enzymes, amino acids, metabolites, caffeolic acids, growth hormones such as auxin, gibberellins, and cytokinins. In particular, zeatin of the cytokinins family, which is found naturally in abundance in moringa leaves. Moringa used as a biostimulant when applied to plants or soils may enhance the plant's nutrient uptake, nutrient efficiency, plant growth, and tolerance to abiotic stress and plant quality. Think of biostimulants as a supplement for the plant, like we take vitamins to boost the processes which keep our bodies working properly, which is the same as the action a biostimulant has on plants. Moringa biostimulant liquid, moringa leaf extract MLE, is a concentrate of the moringa leaf, extracting a hormone known as zeatin, which can be present in moringa leaves thousands of more times than any other plant. Zeatin is a naturally occurring hormone, the main active ingredient in the biostimulant. The moringa biostimulant liquid is in a concentrate form and should be diluted at a ratio of 1:32. That's 1 part biostimulant to 32 parts water, or 1 oz of biostimulant to 32 ounces of water mixture. Apply it to plants as a foliar spray or in irrigation lines every 15 days. Moringa biostimulant powder, moringa leaf powder, is the moringa leaf dried and powdered and used as a soil amendment. Moringa biostimulant powder can be added to the soil and mixed in at a 5% ratio. Add moringa powder to plants in pots or directly in the ground. Mix in before planting. Add moringa biostimulant powder every season or each time a new planting of the plot is about to begin. Moringa biostimulant. Seed cake is the byproduct of pressing moringa seeds for oil. The crushed moringa seeds are known as moringa seed cake because of their texture and look. It can be added to the soil and mixed in at a 5% ratio. Add moringa seed cake to plants in pots or directly in the ground. Mix in before planting. Probiotics and mycorrhizal additives. Adding more information soon. Micronutrients. Micronutrients should be applied as needed and depending on the situation, possibly more frequently in South Florida. They may be applied as part of a fertilizer or applied separately as a special mix. Micronutrients should be applied singularly to the soil only in the case of severe deficiencies because of the danger of applying excessive amounts. Micronutrient deficiencies can be corrected with foliar sprays if deficiencies are not severe. However, correction is usually temporary. Persistent deficiencies may be prevented by applying a fertilizer with micronutrient supplements. Maintenance of recommended pH will minimize micronutrient deficiencies. Specific micronutrient recommendations are available for various pH problems and for specific locations. Adding organic fertilizer to your moringa trees. Fertilizers will not be as effective if the soil biology is not present in the soil. Refer to biostimulants, micronutrients, probiotics, and mycorrhizal methods to accompany added fertilizers. Fertilizers are used to add nutrients and minerals to the soil. Over time, moringa trees will use up what's available in the process of making their food, meaning essential nutrients need replacing. There are a variety of fertilizers, but the main categories often describe whether the nutrients they're providing come from synthetic or natural sources. Compost is another natural alternative to synthetic fertilizers and avoids the detrimental environmental consequences associated with those that have been artificially produced. Some common methods to fertilizer your soil with to add compost veggie and food scraps that have been heated and turned for a period to break down and use as composted soil without any remaining food debris. Sift larger particles from the compost to have a rich veggie starter medium. Rock minerals. The azomite. Rock Dust Company has a great organic solution for fertilizing your soil, and adding rock dust is a common fertilizer additive to soil. It has iron and many other elements to fertilize your soil. It's mined from the earth. Worm castings. Use the excrements of worms in your soil as an organic fertilizer. Biochar is the charred remains of organic materials. Biochar is made from burning materials in a controlled environment with the least amount of oxygen to burn the fire clean and leave the charcoal before turning into ash. Potash is not as valuable as biochar. Keep your biochar from turning to potash with simple yet effective techniques. Seaweed can be collected from beaches and coastal areas and added to raised beds or spread in the fields for added fertilization. Eggshells can be crushed and soaked in vinegar to create a fermented calcium juice that is more soluble than just putting eggshells in your soil. Biostimulant cannot help utilize the nutrients in the soil if they're not present in the first place, meaning that the soil needs to be nutrient rich before planting. When moringa biostimulant is used on any plant with good quality soil and all natural fertilizer, the combination of the two will keep your garden thriving. Mushrooms. Understanding the difference between biostimulants and fertilizers ensures we can fulfill our moringa tree's nutritional needs. There are far less rules and regulations in selling biostimulants than fertilizers. Nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, NPK. Fertilizers are organic or inorganic materials added to the soil to supply moringa trees with nutrients. The law designates nitrogen, N, phosphorus, P, and potassium, K, as primary nutrients for moringa trees and all other plants as well. These nutrients are always listed on the tag in that order. For example, the three numbers on a fertilizer label that read 12 to 48 contains an equivalent of 12% nitrogen, 4% phosphoric acid, and 8% potash by weight. To determine the amount of nutrient present in each amount of fertilizer, multiply the percent nutrient by the weight. For example, a 50-pound bag of 12-4-8 fertilizer would contain 6 pounds of nitrogen, 0.12 x 50 over 6. Total nitrogen, available phosphoric acid, and soluble potash are defined by the fertilizer law as the primary plant nutrients. The three numbers, such as 10 to 30, 10, are known as the guaranteed analysis of the material. The sum of these, or the total available primary plant nutrient, is the grade of the mixture. A statement of total available primary plant nutrient is no longer required on the label and does not appear in the sample label shown in Figure 4.5. However, the law states that a mixture of less than 16% cannot be sold unless a special permit is received from the Commissioner of Agriculture, and the label states low analysis fertilizer in as conspicuous a manner as the brand name. The guaranteed analysis must be in whole numbers except for specialty fertilizers. Specialty fertilizers have been defined as commercial fertilizers in packages sold or offered for sale for home use. Commercial fertilizers containing a total of 5% or less total nitrogen, available phosphoric acid, and soluble potash may be guaranteed in other than whole percentages. Any excellent fertilizer products are commercially available. The discussion and recommendations in this manual are generic and are meant to emphasize the importance of understanding not only the fundamental concepts of what fertilizers are and how they are used, but also how to compare one product with another. The best way to compare fertilizer cost is probably based on cost per pound of nitrogen. However, other factors such as slow release characteristics and micronutrients affect fertilizer cost and value. Generally, 3 fertilizer characteristics increase the value and add to the cost of a fertilizer. These are slow release characteristics, presence of micronutrients, especially fritted or chelated, and whether the fertilizer is prilled. Slow release characteristics extend the period the fertilizer remains effective in the soil. Micronutrients are added to supply an important plant need, while fritting and chelating are methods of increasing or extending micronutrient availability to plants. Prills are formulated as BB-sized balls that are clean and easy to spread. Customers will buy these premium fertilizers if they are aware of their increased value. Numerous specialty fertilizers are available that can enhance growth when used for the special situations for which they are prepared. Fertilizer best management practices and laws. Many of Florida's water resources are particularly susceptible to pollution because of the state's unique geology and climate. Floridians obtain almost all their drinking water from groundwater via wells. Groundwater supplies often lie near the surface and may be covered by nothing but sandy soil. Surface waters in Florida are very sensitive to even small additions of pollution, which cause widespread ecosystem changes in our sensitive estuaries, lakes, rivers, and the Everglades. Users of fertilizers and pesticides need to consider the soil's susceptibility to leaching and runoff, the distance to the water table, the slope of the land, and the distance to surface waters and storm drains, in addition to moringa tree nutrition, disease, and pest factors. Selected properties of soils have been used to develop a rating system for runoff and leaching potential of soils. The USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service has rated soils according to this system in counties having published soil survey reports. Determine the susceptibility of the soil to leaching, soil texture, organic matter, content, soil moisture, and permeability. All affect pesticide movement. Some pesticides readily move through soils that are well drained, sandy, or low in organic matter. Label language will alert users of such limitations. If sinkholes are present, surface water runoff can quickly reach groundwater with little natural soil filtering. The slope of the field and the relative location of lakes, ponds, streams, canals, or wetlands to the application site also determine the vulnerability of these surface water bodies to contamination from pesticides. The Florida-friendly best management practices for protection of water resources by the green industries, while not regulatory in nature, provides information and guidance on reducing pollution and conserving water. Since the original publication of the BMP manual in 2002, several new laws have been passed, new research completed, and new products developed. Therefore, the 2018 version contains new information in many areas, especially concerning irrigation systems and fertilizer use. After weather, local cultural practices are the biggest factors in determining how well your moringa operation performs. They include irrigation, fertilization, mowing, and pruning. The location of your moringa trees are the most important factors when planning a design. The amount of pesticides, fertilizers, and water required often directly correlate with local cultural practices and how well they are carried out. Members whose duties include activities related to BMPs should be properly trained to perform those activities before going into the field. Remember, an ounce of prevention is worth many dollars of cure. Labeling of materials sold as fertilizers is regulated by the Florida Commercial Fertilizer Law. The information and format required make fertilizer labels comparable, and if understood properly, a qualified comparison of fertilizers can be made. The label works based on a guaranteed analysis, with each of the elements guaranteed to be present in a minimum amount. Guaranteed analysis is based on percent by weight of the specified element or compound. A detailed discussion of the Florida fertilizer label follows. The Florida fertilizer label. Fertilizers are manufactured from a wide variety of materials to supply required nutrients to plants. Once these materials are mixed, it becomes difficult to distinguish the materials present. In the past, a few unscrupulous manufacturers have taken advantage of this to increase their profit. To protect consumers and legitimate manufacturers from such practices, the Florida legislature enacted the first fertilizer law in 1889. The law has been amended many times since its enactment to regulate the manufacture and sale of fertilizers in the state. The most recent changes to the rules took place in 2007. Manufacturers are required to purchase and affix a label to each bag, package, container, or lot of fertilizer offered for sale in the state. For packaged products, this information shall either 1. Appear on the front or back of the package, 2. Occupy at least 1/3 of a side of the package, or 3. Be printed on a tag and attached to the package. This information shall be in a readable and conspicuous form. For bulk products, this information in printed form shall accompany delivery, and 5 analysis tags attached to the delivery ticket shall be supplied to the purchaser at time of delivery. The law requires that each label show specific information about the analysis and composition of the mixture or material. The terms available phosphoric acid or available phosphate and soluble potash may be used instead of available phosphorus and soluble potassium, respectively. An example of the Florida fertilizer label appears in Figure 4.5 on page 92. The following information explains the details of label requirements. 1. License number. Each label of fertilizer shall bear the Florida license number. The fertilizer license number shall appear and be clearly identified on all fertilizer labels with a capital F preceding the license number. The number must be clear, legible, and appear prominently and conspicuously on the label in proximity to the brand name or guaranteed analysis. 2. Brand name. A brand name is used by the licensee to identify his product. Brand means a term, design, or trademark used in connection with one or several grades of fertilizer. The label shall also include a grade near the brand. The grade means the percentages in fertilizer total. Nitrogen expressed as N, available phosphate expressed as P2O5, and soluble potassium expressed as K2O, stated in whole numbers in that order. 3. Net weight. The net weight is the actual weight present in the package or container. The term bulk shall suffice for bulk products. 4. Name and address. The name and street address of the manufacturer or registrant of the fertilizer must be included. 5. Organic. When the term organic is used in the label, labeling, or advertisement of any fertilizer, the water-insoluble nitrogen must not be less than 60% of the total guaranteed nitrogen so designated. 6. Guaranteed analysis. The guaranteed analysis section of the label is divided into the percentage of total nitrogen, which is the sum of all forms of nitrogen present in the mixture, available phosphate, soluble potassium, and the statement of each secondary plant nutrient present in the mixture. The chlorine content is stated as the maximum percentage present in the mixture. 7. Derived from. A derived from section is a listing of the actual source materials that constitute the primary and secondary plant nutrients guarantees. Only those materials which constitute sources of primary, secondary plant and micronutrients shall be shown on the application for registration and the label under the statement derived from. Commercial, registered, or copyrighted brand or trade names shall not be permitted in guarantees or listing of source materials, and only in the product name of fertilizer produced by or for the firm holding the rights to such a name. Guaranteed analysis. Total nitrogen. Nitrogen may be included in the form of nitrate nitrogen. 2. Ammoniacal nitrogen. 3. Other water-soluble nitrogen. 5. Water-insoluble nitrogen. A statement of the percentage of each form present in the fertilizer must be given. Nitrate nitrogen includes all the nitrate, NO3, form in the fertilizer mixture. Ammoniacal nitrogen includes all the ammonium, NH4 plus form of nitrogen in the fertilizer. The nitrogen breakdown shall be equal to the total nitrogen guarantee. When urea is present, it may be guaranteed as other water-soluble nitrogen or urea nitrogen at the option of the licensee. When urea formaldehyde is present, not more than 40% of the total nitrogen from this source may be claimed as other water-soluble nitrogen or urea nitrogen at the option of the licensee. Many of the common fertilizer sources of nitrogen are listed in Figure 4.6. Water-insoluble nitrogen originally meant such natural organic materials as dried blood and tankage. Natural organic sources become available in the soil by microbiological action that converts the nitrogen first to ammonium and then to the nitrate form. Many forms of water-insoluble nitrogen have been developed so that now organic and inorganic water-insoluble sources are included in this figure. Some other water-insoluble nitrogen forms are rendered insoluble by coating with sulfur or other materials, by chemical combination with other elements, or by inhibiting the activity of microorganisms that release the nitrogen from insoluble forms. Many of these sources are treated in such a way as to provide for a long continuous release of nitrogen. Available phosphoric acid includes water-soluble and citrate-soluble phosphorus, which is soluble in weak acids found in the soil solution. The guaranteed available phosphoric acid is the oxide equivalent of the actual phosphorus in the mixture. Elemental phosphorus P comprise 44% of the amount of available phosphoric acid guaranteed in the mixture. Soluble potash. This is the oxide equivalent of the potassium present in the mixture. Elemental potassium comprises 83% of the guaranteed soluble potash. All the potassium guaranteed on a fertilizer label is soluble K, which implies that it goes into solution readily when applied to the soil, and that is immediately available for moringa uptake. Chlorine, not more than. Because chlorine is often toxic to plants or may reduce plant quality and yields, it is stated as a maximum possible percentage, not more than. Some greenhouse floral and vegetable crops show toxicity symptoms and reduced quality and yields from excessive chlorine. It is required that the statement chlorine not more than be placed on the label so that the purchaser is aware of the chlorine content of the product. The guaranteed analysis specifies the secondary plant nutrients present in elemental form. Magnesium, iron, zinc, copper, and manganese shall be expressed as total and or water-soluble, soluble, depending upon the source materials formulated in the product. Chelated elements must be guaranteed separately when a chelating agent is denoted in the derivation statement below the guaranteed analysis. When sulfur is claimed as a plant nutrient, it shall be specified as to the form present, either free or combined or both. Figure 4.6, example of nitrogenous fertilizer materials. Some fertilizer mixtures contain pesticides and are required by law to have a yellow label with conspicuous lettering in a contrasting color. Fertilizer manufacturers can include only approved pesticides at a rate below or equal to the maximum legal rate. The label must include crops for which the pesticides are recommended, required precautionary statements, and directions for use. The percentage of active ingredient by weight must appear on the label, along with the pounds of active ingredient per ton of fertilizer. Labels must also appear on individual materials sold as fertilizers, even if they are not mixed fertilizers. Guarantees for such products are like those on a label for a mixed fertilizer. All composts, soil conditioners, soil amendments, manipulated manures, and soil additives are defined as fertilizers by law and should be labeled appropriately. The label must contain the product's brand name, common name, and analysis in terms of the primary plant nutrient. Fertilizing moringa in urban landscapes. To adopt best management practices of the urban turf, sports lawns, or golf course industries, one should consider the rules and regulations for using fertilizers on your moringa trees in urban settings, especially if you have a plot of 50-100 large moringa trees in your backyard. Any fertilizers labeled for use on urban turf, sports turf, or lawns shall be no phosphate or low phosphate and have label restrictions for the application of nitrogen. It further specifies that no phosphate fertilizer means phosphate levels below 0.5% and intended for urban areas. Low phosphate fertilizer is intended for new or established applications with phosphate levels equal to or above 0.5%. New urban area are not recommended to grow moringa trees because of the high levels of nitrogen needed to establish the soil. Moringa trees should be grown in established neighborhoods. No phosphate fertilizers shall not contain more than 0.5% of available phosphate expressed as P2O5. The grade shall indicate a zero guarantee. Fertilizers labeled as low phosphate shall have use directions that do not exceed an application rate of 0.25 lbs. P2O5 11 OOFT2 per application and not to exceed 0.50 lbs. P2O5 11,000 FT2 per year. Label use directions may be included that allow higher rates if an annual soil sample representative for the site shows the need for a higher application rate. Nitrogen shall not be applied at an application rate greater than 0.7 lbs of readily available nitrogen per 1,000 SQ. Eft at any one time based on the soluble fraction of formulated fertilizer with no more than 1 lobits, total N per 1,000 SQ boats, Ft to be applied at any one time. The following language shall appear conspicuously on bags of fertilizer sold at retail. Do not apply near water, storm drains, or drainage ditches. Do not apply if heavy rain is expected. Apply this product only to your lawn, garden, and sweep any product that lands on the driveway, sidewalk, or street back onto your lawn, garden. Fertilizers, other than specialty fertilizers labeled for urban turf, shall have directions for use not to exceed rates recommended in the Grow Moringa Best Management Practices document. See Bibliography, Chapter 10. Application rates for turf are covered more thoroughly under Fertilizer Recommendations for Urban Landscapes later in this chapter. Organic fertilizer application to moringa trees. Grow Moringa Collective certified members must know what organic fertilizer is best for their application, as well as when, how much, how often, and how to apply organic fertilizers. Certified members must know the products they are using, selling, or recommending. We must know not only the analysis, but also the other factors that cause one formulation of a particular fertilizer to be more valuable than another with the same analysis or results. For example, organic fertilizer recommendations vary greatly among landscapes intensive hedge or orchard style growing methods. Recommendations for each method of growing moringa trees are discussed in greater detail on the following pages. Additionally, the Grow Moringa Collective certified members must know the type of fertilizer program customers should be following. Are they growing intensive moringa beds, hedgerows, or orchard style trees for seeds and drumsticks? Does the customer have a well-established landscape, or has it recently been constructed and is still being established? What are the special nutrient requirements for their situation? Are there special considerations due to proximity of saltwater? Are there extremes in soil pH? The area of the state in which the customer lives can also influence the fertilization program. With so many questions regarding fertilization, some generalizations and compromises must be made. When should you fertilize? The best response is, when was the last time you fertilized? And was that application based on soil test results? Knowing how long it has been since the last fertilization and using soil test results to make application decisions is an important starting point. When working with fertilizer, always consider the relationship between when, how much, and how often. Which fertilizer is best? Premium quality fertilizers will contain the best ingredients formulated and blended in such a way that they are easy to apply and very effective. When determining fertilizer needs of moringa in the landscape, soil testing is an easy, cost-effective way to determine mineral deficiencies. The use of soil test results will determine the analysis needed for site-specific conditions. Because of the mobility of most essential nutrients for moringa growth in Florida soils, one of the best indicators of appropriate fertilization and moringa health is tissue analysis. In the landscape, leaf analysis of moringa trees, along with appearance and soil analysis, can be used to diagnose the problems and the effectiveness of a fertilization program, especially for micronutrient deficiencies. For moringa growers, tissue analyses should be used in conjunction with media nutritional analyses to obtain the nutritional status of the container. Relying totally on media or tissue analysis for the basis of nutritional management decisions could result in improper management. Organic fertilizer placement on moringa trees. Fertilizer placement on moringa trees in the landscape in relation to the tree's root zone is very important. Studies have indicated that most plants on average have root depths are usually a maximum of 10 to 14 inches due to the naturally high oxygen concentrations near the soil surface, and more than 50% of the roots extend beyond the drip line by as much as 3 times. Comparatively, many roots of mulched moringa trees are located just beneath the mulch surface. Consequently, for maximum utilization, fertilizer should be applied to the soil or mulch surface. Since most feeder roots on moringa trees are shallow, there is no need to inject or place fertilizer deep in the soil. However, shallow soil injections on mounds, berms, and slopes, and in compacted soil will reduce the amount of fertilizer runoff due to irrigation or rain. Figure 4.7 Fertilizer application with tree ring. Organic fertilizer should be applied to the mulch surface and to the unmulched area around a tree not to exceed 1 1/2 to 2 times the canopy diameter. See Figure 4.7. If the grass was fertilized within the past 2 weeks, do not apply additional organic fertilizer to the area around the base of the moringa trees. Only fertilize the mulched area determined by the amount of organic fertilizer should be applied to the mulch square footage. The The fertilizer nutrients will move rapidly with irrigation water through the mulch, reaching the moringa tree roots. Most established moringa trees, 3 to 5 years after transplanting, growing in landscapes where grass and shrubs are fertilized, do not need additional fertilizer. Their root systems extend throughout the landscape past the edge of the tree canopy and receive nutrients when these areas are fertilized. However, supplemental applications may be needed for some trees because nutrient deficiencies could develop. There are a few situations where trunk injection of fertilizer is warranted. A good candidate for trunk injection would be a tree with a micronutrient deficiency that did not respond to soil applications of fertilizer. Each situation is different, and the merits of injection should be judged by a professional moringa tree specialist. Remember that moringa trees are permanently damaged by trunk injections, and the potential benefits must outweigh this damage. In more cases, because of the nature of moringa trees, a hard cut back to the base, or roots, may require the tree to make a full recovery after 2 to 3 years or regrowing a new, healthier trunk. But once a deficiency is recognized, then that could have also caused the tree to be more susceptible to pathogens and fungus. Fertilizer type for moringa trees. Fertilizer should always be organic and applied at the lowest of the ranges recommended, unless a soil test indicates that more is warranted. A complete fertilizer with a ratio of approximately 3.1.2 or 3.13, i.e. 15:5 to 10 or 15:5:15 of nitrogen, phosphorus pentoxide, P2O5, and potassium oxide, K2O, is generally recommended unless the soil test reveals that phosphorus and potassium are adequate. Fertilizers that are slow release, controlled release, sulfur-coated, or with nitrogen as IBDU or urea formaldehyde have extended release periods compared to fertilizers that are readily water-soluble. 30 to 50% of the nitrogen should be water-insoluble or slow release. This is beneficial because moringa roots can absorb nitrogen over a long period of time. A fertilizer containing 30 to 50% slow release potassium should be used in South Florida or where soil potassium is frequently inadequate. Fertilizer containing magnesium may be needed if plants often exhibit magnesium deficiency symptoms, and for soils with inadequate magnesium. Water-soluble fertilizer is less expensive than products that provide extended release, but the components of the water-soluble fertilizer may leach quickly through the soil. In sandy soils, the soluble fertilizer may move past the root system after only a few inches of rainfall or irrigation. In finer textured marl, clay, or muck soils, leaching will be slower, but runoff may be greater. Remember that no more than 1:2 to 0.7 B 1000 FT2 of the readily available nitrogen should be in quick release form. Fertilizer amounts. For each organic fertilizer application, apply a maximum of 1 lb of nitrogen-rich compost or activated biochar per $1,000 FT2. This rate is easy to calculate from the information given on several composted soil bags and other organic fertilizer bags if store-bought. Simply divide the nitrogen percentage, the first number of the analysis, into 100. For example, you have purchased a 15-tire 5L0 organic fertilizer. Divide 15 into 100, i.e. 115 or 6.6. Therefore, 6.6 pounds of 15 to 510 will supply 1 pound nitrogen to be distributed over 1,000 square feet of landscape area. If the soil tests high for phosphorus and potassium, these don't need to be applied. See Figure 4.8. Soils low in phosphorus and potassium should receive the equivalent of 0.7 and 1.4 pounds of phosphorus pentoxide, P2O5, and potassium oxide, K20, respectively, per 1,000 FT2 per year. Phosphorus can be applied in one application. However, the total amount of potassium should be divided into 3 applications per year. Target pH and recommended amount of organic fertilizer with phosphorus pentoxide and potassium oxide rates for vegetative green moringa growth. Discontinue schedule once moringa tree goes to flower and fruiting if drumsticks are desired. Otherwise, trim trees or remove flowers to continue the vegetative growth and organic fertilizer schedule. Other considerations. Too much nitrogen promotes excessive stretching, which increases maintenance costs and time. With little benefit, the amount of growth does not outweigh the amount of extra material you may be able to harvest from your trees. Disposing of excess growth as chop and drop or mulching your moringa is an additional problem and expense. Application of too much soluble nitrogen causes environmental concerns, i.e. nitrogen leaching into water supplies or polluting surface waters such as lakes, rivers, bays, and retention ponds. Additionally, nitrogen is not used efficiently by moringa. Diseased or damaged roots, improper soil pH, waterlogged sites and plantings that are too deep can result in inefficient nutrient absorption and nutrient deficiency symptoms. Too much nitrogen can also contribute to disease development. It is one of the environmental stresses that can lead to increased disease or insect problems, which are often treated chemically without changing the cultural practices that initially caused the problem. In Chapter 5, cultural control practices are discussed to reduce susceptibility to pests. Fertilizer timing. Start with fertilizer in the soil when planting your moringa trees and seeds. Then fertilize for 4 to 6 weeks after sprouting. Most established moringa trees grow well with 2 or 3 fertilizer applications per year. One application is normally scheduled around February, South Florida, or March, North Florida, and another in September, North, or October, South. The third application can be made during the summer. Fall applications facilitate nutrient utilization during the cool months and are very important for growth flushes in the spring. Intensive annual beds that are actively growing moringa trees throughout the year or trees growing in pots need 3 to 6 applications of fertilizer per year, while mature plants in the ground need 2 to 3 feedings per year. If you plan to fertilize only twice per year, applications would be best in early spring and early fall. 3 applications per year would be best in early spring, early summer, and early fall, and 4 applications per year would be applied in late winter, late spring, summer, and fall. Be sure to avoid fertilizing during times when heavy rains are anticipated, including during a tropical storm or flood watches or warnings. Fertilizer recommendations for moringa in landscapes. When it has been determined that fertilization is necessary, most established moringa trees will benefit from fertilizing the landscape and other plants, and they should be fertilized at rates within ranges listed in Figure 410. The number of pounds of various nitrogen-containing fertilizers to apply per 1,000 square feet of bed area per year is presented in Figure 411. Phosphorus content of the fertilizer should be 0 to 2% P2O5. Historically, the ratio of nitrogen N to potassium, K2O, for landscape plants has been in the range of 1.1 to 2.1. A 15-0-15 is an example of a fertilizer utilizing the 1.1 ratio. Due to the prevalence of magnesium, Mg, deficiency on some commercial and residential moringa operations in many parts of Florida, up to 2.5 pounds, Meng 1000 F to year, may be applied to address this problem. Micronutrients can be applied at specified rates and timing to achieve fertilization objectives. Water-soluble fertilizers should be applied at no more than 1 per 2 pound of actual nitrogen per 1,000 square feet per application. Application rates of controlled release fertilizers depend on the release rates of the product. Ground cover plantings and other areas where plants cover the entire surface area can be fertilized with 1 pound of nitrogen per 1,000 FT2 of surface area per application, 2 to 4 times per year. Areas that need to be FL1-iolized before planting, such as areas to be sodded, planted with ground covers, or bedding plants, planted with vegetables, or planted as a landscape, can be fertilized at a rate of 1.5 to 2 pounds of nitrogen per 1,000 FT2 of surface area. Special recommendations. Some recommendations are specific for certain regions and soil conditions for growing moringa trees that require a consistent pH for specific growth cycles at different times of the year. 3 examples are growing greens, flowers, and drumsticks. These recommendations vary from the generalized recommendations above. Fact sheets on moringa growth cycles and fertilization recommendations are available in Chapter 8, Moringa Management. Moringa Nutritional Disorders. Nitrogen. Nitrogen, N, deficiency is common in Florida moringa trees and typically the most limiting element in container production. However, other elements such as K, potassium, Mg, magnesium, and Mn, manganese, are much more prevalent and serious in the landscape. Symptoms of N deficiency include an overall light green color and decreased vigor of the moringa leaves. It is easily corrected by applying any N fertilizer to the soil. Leaf color quickly darkens in response to either soil or foliar fertilization. Potassium. Potassium deficiency is perhaps the most widespread and serious of all disorders in Florida moringa trees. Symptoms occur first on oldest leaves and progressively affect newer leaves as the deficiency becomes more severe. Symptoms vary among moringa species, but typically begin as translucent yellow or orange spots on the leaflets. These may or may not be accompanied by necrotic spots. As the symptoms progress, the leaflet or entire leaves will become withered or frizzled in appearance. The The branches usually remain alive on K-deficient leaves, although it may be yellow in color instead of green in some species. Magnesium. Magnesium deficiency is also quite common in Florida moringa trees. Symptoms occur first on the oldest leaves and progress up through the canopy. They will be yellow in color and even brown spots with curling. Typical symptoms are a broad, light yellow band along the margin of the older leaves, with the center of the leaf remaining distinctively green. In severe cases, leaflet tips may become necrotic, but Megi deficiency is rarely if ever fatal to moringa trees. Instead, their growth can be severely stunted. Sulfur. Sulfur deficiency occasionally occurs in containers if sulfate fertilizers are not used. Symptoms are virtually identical to those of Phe deficiency and can only be correctly diagnosed by leaf nutrient analysis. Manganese. Manganese deficiency is common for moringa trees growing in the alkaline soils that cover much of South Florida. Symptoms occur only on new leaves which emerge chlorotic, weak, reduced in size, and with extensive necrotic streaking in the leaves. As the deficiency progresses, succeeding leaves will emerge completely withered, frizzled, or scorched in appearance and greatly reduced in size. Later, only necrotic petiole stubs will emerge, and death of the bud quickly follows. There will be lumpy bark forming on the tree trunks. Manganese deficiency is primarily caused by the element's insolubility in high pH situations. In some moringa trees, cold soil temperatures during the winter and spring months reduces root activity and thus the uptake of micronutrients, especially mn. Moringa trees can be most severely deficient in mn during the winter, and spring will usually grow out of the problem without special treatment once soil temperatures warm up in late spring. Iron. Iron deficiency is most common and usually appears on moringa trees growing in poorly aerated soils or those that have been planted too deeply. Waterlogged soils and deep planting effectively suffocate the roots. Symptoms appear first on the new leaves and in most cases will consist of uniformly chlorotic new leaves. As the deficiency progresses, new leaves will show extensive tip necrosis and reduced leaf size. Early symptoms in moringa trees include pea-sized green spots on otherwise new yellowish leaves. Diagnosis of nutrient deficiencies by visual symptoms alone can be difficult, since some of the symptoms overlap considerably. In most cases, the moringa leaf turns yellow. Correct diagnosis can be assured only if leaf nutrient analysis is performed on symptomatic moringa trees. Moringa fertilization schedule. Fertilizers should be applied 4 times per year for maximum growth, but on the more fertile soils, fewer applications may be adequate. Orchard style. Fertilization rates for orchard style grown palms will vary with the soil type and spacing of the moringa trees, but on average with about a 10-15 spacing, we can calculate a general idea. Granular fertilizers are typically applied to the soil at rates starting at 1/2 to 1/0 zuts for small recently planted moringa trees to 5 lb. Or more for larger and more established moringa trees spaced 10 ahs or more apart. Foliar fertilization is a fairly common practice in moringa tree production. It is a rather inefficient method for providing macronutrient elements such as N, K, and Mg, but is very useful for supplying micronutrients such as Mn and Phe to the plants when soil conditions prevent adequate uptake of these elements by the roots. Foliar fertilization is best used as a supplement for a normal soil fertilization program, particularly for micronutrients, and can be performed in conjunction with regular fungicide applications. Liquid fertilization programs are not the most efficient delivery system for orchard style, especially when overhead irrigation is used. The soluble nature of liquid fertilizer results in leaching or runoff of a great deal of the nutrients before uptake by the roots. If drip irrigation is used in the field, injection of liquid fertilizer through the system may be cost effective, and the problems inherent in overhead delivery may be minimized. Container growing. For containerized moringa trees, a fertilizer with an N-P2O5-K2O ratio of 3:1:2 is commonly used, but a 3:1:3 is preferable. An 18:6:12 or similar slow-release fertilizer is often incorporated into the container medium at planting time at a rate of 7 to 10 lb per cubic yard of soil. Add fertilizer in a large mix, then add to pots. Do not apply fertilizer directly to the pots if it can be avoided. Dibbling of slow-release fertilizers, as opposed to surface application, is recommended over surface application and even incorporation. The extra labor costs will be offset by the added longevity of the container soil and, consequently, better growth of the crop. Additionally, 1.5 to 3 pounds of a micronutrient amendment, rate depends on product, should also be incorporated per cubic yard of planting medium. Approximately 7 lbs of dolomite per cubic yard incorporated into the mix will adjust the pH of most media to 6 to 6.5 and provide calcium and magnesium, an ideal range to sprout and grow moringa trees in containers. If constant liquid fertilization programs are used instead, approximately 150 ppm of both N and K and 1:3 to 1:2 as much mg will probably be adequate. Leaching should be performed once a month if the crop subjected to constant fertilization is not exposed to rainfall. When soil temperatures drop below 65 degrees F, fertilization rates should be reduced. Backyard growing. Mature moringa trees in the urban landscape should optimally receive a complete granular fertilizer formulated for tropical trees 4 times per year at a rate of 3 to 5 lb each application, dropping below a minimum of 2 applications, even for the most budget-conscious maintenance schedules, is not recommended. On new construction and fill soils, even 2 applications may not be enough. For moringa trees under 1-2 years of age or under 1 to 2 lb should be adequate. Newly planted moringa trees can receive even less, 1:2 to 2 lb, dependent on size. Special tropical tree fertilizers contain additional mg and a complete micronutrient amendment. N and K rates in the formulation should be equivalent, and all or at least some of both elements should be available in slow-release form. Fertilizers should be broadcast or banded under the canopy of the moringa tree, but should not be placed up against the trunk where newly emerging roots may be injured. Fertilizer application precautions. The following precautions and procedures need to be followed when applying fertilizers to ensure that no injury occurs to the moringa trees, other plants in the system, or the environment. Apply the right fertilizer. It is especially important to avoid fertilizers with pesticides or herbicides mixed in them. You want to be able to control weeds and grass using organic methods in the most efficient way possible without them. If you are using a weed and feed type of fertilizer for the grass areas, it may not be classified as organic. So be sure that it is applied only to the correct grass and that it does not get into the roots of shrubs and the moringa trees. If you are applying for USDA certified organic certification, you will want to check with them on what can and cannot be used in the grass areas and still maintain your certification because leaching could occur. Use the right application rate. Over-fertilization is a major cause of moringa tree stress and injury. Excess fertilizer also leaches and may cause water pollution. Be sure that the moringa trees being fertilized have adequate moisture. Moringa trees under water stress or wilted leaves can be severely injured by applying fertilizers to them. The first step before fertilizing is watering. Then, take another look at the trees and assess the amount of fertilizer that should be applied. Spread the fertilizer evenly according to the method of application. Broadcast fertilization should be evenly dispersed over the entire area. If fertilizer is injected into holes drilled into the soil, then the holes should be evenly spaced with the same amount of fertilizer applied in each hole. Individual plant fertilization should have the same amount for the same size moringa tree. Row fertilization and side dressing should be evenly distributed within the row. Avoid getting dry fertilizer on the leaves, green stems, and trunks of moringa trees. In situations where fertilizer does get on the leaves, remove as much as possible prior to watering. Watering after the fertilizer application will wash any fertilizer dust off the leaves and will begin to activate the fertilizer. Dry fertilizers should never be applied to wet plants. If you have applied a foliar application of liquid fertilizer, the plants should not be watered immediately after application. Always leave a ring of responsibility around or along the shoreways of canals, lakes, or waterways, except when adjacent to a protective seawall. This avoids fertilizing too close to a body of water. It is important to ensure that fertilizers and other chemicals do not come into direct contact with the water or with any structure bordering the water, such as a sidewalk, brick border, driveway, or street. More information is provided in Chapter 7, Moringa Management. Fertilizer Spreader Calibration. Most organic fertilizer applications are only effective if you ensure uniform coverage and maintain a schedule. Dry fertilizers can be applied with either a drop, gravity spreader, or a rotary centrifugal spreader. Before using organic fertilizers on your moringa trees, see what the requirements are for the other plants in your landscape. You may find that the low amount of fertilizer you are adding to your moringa trees for maintenance purposes can also be added evenly on other plants and grasses. A drop spreader has the advantage of applying an exact pattern since this is limited to the distance between the wheels. This also allows a tight pattern line to be cut, but requires that each pass meets exactly with the previous one, or skips will be noticeable. Wide, 6 feet drop spreaders can become cumbersome in the landscape by limiting access around your moringa trees, other plants, and getting through gates. The agitator in the bottom of the drop spreader's hopper also may break the coating of some slow-release fertilizers. The cyclone, also known as rotary or centrifugal spreader, generally has a wider pattern of distribution compared to a drop spreader, and thus can cover a larger area in a short time. The application pattern of the cyclone spreader also gradually diminishes away from the machine, reducing the probability of an application skip. The uneven, wide pattern of the cyclone spreader is initially harder to calibrate, and heavier fertilizer particles tend to sling farther away from the machine. However, proper calibration and experience minimize these. A recent advancement in fertilizer spreader technology is the use of air to apply the material, like the cyclone spreader, that is somewhat exact, like the drop spreader, without damaging the granules or slinging heavier particles farther. Wind and rain effects also are reduced using the technology, but initial equipment expense and application expertise are higher. Spreader calibration involves measurement of the fertilizer output as the spreader is operated over a known area. One way to ensure uniform application of material is to divide the material into 2 equal portions. Use a spreader calibration which will deliver 1/2 the correct amount of material. Make an application over the entire area, turn the spreader direction 90 degrees from the initial application, and make a second application. This eliminates skips in the coverage. Accordingly, calibration of the spreader should be based on 1/2 desired application rates. A flat surface, a method of collecting the material, and a scale for weighing the material is needed for calibration. Chapter 4.6 Water and Irrigation. Do not overwater. Moringa like it, high and dry in tropical regions. Although moringa is drought tolerant, maintain healthy productive trees with a generous amount of water throughout their life cycle. Well-draining soils are key to watering consistently. Water is essential for the growth of everything, including moringa trees, even though we would like to believe they don't need much water. To maintain moringa trees in a commercial setting, however, they do need a substantial amount of watering. Thanks to water, moringa trees can regulate all their systems efficiently. Water is absorbed and used as a transport medium for sugars, minerals, and hormones within the moringa tree, and in the process of transpiration to help control its temperature. The main factors that influence the amount of water used by a moringa tree are species or variety of moringa, size, age, stage of growth, the local temperature, relative humidity, and wind. Some moringa trees require large amounts of water to maintain their high production value due to their location or relation to the sun. The lack of water will put the moringa trees under stress, causing yellow leaves and little to no seed production. The size of a moringa tree is also an important factor of water use because if the moringa tree doesn't need to be so large to produce the same or more amount of material, then keep the tree shorter and lower to the ground with regular pruning. A large moringa tree has a higher water use potential. Younger moringa trees and sprouts require more water in relation to size than older moringa trees, probably because of active growth in moringa is so fast. Temperature affects the rate of water use, both directly by affecting evaporation and transpiration, and indirectly by affecting other chemical processes. Warm temperatures tend to increase water loss, while cool temperatures decrease water loss. Relative humidity directly affects the rate of transpiration and evaporation. When relative humidity is high, the amount of moisture in the air and the moisture level at the leaf surface differs little. Therefore, water loss due to transpiration is decreased. With low relative humidity, transpiration increases, as does water use by the plant. Wind can also increase evaporation and transpiration. All these factors combine to determine the water use status of the moringa tree. Moringa trees can grow well in tropical regions. They can withstand the monsoon rains and the immense heat and humidity in the summer to an extent. They would much rather prefer a Mediterranean climate, still hot but slightly drier, Subtropical temperatures, never reaching freezing, would be the best climate for moringa. Not too much water, not too little. Water stress symptoms. Water stress symptoms can be observed in moringa trees by analyzing its leaves, and they are used to gauge when the tree needs water. One of the first symptoms of water stress is when soft leaves and stem tissue become limp or begin to wilt. This may occur as the day begins to heat up. You can see a visible change in the leaves. Then, during the hottest, driest part of the day, however, the leaf could be completely curled and drooping. Within another day or two, if the tree continues without water, the leaves may come back to life in some ways, but then the symptoms of wilting and drooping may be present most of the day. If the dry and hot weather continues without water, it may remain wilted throughout the entire day and night. In some cases, the foliage may begin to dry up, burn, and completely fall off. Moringa trees need to be watered as fast as possible when they begin to show water stress symptoms. The leaves are very sensitive, and the main part of the business is having green moringa leaves, not yellow or brown. If a moringa tree is not watered, wilting can be followed by yellowing and dropping of older leaves and browning of tips or margins. If water deprivation continues, the entire leaf may turn brown and die, which can lead to the eventual death of the moringa tree. Undetected symptoms may occur when a plant is getting only marginal amounts of water. Plant growth may slow down or stop due to water stress. However, the decreased growth may be blamed incorrectly on fertilization or pests. Water stress symptoms vary according to the individual moringa tree. Symptoms of excess water. Growers struggle with excess watering and is much more common than lack of water. Symptoms for overwatering often are like symptoms of not enough water. Under conditions of excess water, the soil lacks oxygen needed for root survival. As the root system deteriorates, the plant takes on less water. Often the decline of the root system is followed by invasion of root diseases. If moringa trees with adequate moisture in the soil show what appear to be water stress systems, the root system should be examined. Irrigation. Irrigate your moringa trees in the sprouting phase and in the mature phase. I like to say, only water when the soil is dry, don't water if the soil is wet. A good method for knowing when to water is to observe your moringa trees for stress symptoms. You can place indicator plants or ground covers nearby, which will show stress a day or two before the moringa, so that you are able to adjust the irrigation. Observe your moringa trees regularly and water whenever the indicator plants show stress symptoms. This requires keen observation to be sure that the indicator plants are, in fact, representative of the needs of the moringa trees. Keep in mind, irrigation will depend on if the moringa trees are in the ground or in containers. The size in which they are growing may differ in requirements as well. Small containers typically need water more frequently than large containers. Another method of determining the need for irrigation is to monitor the moisture level in the soil. First, by digging into it slightly and trying to clump the soil in a ball in your hand. If it holds together well, it has moisture retention with organic matter. But if your soil falls apart or does not hold together well like dry sand, use a reliable moisture meter. In greenhouses and in the field, irrigation systems should be designed to achieve optimal uniformity. Checking uniformity close to the pump and far away from the pump, and in each zone representing different irrigation infrastructures or delivery systems is recommended annually. Non-uniform systems may contribute to leaching and runoff, hence potential contamination of groundwater. Uniformity of water application with overhead sprinkler irrigation systems is often reported as distribution uniformity, DU. It is an indicator of how equal or unequal the application rates are in the nursery. Allow DU below 60% indicates that application rates are very different, while a high DU, 80% or higher, indicates that application rates over the area are similar in value and that the water is distributed evenly to all the plants. Distribution uniformity is based on the low quarter of the irrigated area. The calculation of DU requires that the trash can test be performed in the irrigation zone. Figure 412 is an example of the trash can test. Figure 4-12. The distribution of catch cans between 4 sprinklers spaced in a square grid pattern. The number below each circle represents the depth of water caught in 1 hour at that location. In figure 4-12, 16 straight-sided trash cans have been placed in the irrigation zone. The depth of water collected in these cans are after running the system for 1 hour is presented below each can. The average application rate in this zone is the average depth collected in the cans and is equal to 0.8 in HR. In order from top left to bottom right, 0.7 plus 0.8 plus 0.9 plus 0.6 plus 0.8 plus 0.7 plus 0.9 plus 0.7 plus 1.0 plus 0.8 plus 0.8 plus 0.9 plus 1.0 plus 0.8 plus 0.9 plus 1, 0, 16, 0.8 in HR. Now, to calculate distribution uniformity, the lowest 1/4 or quarter of the measurements from our example are selected. The other value we must know is the average depth of application during the test, which was calculated above. DU, average low quarter depth, overall average depth, x 100%, average low quarter depth, 0.6, 0.7 plus 0.7 plus 0.7, 4 or 0.7 in HR. DU 0.7, 0.8, 100%, shear 87.5%. Emission uniformity is used for micro-irrigation systems rather than distribution uniformity. It is calculated by comparing the volume of water from the emitters to the statistical differences in the total volume. An emission uniformity of 90% or higher is considered excellent. Additional information regarding irrigation frequency and amount is presented in Chapter 5, Water and Irrigation. Water quality. Chemicals, living organisms, and particulate matter affect water quality. Chemicals may injure plants, deposit undesirable residues on plants, or clog irrigation systems. Living organisms may also clog irrigation systems or spread plant diseases through irrigation water. Particulate matter may clog irrigation systems, especially low-volume drip-type systems. Water pH may adversely affect the pH of growing media and may cause problems with applications of chemicals for pest control or fertilization. Irrigation water should be tested for soluble salts and pH. Soil and water management practices may have to be changed based on the results. If water is high in soluble salts, fertilization procedures may have to be changed. If water is high in certain dissolved minerals, it may be necessary to avoid foliar application on some plants because of undesirable deposits on leaves, which spoil the appearance. Surface water has the potential to be contaminated with chemicals and disease-causing organisms. If it is necessary to use surface water, care must be taken to avoid contamination. Contamination problems include herbicides, algae, or other particulate matter which may clog automatic controllers and drip irrigation. Filtering can remove much of the particulate matter. Water that has been softened by a sodium ion replacement system should not be used for plant irrigation. Reclaimed water nutrient levels can vary by a factor of 10 or more, so be sure to contact the supplier to get information on nutrient content. When applying fertilizers to a site that irrigates with reclaimed water, consider the amount of nutrients in the water and reduce fertilization appropriately. In addition to possible nutrient pollution by over-irrigating, reclaimed water may contain high levels of chloride, leading to salt accumulations in the soil. Water requirements. Annual moringa types raised through seeds require frequent and regular irrigation compared to perennial or country types. In annual moringa types, the roots are highly succulent and fast spreading and draw more water from the subsoil region, hence it needs frequent and regular irrigation with an interval of 7 to 10 days, whereas the perennial moringa types are hardy and can be irrigated with an interval of 10-15 days interval based on the soil type during its vegetative growth respectively. Shorter period of 10 to 15 days water stress immediately after the pinching is very much useful for the development of a greater number of laterals in annual moringa. Soil moisture stress for the period of 20-30 days, depending upon the soil types, will be beneficial in flower induction of moringa. Soil moisture stress for limited period has a positive role on flower bud development by suppressing the excessive vegetative growth 28 days in moringa. However, the water stress is not advisable during the peak flowering and fruit setting stage. Moisture stress during this stage would be highly detrimental for moringa crops and results in flower drop, pollen dryness, immature fruit drop, and desiccation of immature fruits from tip to downwards. Hence, regular and frequent irrigation with 7 to 10 days interval, depending upon the soil type, is necessary to improve the fruit set and fruit development of moringa. Excess watering and water stagnation must be completely avoided during this stage, since that also leads to flower drop and immature fruit drop. During peak fruit development and maturation stage requires moderate irrigation, otherwise the fruits are highly succulent, less palatability, and poor post-harvest life. Complete stoppage of irrigation is recommended during the fruit maturation and fruit color changes into straw yellow for seed production purpose. During the severe drought and in hot summer period, the moringa tree can be sprayed with anti-transpirants like Green Miracle, PMA, Colin, etc. to safeguard against the trees from drought and to check the flower drop or fruit drop. Resources. Advances in Production Moringa Manual. Chapter 4.7 Light and Temperature. Light influences many aspects of the moringa tree's growth and development. It is required for photosynthesis, the sole process for sustaining life. Light level is a primary consideration when deciding where to plant your moringa trees in specific locations. Moringa trees in commercial settings require full sun to grow satisfactorily with as much material that is being removed from the trees each year. They will not grow with maximum production in partial sun or shade because the leaves will not produce as fast, and they will turn yellow more often, and they will be more susceptible to root rot if the irrigation is running in shady areas of your orchard or nursery. Reduce both irrigation and fertilization levels for moringa trees in the shade to avoid fungal growth and stress. Some moringa trees adapt to shady environments with larger leaves. The more sunlight there is, the smaller the leaves. Indoor leaves will be shed if the moringa tree is taken outside after winter. Allow the tree to regrow outdoor leaves once it's outside. If shade cannot be avoided, try to account for the sun lowering in the sky in the wintertime. To make sun, the moringa tree will have maximum exposure to the sunlight in the winter. Even if you plant the tree in the summer in the shade, at least you know that when the sun is lower in the sky, it will receive sunlight, as shown in Figure 4.13. Figure 4.13 sundial showing sun lower in the sky in winter. Plant moringa trees on the northern side of the property if possible. In addition to light intensity levels, light duration also influences certain aspects of moringa tree growth patterns and development. Day length controls flowering in many species. The relationship of the length between day and night is known as photoperiod. A chemical in moringa trees, phytochrome, changes forms during light and darkness. This change signals to the moringa tree if days are short or long, thereby triggering flowering at the appropriate time. Moringa trees are long day and short day flowering plants. Flowering is initiated in moringa trees when the nights get longer and both shorter, spring and fall. These flowering times happen twice a year, where moringa trees can be covered in flowers. Depending on if you want your trees to initiate seed after pollination, you'll want to remove the flowers to keep your trees in a vegetative state. Once the flowers are pollinated and the tree begins its process of producing seed, it will lose its leaves and stop shooting growth. Instead, all energy will go into making seed. Low light disrupts the moringa tree's cycles because flowers will not be able to perceive the true day length, and they won't bloom properly. For moringa trees to survive successfully indoors, they must be near a window or have sun lamps and have plenty of circulation, fans, and water with well-draining soil. Field-grown moringa trees in pots are placed under shade cloth so that the tree roots don't burn in the pots. Although moringa grows in full sun in the ground, they need to be placed in partial sun or under shade cloth if grown in pots. The earth acts as a natural cooling method, and while moringa trees are grown in pots, the roots can get very hot. Moringa cannot withstand low light levels and must be moved to an area with higher lights. Conversely, sun scald occurs in moringa when grown indoors then brought outside. The indoor leaves that are exposed to bright sunlight after being in an area with lower light levels will fall off and be replaced by outdoor leaves. This also happens when a moringa tree is pruned and the lower leaves are exposed to full sun. Temperature. Moringa trees have a temperature range at which they grow best, although some moringa trees can survive at much lower and somewhat higher extremes. Changes in temperature influence growth and development processes, such as photosynthesis and respiration. When temperatures go above or below the optimal range, growth slows and can eventually stop. Temperatures more extreme from the optimal range can result in death of the moringa tree. These are not absolute temperatures. Rather, they involve relationships between temperature and time. A moringa tree branch and its root system cannot withstand freezing temperatures for more than a few hours, but when exposed for 24 hours or more, it can lose all its leaves, and the trunks can die back all the way to the ground. The cadmium bark layer is so thin that the water inside the trunks can explode from freezing temperatures, causing anything to die that was above ground. It can regrow new trunks and branches if the root system survived. Figure 4.14 shows the optimal regions to grow moringa outdoors all year. Optimum temperature ranges for moringa trees are 65 85F. The situation becomes very complex as one considers that the optimal temperatures for one species of moringa trees, not only with many cultivars, but also varying temperature requirements at different stages of development, the tissue involved, the length of expo, sure, and environmental factors such as radiation received from the sun and water stress. With moringa trees, the daytime optimum temperature is higher than the optimum temperature at night. Fig 414 green indicates optimal temperature zones to grow moringa in USA. Moringa trees grow more in the summer months than in the winter months. In Florida, once the rainy season begins, moringa trees can grow up to a foot a week. Moringa trees will slow down or stop growing in the winter simply because the temperatures have exceeded their optimal temperature range. This phenomenon is called cold stall. As temperatures increase, the moringa trees will resume growth. Fig 415. Green indicates optimal temperature zones to grow moringa in the world. Minimal winter temperatures also determine the northern and southern limits of moringa trees, the former in terms of hardiness to cold, winter survival, and the latter in terms of chilling requirements needed to break dormancy so growth and reproduction can resume. The length of high summer temperature periods also influences the moringa tree's ability to adapt to a region. Both factors influence the natural distribution of moringa trees globally. Moringa can grow more successfully outside of these green zones as a short, bushy annual that will die in the winter. Harvest in the summer for biomass and green material. Moringa trees outside.
Chapter 5.1 Irrigation Management. Although moringa is a drought-tolerant tree, in commercial and production environments, supplemental irrigation is arguably the most important and most overlooked aspect of growing moringa. Nursery and greenhouse growers depend heavily on the ability to irrigate daily during landscape production cycles. Florida receives, on average, 50 to 60 inches of rainfall, or enough to maintain any landscape. Unfortunately, rainfall is not distributed evenly enough to actually eliminate the dependence on supplemental irrigation. As a result, the timing, frequency, and amount of supplemental irrigation is often determined without proper knowledge or understanding of moringa's water needs. The following section is designed to help everyone growing moringa. A. Understand the principles of water conservation. B. Determine when moringa trees needs water. And C. Provide tools that can be shared with growers following installation on the proper ways to maintain a healthy, vigorous, and productive moringa trees. Irrigation should be managed closely. Water is very valuable, and adding it to the soil for the purpose of supplying the appropriate moisture for optimal growth is a modern luxury. Irrigation also provides a means for nutrients to move from the soil to each moringa tree and is used for salt leaching, chemigation, system flushing, seed germination, and climate modification. Providing an adequate amount of water to satisfy the moringa tree's needs at the correct time is the key to resource conservation, reduced pollutant loading, and optimum growth. Conversely, over or under irrigating nursery or orchard trees will lay the foundation for a litany of consequences, including growth decline and disease problems, plant death, leaching and runoff of nutrients, amendments, pesticides, and wasted time and money. Irrigation management, knowing when and how much to irrigate, is the cornerstone of water conservation and reduced soil movement. Proper irrigation scheduling should consider plant water requirements, recent rainfall, recent temperature extremes, and soil moisture. Under ideal conditions, the water required for moringa irrigation and maintenance is equal to the water lost or used during the entire tree's cycle of growth. Water loss is attributed to soil evaporation and plant transpiration. Typically, both processes are combined and called evapotranspiration, ET. A moringa tree's water requirements, ET, vary with its growth cycle and climatic conditions throughout the year. Moringa trees use more water during seed, flower, fruit production and may not require irrigation in dormancy. During the colder months, most moringa trees are not actively growing in the USA. It just gets too cold and thus use less soil moisture. Excess irrigation can waste our water supply, cause off-site damage, cause pollution, and have direct economic impacts. Over-irrigation causes water to run off and possibly flood adjacent properties, or the water percolates below root systems and provides no benefits to the moringa trees or surrounding areas. Excess water can carry away nutrients or other minerals that could murky nearby water resources. The wasteful use of water increases both the user's water bill and fuel costs associated with pumping the water out of the well or through the lines and pipes. There are several ways to prevent excess irrigation. Visual observations of runoff or puddles are simple indications. A system's timer clock controller can be adjusted to meet each moringa tree's water requirements. Flow meters can be used to determine how much water is applied and when to turn off the irrigation system. A tensiometer or electronic moisture sensor can be placed below the root zone to determine the status of the wetted front and when to tum off the irrigation system. Rain gauges, cans, or other containers can be used to measure how much water has been applied so that you don't water while it's raining. Link your controllers to an application on your phone to also start or stop the watering at any time. Watering frequency. Currently, there are several methods that can be used to determine when and how much irrigation to apply in a landscape setting. For example, actual or potential ET values, soil moisture sensors, and automated ET controllers represent the latest technology available for use in residential and/or the commercial setting. Ideally, irrigation scheduling should be based on site-specific conditions which dictate soil moisture. Tools such as soil tensiometers or other soil moisture probes provide the ability to determine site-specific conditions, yet these tools are often impractical and/or unaffordable in many cases. In situations where the use of the latest technology isn't feasible, other acceptable methods, such as potential evapotranspiration, ETP, can be utilized. Current estimated ETP rates are available for specific regions throughout Florida. Figure 401 lists average ETP levels in 2 regions of Florida, and based on the ETP findings for turfgrass, we can also gather some ideas of how much water will be needed to maintain healthy moringa trees. If we know that ETP accounts for half of the water being irrigated, 2x the number in figure 4.1 for an accurate watering amount per day. The numbers are based on a diagonal line running from north of Tampa to south of Daytona Beach, dictating the northern and southern part of the state. ETP values should be used only as a general guideline for irrigation scheduling and for monthly timer controller adjustments when local site-specific information is not available. Figure 5.1, potential evapotranspiration, ETP, levels for 2 regions of Florida by University of Florida, IFAS. Watering amount. An irrigation event should apply enough water to penetrate the average depth of the root system of moringa trees in the ground or to the bottom of the container for moringa trees in containers. Even for deep-rooted moringa trees, water only needs to penetrate underlying moist soil. How much water that is will depend on the nature of the soil. Inches are often used when discussing how much water to apply. Application of an inch of water means enough water applied evenly over the area begin irrigated so that if it were all on top of the area at one time, it would measure 1 inch deep. An inch of water applied to sandy soils would penetrate about 12 inches deep, while an inch of water applied to a loam soil or soil mix will only penetrate about 6 inches. Using this information, a pot 6 inches deep should have approximately 1 to an inch of water applied, and a plant with an average root depth of a foot should have an inch of water applied. However, to prevent over-irrigation and the leaching of fertilizers and amendments, and to promote root development for drought conditions, research suggests that, in general, no more than 1 to 2 to 3/4 inch of water should be applied for a single irrigation event. Another basic method used by moringa growers is to assume that on average 1 inch of water wets the top 12 inches of a sandy soil. Because most roots grow in the topmost 6 inches of soil, 1 to 3/4 inch is needed for replenishment every 2 to 3 days during periods of active growth, and every 10 to 14 days during less active growth periods. This water can come from rainfall or be provided by the irrigation system. In less sandy soils, 1 inch of rain could only penetrate 3 to 6 inches of soil. In a rainfall event, when measuring the amount of water that already fell on your moringa trees, trying to figure out how much you need to irrigate, calculate the remaining water demands, if any, by using the surface area that you are trying to water, keeping in mind the ETP calculations for your region as well when calculating estimating the waterfall depth, for example, in an open milk jug after a rain is not actually accurate in true depth to rainfall ratio because the opening on the top of the jug is a much smaller area than the rest of the jug. Once it's filled with water, there's a slight bulge in the center of the jug. That's why most rain gauges are conical in shape. And to get a more accurate reading, if you look closely at the graduations, you'll see the measurements get progressively closer together at the top because the surface area is progressively larger as the gauge fills up. Rainfall in inches is described as water that falls on any area measured in depth, typically in inches or millimeters. 25 millimeters equals 1 inch. 1 inch of rain can also be calculated with a 1 foot square pan, a 4-inch can, and a 4-foot tub. They would all reach a depth of 1 inch at the same time. 1 inch deep can be calculated for any size area with a simple formula. How much water is needed to cover 1 square foot 1 inch deep? If 1 gallon is 231 cubic inches and 1 square foot is 144 square inches, the volume of water, bar 12x 1, bar 144 cubic inches, 144, 231, 0.37 gallon, mar 79 fluid ounces, or 2.35 liters of water. 1 inch of rainfall can be calculated as 4.7 gallons of water per square yard, or 22,750 gallons of water per acre. 1 gallon is 231 cubic inches, so an area of 231 square inches, roughly 23 inches x 10 inches x 1 inch, would hold 1 gallon of water at 1 inch deep. Rain shutoff devices, required by law, and rain gauges should be placed in open areas to assure accurate readings. Flow meters should have a straight enough run of pipe both downstream and upstream to prevent turbulence and bad readings. Tensiometers and other irrigation management tools should be installed in representative locations and should be maintained to help make good irrigation management decisions. Although irrigation management is a complex process, it can be reduced to a simple checkbook or water balance process. The irrigation amount should consist of the difference between the moringa tree's water use and effective rainfall, i.e., rainfall stored in a moringa tree root zone for its own use. Another way to determine irrigation requirements is to determine the soil moisture deficit that needs to be replaced. Irrigation timing. When mechanical, electronic devices are not available for irrigation management, the following visual indicators can be used as guidelines to determine the need for irrigation. Moringa leaves have a dull yellow-gray coloring. Leaves are curling and folded or have burned edges. Soil samples from the root zone are dry and crumbly. Indicator landscape plants, such as mimosa, perennial peanut, and longevity spinach, have drooping leaves. When possible, the timing of an irrigation event should be planned to increase irrigation efficiency by reducing evaporative losses due to climatic conditions, for example, high temperature, low humidity, windy conditions, and by maintaining high irrigation uniformity. These conditions normally occur in the early morning hours. On a typical summer afternoon, it would not be unusual to lose 40% to 50% of the water being discharged through an overhead sprinkler to wind or high evaporative loss. However, it is often necessary to water several times a day after planting new materials, seeds, and cuttings in the summer to assure successful establishment. These more frequent applications should be carefully monitored and reduced as soon as possible. Several irrigation management techniques help to improve a plant's health and reduce water use. Delayed irrigation and deficit irrigation promote root development and provide a level of drought tolerance. Delayed irrigation promotes deeper root development by postponing irrigation until wilt is observed. Deficit irrigation calls for managing irrigation quantities so that there is always soil storage to take advantage of any possible rainfall. Regardless of the methods or tools you utilize when determining irrigation applications, the point is to be consistent and use some method other than setting an automated irrigation timer and never adjusting the run times. For more information, see Grow Moringa blog on tips for maintaining moringa trees during drought. See bibliography. Application uniformity. Moringa seedlings should all be soaked evenly using the wicking method, watering and fertilizing from below, not spraying water on the sensitive leaves while growing in a greenhouse. Moringa trees in the ground and in containers need more irrigation, uniformity, and application is a critical function of irrigation system efficiency, as it indicates how uniformly water is distributed over a wetted area. Greater application uniformities occur when spacing is adequate and sprinkler nozzles are matched. Poor application uniformity leads to localized over-irrigation or under-irrigation. Lack of application uniformity can lead to holes in watering patterns, yellowing, and stressed moringa trees, which will bring even more pests into the environment. In most cases, uniformity problems can be easily corrected. Once uniformity problems have been addressed, savings in electricity, fuel, and watering costs can be realized. Poor uniformity in overhead sprinkler systems can be due to numerous factors, such as A. Improper pipe diameters, B. Improper operation pressure, C. Improper sprinkler heads and nozzles, D. Inadequate sprinkler overlap, E. Wind, F. Changes in system components with time, such as pump efficiency, pressure regulation, or nozzle size, and G. Nozzle clogging. The only way to know for sure how even the application and how much water an irrigation system is putting out is to measure it. There are several methods for determining irrigation uniformity. The most common method is referred to as the trash can test. The catch can test can be conducted by placing cups or jars or other straight-sided containers evenly around sprinklers to catch and measure irrigation. The system is turned on for a fixed amount of time, and the water collected in each container is measured and recorded. If irrigation is uniform, the amount of water should be close to the same in each container. For sprinkler systems, 70% to 80% is considered good uniformity, and anything above 80% is excellent. Application efficiency. Application efficiency is another form of irrigation system efficiency. It indicates how much of the applied water is stored in a plant's root zone. For sprinkler systems, application efficiencies typically range between 70 and 85%. Application efficiency and emission uniformity, measurements, are used to determine micro-irrigation system efficiencies. In general, microsystems with emission uniformities of 90% or greater are considered excellent. 90 to 80% are good, 80 to 70% fair, and below 70% poor. For more information, see Grow Moringa Farms' publication on field evaluation of micro-irrigation water application uniformity. See bibliography. The different system efficiencies determine how well a system can perform, but since they do not include irrigation management, they do not show how well the system is operating. To determine the overall irrigation efficiency, divide the total water used for reasonable and beneficial use, such as evapotranspiration, salt leaching, and establishment, by the total water provided and multiply by 100 to create a percentage. The higher the value, the more efficient the irrigation. In some areas of the state, the water management districts or other local agencies may provide mobile irrigation lab, MIL, services. These services will evaluate a system and make recommendations to improve system efficiency. Contact your local water management district for more information about these services in your area. Irrigation BMPs. The fundamental best management practices for irrigation management are: irrigation rates should not exceed the maximum ability of the soil to absorb and hold the water applied in any one application. Irrigation quantities should not be larger than the available moisture storage in the root zone. Never over-irrigate. Use properly calibrated flow meters, soil moisture sensing devices, rain gauges, and the visual observation of irrigation runoff or puddles to manage irrigation. When possible, the irrigation schedule should coincide with other cultural practices, such as the application of fertilizer, herbicides, or other organic soil amendments. When fertilizing, other than when watering restrictions apply, irrigate with 1/4 inch following fertilization to avoid the loss of nitrogen and increase uptake efficiency. If water restrictions apply, you may irrigate as you are allowed, but more than 1-2 inch of water may cause some loss in efficiency of your application, and nitrogen could be leached past the root zone. Proper cultural practices should be employed to promote healthy, deep root development and reduce irrigation requirements. Irrigation controllers, timers, should be reset seasonally to account for moringa tree growth requirements and local climatic conditions. Where applicable, distribution, emission, and application uniformities should be tested annually. Chapter 5.2, Irrigation System Design Principles. Florida has 67 counties, each with different regulations and requirements concerning licensing, design, and approval of an irrigation system. The following section is helpful general information, but for more answers about where to start with your property, join one of the live webinars inside the members area and ask some questions. If you'd like one-on-one consultation from a trained member, we can schedule a call back with you. Irrigation system design is a complex issue and should be handled by trained professionals. These professionals should use existing standards and criteria, as well as the manufacturer's recommendations to design the most appropriate system for a location. A list of sources for current standards and criteria can be found at the end of this chapter. Remember that in many communities, construction, design documents, and permits require the signature and seal of a registered design professional. An irrigation system needs to be designed to meet a site's peak water requirements. However, the system should also have enough flexibility to adapt to various water demands and local restrictions, and allow for operating modifications to meet seasonal irrigation changes. To prevent irrigation runoff, a system's application rate must not exceed the ability of the soil to absorb and retain the water applied during any one application. The system operating pressure must not exceed the source pressure. The design operating pressure should account for low pressure during periods of high use, i.e. mornings, and for project build-out or expansion. Since moringa trees need different irrigation times for each season, irrigation systems designed to service them throughout the year is crucial to meeting their individual water needs. The irrigation design should also account for the extra water needed periodically to leach salt buildups that accumulate due to poor irrigation water quality. An irrigation system consists of three main components. 1. Water supply, water source, pump, filters, and valves. 2. Water conveyance, mainline, manifold, lateral, and spaghetti tubes. 3. Distribution device, impact sprinkler, oscillating sprinkler, rotary sprinkler, spray, or drip emitter. Distribution devices and pipe sizes should be designed for optimum uniform coverage. Distribution equipment, sprinklers, rotors, and micro irrigation devices in each zone must have the same precipitation rate. The proper selection, design, and installation of these components optimizes their use and decreases any off-site impacts. The design must also account for different site characteristics and topographies. To provide peak water use demands and have enough flexibility to reduce supply for different demand requirements, irrigation systems need to be designed with varying control devices, rain shutoff devices, and backflow prevention. Backflow prevention devices required by law are installed in irrigation systems to prevent water in the system from flowing back into the water supply. Obviously, this becomes critical if fertilizers or pesticides are injected into the irrigation system. They also release pressure from the tubes, which keeps your system functioning longer. Figure 5.2 Irrigation spacing. Water conveyance systems should be designed with thrust blocks and air release valves to prevent system damage. Equipment with check valves must be used in low areas to prevent low head drainage. The water conveyance pipelines should provide the system with the appropriate pressure required for maximum irrigation uniformity, and the distribution devices should be designed for optimum uniform coverage. In addition, the distribution system should not include the irrigation of non-planted areas, such as driveways, parking lots, roads, sidewalks, underneath roof overhangs, and natural buffer zones. Figure 5.3 Square spacing. To ensure optimum uniformity, permanent irrigation sprinklers, spray jets, and other distribution devices should be spaced according to the manufacturer's recommendations. Typically, this spacing is based on average wind conditions during irrigation. In the absence of this information, guidelines such as Figure 5.2 can be used. For variable wind directions, the triangular spacing shown in Figure 5.4 tends to be more uniform than the square spacing shown in Figure 5.3. Figure 5-4, triangular spacing. Practical experience may suggest closer spacing than the guidelines. However, spacing should not exceed the percentages in Figure 5.2. After the system is constructed and operating, periodic trash can uniformity tests should be performed to assure system efficiency. Chapter 5.3 Micro-irrigation for Moringa trees. Irrigation systems operate most efficiently with moringa trees if they don't wet the foliage or leaves, especially moringa sprouts in a greenhouse. In that case, use the wicking method to water from below using trays, sprouting moringa trees in pellet pots. Moringa leaves have a natural wax coating that repels water and dirt. They are called hydrophobic in nature, and the leaves don't even use water applied to the foliage for metabolism. The most efficient and effective watering method currently available for landscape purposes and large container plant production is micro-irrigation, which includes both drip and trickle irrigation. Micro-irrigation supplies small quantities of water directly to the mulch and soil through plastic tubing on or below the ground surface at or close to the root system of the plant. Low-pressure emitters, that is, nozzles that drip, spray, or sprinkle, are attached to small plastic tubing and slowly release water into the soil around a plant. Wetting only the root zone saves water because less evaporates. Because of the low rate and proximity to the root system, micro-irrigation can be applied at any time of the day. The selection of emitter types, i.e., drip emitters or spray jets, in each location is important to assure adequate coverage. With drip emitters, water moves laterally in sand only 10 to 12 inches from the emitter. Drip emitters are ideal when such precision is desirable in containers or for narrow strip plantings, such as along hedgerows. Because drip emitters are sometimes placed under mulch or buried in the soil, clogging may occur that is difficult to detect. In addition to clogging, it is hard to know whether the system is irrigating excessively due to a hole in the tubing or some other problem, because the action of drip emitters is not readily apparent. Regular visual inspection is required to make sure that the drip emitters and the overall system are functioning properly. In some cases, spray jets, either micro sprayers or micro sprinklers, are more desirable than drip emitters because spray jets can cover areas 3 to 20 feet in diameter. Fewer emitters are needed. Not only is their action visible, but the greater flow rate of water through spray jets, 10 to 20 gallons per hour versus the drip emitters 0.25 to 2 gallons per hour, also makes them less susceptible to clogging. Microsprayers create a fan-shaped distribution of fine water droplets. These fan jets perform well when used for directional spray and confined area applications. Some manufacturers have added spinner devices to create a sprinkler effect. These micro sprinklers have more uniform water distribution than fan jets and can provide excellent coverage. Poor water quality may also clog emitters, regardless of the style. Clogging can be reduced if filters are installed on the system. Filtering well water and surface water is strongly recommended. The safest and easiest way to maintain the emitters in a micro irrigation system is to keep a small supply of clean backups on hand for quick replacement. One of the best filtration systems is a simple settling tank. If you get a large enough tank and your water source is stored there, before going into the lines, the settlement will drop to the bottom. Only pump from the surface water and dump the sludge that forms on the bottom with a drainage plug. For more information, see the Grow Moringa blog, Micro Irrigation for Moringa Trees and Procedures for Micro Irrigation Systems. See bibliography. Chapter 5.4 Irrigation System Installation. Qualified professionals that are appropriately licensed, bonded, and insured should handle irrigation system design and installation. These individuals must follow the designer's plans and use existing standards and criteria, such as those available from the American Society of Agricultural Engineers, ASAE, Florida Irrigation Society, FIS, Irrigation Association, USDA Natural Resources Conservation Service, NRCS, or from the manufacturer's recommendations. The designer must approve any changes to the system prior to installation. To prevent system failures, waste, and property damage, construction materials must meet appropriate quality standards, such as ASAE, American Society of Civil Engineers, ACE, or American Society of Testing Materials, ASTM. All underground cables, pipes, and other obstacles must be identified, and their locations flagged before construction. Acceptable safety practices must be followed during construction. At the end of construction, the owner should receive a copy of the as-built plans, operating manuals, warranties, and written instruction on how to change the irrigation system, timers, clocks, controllers. The site must be cleaned of all construction materials before the job is complete. Irrigation system maintenance. Proper maintenance extends the life of an irrigation system and helps it to perform optimally. Maintenance begins with a visual observation of the system and the moringa trees. Perform weekly checks for leaks, broken, cracked lines, proper rotation, and damaged sprinkler heads. Also, check for obstacles that may interfere with irrigation uniformity. Check the moringa tree leaves for brown spots, unnaturally yellowing. Certain types of weeds on the ground indicate deficiencies. Notice if there are any suspicious mushrooms, fungal spots, sogginess, and algae are indicators of problems. Damaged, defective systems should be repaired as soon as possible, preferably before the next scheduled irrigation. Replacement parts should always have the same characteristics as the original components, i.e. discharge pressure relationship, jet size, colors, etc. Otherwise, the replacement might cause more harm than the bad component. Implement a preventive maintenance program to replace worn components before they cause fertilizer, chemical, and water waste. Common irrigation efficiency problems include leaks, sprinkler head plugging, poor irrigation uniformity caused by nozzle wear, and poor system pressure. Some problems, such as repairing leaks and replacing nozzles, can be fixed at a minimal cost, while others, such as poor system design, might be very costly. However, problems need to be corrected as soon as possible to prevent the leaching of fertilizers or chemicals and/or wasting water. In the long term, investments made to improve the irrigation system pay off in the form of reduced fertilizer, chemical cost, and water bills. Irrigation system errors. Improper irrigation system design, installation, or maintenance results in moringa trees being overwatered or underwatered if areas are not zoned separately. Application or runoff water to non-target areas, such as towards a building, the street, or sidewalk. Objects interfering with spray patterns, resulting in poor distribution uniformity. Wasted water from undetected broken pipes or broken heads. Chapter 5.4. Permitting and regulations. In Florida, there is an ever-increasing problem of decreasing usable water supply. Florida experiences periods of high rainfall in the summer. The natural environment once retained much of the summer rainfall. However, with increased development, drainage, asphalt, and concrete, natural retention of water has been greatly reduced. Because periods of rainfall are irregular, Floridians must depend on supplemental irrigation to produce and manage ornamental plants, but the groundwater from the aquifers are under more pressure now than ever, causing sinkholes. Many agencies have jurisdiction over irrigation projects before, during, and after construction. For example, Florida's 5 water management districts, Florida Department of Health, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, and local governments will likely require permits. To prevent potential fines, it is important to follow all regulatory requirements and secure the appropriate permits. These suggestions are for growers seeking to irrigate more than an acre of land. If you are in your backyard getting your operation started, use these guidelines to construct the most efficient system possible with the knowledge provided. You are maybe able to do it yourself, or at least consult with a trained member to help. There are water use permits in many counties. Check with your municipality before turning your irrigation system on. The water management districts have special drought water shortage restrictions that govern the amount and timing of irrigation. Collecting rainwater could be used for irrigation. It is important to know the restrictions for a site and to set timers, controllers to those conditions. Since water shortage restrictions change with the severity of a drought, it is important to be aware of and to abide by current restrictions. If a site's irrigation system cannot be adjusted to meet the restrictions, the system should be upgraded as soon as possible. But in the interim, there are methods to obtain variances. These variances need to be obtained by the city in writing before irrigating. The following permitting and regulatory guidelines should be followed for all irrigation projects. Contact local and state regulatory agencies, such as the county, city, Florida Department of Environmental Protection, water management districts, and health department to determine current irrigation regulations and criteria. Obtain all permits before construction. Abide by all permit conditions and current water restrictions when operating the irrigation system. Obtain any desired regulatory variances before irrigating. The use of irrigation best management practices, BMPs, promotes proper irrigation system design, construction, and management. This leads to reduced water use, the protection of aquatic resources, better plant development, economic savings to the end user, and efficient fertilizer use. Irrigation standards. The following publications contain current irrigation standards. Contact information can be found in the references chapter 10. Asabi Standards, 2006, Standards, Engineering Practices, and Data developed and adopted by the American Society of Agricultural and Biological Engineers. Florida Building Code Plumbing Volume, Appendix F, Southern Building Code Congress International, Inc. Standards and Specifications for Turf and Landscape Irrigation Systems by the Florida Irrigation Society. National Engineering Handbook by the U.S. Department of Agriculture, Natural Resources Conservation Service. Chapter 5.6 Irrigation Parts. Smart water management is the only way to healthy, happy plants and trees. Among the many methods and tools available to manage water wisely, drip irrigation remains one of the most popular and effective. Also referred to as low volume or micro irrigation, drip systems are ideal for virtually all landscaping applications. Drip irrigation can use PVC pipe as the main lines, then go into polyethylene tubing following the drip emitters. PVC systems are usually reserved for larger scale applications like farming, while polyethylene tubing is the choice for home gardening. We'll be covering both PVC and polyethylene in this section. The examples below describe irrigation systems for moringa seedlings and sprouting moringa trees in an intensive or fedge condition. The poly tubing, for example, is located on the ground, but my best experience with growing moringa in an orchard setting is to elevate the one thick poly tubing 3-4 above the ground, held up with metal stakes or the trees, and connect a 1 micro tube with a drip emitter. The one pictured below is wrapped up to avoid damage during harvest, but it was unwound and staked back on the ground in the middle of both trees. This moringa tree is in between two citrus trees. Components of a drip system. There are three primary components to any drip system: tubing, fittings to connect tubing, and the emitters that deliver water. For larger systems further from the water source, PVC can be used as the main line connecting to the tubing. PVC. When it comes to selecting PVC irrigation pipe, both Schedule 40 and Schedule 80 pipe are common types of irrigation PVC pipes. They handle pressure roughly the same, so you won't have to worry about more frequent breaks if you opt for Schedule 40. Schedule 80 pipe has thicker walls and is subsequently more structurally sound, so you might want to go with Schedule 80 pipe if you are building an above-ground system. PVC is typically buried Saint. Regardless of the type of PVC pipe you choose, it is important to expose the pipe to as little sunlight as possible. While some PVC types have more resistance to sunlight than others, any PVC pipe that is exposed to sunlight for long periods of time will quickly become brittle. To sunproof your irrigation system, there are several options. 3-4 coats of exterior latex paint offers enough sunlight protection. You can also use foam pipe insulation. Below ground systems do not need sunlight protection. Finally, water pressure is not a huge issue when it comes to laterals. Most pressure surges in irrigation systems occur in the main line. Subsequently, you will only need PVC pipe that has a PSI rating equal to the pressure in your system. Placement and fittings. If you opt for a below-ground system, make sure that you bury the pipe at least 10 deep. PVC pipe is brittle, and a strong hit from a shovel can easily crack or break it. Additionally, PVC pipe that is not buried deep enough can float to the top of the soil during the winter. It is also a good idea to put foam pipe insulation on both above ground and below ground systems. This insulation can protect pipe from sunlight in above ground systems and protects against freezing during the winter. If you choose to use PVC pipe for your irrigation laterals, make sure to use pipe that is at least 3x4 thick. 1-2-inch laterals clog very easily. If you choose to use fittings, most common PVC fitting types work fine. Socket fittings with primer cement hold securely, and threaded fittings, both metal and PVC, do the same. First apply the purple primer to the PVC you are connecting, then add a layer of cement. You can also use push fittings, which use flexible seals and teeth to lock it into place. If you use push fittings, make sure to choose fittings with high quality seals. Tubing. Plastic tubing is the backbone of any drip system. The black poly tube is typically manufactured from top quality UV-resistant polyethylene. This contractor-grade tubing is designed to help eliminate pipe failures due to UV light damage and environmental stress cracking. In a typical home garden setup, 1-2 poly tubing is used as the main line connected to the water source. Then, in the rows, place 1-4 tubing, to which emitters are connected. If your system is a bit larger, start with PVC near the water source. Bury it to reach the plants, then use the 1-2-1-4 poly tube down the rows. Worried about kinks, cracking, or deterioration? If you require a sharp bend in your line, cut the tubing and use an elbow fitting. Fittings. Tubing and emitters alone will deliver water, but without fittings, a drip system is little more than a leaky hose. Fittings allow for an irrigation system of greater complexity and efficiency. Fittings that connect the PVC to the poly tube are simple. Using the primer and cement, secure a male threaded fitting over the PVC pipe. Then using a male-female adapter, screw onto the PVC. Then connect to the poly tube and seal it with a metal clamp. Emitters. Although drip is usually how it is referred to low-volume micro-irrigation, there are several emitter types. There are different emitters depending on a plant's needs, the soil type, or the landscape design. Emitters for trees should be located to provide balanced root development. While a single, small-capacity emitter may be sufficient during the early years of plant development, a higher flow rate will be needed as the tree matures. This large flow should be divided between several emitters, spaced around the trunk within the canopy drip line. The drip line is simply the line marking the extent of the tree canopy coverage on the ground surface. Pro tip: for garden features, locations with a 5-foot elevation difference from the main supply line of the drip system, pressure compensating PC emitters are recommended. Their internal design will guard against any variations in flow caused by the change in pressure. Drip emitters, the most precise option, delivering water directly to the soil at the root zone at very slow rates. Drip emitters are suited to most vegetable gardens, trees, hanging baskets, etc. Because of the low discharge rate, the watering cycle is usually longer. The external emitters pictured below puncture the poly tubing and are called point source emitters. Some poly tubing already has a hole with an internal emitter, but unless you plant a tree in the exact spot of the pre-made hole, you'll be wasting water. Microsprays are not as used in moringa irrigation because the leaves don't like to be wet all the time. They do better dry while using drip on the root zone. Even in a greenhouse, moringa trees do better with the wicking method and watering from below with a tray. Bubblers, most often used for more established trees. With their higher discharge rates, they have short watering cycles. Because bubblers can operate at high pressures, they are particularly useful for conversion from conventional sprinkler to low volume systems. Because watering times are typically very long, timers are an especially good idea for drip systems. After several hours, it's easy to get distracted and forget to turn the system off. In addition to emitters, tubing, and a timer, you'll need a vacuum breaker installed to keep contaminated water from being siphoned into your home's water supply. You'll also want to include a filter to prevent clogging from sediment and other particles. And unless you have very low water pressure, a pressure regulator is often another necessary addition. Drip systems perform best with a 20 to 25 psi supply pressure. Design tips: before you start anything, you need to determine the water needs of the plants and trees you're looking to address. This is necessary to ensure you're choosing the best type of emitter for each plant or zone, especially when it comes to vegetable gardens. Small moringa trees and seedlings require about 4 ml a day to sprout and reach their first leaf development. Then, once wood is forming, they will require about 60 ml of water a day each. Once the tree is producing many branches and has flowers and drumsticks, it will require 1 L per day. Map out your system, making sure to include measurements, emitter locations and flow rates, and other information you'll need during installation or even purchasing. Pay extra close attention to tubing and emitter emitter sizes. Mind your flow rates. In addition to knowing how much water a plant needs, you need to consider the type of soil it's found in. Too fast a flow in the wrong soil can lead to runoff and waste, while a slow flow in quick draining soils may not provide enough water. Tubing has limits. Keep in mind that each run of tubing needs to be kept under a certain length and below a certain flow rate, or else you're likely to experience problems with pressure loss and uneven watering. When it comes to 1-2 tubing, there's something called the 200-200 rule. Keep each individual run of 1-2 tubing under 200 feet from the water source, and make sure that the combined flow rates of all the emitters on that run don't exceed 200 GPH. For 3-4 tubing, follow the 480-480 rule. 0414 tubing, the shorter the run, the better. Although there is a 30-30 rule, 30-foot max length, 30 GPH max flow rate, others recommend keeping runs of 1-4 tubing under 20 feet. Keeping these runs short should be easy, since 1-4 tubing typically comes off the main 1-2 line only far enough to reach nearby plants or trees. You may be able to get away with longer runs of either size provided the number and or flow rates of the emitters on it are below the 200 GPH for 1-2 or 30 GPH for 1-4 maximums. For example, a 275-foot run of 1-2 tubing with emitters that add up to 75 GPH should perform fine. As a rule, keep the combined length of your main and lateral lines, 1.2 and 1.4, under 400 feet from the water supply. If this doesn't cover your whole garden or yard, consider installing multiple zones by either splitting the supply from the outdoor faucet provided you have a 40 plus PSI supply, installing at multiple faucets, or using a multi-zone timer. Multiple irrigation zones allow you to water a greater area without the risk of pressure loss or other problems. Zoning can be accomplished in several ways depending on the situation and your garden's needs. As mentioned above, the simplest way to create multiple zones is by splitting the output from an outdoor faucet using a Y fitting, commonly referred to as a garden hose splitter. Most municipal water supplies have a pressure of 40 psi or above, so you shouldn't encounter any problems supplying two zones at 20 psi each. Don't forget pressure regulators at each hose connection if you'll be running them simultaneously. A single regulator at the inlet will suffice for zones run one at a time. Another simple method is to use inline valves to create a manually controlled zoning system. A valve is installed before each zone, allowing you to manually control which area gets water. You'll need a good memory and a lot of dedication for this method to work, but it does accomplish the task. Multi-zone manifolds and timers are the most advanced and powerful option. These devices utilize solenoid valves, electronically controlled valves that close themselves to automatically control which valves are open at a given time. Simply program the unit, connect it to the supply and your drip system hoses, and let nature take care of the rest. One creative alternative to these traditional zoning method is to use quick connect fittings to manually connect and disconnect a given drip line. Multiple hoses feeding different zones can be switched out at the same outdoor faucet within seconds and without tightening. Just don't forget where you're watering.
Installation tips.
Installation itself is usually a straightforward affair. Tubing is laid out next to the plants, a hole punch is used to pierce it, and an emitter is placed in the hole. In most applications, 1-2 tubing is used to supply individual 1-4 feeder lines, but many will stick emitters directly into 1-2 tubing. Stakes are used to keep the tubing in place and close to the ground. A typical drip system for a home garden will have the following layout at the water source, usually an outdoor faucet hose bib, sometimes a PVC supply pipe. This is often referred to as the faucet assembly. A pressure regulator connected to the faucet hose, bib, or supply pipe, followed by a filter. Straight inline filters can be directly connected to the regulator. Y-style filters will need a female hose adapter. A vacuum breaker is then connected to the filter, followed by a compression adapter, which will allow you to go from the male threads of the vacuum breaker outlet to a compression end which accepts 1-2 drip tubing. Most hard poly tubing can be buried, but doing so runs the risk of clogging or collapsing the line. Look for UV-resistant tubing that will not break down when exposed and covered only with layer of mulch. Afraid of putting an emitter in the wrong spot? Thanks to special plugs, you don't need to be. Beyond remedying hole punch mistakes, plugs allow you to utilize old tubing in good condition for new layouts. Simply replace unnecessary emitters with plugs and make new holes. Another plug that comes in handy is an end plug, which is installed at the end of a line. This allows water to still flow through but prevents bugs from getting in and clogging or damaging the line. Oh, pro tip. For new installations, we recommend leaving the end of the tubing uncapped and flushing the system before installing emitters and caps. This will help you find any leaks and flush out any sediment. If you live in an area with freezing winters, your drip irrigation system will need to be winterized, something you're probably, hopefully, used to. 1. Disconnect the faucet assembly, regulator, filter, vacuum breaker, compression adapter, and store it indoors. Remove batteries from timers. 2. Open any valves in the system and remove end caps to drain any water remaining in the tubing. When possible, lift the line slightly to facilitate draining. Once drained, close cap off both ends of the line. 3. Buried lines should be fine, but if your tubing is above ground, you may want to roll it up.
Chapter 6.1 Moringa Pests and Problems. You will find several references throughout this manual explaining how to keep your moringa trees of the highest quality possible. When we talk about quality, we're talking about as close to perfection as we can get. There are 4 fundamental elements in having a top quality moringa tree. First, we must have a moringa tree that has inherent quality. Universities and private research facilities are continuing to develop the genetic qualities of Moringa oleifera, one of 13 types of moringa. PKM1 stands for the location that particular Moringa oleifera seed comes from, which is a town known as Periyakulam, PKM, in the state of Tamil Nadu, India. They first released the seeds in 1989, improving its susceptibility of diseases and pests. Every 6 generations, they release more seeds, strengthening the gene pool. We now have the best Moringa oleifera PKM1 to select from than ever before, and they continue to be improved. There is nothing we can do in the USA to improve the genetic quality of moringa. We can improve its environment and conditions. Whether we are propagating or buying seeds, we should select the best plant material available, choosing dark and mature seeds to plant from that are loved and in good conditions, without mold, fungus, bacteria, or pest or insect problems. This chapter deals with moringa tree pests and problems. Moringa trees can have inherent problems, inherited traits that detract from the quality of a moringa tree, very similar to how a person may pass down certain traits to their child. A moringa tree with an inherent problem cannot be cured. We must strive to select moringa trees without inherent problems, or at least give moringa trees the best quality environment as possible to reduce the stress, pests, and problems that tree might encounter. The key is to grow moringa in as close of an environment of the region it originates from. They can be adapted to regions, zones, and soil types. With those changes, though, it may bring on more problems, so be aware of the moringa trees, origins, and where you are and want to grow them. Otherwise, you may be looking at more pests and problems. We must grow moringa trees under the best conditions. Chapter 3 dealt with the conditions needed for moringa growth requirements. Whenever we fail to provide the proper conditions, problems result. Problems caused by poor growing conditions are often referred to as environmental diseases. They are often difficult to distinguish from problems caused by living organisms. Third, we must protect the moringa tree from the attack of living organisms, both plant and animal, which might use the moringa tree for food, shelter, or simply damage it because it is in the way. That is what this chapter is about. Fourth, we must train and use the moringa tree in every way, without letting parts go to waste. It's too valuable. The moringa trees should look healthy because they are healthy, and every part of the tree can be healthy. That provides the beauty and aesthetic quality we want from members' farms so that we can make content and show off our practices. This facet of quality is covered in Chapter 1 with salesmanship and Chapter 8 with benefits and uses of moringa. Diagnosis or identification of the cause of moringa pests and problems is both extremely important and difficult. Fortunately, the moringa tree industry, several universities and private research institutions has already experienced mostly all the pests and problems that moringa trees would be faced with on any continent on the planet, so we have a great baseline to work with. This chapter contains excerpts from the Florida Pest Control Guides, Insect Fact Sheets, and Landscape Integrated Pest Management published by University of South Florida, IFAS. Several books, periodicals, fact sheets, and other references are available to help in diagnosing and controlling pest problems. This manual simply provides a good starting point. Chapter 10 provides lists of excellent references and resources. This chapter is designed to assist the Grow Moringa certified certified member. First in the identification of moringa pests, insects, diseases, nematodes, and weeds, and second in the various methods of controlling these pests. While this chapter stresses not only detailed information about specific pests, but also the cultural approaches to controlling them, pesticide recommendations are not included. Other sources should be consulted for specific applications. Pesticide laws and regulations are covered in Chapter 1, but with the knowledge from this manual, the certified member will not need to use chemical pesticides. Instead, have best management practices in place with all the parts in place for the environment to protect the moringa trees. Pests and problems are usually a result of planting moringa trees in the wrong environment or ignoring the soil first and foremost as an active approach to healthy trees with less pests and problems. Beneficial insects are not pests. The material in this chapter on insects should be studied closely. Florida has more different kinds of insects than any other state. While most are not harmful to plants, there are more than enough kinds that damage plants by their feeding, breeding, or shelter habits. The problems they cause are serious, and the damage is economically important. There are too many kinds of harmful insects to try to study and remember each kind individually. We can and should be aware of the groups of insects that commonly cause problems to moringa trees. Insect life cycle. To combat insects and pests successfully, something should be known about the way they develop and feed. Insects normally hatch from eggs deposited on or near the food supply, although in some cases, as with aphids, they hatch within the female's body and the active young emerge from the female. Adults usually have fully developed wings, although a few species of insects never develop wings. Insects pass through several stages during their development. Metamorphosis. Plant bugs, leafhoppers, thrips, and grasshoppers hatch from the egg in a form known as a nymph. The nymph resembles a full-grown insect, except that it lacks wings and is smaller. It molts periodically as it increases in size. Gradual metamorphosis. Moths, beetles, and flies, on the other hand, hatch from the eggs in a worm-like form, larva, that is much different in appearance from the adult. The larva of a moth or butterfly is commonly called a caterpillar, the larva of a beetle is called a grub, and the larva of a fly is known as a maggot. Larvae molt periodically, and when mature they transform to an inactive form known as a pupa. The adult moth, beetle, or fly emerges from the pupa after a period of no feeding and little activity, complete metamorphosis. The length of the life cycle varies greatly with many species of insects. Some develop from egg to adult in a few days or weeks. Many require a year, and a few take 2 or more years to reach maturity. Identification. Proper identification is very important so that you don't need to worry about anything because you'll already know there are solutions. Finding the right one comes from identification first. When the insect is correctly identified, information regarding its life cycle, food preference, habits, and whether it is beneficial or harmful can be looked up anywhere online or specific apps that identify insects. Beneficials. Less than 0.5% of all insects are pests on moringa trees. Many beneficial insects feed upon harmful ones. Common examples of predators are lady beetles, praying mantis, assassin bugs, lacewings, and parasitic wasps. Spiders also prey on numerous insect pests. Many species of mites do not damage moringa trees but instead feed upon other plant-feeding mites. Also, many harmful insects are destroyed by tiny wasp-like parasites. It is important to learn to identify these beneficials and to recognize when they are holding pests in check. There are several types of native ladybugs and Asian lady beetles. These are among Florida's most beneficial insects. Both adults and larvae prey on aphids, scale, mealybugs, mites, and other soft-bodied insect pests. Adults are oval, orange, or reddish with black markings, or black with yellow or red markings. Most species are about 1/4 long, but range from 1/16 to 1/2. The larvae are elongated, with a cone-shaped abdomen, somewhat flattened and covered with small spines. They are usually dark or black with brightly colored spots or bands. Some larvae are white and resemble mealybugs. Both adults and larvae are frequently found feeding among aphid populations. Praying mantids are large insects. Adults are usually more than 2 in length. Some are brown and others are green. The front legs are modified for grasping and holding their prey. They wait within the foliage, legs in an upraised position for prey insects. This characteristic has given rise to the common name praying mantis. Nymphs and adults feed on a wide variety of insects including flies, honeybees, crickets, and moths. They are not effective predators on aphids, mites, or most caterpillars. Assassin bugs are generally black or brown, but many of them are brightly colored. They are 1/2 to 1 in length. The head is elongate with a short, curved beak. These bugs are usually found on the leaves, where they attack many harmful insects. Caterpillars are their favorite prey. Many species will inflict a painful bite if handled. Lacewings are common insects found on grass, weeds, cultivated row crops, shrubs, and trees, but have been spotted on moringa trees. Most adults are greenish with copper copper-colored eyes and are about 3/4 in length. The adults may be predaceous or may feed on pollen. The white eggs are attached to the leaves by thin stalks, about 1 furlong tall, thus preventing the larvae from preying on each other. The larvae are elongate and large, with sickle-shaped mandibles. They are predaceous and feed primarily on aphids, thus the common name aphid lion. Parasitic wasps are an extremely important group of beneficial insects. These wasps are very small, most are less than 1-2. A parasitic wasp depositing its egg within an aphid is 1-8 long, and usually are not noticed. They lay their eggs on or in the body of a host insect, and the immature stage consumes the host's tissues over a period, eventually killing it. Pupation may occur in or on the host. Some wasp larvae construct many small white cocoons on the body of their hosts. Other species pupate inside their host, and the emerging wasp leaves a small circular hole in the host's body as evidence of parasitism. These wasps parasitize many harmful insects, such as scales, whiteflies, aphids, leaf miners, and caterpillars. Spiders are predaceous, feeding almost exclusively on a wide variety of insects, paralyzing their prey with venom injected by their bites. They rarely bite man, and only a few, such as the widows and brown recluse spiders, are dangerously venomous. The majority capture their prey in webs. However, many of the more beneficial species, such as the wolf, jumping, and crab spiders, do not spin webs. Those that do not construct webs are especially effective in capturing insects that inhabit the soil surface or on moringa tree leaves. Groups of pests. Pests may be divided into groups according to the way they damage plants. These insects have beak-like mouthparts, which are used for piercing the plant tissue and sucking the plant juices. Examples include scales, aphids, whiteflies, mealybugs, thrips, iacebugs, and spittlebugs. Scales are the most serious pests on many moringa tree farms. There are many species of soft and armored scales present in Florida. They vary in size from 1/16 to 1/2 in diameter. Both types damage plants by sucking juices from them. Scale insects attach themselves to moringa trees soon after hatching, and rarely do these insects move from their feeding site during their lives. Scale insects feed by inserting a tiny thread-like beak into many plants, including moringa trees, and sucking the juices. Scales feeding on the undersides of leaves may cause yellow spots to appear on the top sides. These spots become larger as the scales continue to feed. Heavily infested moringa trees appear unhealthy and produce little new growth. If the scales are not controlled, leaves will drop prematurely, sometimes killing portions of twigs and branches. The moringa drumsticks will not fully develop and mature on a tree infested with scales. Scales secrete a wax covering their bodies, making them more difficult to control as they mature. Weekly inspections of plants during the spring, summer, and fall are necessary. Carefully observe the undersides of leaves and stems for scale infestations. Soft scales excrete large amounts of honeydew, which provides an excellent medium for the growth of a black fungus called sooty mold. Armored scales do not secrete honeydew. In some cases, sooty mold may be detected before the scale population if monitoring has not occurred. Many species of scales are highly parasitized by tiny wasps. A small hole in the wax covering indicates parasitism. If 20-40% have been parasitized, continue to monitor the infestation because a pesticide application probably is not necessary. Egg hatching of scale insects is closely correlated with the flush of new growth in the spring. Newly hatched scales or crawlers move about the plant until they locate succulent new growth. They insert their piercing, sucking mouthparts into the plant and begin feeding. If your moringa trees have a history of serious, persistent scale problems, they should be sprayed in the spring, shortly after the new growth hardens and before the scales become mature. The crawler stage is the most ideal time to control scale. Some armored scales reach the adult stage in 6 weeks, and there are several generations per year. Mealybugs are pests of moringa trees, in addition to some other plants and woody ornamentals. They excrete honeydew that attracts ants and serves as a medium for development of sooty mold fungus. Mealybugs are soft-bodied scale insects, which are usually covered with white, powdery, or cottony, wax-like materials. Short wax projections extend from the margin of the body, and some species have long filaments projecting from the rear of the body. They vary from 1/8 to 1/5 in length when mature. Mealybugs have piercing, sucking mouth parts, and damage appears as chlorotic spots on the leaves, drumsticks, or seeds. They tend to congregate together, looking like fluffs of cotton on the foliage. The life cycle takes about 30 days at 80° F. Aphids, or plant lice, are small, soft-bodied, pear-shaped insects with sucking mouthparts. They may infest almost any plant. Aphids cause damage by sucking plant juices. However, their ability to transmit plant viral diseases may be more harmful than direct feeding damage. Aphids are generally less than 1/8 long and vary in color from green to reddish to black. The most distinguishing feature when identifying aphids are the 2 short tubes, or comicals, extending from the rear. Aphids are commonly found on young, developing leaves and stems in clusters or colonies of individuals. Their feeding distorts a plant's new growth, and the leaves curl. Aphids are unlike most insects. Almost all aphids are female, reproduce without mating, and seldom lay eggs, instead giving birth to live young. Aphids can reproduce rapidly and produce many generations in a year. Each female aphid produces 5,100 daughters during her life, and each daughter begins reproducing in 6 to 8 days. Examine plants weekly, especially during the spring months when new growth is abundant. Observe for any predators or evidence of parasitism before applying insecticides. Aphids parasitized by tiny wasps will have a small hole in their back, and their body becomes hard and round. Ladybugs, beetles, and aphid lions are also important predators of these pests. Whiteflies are common pests on moringa trees. Adult whiteflies resemble tiny white moths. However, they are not closely related to moths, but are more related to scale insects. They are only 1/16 long and have 4 wings. The wings and body are covered with a fine white powdery wax. The immature stages, nymphs, found on the undersides of leaves, are flat, round, and slightly smaller than a pinhead. They are light green and somewhat transparent. Whiteflies have piercing sucking mouthparts that puncture the leaf and suck the plant juices. Top sides of the leaves on infested plants become pale, chlorotic, or spotted from the insects feeding on the undersides. Whiteflies can transmit viruses among plants. Females deposit eggs on the undersides of the leaves. In 4-12 days, the eggs hatch into active 6-legged nymphs, or crawlers. The crawlers insert their mouthparts into the leaves and remain stationary for the remainder of their immature stages. The life cycle from egg to adult takes about 30 days at 80 degrees F. The silverleaf whitefly received its name due to the characteristic damage it causes on leaves, a silvery appearance to the upper surface of the leaves due to whitefly feeding on the undersurface of the leaves. It is difficult to control chemically because it has the genetic ability to become rapidly resistant to pesticides. Females can produce from about 60-300 eggs, depending on temperature and the host plant they are feeding on. Newly laid eggs are smooth and whitish yellow. As the eggs approach hatching in about 5-7 days, they turn brown. The immature nymphs are thin, flat, elliptical, and greenish yellow. They are sedentary, apart from the crawler, which after hatching usually moves only a very short distance. Once a feeding site is selected, the nymphs do not move. In heavy infestations, they can be so numerous that they almost cover the entire underside of the leaves. Whiteflies have insect enemies. These include adult and immature ladybug and beetles, lacewings, a thrips species, mites, tiny wasps, and ants. Lacebugs are small, broad, flat insects about 1/8 long. Their bodies are usually brown and wings are clear with a fine lace-like appearance. Some species have a broad hood-like projection that extends over the head. Immature lacebugs are black, wingless, and covered with spines. They have piercing, sucking mouthparts, and damage appears on the top side of the leaf as a whitish speckling, which is caused by the insects feeding on the undersides of the leaf. The presence of shiny black spots of excrement on the undersides of leaves is a good indication of a lacebug infestation. In addition to the excrement, there is often a brownish spotting on the leaves. This is a protective coating that many lacebug species secrete over their eggs to protect them. Lacebugs prefer sunny locations. Lacebugs often have very specific host preferences, which aids in identification. Lacebugs have several important natural enemies, including egg parasites, lacewing larvae, assassin bugs, spiders, and predatory mites. Thrips are very small, slender insects with rasping, sucking mouthparts used to remove plant juices. Their 125 to 1/8 body is yellow-brown or black. Thrips' life cycle takes 2+4 weeks, with 3+5 generations per year. Thrips populations peak during the spring months. Some species, like the greenhouse thrips and red-banded thrips, are primarily foliage feeders. Others, such as Florida flower thrips and gladiolus thrips, feed on flowers. Infested leaves have a stippled appearance, and small brownish specks of excrement usually are visible on the undersides of the leaves. Infested flower buds fail to open, or the flowers are deformed. Damaged flowers become streaked and discolored. Shake flower or leaves suspected of being infested over white sheet of paper to detect the insects. Chewing pests or foliage-feeding insects. Chewing insects may feed on the leaves, flowers, or attack the roots. Examples include caterpillars, beetles, grasshoppers, and katydids. Caterpillars are the immature or larval stage of moths and butterflies. There are numerous species, ranging in size from minute to over 2 long, that feed on moringa leaves. Caterpillars vary in color and may be smooth, hairy, spiny, horned, or possess some other characteristic used to camouflage or protect themselves against predators. They devour the foliage, leaving holes and irregular areas, or they may strip leaves entirely. The extent of the damage depends on the size of the caterpillar. Caterpillars leave excrement as they feed, known as droppings. Cutworms are larvae that typically stay in the soil during the day and feed at night on the base of tender leaves, cutting them off at the soil line. Some climb up the plant and feed on buds and leaves. Grasshoppers and katydids are insects that occasionally consume large quantities of foliage on moringa trees, leaving an ugly, irregular appearance of the leaf. They are common insects in Florida's natural areas. Adult grasshoppers deposit eggs clumped together in pods in the soil. Normally, there is only one complete life cycle per year, but several species have more than one generation. Feeding habits vary greatly. Some species feed only on grasses, some only on broadleaf plants, while others feed on moringa leaves. Many species will consume green and dried moringa sticks and material. Often grasshoppers will disperse when favored food plants are depleted, moving into nearby crops. Grasshoppers are easy to see and should be controlled before they become numerous. Katydids, which are green and feed at night, are not commonly found in large numbers. Beetles are hard-shelled insects with chewing mouthparts. Most beetles are either plant-feeding, predaceous, or scavengers. Beetles have complete metamorphosis with egg, larva, pupa, and adult. Some species have different feeding habits in different stages, such as those with predaceous larvae and plant-feeding adults. But in many species, the adult and larva share the same diet. Beetles range in size from minute to over 6 in length. Adults possess hard, tough, or horny forewings that serve as a protective covering for the delicate hindwings. The forewings are folded over the back and meet in a straight line over the abdomen, but are held stiffly out to the sides when the insect is in flight. Beetles that eat moringa chew off parts of the foliage or flowers. Small ones love to burrow in the drumsticks and seeds. If left on the trees for more than one season, the moringa trees can get infested and spread to new drumsticks. Some beetles are active at night and hide beneath the plant in debris or mulch during the day, while many feed during the day. Flower beetles are difficult to control as they often fly in from adjacent areas in large numbers to feed on petals, nectar, or pollen. Beetle larvae are also destructive. They may feed on the roots or bore through the stems and branches. Some beetles feed on sap that flows from a tree wound. Spider mites are not insects, but are closely related to spiders, ticks, and scorpions. They suck plant juices with their piercing, sucking mouthparts. Spider mites are among the most common pests that attack moringa trees in Florida. Often, the damage is severe before an infestation is realized, because these pests are very small and usually go undetected on the undersides of the leaves. Damage from light infestations appears as yellow or gray stippled patterns, small touches or dots of color on the leaves. The undersides of infested leaves usually have fine, silken webbing spun across them. Heavy infestations cause the leaves to turn yellow, gray, or brownish and eventually drop off. Webbing may be spun over entire branches, or in the case of small plants, over the entire plant. When the undersides of the leaves are examined closely with a 10 or 15 power magnifying glass, the small mites can be seen. Mature spider mites have 8 legs and are only 1/50 of an inch in length or smaller. They may be light green with 2 dark spots on the sides of the abdomen, red or purplish. The adult female lays several hundred eggs during her life. The eggs hatch in about 3 days. Immature mites molt 3 times before reaching the adult stage. It is the process of molting, shedding the old skin, that produces the grayish residue seen on the leaves. Under optimum conditions, 80° F, mites complete their development from egg to adult in 7 to 10 days. There are many overlapping generations per year. Spider mites are frequently found on outdoor and interior moringa trees. Syringing indoor plants with water but not saturating them can help control spider mite infestations. Wicking and watering trees from below without getting the foliage or leaves wet. Learn to recognize mites and their injury. Examine plants at weekly intervals and treat them promptly when damage appears. Mite infestations are more severe during hot, dry weather. There are also many species of predatory mites that prey on and kill the plant pest spider mites. Lacewing larvae and some species of thrips, ladybugs, and minute pirate bugs are also effective predators of plant feeding on spider mites. Leaf miners are very small larvae of flies, beetles, or moths that tunnel or mine between the upper and lower leaf surfaces as they feed. New leaves infested with leaf miners are often stunted and deformed. The 2 most common kinds, the serpentine and the blotch leaf miners, are so named because of the shape of their mines in the leaves. Leaf miner eggs are inserted into leaf tissue, where the tiny larvae hatch and make cavities between the upper and lower leaf surfaces. Pupae will be found at the center of a blotch mine, or at the end of gradually enlarging serpentine mines. Both stages are very well protected from natural enemies. Although the leaf miners do not generally move from leaf to leaf, leaf. A heavy population of these insects can cause widespread aesthetic damage to the host plant. Infected leaves should be removed and discarded, and pruning may be required in the event of a heavy infestation. Borers are a type of insect that bore into the twigs or trunks of moringa trees. Examples are pine bark beetles, sea grape borer, and carpenter worm that make their way to some moringa trees if the conditions are right, but the goal is to prevent conditions that cause these pests to arrive and stay. While there are many kinds of borers, most are the larvae of beetles or moths. They can be placed into three main types. I, the pine bark beetles, which bore in the inner bark and feed on the cambium. 2. Borers that burrow in small limbs or twigs. And 3. Borers that burrow deep into the trunk. Usually, sawdust-like borings are noticed around the entrance holes and collect in bark crevices. Sap may flow from holes and form small pitch tubes. In most cases, the borers are not the primary cause of trouble to trees, but rather these insects attack trees first weakened by something else. A tree does not have to be badly weakened to make it susceptible to attack by borers. Injury or stress to the tree caused by drought, saltwater intrusion, soil added or removed above the roots, soil compaction, digging house foundations, septic tanks, underground utilities, lightning, winds, storms, freezes, and wounds to the trunk, or roots caused by vehicles or machinery may mark the beginning of insect problems. Also, the setback that trees receive in transplanting increases the possibility that borers may attack them. Other pests. Sooty mold is a black fungus that grows in the excretion of aphids, mealybugs, many soft scales, and particularly of immature whiteflies. This fungus detracts from the beauty of ornamental plants, but does not cause as much injury as most people believe. Controlling the above pests will prevent or reduce the problem of sooty mold. Ants are fond of honeydew excreted by aphids, mealybugs, and certain scales, and they may protect and move these pests around from plant to plant. They are social insects with biting mouthparts that live in colonies. Ants in some cases can inflict painful bites or stings. Many species of ants are predatory, feeding on the larvae or pupae of harmful insects. Some could be helpful, but sometimes ants may injure seedlings, cut leaves, steal seeds, and cover spots of the moringa trees near the base and destroy the soft wood, making their nests and homes in the trunk of moringa trees, especially the area that stays shaded and moist. The red imported fire ant has become a major agricultural and urban pest throughout the southeastern states. Fire ants have an impact on the ornamental plant, sod, and landscaping industries because of problems associated with shipping infested plant material into uninfested areas of the country. Nursery inspections, compliance agreements, and certification are used to contain the spread of red imported fire ants. Slugs and snails are mollusks and are similar in structure, except slugs lack the snail's external spiral shell. They move with a gliding motion by means of a long, flat muscular organ called a foot. This muscle constantly secretes mucus, facilitates movement, and leaves a silver-like slimy trail that signals the presence of either pest. Snails and slugs are most active at night and on cloudy or foggy days. They prefer damp and shady areas. On sunny days, they hide under moringa leaves and dense ground covers out of the heat and bright light. During dry weather, most slugs and snails hibernate hidden under logs or stones or buried in the earth, so it's important to keep your grow area as clean as possible. Snails and slugs feed on decaying plant matter, as well as on a variety of living plants by chewing irregular holes with smooth edges in leaves and flowers. The silvery mucus trails confirm slugs or snails, not earwigs, caterpillars, or other chewing insects, cause the damage. Snails and slugs favor seedlings and moringa trees' succulent foliage. They are more of a serious pest of ripening fruits, such as strawberries, that are close to the ground. They will also feed on foliage and fruit of some trees. Citrus are especially susceptible to damage. Most moringa trees are also not seriously affected, but it is important to identify if you have other fruit trees growing nearby. Slugs have soft, unsegmented gray to black or brown bodies. Their head has a pair of upper tentacles bearing eyes and shorter pair for smelling. The mouth is found at the center of the head with the mucus gland below. Snails have the additional advantage of having their bodies protected by a hard shell, usually marked with spirals. Snails and slugs have many natural enemies, including ground beetles, pathogens, snakes, toads, turtles, and birds, but most are rarely effective enough to provide satisfactory control in the garden. Clean surroundings will aid in controlling slug and snail populations, and removal of boards, sacks, piles of brush, and other debris will limit their numbers. Chapter 6.2 Moringa Diseases. Disease Pathology. Diseases continue to have identifiable impacts across the spectrum of agricultural crops. Some may only spread to similar species or root types, while others can be spread from one crop to another given the area of each operation. Wind and weather can play a role in the scale, and speed diseases can spread amongst crops. The southern cornleaf blight epidemic of 1970 cost Florida growers at least $5 million. Blue mold, a long-forgotten disease of tobacco in the plant bed, suddenly became epidemic in the field during 1979 in the USA and Canada. Continued epidemics occurred in 1980 and 1983. Controls for these diseases have been effective but expensive. Many Irish descendants in this country are here because a disease called potato late blight starved their forefathers out of Ireland in the mid-1800s. Soybean stem canker was epidemic in 1983. Virus diseases have caused destruction of watermelon and squash plantings. Tomato spotted wilt virus has been found in Florida in tomatoes, peanuts, tobacco, and gladiolus. The citrus industry in Florida was tasked in the early 1900s and again in the mid-80s and mid-90s by citrus canker, a disease affecting the root system caused by a bacterium. Stringent quarantines and the eradication of millions of citrus trees were used for control of citrus canker. More recently, it has been the greening disease affecting citrus trees, a disease spread by an Asian bug eating the citrus, spreading the bacteria with more noticeability in the leaves. Sudden oak death syndrome, SOD, was identified in 2004 in Florida, potentially arriving from the West Coast. It is a fatal fungal disease affecting a broad range of ornamental species with no known cure. SOD also affects healthy trees in the forest ecosystem, potentially destroying habitat and food supply for a wide variety of wildlife. Quarantines and eradication programs, in conjunction with extensive surveys, have proven the most effective way to deal with infected plant material. Other diseases that are typically less newsworthy than the above-mentioned diseases occur commonly. Diseases such as peanut leaf spot, bacterial spot of tomatoes and peppers, black rot of cabbage, pythium root rots of turf grasses, and rhizoctonia stem rots are but a few diseases that occur each year in Florida. Control of these diseases is achievable when growers use production techniques that are proven to be effective and within the economical limitations of the crop. The American chestnut tree, for practical purposes, has been eliminated from this country because of a fungus disease called chestnut blight. The dreaded Dutch elm disease continues to scourge the country, and lethal yellowing of coconut palms has changed the tree line of South Florida. Control of plant diseases requires extensive efforts in some situations and minor adjustments in other situations. The science of disease pathology is charged with the opportunity to reduce the impact on moringa diseases. Since we plant moringa trees in polycrop systems with all these diseases potentially near moringa trees, successful curtailment of other plant diseases will be a crucial skill to obtain for the longevity and health of your food forest. Moringa disease. A moringa tree becomes diseased when its chemistry or structure has been submitted to an abnormal, sustained alteration. This definition, although vague, is usable. It tells us that if, for example, a leaf is pulled off a tree by a person, that is not a disease, but instead an injury because the alteration is not continuous. A fungus, bacterium, or virus, on the other hand, enters the moringa tree and continues to deprive it of nourishment or continuously alters normal functions. The lack of a nutrient over a period likewise causes a continuous dysfunction resulting in undesirable symptoms. Moringa diseases are caused by either non-living or living agents. Non-living agents include low temperatures, high temperatures, atmospheric impurities, mineral deficiencies, mineral excesses, or possibly other causes. The living agents that cause moringa diseases are fungi, bacteria, a few higher plants, nematodes, algae, viruses, mycoplasmas, and viroids. Fungi are plants that lack chlorophyll, stems, leaves, and roots. Their vegetative body is made up of microscopic tubular structures called hyphae. Fungi are further characterized by the production of microscopic seeds called spores. A spore of fungus is approximately 1/250 of an inch long. Fungi produce different types of spores. Some spores are suitable for wind or water dissemination, while others have thick walls, thereby being adapted for survival in soil or other concealed places for many years. Some spores serve as carriers of genetic traits for sexual reproduction. Many fungi can live as saprophytes in the soil or decaying plant litter, as well as being parasitic. Fungi that can grow saprophytically on old moringa material debris and soil usually can be grown as a culture on a growth medium in the laboratory. Some fungi, however, such as rusts, downy mildews, and powdery mildews, are obligate parasites, that is, they normally grow only in a plant. Some fungi produce microscopic or macroscopic modified hyphal aggregates called sclerotia, which serve as survival structures. Bacteria are microscopic, one-celled organisms that increase by division of cells. Some bacteria can divide every 20 minutes. In 24 hours, this could result in 300 billion new individuals. A typical bacterium is 1/12,500 of an inch long. Bacteria can be grown as cultures in a laboratory. Bacteria survive on or in host plants, susceptible weeds, and organic debris in soil. Within the last 15 years, a group of bacteria that are limited to xylem tissues of plants were identified as causing moringa diseases. They tend to be smaller than other bacteria causing diseases, and some are culturable in the laboratory. They are transmitted by leafhoppers and can be transmitted through grafting as well. Using those same blades to harvest moringa trees without sterilizing could spread the bacteria from other plants to your moringa trees. Viruses are typically particles made up of a nucleic acid core and a protein coat. No cellular structure is present, although some may have been closed by a membrane. Viruses reproduce only in living cells of susceptible host plants. Virus particles are not visible with light microscopes. An electron microscope is used to reveal their structure. A typical virus particle is 1/80,000 of an inch long. Viruses are obligate parasites because they grow only in living plants. Viroids are similar to a virus, but lack a protein encapsulation. Viroids causing plant diseases contain RNA only, and therefore are the smallest known infectious agents causing plant diseases. Avocado sunblotch, Citrus exocortis, and chrysanthemum stunt are either caused by or associated with viroids. More research is taking place now to know the effect viroids have with moringa trees. Specifically, algae resemble fungi in size and structure, but differ primarily by the presence of chlorophyll in algae and the absence of chlorophyll in fungi. Algae have unicellular, colonial, and filamentous species. A few are parasitic in plants grown in subtropical or tropical environments. Tropical fruit trees such as mango, avocado, and citrus are infected by red algae. If your operation has an irrigation issue and algae forms in the water or on a tree because of a deformed nozzle, it could affect the production of your moringa tree. Mycoplasma have a cellular-like structure, elementary body without a true cell wall. They contain protein, DNA, RNA, and enzymes. The elementary bodies vary in shape and size. Some are 1/2500 of an inch long and others are 1/10 that size. Also, mycoplasma are sensitive to heat and some antibiotics. Many plant diseases, previously thought to be caused by viruses, transmitted by leafhoppers and in the yellows group, are now known to be caused by mycoplasmas, not viruses. Pathogen dispersal. Pathogens are living agents, usually microorganisms that cause disease. Fungi have hyphae, which grow on or in the soil, or within or on host tissue. Fungi also have spores, which may be spread by wind, insects, rain, or irrigation water. Some spores have flagella, tails, which allow them to swim in irrigation ponds, rainwater, dew, or soil moisture. Fungi also spread when infected plants, including seed, are moved from one location to another. Similarly, fungi are carried on equipment or maintenance implements or people working within the planting. Bacteria are spread by insects, irrigation water, rain, movement of infected plants, seeds, seed pieces, grafting, and equipment. Viruses are spread by mechanical rubbing of one infected plant on another, insects, fungi, nematodes, transporting of infected moringa trees from one location to another, seeds, seed pieces, grafting, daughter, equipment, and people's hands. Each virus may be spread by certain methods. For example, many legume viruses are spread by seed and aphids, but not by fungi or nematodes. Moringa is not a legume, but it does have high levels of nitrogen. If you were to chop and drop moringa, it would act like a nitrogen fixer, like a legume. Mycoplasma are dispersed by leafhoppers or moving infected plants. Viroids are spread by implements, pruning tools, or other mechanical devices. Pathogen entry. Fungus spores germinate, form a germ tube, and then an infection peg is formed from the germ tube that penetrates directly through the cuticle or stomata of a leaf. Infection of roots and stems occurs either by germ tubes formed from spores or hyphae that penetrate the tissue. Fungi can also infect plant parts when wounds are made by harvesting, equipment implements, hail, wind, blowing sand, insects, nematodes, or other fungi. Bacteria enter plants through wounds or natural plant openings, such as stomata, lenticels, or hydathodes. When plant tissue is gorged with water, bacterial ingress into plant tissue increases. Viruses can enter a plant through wounds, especially during the harvesting and pruning of your moringa trees. A recommended approach is keeping your harvest less than 30% of the entire tree at one time and to cover the cuts with a liquid plant sealant that reduces infection. Also, aphids transmit many of the viruses that occur in Florida. Other insect types are known to transmit viruses. Some of the wilt viruses is vectored by thrips. When an insect feeds on an infected plant or tree, the virus could pass from the insect into the moringa tree, or the insect acquires the virus from the moringa tree, spreading it to other moringa trees or even other plants. Some nematodes transmit viruses by piercing the root. This can result in passing the virus particle from the nematode into the moringa tree. Corky ring spot virus in potato is transmitted by certain nematodes. Moringa tree roots can resemble a starchy potato-like substance. Like cassava, fungi are vectors for certain viruses. Soil-borne wheat mosaic virus is transmitted by a soil-inhabiting root fungus. Keep your moringa trees high and dry to avoid contamination of any pathogen. Components of moringa disease. Any moringa tree can be susceptible to an agent causing a disease and a suitable environment. Then a disease can occur. For example, fungi that cause leaf spots need a susceptible host, moist conditions on the leaves, and favorable temperatures so that spores will germinate. Many root-rotting fungi need a susceptible host coupled with high soil moisture or a soil pH favorable for fungus growth. Disease is caused by the agent impairing necessary functions of the moringa tree. Some diseases block water-conducting vessels in the moringa tree, which results in a wilted condition like drought. Root rots destroy the roots that absorb water and nutrients from the soil. Leaf spotting diseases reduce photosynthesis in the moringa tree, which results in less food manufactured by the tree for itself. Seeds, seed pieces, fruits, and flowers may be destroyed by rots or blights. Diseases of this type reduce the reproductive ability of a moringa tree to produce healthy leaves, drumsticks, and seeds. Diseases in the urban environment. Several generalities can be made concerning more commonly encountered diseases in Florida. Many of these diseases require similar environmental conditions to commence, as well as increase in severity. Chemical control measures, heavily relied upon in past years as the Total Disease Control Program, are now being integrated with such non-chemical controls as host resistance and cultural practices to manage disease problems. Not all diseases, viruses, bacteria, or fungi affect moringa trees. Much of this research is still being conducted as it's being grown more in the USA. Points to remember about diseases include: 1. Not every spot or discoloration or insect is automatically a disease problem. Many of the nondescript disease symptoms of root and crown rot diseases, melting out, etc., can be mimicked by improper cultural practices, misused pesticides, nematode, or insect injury. Remember, diseases are continuous conditions that do not stay static but increase and spread. It is often faster to rule out the involvement of other factors than to verify the presence of disease. 2. Suspected disease problems cannot always be reliably diagnosed by casual observations. Root and crown rot phases of many diseases require laboratory diagnosis. 3. Diseases can be expected to occur more frequently on poorly maintained moringa trees. Imbalances in nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium levels, as well as accumulation of sticks and rotting wood on the tree, will result in less vigorous and more susceptible moringa tree diseases. 4. Periods of high humidity, rain, heavy dews, or fog favor the incidence of most fungal diseases of moringa trees. Moisture is needed on the surface for infection to take place. Irrigate early in the day to minimize the period in which the leaves, soil, and roots remain moist. Water deeply when needed. Moringa trees that are wet going into the night period, moist from irrigation, is more likely to become diseased. 5. Most leaf disease problems can be accurately diagnosed from the symptoms expressed by the affected moringa tree. Many of the root and crown diseases are difficult to accurately diagnose due to the frequent interactions of these fungal pathogens with each other, nematodes, insects, or cultural problems. Laboratory diagnosis is essential for these conditions to choose the proper control measures. When laboratory diagnosis becomes necessary: A. Sample the affected areas of the moringa tree prior to fungicide application. B. Take the sample from areas that look susceptible to damage, but aren't damaged yet, close to the site of the concerned area. Grab that area between affected and healthy areas to sample. C. Cut a sample of the moringa trunk or branch from each symptomatically distinct area. D. Never add water to the area or sample, nor seal them in plastic or aluminum foil for transport. 8. Deliver sample to your nearest Florida Extension Plant Disease Clinic, FEPDC, or other local diagnostic laboratory. More detailed information about where to go for help in diagnosing plant problems is included in the bibliography. Common diseases in Florida. Except for one disease caused by a virus, mostly all diseases in Florida are caused by fungi. Examples of fungi in your daily life include the molds in the bathroom or refrigerator, the green stuff on an old orange or bread, and the mushrooms you eat. Unlike plants, fungi are unable to produce their own energy and must rely on living or dead hosts for energy and growth. Most fungi living in the soil environment are totally harmless, using only dead organic matter for growth. A very limited number of fungi at some point in their life cycle cause plant diseases by infecting living moringa trees. It is important to know that when a fungal pathogen is not actively attacking the plant, it has not disappeared from the area. It is simply surviving in the environment in a state of dormancy, like a bear in hibernation, or as a saprophyte, non-pathogenic phase, living off dead organic matter in the dead soil layers or rotting tree material. There are two common patterns of moringa tree disease symptoms. One is a circular patch on the leaves or bark, either small or large, that is no longer uniformly the same color as the material, leaf or bark. The second is spots on the leaves. For disease patches, examine the leaves and roots in these patches for characteristic symptoms of a disease and signs, actual fungal structures of the pathogen. Leaf spots. 5.1 Brown leaf spot. Symptoms. The symptoms appear to be scattered brown spots on the leaves and then eventually spreading to cover them entirely. Coalescing of spots leads to irregular and blighted appearance of the leaves. The leaves turn yellow and fall off prematurely. Pathogen, Cercospora spp, is responsible for the disease. The fungus is characterized by dark brown stromata from which arise fasciculate straight or slightly curved, continuous simple yellowish-brown conidiophores producing polymorphous cylindrical fusoid 1-3 septate, yellow to brown conidia tapering towards the apex. Mode of spread. Conidia are disseminated by wind and rain splashes to the leaf surface where they germinate and cause infection. The spots are produced on the leaves on which conidia are formed, serving as source of secondary infection. When the weather becomes unfavorable, the fungus survives in the infected plant debris and the cycle is repeated next year. Epidemiology. Disease development is favored by high humidity and temperature. The pathogens sporulate abundantly at 20 to 30 OC. Management, preventative measures, as stated in the previous chapters. Organic foliar sprays. 9.2 Septoria leaf spot. Symptoms. Circular spots with whitish gray center and dark brown margins are seen on the leaves, stem, and calyx. Center of the spots shows minute black glistening pinhead-sized pycnidia. Severe infection causes defoliation during rainy season. Pathogen. The disease incited Septoria lycopersicon. The young mycelium is hyaline thin, walled, and sparingly septate. Older mycelium is brown, infrequently branched, and septate. In the initial stage of pycnile formation, several hyphae aggregate at certain point, and after intertwining, form a mass of hyphal tissues that assumes the appearance of pseudoparenchyma. Pycnidia are subglobose, composed of 2-3 layers of brown cells. Pycniospores are filiform, slightly curved hyaline, and septate with pointed or rounded ends. Mode of spread. The pathogen overwinters in the infected plant debris in the form of mycelium or spores or in the debris of solanaceous weed hosts. The conidia are splashed by rains, causing infection. Epidemiology. The fungus has wide host range, including solanaceous crops and weeds growing in and around a moringa field. Temperature of 20 to 25 OC with 75 to 92% relative humidity is congenial for disease development. Management. Preventative measures as stated in the previous chapters. Spray applications of various organic fungicides. 5.3 Alternaria leaf spot. Symptoms. The symptoms appear on leaves as circular to angular, dark brown spots with concentric circles. The spots coalesce and cause drying and defoliation of leaves. Black or brown marks appear on the branches. Pathogen. Alternaria solani. The mycelium is septate branched light brown hyphae, which become darker with age. Conidiophores emerge through the stomata from the dead centers of the spot. Conidia are beaked. Muri form dark and borne singly, or in chains of 2. 5 to 10 transverse septa and a few longitudinal septa are present in each conidia. Mode of spread. Primary infection takes place through conidia on crop debris in the soil. The secondary spread of the disease occurs through conidia developed on primary spots. These conidia are blown by wind, water, and insects to the neighboring leaves or plants. Epidemiology. The disease is favored by high soil moisture, relative humidity, dew, and rainfall. The optimum temperature ranges between 28°C to 30°C. Management. The onset of the disease is hard to detect. Once the spots have appeared, it is often too late to treat, and defoliation is inevitable. Clearing of weeds, which are often hosts to diseases, should be practiced. Leaves and young shoots should be checked regularly for symptoms of fungal attacks. Neem seed extract can be sprayed on the plants to control the disease. Powdery mildew. Symptoms. The symptoms appear as white to light gray powdery growth on the undersurface of the leaves, and the corresponding upper surface exhibits yellow lesions with brown necrotic centers. Affected leaves curl upwards and shed profusely. Affected plants lose their vigor and remain barren. Yield is very much reduced. Pathogen. The fungus Levolula turica is responsible for this disease. It is an obligate parasite having endophytic mycelium. Conidiophore are long and multi-branched. Conidia are pyriform and cylindrical, borne singly or in short chains. Epidemiology. Temperatures of 25 to 30 OC and cloudy weather are highly favorable for the disease development. Management. Spraying wettable sulfur 0.2% gives better control. 5.5 Diplodia root rot. Symptoms. The symptoms of the disease appear as oozing of gum from the affected bark, which remains as an encrustation on the bark. Droplets of gum trickles down the stem. In the later stages, the bark cracks and shreds longitudinally, leaves turn pale and yellow, fruit yield is greatly reduced. Pathogen: the fungus inciting the disease is Diplodia spp. Mode of spread: the pathogen spreads through pycnospores with the help of wind and rain splashes. Epidemiology: reduced tree vigor, insect damage, poor nutrition to the trees, waterlogging, and old age factors. Management: the trees should be kept in a vigorous growing condition. Broken limbs should be cut properly and wound in the bark, especially on limbs, and forks should be scraped and protected with Bordeaux mixture. 10.6 Fusarium wilt. Symptoms: the affected plants exhibit yellowing of lower leaves in initial stages and discoloration of younger leaves soon follows. The leaves drop, wilt, and dry. The disease affects a few branches in the moringa tree, or the entire plant may wilt irreversibly. The affected plants or branches dry up. The vascular bundles become brown. Moringa trees are usually stunted in growth and drumsticks ripen prematurely. Pathogen: the inciting agent of the disease is Fusarium oxysporum, FSP moringae. The mycelium is septate. Microconidia, macroconidia, and chlamydospores are produced. Mode of spread: the fungus is soil-borne and survives in the soil as chromophores, or as saprophytically growing mycelium in infected crops debris. Windborne spores, surface drainage water, and agricultural implements also help in distribution of the pathogen from field to field. Epidemiology: disease development is favored by alternating high and low soil temperatures and high humidity levels. Other favorable factors include light, sandy soils, low soil moisture level, and pH. The presence of nematodes greatly increase infection. Management: seeds should be planted in disease and nematode-free soil. Seed treatment with carbendazim 2-GKG reduces incidence of the disease. The infected plants should be removed and destroyed. Long crop rotation with non-host crops helps in reduction of the inoculum. Incidence of wilt has been significantly reduced with the application of organic fungicides. 5.7 Fruit rot. Symptoms: pods reaching maturity showed extensive rot. The disease symptoms are observed all over the surface of the pods, more conspicuously at the stigmatic end. On green pods, elliptical or elongated sunken spots with reddish-brown raised margins can be observed. The pods appear shrunken with thinner dimensions at their stigmatic ends than healthy ones. In advanced stages of the disease, the pods rot and dried up prematurely, leaving uneven raised spots over them. Mode of spread: the causal organism was identified as a fungus Drexlera hawaiiensis. Management: spraying organic fungicides is effective. Other problems: rust diseases commonly occur in mild to warm humid weather. Infections appear first as light-colored flecks on leaves. These flecks enlarge into red to orange linear pustules, often along veins. Pustules will first fill with orange spores and later produce brown to black spores. Severe infections will cause moringa trees to thin and appear chlorotic. Slime mold is not a true disease. However, warm, moist weather and periods with prolonged dews will encourage slime mold problems. A soot-like crusted fruiting structures occur on blades of turf. Color may vary from gray to orange to purple. Brown. Fungi use moringa trees as support structures upon which to reproduce. Slime molds may occur on many species of plants. Take-all root rot. Periods of disease severity coincide with summer and fall seasons in Florida when temperature is high and moisture ample. Stresses contribute to disease development and may include low soil moisture, scalping, nematode injury, soil insect injury. Initial disease development appears as chlorotic patches. Affected areas thin and decline in response to root decaf because the root fungus decreases water uptake to the canopy and photosynthate movement down to the roots. Random green or chlorotic fascicles will persist in diseased patches of leaves or bark. All cultivars of moringa trees are susceptible, especially when grown under stressful conditions. Chapter 6.3 Nematodes. Parasitic nematodes. Moringa trees can get attacked by nematodes too. There are so many microscopic pathogens that can disrupt the living organisms in the soil in and around moringa trees. In this case, we will cover nematodes that attack moringa trees and live in the soil. An unbelievable war that seems to be waged without retreat. All crops grown in Florida are susceptible to nematodes, causing farmers millions of dollars in crop loss annually. Nematodes also are of great concern to the homeowner since they cause severe damage to other plants like turf grasses, ornamentals, and home gardens. Moringa trees are no different. We are often unaware of losses caused by nematodes since they are hidden from sight, and much of the damage caused by them goes unreported or is attributed to other causes. Morphology and anatomy. Nematodes that attack moringa trees are microscopic worms, ranging from 0.25 mm to 3.0 mm. 1 on 100, 1 at 8-inch long. They are generally cylindrical in shape, tapering toward the head and tail. Females of a few species lose their worm shape as they mature, becoming greatly enlarged in diameter and assuming varying forms, such as pear, lemon, or kidney shapes. Despite their small size, nematodes are complex in organization. Parasitic nematodes possess all the major organ systems of higher animals except respiratory and circulatory systems. The latest discovery shows a multi-layered cuticle which bears surface marks that are used when identifying nematode species. The cuticle of most is transparent, so that sufficient anatomical detail can be seen with the aid of a low-power dissecting microscope. Life cycle and reproduction. Parasitic nematodes have a simple life cycle with 6 stages: egg, 4 juvenile stages, and adult. Male and female nematodes occur in most species, and both may be required for reproduction. However, reproduction without males is common, and some species are hermaphroditic. Females produce both sperm and eggs. Egg production by the individual completes the cycle. The length of the life cycle varies considerably depending on nematode species, its host plant, and the temperature of its habitat. During summer months, when soil temperatures are in the 80s, many nematodes near moringa trees complete their life cycles in about 30 days or less. The number of eggs deposited by a female varies among species and is affected by their habitat. Most species produce between 50 and 500 eggs, but a few occasionally produce several thousand eggs per female. Nematodes and moringa trees. Nearly everyone who grows anything in their yard or garden or landscape in Florida eventually has encountered nematodes unknowingly. They damage so many kinds of plants that many people just throw their hands in the air and give up more often. Is there any way to escape nematode damage in the garden, annual bed, and permanent landscape? Moringa trees that have exposed soil sand have different problems than when grass is growing up to the trunk. Both accumulate pest problems. If there are serious nematode infestations in the roots, soil ball, or planting site, the chances of satisfactory growth are slim, and the longevity of the tree may be substantially reduced. Many moringa trees planted in raised beds for intensive planting are similarly at risk. If planted in soil heavily infested with injurious nematodes, they develop serious root problems, grow poorly, and often fail much sooner than they should. There presently are no cure treatments, but the kind of start and care given either orchard or intensive methods can have a substantial effect on its performance. Reference: the information which follows is adapted in part from Nematology Plant Protection Pointer 21 Nematodes of Landscape Plants and NPPP 35 Annual Ornamentals Nematode Management. Symptoms of nematode injury. Above ground symptoms of nematode injury are like those resulting from many kinds of root damage. Moringa leaves will lose their luster and wilt more easily than they should. Prolonged stress because of nematode injury to the root system may result in yellowing and eventual loss of foliage. New flushes of growth are weak, with fewer and smaller leaves than healthy plants. Once the moringa trees are woody, they have a better chance of survival if they've been exposed to nematodes. They may suffer the loss of smaller green growth and new stems if the stress continues. If undesirable conditions persist despite use of extra vitamins and minerals, biostimulant, and adjusting pH of the water and adding organic matter to the surface may be needed. You may notice symptoms in the plants closest to the affected moringa tree, but not on all plants or trees. The distribution pattern of damage is usually irregular since nematodes do not typically spread evenly in the soil. Each moringa tree root looks different, so the nematodes may find some root systems more desirable to live and procreate. Symptoms will vary widely from tree to tree. Some kinds of nematodes cause tissues on which they feed to grow strangely, i.e. root knot, and some foliar nematodes. Some stop the growth of the roots, others kill the cells on which they feed, leaving patches of dead tissue as they move on. Fungi and bacteria, which cause root rots, wilt, and other moringa diseases, often infect nematode, damage roots earlier and more severely than uninjured roots. Therefore, depending on the kinds of nematodes involved, nematode damage to moringa trees may include galls, stunting, and decay of roots. Damaged roots are often darker in color than healthy roots. Among the dozens of nematode species associated with moringa trees, relatively few seem to cause most of the serious problems. The root knot nematodes are by far the most noticeable in Florida. Their easily recognized galls on roots make their presence obvious. Galls result from growth of plant tissues around juvenile nematodes that feed near the center of the root. Root knot gall tissue is firm without a hollow center and is an integral part of the root. Removing a root knot gall from a root tears root cortical tissue. Do not confuse nodules formed on roots of many legumes because of beneficial Rhizobium spp, nitrogen-fixing bacteria with root knot galls. Most natural nodules or bumps are loosely attached to the roots and have hollow centers. Active Rhizobium nodules have a milky fluid in their centers. Moringa trees do not normally have knobs or nodules like nitrogen fixers because moringa does not fix nitrogen in the soil. It does contain high amounts of nitrogen and can be used as a living mulch or chop and drop to add nitrogen to the soil that way. Not only are their symptoms the most easily recognized, but root knot nematodes cause greater damage to moringa trees than other nematodes. Since moringa has wood on it, and that is the most popular food trait for the root knot nematodes, moringa trees can be susceptible to root knot nematodes. We do not know why these unusual infections happen, but it is likely that some moringa trees get stressed from environmental factors or other pests may promote them. Reduce the effects from root knot nematodes with healthier soils. The less distinct discoloration, stunting, and decay of roots that are caused by nematodes other than root knot are easily masked by or confused with the effects of numerous pathogens and other root problems. Nematodes such as lesion, burrowing, and reniform probably cause far more damage to moringa trees than is recognized because their effects are not as readily recognized as those of root knot nematodes. Susceptibility to one kind of nematode is not necessarily related to the reaction of the same nematode on another moringa tree. Nematode assays are common laboratory tools used to identify nematode species. Laboratory soil sample analysis is the only way to determine all the kinds of nematodes associated with a problem and may be necessary to identify the most effective control measures. A nematode sample kit for sending samples to the Florida Nematode Assay Laboratory is available from Florida Cooperative Extension Service county offices. It contains packaging materials, a sample information form, and instructions for collecting and submitting good diagnostic samples from many kinds of crops, plants. Diagnosis of nematode damage. Since nematode populations are distributed erratically in soil, great clusters in numbers within a few feet is common. Above ground symptoms also appear in areas of irregular size and shape. Nematode damage rarely ends abruptly. If an area of stress is distinct with sharp boundaries where the moringa trees are good and abruptly meet with poor conditions, the problem is most likely caused by something other than nematodes. Roots injured by nematodes are usually dark and short, with few lateral or feeder roots. Root tips may be swollen, and there is often excessive root rot. The most common symptom is a very short root system that does not hold soil together, as well as a healthy root system does when the roots are exposed around the moringa tree in question. The previous history of an area can help determine the likelihood that nematodes are causing a current problem. If diagnostic samples were taken or specific pest problems identified earlier, those records may suggest the pests most likely to be present in the area on this occasion. Especially helpful are records of previous diagnoses from nematode assay, plant disease, and insect identification laboratories. Check with the previous owner or county records to find any clues of past nematode issues. Soil samples can be key diagnostic aids. In Florida, nematode sample kits, which contain instructions and packaging materials for taking and submitting samples to the Florida Nematode Assay Laboratory, can be obtained at county extension offices. There is a charge for processing the samples. Other laboratories also provide nematode assay service in some areas of Florida. Consult with their representatives for prices and services offered. Since most nematode control treatments are expensive, adequate nematode samples should be processed to establish the need for treatment before it is initiated. Chapter 6.4 Weeds. In any discussion of weeds, there must first be a definition of a weed. Many definitions have been used. For the purposes of this manual, a weed is defined as any plant that is a hazard, nuisance, or causes injury to moringa trees. It should be obvious that almost any plant can be a weed under certain circumstances. Whether you live in a rural or urban environment, weeds either directly or indirectly influence your everyday life. Weeds reduce yields, quality, and interfere with efficient harvest. These reductions are eventually passed to the consumer, either in increased prices or in poor quality moringa tree products. Weeds interfere with the consumption of water and irrigation. Some weeds can cause physical damage to people if growing in and amongst moringa trees, causing discomfort and possibly increased medical expenses. It is estimated that the current total losses to moringa trees grown in the USA, Florida agriculture, due to weeds are approximately in the millions of dollars per year. It is also estimated that the current use of herbicides and pesticides to control weeds is more common than natural permaculture and regenerative practices. Since weed control consists of more than using herbicides, this section addresses other methods of weed control and possibly how they may be combined with chemical weed control for greater efficiency and effectiveness. Some locations may not need chemical implementation, but it is a practical method of choice for farmers around the world because of excess cost associated with weeds. Classification of weeds. Weeds may be classified as grasses, broadleaves, and sedges. They may further be classified by the length of their life cycle, annual, biennial, and perennial. The classification of weeds based on the length of their life cycle may not be obvious on visual inspection, but will have a great impact on the selection and/or success of control procedures. Grass weeds. True grass weeds have hollow, rounded stems in their first year, and the next calendar year they'll have joints that are more closed and harder. The leaf blades of many grass weeds have parallel veins, are much longer than they are wide, and alternate on each side of the stems. Some examples are crabgrass, goosegrass, crowfoot grass, sandbur, annual bluegrass, torpedo grass, and vasey grass. Sedges. Sedges are an important group of grass-like weeds. However, they are not true grasses. Sedges are characterized by a solid, triangular-shaped stem with leaves extending in 3 directions. There are annual sedges, often called watergrass, and the predominant and difficult to control perennial sedges. Of the latter group, yellow nutsedge is yellowish-green and reproduces by seed, rhizomes, and tubers. The rhizomes radiate from the plant with a single bulb or tuber at the end, which may produce new plants. Purple nutsedge is usually smaller in growth habit than yellow nutsedge, has reddish-purple seed heads, and produces a series of bulbs on radiating rhizomes. Broadleaf weeds. Broadleaf weeds are a highly variable group of plants, but most have showy flowers and net-like veins in leaves of varying shapes and sizes. In general, they are easy to separate from grasses due to their different leaf structure and habits of growth. Some examples of broadleaf weeds are cudweed, creeping charlie, henbit spurges, burning nettle, pennywort, creeping beggarweed, cocklebur, sicklepod, and Florida beggarweed. Annual weeds. Annual weeds, as the name implies, complete their life cycle within 1 year. They germinate from seed, grow, mature, produce seed, and die in 12 months or less. They may be annual grasses, sedges, or broadleaved weeds. Their life cycle may begin at different seasons of the year. Thus, summer annuals emerge in the spring, mature, produce seed, and die before winter each year. Weeds such as crabgrass and cocklebur are typical summer annuals. Similarly, winter annual weeds sprout from seed in the fall and complete their life cycle before summer of bluegrass, and chickweed are examples of winter annual weeds. Biennial weeds. Compared to annual weeds, biennial weeds are few. These weeds have a 2-year life cycle. They germinate from seed in the fall, develop large root systems and a compact cluster of leaves during the first year. The second year they mature, produce seed, and die. Examples of biennial weeds are cudweed, Carolina false dandelion, wild carrot, and bull thistle. Perennial weeds. Weeds that live more than 2 years are perennials. They reproduce by vegetative parts such as tubers, bulbs, rhizomes, underground stems, or stolons, above ground stems. Some also produce seed in addition to vegetative reproduction. During the winter season, most survive in a dormant state, and many lose their above-ground foliage and stems. With the beginning of spring, they regenerate food reserves in their root systems. Torpedo grass, nutsedge, and various vines are members of this group of weeds. Florida betony is a perennial weed that, under a subtropical climate, initiates its growth in the fall, grows during the winter months, and goes dormant during the heat of summer. Perennial weeds may be further divided into groups based on the type of root system and reproductive process. Simple perennials reproduce by seeds, but root pieces disturbed by cultivation or other mechanical means will produce new plants. Florida betony is characteristic of this group. Bulbous perennials reproduce by seed and above or below ground bulbs. Yellow nutsedge and wild onions have their bulbs below ground, while wild garlic has an above ground bulb. Creeping perennials, which produce seed and produce rhizomes or stolons. Bermuda grass, torpedo grass, and purple nutsedge produce these specialized stems, rhizomes, and stolons that act as food storage organs and can initiate growth at each node, joint, along the stem. Obviously, the perennial weeds are the most difficult to control because of their great reproductive potential and persistence. In annual cultivated row crops, annual weeds such as crabgrass, goosegrass, cocklebur, and ragweed are the most prevalent. However, perennial weeds such as nutsedge, Johnson grass, and common Bermuda grass may also be severe problems. In pastures and rangeland, perennial weeds tend to dominate among the perennial forage crops. Weeds such as smutgrass, dog fennel, wax myrtle, and prickly pear are very competitive but would not survive in a cultivated row crop situation. Similarly, in moringa tree orchards, where they also perennials in Florida, weeds such as guinea grass, vasey grass, and milkweed vine are perennial problems. Chapter 6.5 Pest Management. Pest Management Control, PMC, PMC is often most effective when used as a component of an integrated pest management system. PMC is an approach to managing insects, mites, pathogens, nematodes, weeds, and other pests by combining a variety of strategies and pest management tactics. PMC utilizes the most appropriate cultural, biological, and non-chemical strategies for managing pests in and around your moringa trees. Chemicals or synthetic pesticides are not organic or recommended at any time near food crops like moringa trees. Plant inspection. PMC can be viewed as a series of steps that is repeated or modified as needed. Prevention, avoidance, monitoring, decision-making, intervention, evaluation. PMC can include the most responsible way to use pesticides if absolutely needed after all other options have been exhausted in careful coordination with other pest management practices. Restricted labeling of pesticides, pest resistance, human safety, and environmental issues are all concerns to nursery and landscape managers. Thus, horticulturists should seek methods of pest control other than scheduled, preventative, nursery-wide pesticide applications. Integrated means combining a variety of strategies and pest management tactics that can either prevent pest introduction, eradicate pests, or reduce pest populations to lessen their economic impact while maintaining the quality of your moringa trees. Doing nothing is often the most cost-effective option. Some damage can be tolerated, letting nature take its course. Emphasis should be placed on preventative practices such as sanitation, e.g. weed control, removal of plant debris, proper fertilization, irrigation, pruning, etc. Examples of management activities that affect pests and diseases include selection of resistant plant species, regulation of irrigation timing and frequency, alteration of relative humidity levels in the greenhouse, use of least toxic pesticides as needed to preserve beneficial organisms and reduce environmental contamination, or application of biological control agents. Moringa trees should be examined weekly during all times of the year. The undersides of a few leaves on each moringa tree should be checked and the stems inspected for pests. The use of a 10 to 15 power hand lens or magnifying glass aids in detecting and identifying insects and related organisms. Many insects merely rest on the moringa tree and are neither pests nor beneficial. Learn to determine when a pest is present in damaging numbers and to evaluate the potential of the predator or parasite population. To aid in locating small insects such as thrips or mites, a sheet of white paper or cloth may be held beneath the leaves and the foliage struck sharply. The insects or mites will fall onto the paper and can be more easily observed and identified than on the green foliage. Most moringa trees in the urban landscape can be affected by other people spraying, resulting in unnecessary environmental contamination and often upsetting the natural predator-parasite pest balance. Don't apply a control measure until a pest population is present and damage is beginning to occur and you've checked for the presence of natural enemies. Biological controls. Pests in their native areas are usually regulated by predators and parasites that help keep populations at a constant level. Problems occur when pests, but not their natural enemies, are introduced into new areas and the pest populations increase unchecked. Biological pest control involves use of natural enemies to reduce pest populations, native and non-native, to aesthetically acceptable levels. One inherent principle concerning classic biological pest control, where the agent is introduced only once or on a limited basis for permanent establishment, is accepting that a minimum level of the target pest will always be present. This low pest population is necessary for the biological control agent to have a continual food source after the target pest has been reduced to an acceptable level. Thus, complete elimination of the pest is not feasible when integrating biological control measures into the overall pest management scheme. Homeowners and clients must be educated to this fact and be willing to accept minor levels of pest pressure. Inspection should include scouting for beneficials as well as harmful pests. If such pests as aphids, scales, or whitefly nymphs have a small hole, as if stuck by a straight pin, it is evidence that they have been parasitized by tiny wasps. If predators are present or the pests show signs of parasitism, every effort should be made to preserve the beneficial insects. Delay pesticide application and allow the beneficial bugs to control the pest population, or at least choose a method of control or time that will not harm beneficial species. Apply product correctly. Thorough coverage of the leaves, especially the underside, stems, and branches is essential. The substance must reach the area of the moringa tree where the pest is active. Most failures to control pests result from incorrect application, not product failure. The addition of a spreader sticker to the spray mixture is sometimes suggested when spraying to follow the plant most closely related moringa if you don't see moringa-specific instructions. The use of a spreader sticker will aid in the product adhering to the leaves and improve the coverage for better control. Some formulations of organic biostimulants that are effective in controlling pests are made and prepared with filtration to fit through the tiny holes of the spreader. There should be a sticker on the label that says spreader configuration. Non-chemical control. Sometimes it is possible to remove pests and keep populations below damaging levels by spraying moringa trees with a forceful stream of water. The next best application would be to use a mixture of biostimulant and water solution in a spray. If you don't have biostimulant, use neem oil and water. If you only have water, use a garden hose with an adjustable nozzle and spray the undersides of leaves and stems when such pests as aphids, mealybugs, spider mites, thrips, or lacebugs appear. If the water source is from the tap or city, be sure to have a chlorine and activated carbon filter on the hose. Otherwise, yellowing of the leaves may occur, attracting more pests. Another way to remove pests is to apply diatomaceous earth. It will wash away after a rain or watering, but with a dry application of at least 24 hours, it will prevent the reproduction cycle from occurring, significantly reducing populations of several types of pests. Throw handfuls of diatomaceous earth on leaves and soil as even as possible, about 1 cup for every 5 square feet. Insecticidal soaps and horticultural oils are available that are formulated for controlling insects and related pests. Some people use a small amount of dish soap in their neem oil mixture, an effective, environmentally safe, general-purpose spray against insects or mites attacking moringa trees can be a soap plus oil mixture. Thorough coverage of the underside of leaves is very important because insects must be contacted directly by the soap and oil for control to be successful. Monitor plants and reapply when needed. Commercial formulations of Bacillus thuringiensis, BT, a bacterium, are available and can provide control of some pests such as moths, beetles, and mosquitoes. This bacteria has no effect on other groups of insects, including the predators and parasites. Mechanical control is sometimes practical for small numbers of the large insects, such as caterpillars, grasshoppers, and beetles. Frequently, insects can be picked or knocked off the plant and destroyed. Large numbers of newly hatched caterpillars or beetle larvae may be detected by watching for freshly skeletonized leaves and destroyed in this way. After hatching, small caterpillars and beetle larvae remain on the leaf for several days. Damaged leaves can be removed and destroyed before the larvae have dispersed over the moringa trees. Early-stage lover grasshoppers also feed on moringa leaves and can be handpicked and destroyed. Chemical control. Chemical pesticides are never required to control insects and other pests on moringa trees. It's not organic if there is a situation where they may be used on other plants, as conventional growing practices with lettuces and spinach. Then there was something missing in the design and implementation of the operation, whether it was planted in the wrong location or timing in the season. There should be some adjustments to the overall scope of the project and find out where the problem may be originating from and test without chemicals. There is no need for chemicals in a thriving ecosystem, which can be achieved with permaculture and regenerative practices. Most chemical control options are designed to kill pests by direct contact, act as stomach poisons, or provide barriers on the plant surface against initial infestations. Some also exert a fumigating or vapor action under certain conditions. They can even move into and through the tissues of the moringa tree if applied. There are products that say they will effectively control the pest without injuring the plant, but that doesn't mean humans and animals could consume its leaves and other material without long-term effects. If you decided to use a non-organic pesticide, using the wrong pesticide in harmful amounts could result in another pest outbreak later, even at another location if the tree is transplanted. It could kill beneficials and other non-target organisms. Before using a chemical pesticide, consider the following points. Select a pesticide that is recommended to control the target pest and may be safe on moringa trees. It may not kill the moringa tree, but it could affect the quality of the leaf and seeds, resulting contamination. Don't use more than the labeled or recommended amount. It could be illegal or may injure the moringa tree. Too little won't control the pest. Certain pesticides have specialized label instructions to avoid phytotoxicity and maintain efficiency. Read the container label carefully. Always check the label to determine whether anything may be mixed with the product. Some pesticide labels specifically warn against mixing certain pesticides together or combining them with fertilizers. Avoid irrigating treated areas for at least 24 hours after application. Systemic insecticides. A systemic insecticide is a chemical compound that is not organic and can be absorbed by the moringa tree. They can be absorbed through the roots and translocated throughout the tree's tissues and makes it toxic to certain insect and mite pests. Could those toxins be harmful to humans if built up in the system over time? Several systemic insecticides can be taken up from the soil by the roots, and they are on the market and used by several commercial growers for conventional moringa farms. Always shop for safer alternatives and grow your moringa organically. In this method, the chemical insecticide could be translocated throughout the tree's tissues. Others can be absorbed by the leaves or stem sprays, or from injections into the moringa tree stems. Systemic insecticides have been effective primarily in controlling small sucking pests, including aphids, whiteflies, scales, mealybugs, lacebugs, and spider mites. In general, they have not given satisfactory control of chewing insects. Systemic insecticides applied to the soil as drenches or granules can remain effective over 6 weeks. The residue could leach into the moringa tree, reaching the leaves. Moringa trees can pull heavy metals from the soil. Usually, a test can be applied to moringa trees for heavy metals in the leaves. If they are abnormally high, the use of pesticides is most likely the case. Also, when applied in this manner, they are relatively harmless to any insect predators and parasites that may be presently on or near the tree because they're not feeding on the moringa, but they are absorbed by the tree and passed on through the organic material. Systemic insecticides are available in different formulations and concentrations, and the amounts may vary for different locations. Consult with your local environmental protection agency and follow the directions and cautions on the manufacturer's container label for the amounts to use on other tropical fruit trees as a reference. At the time of application, if a member in the collective uses this method, they can no longer supply orders from that location for the next 3 years. Spray equipment. Spray equipment can be a major hurdle to acceptable pest control in many situations. Most commercial moringa growers, farm managers, and pest control operators have learned there is no substitute for the right spray equipment. Pest control demands uniform application of the control mechanism to the moringa leaves and tree trunks at recommended label rates. Sprayers of various types and sizes are available, from 1 to 3-gallon compressed air sprayers and knapsack sprayers to battery or gas-powered sprayers of larger capacities. Sprayer type varies with the size and type of planting to be protected. With all sprayers, it is important that the leaves and stems be covered to the point of runoff. Sprayers, which attach to the end of the garden hose, represent the cheapest form of application equipment. Although uniform pesticide application with a hose connected to a water source is quite difficult and time-consuming, the spray pattern is usually spotty, and it is difficult to direct the spray to reach and adequately cover the undersides of the leaves, especially those near the ground and on the side of moringa trees close to a building or fence. Considerably more control management will be used with the hose end attachment, and this leads to greater harm to the environment. Solid fertilizer spreaders are excellent for application of granular formulations. A carefully calibrated spreader will properly dispense a granular pesticide across a given area. Even with this equipment, several problems exist in obtaining good pest control. Hydraulic boom sprayers are ideal for large-scale applications. Typical sprayers have a tank capacity of 10 gallons or greater, are engine-driven, and have constant tank agitation to allow use of all organic non-chemical formulations without plugging. A multi-nozzle boom that is wheel-mounted allows rapid application over large areas. Uniformity of coverage is achieved by a constant boom speed and a constant pressure that is valve regulated. Calibration of the sprayer for proper rate application is determined by the interaction of pressure, nozzle size, and boom speed. Most of these sprayers are used at a pressure from 40 to 100 psi when applying these liquid pest control mechanisms. Phytotoxicity or plant injury. A pesticide or mixture of pesticides may cause injury to moringa trees. The condition under which the injury occurs may vary considerably depending upon temperature, humidity, and other environmental factors. In general, it is best to apply organic control mechanisms during the cooler part of the day. Moringa trees are less likely to be injured by an application of organic applications, especially when the application timing is protected by at least broken shade for several hours, as opposed to being in direct sun right away. It is a good practice to irrigate moringa trees 1 to 2 days before applying any pest control agent. Some added control mechanisms can injure moringa tree leaves even more when they are stressed for moisture. Using wettable powders, emulsifiable concentrates, emulsifiers, and solvents are all chemical compounds that could cause phytotoxicity and or injury to your moringa trees. Precautions. Any type of pest control system can cause injury during application. It can be dangerous. Be very careful of your face and eyes. Some organic solutions are still very strong and need to be used with caution. Pesticides are poisons and should not be handled. Read the manufacturer's label of anything you may be using. Before opening the container, observe all instructions and precautions. Wear rubber gloves and other personal protective equipment, PPE, specified on the label when handling and applying any pest control mechanism. Do not spill sprays on skin or clothing. Do not breathe mists or fumes. Wash exposed parts of the body with soap and water immediately after using anything. Store mixtures locked up in original labeled containers and out of reach of children. Rinse empty containers and put rinse water in spray tank. Dispose of empty containers in a manner directed on the label. Pest management strategies. Moringa can be grown just like a lettuce, an intensive annual for biomass and greens, ranging from 10,000 to 100,000 trees on 1 acre. Grow moringa more as a perennial tree at about 400 trees an acre spaced 10 feet apart on a grid. The urban landscape, however, may not have that much space in one place and would need to grow in smaller areas. Believe it or not, growing moringa trees in neighborhoods around the USA is a much more diverse system with smaller areas that includes many different environments for moringa to thrive. It is a complicated system to be managed by humans because, unlike in commercial agriculture, the moringa trees are fragmented and separated by developed areas. This can also be seen as a gift. Pests don't spread as far and wide, which damages crops less. Also, a wide range of beneficials exist to keep the pests from taking hold. Some growers, because they live in the urban environment, keeping up with the Jones, may desire a perfect, well-manicured look, while others may prefer a more natural appearance that requires less work to maintain. Several options exist for managing insects and mites on moringa trees without the use of pesticides. These options include handpicking, knocking, or hosing pests off plants with water and then destroying the pests. Removing infested moringa trees completely, or at least the branches and parts, e.g. pruning, that are infected. Then burn or destroy infected material to reduce the chances of pests moving among your moringa trees. Buying or using moringa trees that are stronger genetically with less chances of mutation are more naturally resistant or tolerant to certain pests, which greatly reduces the need for future pest control. Any mechanical or cultural method that prevents or excludes pests from the location should be attempted before using a pesticide, i.e. permaculture and regenerative agriculture practices. Insect and mite control. A lot of insects, mites, and other insect relatives feed on moringa trees. Many are harmless, some are beneficial, and some are pests. Some pests may need immediate control, especially if present in great numbers, but others may not be worth the time, effort, or cost of control. Pesticides may cause real damage to the moringa trees and could make them look bad or unhealthy. Correct identification of the problem can save money and prevent unnecessary chemical use. After the pest is correctly identified, information can be found on its life cycle, food preference, and habits. It is important to understand these things to properly time any corrective measures. Management of moringa insect pests. Non-chemical suggestions for insect and mite management are listed below. Remember that keeping the plant healthy can oftentimes be the best control method. Recommendations for chemical controls are available in the University of Florida IFAS Insect Management Guide. Ants, scales, mealybugs, aphids, whiteflies, lacebugs, commercial insecticidal oils, and soaps offer effective control of these insects. Thrips control requires insecticides that need to be reapplied 7 to 10 days after a first application. Caterpillars and cutworms. Bacillus thuringiensis will control only caterpillars and will not harm any non-pest species present. A spreader sticker is recommended with Bacillus thuringiensis sprays. Grasshoppers and katydids. Frequently, grasshoppers and katydids can be removed from the plants and killed by hand. Oils do not provide as effective of control, but they usually don't harm the moringa trees too much. If you find there continues to be an issue, there are several predators that eat grasshoppers, like turkeys, that could provide alternative effective control. Beetles. There are very little natural remedies that can ward off many beetles, but luckily they don't harm moringa too badly. An insecticide may be your only alternative if you have continual damage from beetles. Spider mites. Commercial insecticidal oils and soap sprays are effective for controlling mites. Applications must be made several times at 7 to 10 day intervals. Leaf miners. Leaf mining pests are difficult to control because they are inside the leaf walls, protected from oils and treatments on the surface. Systemic insecticides are really the only proven remedy for leaf miners, offering more control, but that could also harm the tree and affect the quality and would not be considered organic from that type of treatment. Borers. Preventing borer attacks by keeping the tree healthy is the best control. Follow all approved cultural and maintenance practices, especially regarding susceptible conditions where they may find a home in moringa trees. Insecticides may be used as directed on container label for control, but then again, the moringa tree products would not be considered organic from that time. Sooty mold. Sooty mold may be washed off with soapy water. Ants. A combination of baits, mound treatments, and broadcast applications of insect insect growth regulators may be necessary for adequate control. Slugs and snails, baits are recommended control. Chapter 6.6, Moringa Disease Management. The most important point in controlling a disease is choosing the best control method or series of control methods for a given situation, including permaculture practices that keep the moringa tree roots and soil healthy, reducing stress. The best control method for disease on one type of a plant may not be the best method for another disease on the same or different plant species. Also, the use of more than one control measure, systems control, is often needed. In the moringa tree farming industry, we try to control diseases by finding the part of the life cycle of a living pathogen that could be eradicated at the right time so that available control methods are as effective as possible. We also attempt to use control methods early in relation to pathogen propagation. Once the pathogen increases in numbers, usually accompanied by an increase in disease, control becomes difficult. Most moringa disease control methods are preventive if the moringa trees are planted properly and given ample sun and heat with proper soil conditions. Some eradicative techniques are available for disease control, but it shouldn't ever get that bad or be relied upon for consistent control. Moringa tree disease control. Diseases can often be a result of stress caused by non-living agents, like weather. Moringa trees can't move around when there is something going on like a drought. These non-living disease agents might cause the moringa tree's immune system to weaken, causing the trees to be more susceptible to diseases. Sounds very similar to human conditions. Diseases are often controlled by simply adding vitamins, minerals, and organic fertilizers to the soil. Avoid excess amounts of fertilizer, control the air pollution source, or protect moringa trees from the adversities of the weather in a greenhouse to help prevent disease. Moringa trees affected by non-living agents are often more susceptible to diseases than the actual living agents themselves. Diseases caused by living agents are controlled by different methods. For some diseases, the only way to combat them is through resistant varieties of moringa. Genetically more resilient to diseases are the best means of control. The use of resistant varieties is the best way to reduce the effects of diseases spreading. The difference between profit and an economic setback may depend on obtaining healthy stock. There are several agricultural collectives that follow this disease free seed program, and it follows this same principle of control. Completely removing infected moringa trees or eradication and exclusion have been effective methods for controlling severe diseases. Exclusion of disease is one of the purposes of quarantines. For example, some plants that have diseases have been stopped from entering this country by the quarantine service. Lettuce mosaic virus has been controlled by indexing seed lots. Those seed lots, which contain virus-contaminated seed, cannot be planted in Florida. Citrus canker in Florida was controlled in the early 1900s by both exclusion and eradication. Eradication of disease may be done by other means also. For example, we can attempt to eradicate or reduce a disease by removing other species of plants that are also hosts of the disease. These plants may be weeds or alternate hosts. Alternate hosts support part of the life cycle of the organism causing disease. Removing and destroying diseased moringa trees can also be used in controlling disease. Moringa surgery can be used to control some diseases. For example, a bacterial disease of woody areas called fire blight can be reduced by removing and destroying infected branches. Sanitation around propagating beds, greenhouses, growing areas, and landscape beds is an excellent control measure. Routinely clean and disinfect potting benches, soil bins, arid greenhouse benches. Disinfect tools and equipment, especially if they have been used in areas with diseased moringa material or general debris. After using tractors and implements in an area known to have a soil-borne disease, steam sterilize implements or at least wash off the soil from the tires and implements before using that tractor in other areas. This practice reduces the possibility of carrying the fungus to a non-infested area. Destroy old moringa debris as it can harbor diseases. Wash your hands and forearms thoroughly after handling diseased moringa trees. Replacement and rotation are other methods whereby disease can be reduced. Commercial farmers replace all moringa trees every 5 to 8 years. Moringa trees can be planted in an intensive method as an annual, helping to reduce disease in the plot. Rotate plots every year with other crops, not just moringa, for a much more resilient system. Crop rotation is less effective for controlling obligate parasites that produce wind-blown spores, such as rusts, downy mildew, and powdery mildews. The selection of disease-free stock is another good control measure. This includes not only healthy moringa seeds, seedlings, and the cuttings. Control the material and source of your moringa material. Know your farmer and where they get their seeds and how they were collected, harvested, and processed, shipped, imported, and distributed. Know every aspect of the selection to reduce unnecessary diseases from spreading. Control of insects and nematodes often reduces disease when a disease-causing organism is partly or wholly dependent upon these organisms. Insects and nematodes not only act as vectors, carriers of disease, but also their damage can provide an entrance point for disease-causing organisms. Weed control is beneficial for disease control. Weeds can harbor inoculum, interfere with spray deposition, reduce plant vigor, and reduce aeration within crop canopies. Finally, timely applications of chemicals are used to control many diseases at a very last resort, after all other options have been depleted. The most important consideration when spraying fungicides is to have the fungicide on the plant before infection takes place. Most fungicides are protectants, not eradicants. Recently, therapeutic fungicides have been developed. If you have resorted to the use of chemicals, apply non-chemical control methods to maximize efficacy of chemicals. Look into copper as an effective fungicide and still considered organic. Use fungicides with caution, not fear. Read the entire label and follow the directions. Use only approved fungicides on a given area. Store fungicides in a cool, dry place. Store and transport fungicides in such a manner that children or unauthorized persons are denied access. Disease control in moringa trees. Observing spots and patches of yellow or brown in the leaves does not automatically mean the tree has a disease. While moringa injuries or disorders may look like diseases, they are not diseases and should be treated differently. Because diseases are difficult to diagnose, it is often faster to rule out involvement of other factors than to verify the presence of disease. Diseases are the exception and not the rule for most concerns that might become noticeably concerning. Determine if other factors are causing the moringa tree to look sick. You will solve the problem more quickly and avoid applying unnecessary fungicides. An injury to moringa can happen each time it is pruned or harvested, increasing the chances for disease. Continual destructive physical occurrences, such as harvesting the moringa trees too short, too often, can cause stunted and awkward growth, possibly forming a disorder. An interaction between the moringa tree and its environment is usually associated with imbalances in regrowth time periods. Examples would be nutritional deficiencies, cold stress, drought, or excessive rainfall, excessive harvesting. Again, while these problems may appear to be diseases, there are no pathogens involved. However, these injuries or disorders may weaken the moringa trees so much that a pathogen may attack the plants and cause a disease. If a disease should affect moringa trees, permaculture practices should be implemented first or while fungicides are applied. If a particular home lawn, recreational site, or commercial landscape has a history of developing a particular disease at a particular time of year, then it makes sense to implement permaculture practices to prevent this yearly occurrence. What are the local farmers doing to combat the disease? Permaculture practices are designed to alter the environment to prevent diseases or at least lessen their severity amongst the local populations of moringa trees. They include selection of seed together, much like we are doing as a collective. The collective's seed population is selected from species and cultivars based on your preferences and most local source of seed to the buyer. Disease control is not simple or easy. Since it is usually not practical or desirable to eliminate the moringa tree itself, disease control recommendations are aimed at 1. Altering the environment so it is less favorable for disease development, 2. Suppressing growth of the pathogen, and 3. Decreasing stress on the moringa trees from non-living agents. Implementing an integrated management program that includes permaculture and non-chemical methods is the key to preventing and controlling diseases. There are 3 steps to disease management. First, correctly identify the disease. Second, identify the conditions promoting infection and disease development. Third, identify the management techniques that will alter or eliminate these conducive conditions. Permaculture control practices. Pruning with sharp, clean blades will leave less of an opportunity for infection or fungus to take hold on cuts. The worst thing you can do as a harvester is trim a branch and it doesn't make a clean break, and the bark ends up peeling down, exposing the inner wood. We will go over more moringa management practices in Chapter 7. Covering the wounds with special breathable materials, paint, or even caps can help heal the cuts faster, create a barrier for entry, and create a healthier environment in a space that is continually being used for production. Don't harvest the trees too much or too low all the time. There is a progressive flow that we like to use when trimming. Harvest at optimum height to avoid stress and more susceptibility to diseases. Avoid planting moringa in low-laying areas. It can stay wet for too long in the summer months, which can especially cause root rot. When any disease occurs, cut below it to remove the part in question. It will regrow new leaves and branches, helping it to recover with more tissue available for photosynthesis, resulting in more energy for turf grass growth and the subsequent recovery from the disease. One of the most common questions is, how much do I water them? Irrigate only when the tree is dry and is experiencing light drought stress, curled leaf blades, then apply enough water to saturate the root zone of the moringa tree. Make sure the application timing is early in the day to allow foliage drying before nightfall. Most fungal pathogens that cause leaf diseases require free water on the leaf or very high humidity to initiate the infection process. Avoid excessively high and excessively low nitrogen fertility, as both contribute to disease development. Use slow-release nitrogen. Remove excess sticks and branches. After you make a harvest, the moringa tree will flush out or bush out, regrowing several new shoots on an existing branch. The key for creating a healthy environment with sun penetrating all the way down to the ground through the moringa tree, remove any accumulation of extra branches. Each branch that is cut should only have 2 to 3 new branches splitting out from the old branch. If there are more than 2 to 3 branches, remove the ones that are crowding the most predominant new green shoots. Correct the crowding to reduce the spreading of pathogens and allowing the inner parts of the moringa tree to dry out. Especially if it's rainy season, they need to have good circulation to lower parts of the trees with little to no excess sticks and branches inside the tree, causing branch crowding. Avoid soil compaction that prevents proper drainage. These areas may have root systems that are deprived of oxygen, resulting in a weak moringa tree. This is also an ideal situation for root rots to develop. Fungicide application. There is a list of approved substances that can be used as a fungicide by the USDA Federal Code of Regulations and should only be used during time periods conducive for disease development. It is acceptable to use those approved substances as fungicides on a preventive basis prior to disease development if you really understand what diseases, pathogens you are protecting the moringa from at any given time of the year. Only use organic and approved fungicides when necessary, as overuse has the potential to increase or shift the disease spectrum or lead to development of fungicide-resistant strains of pathogens. Think about fungicide applicants relative to other maintenance practices like harvesting. Do not harvest for at least 72 hours and preferably longer. The fungicide is probably on the leaf. If you harvest and collect the leaves shortly after application, you have also collected the fungicide. Unless the product is supposed to be irrigated into the soil, do not irrigate for at least 24 hours after a fungicide application. Ideally, the applied area should be completely clear from all other debris and material and well irrigated prior to a fungicide, unless the issue of the fungicide is a result of overwatering. Allow a maximum time interval between fungicide application and the next moringa tree harvest and maintenance operation. Chapter 6-7 Nematode Management. Managing nematode pests on moringa trees. First, it is important to realize that there are a few plant parasitic nematodes in nearly every square foot of soil in Florida. However, since moringa trees are so valuable with their fast growth, available biomass, and nutritional value, they are healthy assets to their surroundings. In most cases, there are several unique environments moringa can grow, depending on the use, but in some cases, they could be planted into any site and end up with serious damages, and it may not be immediate or noticeable until it's too late. With proper site selection and preparation, moringa seed genetics, and continued care during the life of the planting, anyone can establish and maintain an attractive moringa farm operation in Florida, despite the nematodes that infest the soil nearly everywhere. The keys to minimizing the effects of nematodes on moringa trees are good horticultural care and preventive maintenance. Prepare new planting sites properly to give moringa trees the best chance to become rapidly established. Some growers incorporate soil amendments directly into the hole while planting moringa trees in the ground. The effectiveness and health of the roots are highly debated around that subject. However, they generally agree that it is important to dig a much bigger hole than is needed to encompass the root spread or soil ball of the plant and to provide plenty of loose soil into which new roots can grow. Native soil into which intensive raised beds are to be planted should be prepared well, including removal of any old roots, debris, etc. from the site. Water and nutrient holding capacity of the soil and activity of natural enemies like nematodes will be enhanced by incorporating organic soil amendments into the soil before planting. Feeding the soil also means feeding the nematodes. Treat the soil first. Test to see if high levels of nematodes are present prior to planting your moringa operation. If the plants that are currently on site have been tested and are favorable for nematodes, you may need to remove them. If they were recently removed from the site, treat the soil after they are cleared to give new moringa trees and supplemental plants a better chance of thriving. Some farmers have resorted to chemical treatment or soil solarization, but consult with USDA and Florida Department of Agriculture for approved substances to use and for what case. Testing to see what type of fungus before application is most important in choosing the proper treatment. If there is an infestation after planting moringa trees, the most common chemical used is a triazole fungicide that mostly stays in the stems of the host plants, unaffecting the leaves. Soils may be fumigated by a licensed pesticide applicator only before restoring the location with new trees to reduce nematode populations. However, no pesticide treatment can eliminate all pests from a treated area, nor can a chemical's effects last forever. Nematodes not reached by a fumigant treatment usually reinfest the bed during the growing season, so the soil may have as many nematodes by the end of the season as before fumigation. Soil solarization is a non-chemical way to reduce soil pest populations, but it takes a lot of work and requires the area to be left bare 6 to 8 weeks during the summer. Clear polyethylene is used to cover moist soil that is ready for planting, so the heat generated by sunlight hitting the soil will be trapped and raise the soil temperature high enough to kill many nematodes, fungi, and weed seeds in the upper few inches of the bed. Replace infested, contaminated soil. When fumigation is objectionable or has failed, moringa growers sometimes simply remove all soil plant mix from an annual bed and replace it with new sterile planting soil. Nematodes will eventually invade the new soil medium in those raised beds and bedding. Moringa tree roots can grow out of or under the new soil into the infested native soil, but lining the bed with barrier fabric apparently can delay infection of the moringa trees. Root barriers seem to retard recontamination of the bed from adjacent infested moringa. Fabric barriers will not stop nematodes, but can slow penetration of the moringa roots into the deeper soil that has not been fumigated or replaced. It also prevents growth of infested roots into the bed from outside. Lining an annual bed with root barrier fabric may thus delay nematode invasion of the annual bed. Planting moringa trees in annual beds can be a great way to produce a lot of biomass, but the proximity of the trees can cause more chances for nematodes and fungus to move in. Use nematode-free stock. No matter how perfect and pest-free the planting site is, a nematode infection already started in the roots is right where it will do the most damage. Buy only top-quality moringa trees. Reject any that have clear evidence of nematodes or other hard-to-control pests. Moringa trees are very sensitive to cold weather. The bark is very thin, causing the thin trunks to freeze very easily. But aside from cold weather, moringa trees can adapt to their locations, region, soil type, shade, drainage, etc. Moringa trees that are out of place are more likely than well-adapted ones to suffer environmental stress at any given time, and to be under stress more of the time, just as you may be more apt to catch a virus if you have not been sleeping or drinking enough water. The cold can place unusual stress on moringa trees. It makes moringa more susceptible to potential pests common in their environment. Moreover, a moringa tree that is well adapted to an area probably has some degree of tolerance or resistance to common pests, such as nematodes. Thankfully, moringa is not as easily susceptible to nematodes. They have a natural protection. The taste of moringa roots is not as appealing to nematodes. Moringa evolved with a built-in pesticide. The flavor of the moringa root detracts many common pests, including nematodes. Do not incorporate other plants that are susceptible to nematodes that are known to occur in or around the site. They will move into the area, making moringa trees more susceptible. Plants vary widely in their susceptibility to different nematodes, just as they vary in form, flower color, and season of bloom. Most references to nematode susceptibility in magazine articles and extension literature refer to one or more root knot nematode species, unless they specify others. Such lists are often incomplete, but it is likely any plant identified as nematode susceptible should not be planted where root knot nematodes are known to be serious. Keep other pests under practical control. Stress from pests can set moringa up for nematode infection just as readily as over or under supply of nutrients or water. Overuse of pesticides can also injure moringa, so use judgment in their application. Give moringa optimum care from the start and for as long as you want them to perform well. Optimum does not mean maximum. Fertilize as needed to maintain healthy growth, not to produce excessive succulent growth that invites attack by nematodes and other pests. Water long enough to deeply penetrate the surface to encourage development of a deep root system that can exploit a large volume of soil for water and nutrients. Frequent shallow watering causes plants to develop a shallow root system. A larger root system can better withstand a small amount of nematode damage without major compromise to the overall health of the plant than can a shallow, already minimal root system. Nematodes live mostly in the top 6 of soil. Do not allow maintenance to lapse. Sudden dry periods or pest outbreaks can weaken moringa in an incredibly short time. Even under normal conditions, erratic or inadequate watering can weaken a moringa so that it can no longer tolerate a modest nematode population that may have existed on with it for years. Mulch the moringa root zone with oak chips to keep roots cool in hot weather and minimize evaporation of water from the soil surface. Organic mulches also contribute organic matter to the soil, thus enhancing the capacity of the soil to retain water and nutrients. Mulches reduce stress on the moringa as a whole and the root system specifically, improving its chances to do well despite some nematode damage to roots. Greater soil organic matter content also stimulates activity of natural enemies such as certain fungi, predatory nematodes, etc. that apparently help suppress nematode populations. Conspicuously lacking are recommendations of nematicides to treat nematode problems of plants after they are established in the landscape. There is presently no effective nematicide that may be applied legally to moringa already planted in the landscape. Several nematicides that are registered for ornamental plants are restricted to the commercial production nursery because they are extremely toxic. Soil fumigants, the only effective nematicides that can be used legally in most sites, are highly toxic to plants at rates that are effective for nematode control. Therefore, they can only be used to treat soil before planting. Strategies for nematode management on moringa trees. There are several choices for treatment once nematodes are identified as a serious problem in your moringa operation. They are: ignore the problem, improve management practices and hope to live with it, remove the damaged trees, treat the soil with a chemical that will kill the pests, then replant, or treat the space with a chemical that will not harm the trees, but is effective against only a few kinds of nematodes. Moringa trees can withstand moderate numbers of most kinds of nematodes with a reasonable level of moringa management. Deep, less frequent watering encourages development of deep roots that can draw water and nutrients from a much greater volume of soil than can short roots, which result from shallow daily watering. Avoid excessive nitrogen fertilization because it tends to encourage growth of succulent roots that will support maximum nematode reproduction. Nematodes growing under such conditions often reach unnaturally high population levels that can destroy roots even faster than a heavily fertilized moringa tree can replace them. Stresses from other factors in the environment should be minimized to reduce susceptibility of moringa roots to nematode feeding. Diseases, especially root rots, are often associated with nematode injury. Nutrient deficiencies and compact soils can make moringa more sensitive to root damage caused by nematodes. When trimmed too often and too short, moringa trees are more susceptible to nematode attack because some of the roots die back at that time, feeding the nematodes. The newly trimmed trees are also unable to manufacture enough carbohydrates for normal root vigor and growth. For about 2 to 3 weeks after a trim, they don't have enough leaves to photosynthesize and heal as fast. It's good practice to leave several branches on a moringa tree untouched. Proper management practices will give moringa trees their best chance to tolerate modest levels of nematodes feeding on their roots. The ability of moringa to grow despite the presence of potentially injurious nematodes can be related to soil composition and thus be affected by soil amendments. Since much of Florida's soil is on relatively sandy soils, soil amendments that improve soil composition may prove helpful for reducing nematode damage to moringa trees throughout the state. Chemical control. At present, the most last resort option to reduce unacceptably high nematode populations in moringa operations is to have an appropriate nematicide applied before the trees are planted. Nematicides may be fumigant or non-fumigant contact chemicals. However, no single product is best for all situations and none is legal for all situations. The only nematicides available are restricted use pesticides, RUPs, which can only be applied by licensed applicators. Crop rotation, cultivar resistance, biological controls, and other means that are used against pests or nematodes in different crops are rarely practical for moringa tree nematode control. The best approach for most situations is to select a high-quality seed, potentially from the location origin. For example, to get the most genetically resistant strain of Moringa oleifera PKM1, you'll need to get the seeds directly from Periyakulam in Tamil Nadu, India. The effects of nematicides are only temporary. Fumigants have no residual effect, so nematodes survive or escape the treatment. nematodes that were too deep to be reached by it, or were protected inside intact root tissues, or were even brought in with soil used to complete the grade after fumigation, or in new soil can begin to recolonize the root zone immediately. A non-fumigant nematicide applied to living tissue may remain in the root zone for several weeks, but will eventually dissipate because of the combined effects of leaching and natural degradation. Those products do not necessarily kill all nematodes exposed to them, but inactivate or paralyze many of them. Therefore, when the chemical is gone, there are usually some nematodes ready to resume feeding and reproducing. Thus, treatment with either type of nematicide provides only a limited period of relief from nematode stress. Chapter 6.8 Weed Control. There are several methods of weed control, generally mechanical control, crop competition and rotation, mulching, weed barrier fabrics, biological control, fire, and chemical control are used to control agricultural weeds. This section focuses on those that apply to the nursery and landscape industry. Best weed control is usually achieved by a combination of 2 or more methods. If effective weed control has been achieved, methods of prevention should be used to keep weeds from reinfesting an area. Cultural methods. Weeds in moringa could be managed to a large extent by cultural practices such as crop rotation, intercropping, mulching, etc. Crop rotation. Certain weeds have association with moringa crop, and hence, monocropping of moringa may lead to severe crop weed competition. Inclusions of green manure crops or fodder crops like sorghum not only suppress weeds, but also help in crop diversification. Tillage. Tillage and cultivation are the most traditional means of weed management in agriculture. Both expose bare ground, which is an invitation for weeds to grow. Bare ground also encourages soil erosion, speeds organic matter decomposition, disturbs soil biology, increases water runoff, decreases water infiltration, damages soil structure, and costs money to maintain for fuel and machinery or for hand labor. Some specific tillage guidelines and techniques for weed management include the following. Pre-plant tillage, where weeds such as quackgrass or Johnson grass exist, springtooth harrows and similar tools can be effective in catching and pulling the rhizomes to the soil surface, where they desiccate and die. Dissing, by contrast, tends to cut and distribute rhizomes and may make the stand even more dense. Inter-row cultivation. It is best done in between the rows of moringa as soon as possible after precipitation once the soil is dry enough to work. This avoids compaction, breaks surface crusting, and catches weeds as they are germinating. The most vulnerable stage, flame weeding. Pre-plant, pre-emergent, and post-emergent flame weeding has been successful in a few crops. The pre-plant application has commonly been referred to as the stale seedbed technique. After seedbed tillage is completed, weed seeds, mostly in the upper 2 inches 43 of the soil, are allowed to sprout. Assuming adequate moisture and a minimum soil temperature of 50 OF to a depth of 2 inches. This should occur within 2 weeks. A fine to slightly compacted seedbed will germinate a much larger number of weeds. The weeds are then seared with a flamer or burned down with a broad spectrum herbicide, preferably when the population is between the 1st and 5th true leaf stages, a time when they are most susceptible. The moringa crop should then be seeded as soon as possible, and with minimal soil disturbance to avoid bringing new seed to the surface. For the same reason, subsequent cultivations should be shallow, less than 2 inches deep. Intercropping. Moringa is planted in wider row spacing. This provides better opportunity for weeds to emerge in large numbers and infest crop. Inclusion of short duration and quick growing intercrops in these row spaces can suppress weed growth to a great extent. From the 2nd year onwards, moringa can be intercropped with maize, sunflower, and other field crops. Sunflower is particularly recommended for helping to control weed growth. However, moringa trees are reported to be highly competitive with eggplant, Solanum melongena, and sweet corn, Zea maize, and can reduce their yields by up to 50%. The net present value, NPV, benefit cost ratio, BC, and relative net return, RNR, were higher with Cymbopogon and Stachytarfeta herbs. Bryan, 2004. Cover cropping. The cover crops that have shown allelopathic effects on weeds include sunflowers, sorghum, and rapeseed. Weed control ability varies among varieties and management practices. Sweet potatoes have been shown to inhibit the growth of yellow nutsedge, velvet leaf, and pigweed. Field trials showed a 90% reduction of yellow nutsedge over 2 years following sweet potatoes. This can be better utilized by growing in the interspace of moringa. In general, typical levels of cover crop residues, when left on the soil surface, can be expected to reduce weed emergence by 75 to 90%. As these residues decompose, the weed suppression effect will decline also. Residues that are more layered and more compressed will 44 be more suppressive. Small-seeded weeds that have light requirements for sprouting are most sensitive to cover crop residue. Larger-seeded annual and perennial perennial weeds. Mulching. The principle of mulching is to exclude light from the tops of the weeds until the reserve food supply in the roots is depleted and the weeds starve. Mulches include clean straw, hay or manure, tar paper, sawdust, and black plastic. When the vegetation under the mulch has been destroyed, the resultant bare patch must be reseeded with competitive vegetation to prevent new weed introductions. Black polythene mulching. Mulching is an age-old practice, especially in horticultural crops in many countries. Though various natural and synthetic materials are suggested, black polythene mulching is found predominant as it is reported to be very effective in control of weeds in vegetable gardens. Photosynthesis of weeds is arrested and they ultimately die as the sheet totally blocks the sunlight. Further, black polythene mulch increases soil temperature as well as conserves the soil moisture by preventing the evaporation of water from soil surface. The method is eco-friendly and effective against all types of weeds in moringa. Trash mulching. It can be practiced soon after emergence of moringa to 12 cm thickness. Trash cover restricts sunlight and checks weed emergence. Besides suppressing weeds, trash mulching also conserves soil moisture and provides a potential source of organic matter. Mechanical control. One type of mechanical control is burial. This method is most effective on annual weeds in which all the growing points can be buried. Burial is usually less effective on perennial weeds that have underground stems and roots and are capable of regrowth from these underground storage organs. Another method of mechanical control is cultivation. The main objective in cultivation is to cut the root system of weeds. Deep cultivation may bring more weed seed to the surface where they will germinate. Most studies have shown that when weeds can be controlled without cultivation, then there is no advantage to cultivating. In fact, there may be disadvantages such as drying of the soil surface, bringing weed seed to the surface, and disturbing the root system of desired moringa trees. Mowing is another method of mechanical control. Mowing is usually most effective on tall growing annuals and not as effective on short growing plants or perennials. The growth habit of the plant usually indicates how effective mowing will be. Because grasses grow from basal meristems, mowing is not usually an effective method of controlling these weeds. Perennial weeds, which regrow from underground storage organs, require frequent and usually long-term mowing for control. This is because the leaf area must be continually removed in order that the underground plant parts are starved and are not allowed to regenerate any carbohydrates for food storage. Annual weeds are usually mowed to prevent seed production and to allow the crop a better competitive advantage. Crop competition. Crop competition is usually one of the cheapest and best methods of weed control. However, it is often one of the most overlooked methods. Competition is especially important in the establishment of thriving permaculture and polycrop systems. Weeds compete with desired plants for space, light, moisture, nutrients, and carbon dioxide. Usually, if the area is cleared from weeds and the moringa tree is planted in ideal conditions, will have the competitive advantage. Therefore, it is extremely important that moringa trees be planted with a competitive advantage. Factors such as planting date, row spacing, seeding rate, planting depth, soil moisture, soil fertility, and soil pH have an influence on the competitive advantage moringa will have over the weed. The best way to choke out weeds organically and in the lines of most natural systems would be with nitrogen-fixing ground covers like mimosa, perennial peanut, clovers, alfalfa, and low spreaders like cowpea. Biological control. Biological weed control as a practical tool has not been used to a great extent in controlling weeds. There have been certain instances of successful biological control programs, however, these have been infrequent. This is an area in which present and future research appears promising. Insects, disease, and nematodes do naturally suppress the growth of certain plants, and this is a continual process in the field. One area which should be recognized is how the use of fungicides, nematicides, and insecticides influences weed populations. Mulching. For weed control, it may be more accurate to say that a mulch suppresses weeds if the mulch is applied deeply enough, at least 3. The application of mulch prevents many weed seeds from germinating and it smothers small weeds. A large variety of materials may be used as mulch. The type of mulch used is not as critical as the amount. In Florida, yard trash, leaves, grass clippings, and prunings is plentiful, and it is being used increasingly as mulch. These materials are also being composted commercially and are becoming more available in the state of Florida. This is an excellent way to both reduce weed problems and keep these useful materials out of our shrinking landfill spaces. Woven weed barrier fabrics. Woven fabrics are available to use as weed barriers. Because they are woven, they allow air and water to penetrate to and from the soil surface. They, like mulches, are effective in suppressing weeds and reducing maintenance, although some weeds will continue to penetrate the fabric. Soil and weed seeds also blow over the top, where the weeds can eventually germinate and grow. Where fabrics are used, they are usually used in combination with mulches. Neither should be thought of as permanent weed control. They must be maintained and supplemented eventually with repeated applications of mulch or layers of barrier over one another. Chemical control, time of application. Chemical control can be administered prior to planting moringa trees, pre-emergence and post-emergence. Pre-planting refers to applications made before the moringa tree is planted. In most cases, these materials are incorporated into the soil and are called pre-plant incorporated treatments. The great advantage of these incorporated treatments is that the herbicide is placed in the zone where weed seed germinate and is not dependent on rainfall to move the herbicide into this zone. This treatment adds to the cost of incorporation and requires that the crop be tolerant of the herbicide since they will be in contact. Pre-emergence treatments usually refer to applications made after the moringa tree is planted by seed and or established with a small seedling, but before the undesired species emerges. However, strictly speaking, pre-emergence may apply to other situations. It may be pre-emergence to the crop, pre-emergence to the weeds, or pre-emergence to both moringa trees and weed. These pre-emergence applications are usually applied to the soil surface and require rainfall or irrigation to move the herbicide into the soil. If the herbicide is not moved into the soil where the weed seeds are located, it will not be effective. If left on the soil surface, these herbicides are often lost due to photodecomposition and vaporization. There are USDA certified organic herbicides that are safer to use than others. Post-emergence treatments are applied following emergence. However, as with pre-emergence, it should be specified as to post-emergence of the moringa trees or weeds. If the crop has emerged but no weeds are present, then the application is post-emergence to the crop but pre-emergence to the weeds and would be applied to the soil surface. If the moringa trees have emerged and the weeds have emerged, then the application is post-emergence to both weed and crop and would be applied to the foliage of the weeds, not the moringa trees. Chemical control area of application. Chemical application for nursery and landscape plants may involve broadcast, directed, or spot treatment. As the name implies, broadcast applications cover the entire area. These treatments, while requiring the largest amount of chemicals and highest cost per unit of area, usually result in best weed control. Directed applications are applied to a particular area or part of the moringa tree. These applications are usually directed to the base of the trunk, away from the leaves. The ability to use directed sprays usually depends on the height differential between the desired plant and the weed. Directed sprays are very useful in late-season control of weeds and usually follow a pre-plant or pre-emergence application. In many cases, pre-plant or pre-emergence applications do not persist long enough to control late germinating weed seed or may not be used on certain soil types. Spot treatments are used for weeds, which are localized in certain areas but are not widespread over the entire area. When only isolated areas of weeds are present, this is the cheapest and best method to control and prevent their spread to other areas. Prevention. If effective weed control has been achieved using the previously discussed methods, one further step should be considered: preventing weeds from reinfesting the area. Knowledge of how weeds enter the field is important. Weed seed may be distributed in crop seed, hay, straw, by wind, water, animals, machinery, and other ways. Herbicides. General herbicides may be classified in several ways depending on where and how they are applied and their action in or on the plant. Herbicides may be either foliage applied or soil applied. They may kill by contact or may be translocated through the moringa trees. Herbicides may also be selective or non-selective. Some herbicides may be effective either foliage applied or soil applied. Whether an herbicide is selective or non-selective may depend on several factors, such as being able to identify the desired moringa trees and only affect the present weed, time of application, and rate of application. Foliage applied herbicides. Foliage applied herbicides help to control unwanted weeds in small, intensive beds of moringa trees. They may be applied to the entire area, the leaves, stems, or shoots of the moringa, to kill any vegetation that is less desirable, like weeds. They could choke out young moringa trees, although if you plant the moringa seeds close together, they will sprout and for the most part keep unwanted grass and weeds to get root and become taller than moringa. The longer moringa will have to grow without weeds coming up in the same space. The more likely the moringa trees will shade out the weeds and prevent them from taking over. Herbicides that kill only those parts of the plants that the spray touches are called contact herbicides. If the herbicide touches a leaf, it may be absorbed into the moringa tree and moved throughout the other parts, potentially harming it or killing the moringa tree. These are translocated herbicides. For example, if a drop of paraquat were applied to the leaf tip of a young tomato plant, then only that leaf tip would be killed. However, if a drop of 2,4-D were applied to the leaf tip of a young tomato plant, then other areas of the plant would express symptoms due to translocation of the 2,4-D throughout the plant. For these herbicides to be effective, they must enter the weed, and this entrance may be influenced by factors such as the shape or orientation of the leaf, roughness of the leaf surface, pubescence on the leaves, presence of wax, or the formulation of the herbicide. For example, it is difficult to obtain good coverage of weeds with narrow, upright leaves, such as wild onion, since the herbicide bounces or runs off, while plants with prostrate leaves, such as Bidens alba, are much easier to cover. The presence of pubescence, hairs, on the leaf may result in an herbicide not reaching the leaf surface, but remaining suspended on the hairs until evaporation. In such cases, the addition of a surfactant may be useful in reducing the surface tension of the water droplet and allowing it to spread through the hairs onto the leaf surface where it may be absorbed. On waxy leaf surfaces, the formulation of the herbicide may be important. For example, the amine formulations of phenoxy herbicides are not highly soluble in wax and are not as effective on moringa because they are hydrophobic and repel water droplets with their waxy leaves. So using an ester formulation, which are soluble in wax, would affect the moringa way more than an amine formula. Contact herbicides are more effective on annual weeds, but are not usually effective on perennials. Translocated herbicides may be effective on annuals or perennials. Soil-applied herbicides. Soil-applied herbicides primarily enter moringa trees through the root system, and many factors influence the effectiveness of soil-applied herbicides. Factors such as tolerance of the moringa tree. In this case, we want to target weeds for an effective herbicide. Notice the depth of the weed, amount of seeds on them or on the ground, the amount of sand, silt, clay, and organic matter of the soil, amount and time of rainfall, and temperature are a few factors which may influence effectiveness. Persistence of herbicides is extremely important in the duration of weed control and in determining what species can be planted later in the season. The persistence of herbicides applied to the soil may be influenced by numerous factors such as microbial decomposition, chemical decomposition, absorption, leaching, volatilization, and photodecomposition. Soil type is extremely important. Soluble herbicides applied to sandy soils may rapidly leach out of the zone containing weed seed and into the intensive raised bed zone of germination or roots of larger moringa trees, thus resulting in poor weed control and damage to the crop. In fine textured soils or organic soils, herbicides may be so tightly absorbed that they are not available for weed control, or they may be released so slowly that they are not in a concentration great enough to kill the weeds. This lack of release may also increase the presence of herbicides inside moringa trees for extended periods. You don't want to apply an herbicide and harvest right away, and you don't want a lingering herbicide in the leaves when it's time to harvest. Herbicides which specify incorporation into the soil may do so to improve the contact of the herbicide with the weed seed and to minimize the loss of the herbicides by volatilization and photodecomposition. Some herbicides, if not incorporated soon after application, may be lost from the soil surface. One of the major factors influencing herbicide persistence in the soil is microorganisms. These organisms may use the organic herbicides as a source of carbon for their food supply. The specific herbicide microorganism present, temperature, water, oxygen, and mineral nutrients are all important in the persistence. Generally, fast degradation of herbicides is achieved in warm, moist, well-aerated, fertile soils at pH ranges favorable to 6.3, 6.5 for moringa growth. However, the greatest persistence of herbicides may be expected in soil that is cold, dry, poorly aerated, and generally unfavorable to the growth of microorganisms that contribute to chemical breakdown. Chapter 7.1 Moringa Origins. There is a theory that says at one time, most of all, the land masses were connected on one continent, known as Pangaea, figure 6:1, which would explain several mysteries surrounding plants and animals and how they got to their current location. Some would argue that there were even a small population of ancient people already on Pangaea, a single landmass, and they traveled with the continents to their present-day locations, as it separated very slowly. This theory could explain how moringa is native to both India and Africa today. It could have traveled as man cultivated and used its benefits to prevent malnutrition. The Moringaceae family of trees consists of 13 types of moringa. Today, in Africa, there are 12 types of native moringa trees, while in India, there is only one, the Moringa oleifera. As the story goes, there was a shift in the tectonic plates, and Pangaea began to split apart, and the continents began to drift into their present-day positions. One of land masses, now known as India, is said to break away from Pangaea, traveled across the ocean of many years, hitting the Eurasian plate, where one of the ancestors of Moringa oleifera tree was also on that landmass and arrived. It is conclusive that there were several other plant species and even some animals that were also on that landmass. From that time, the moringa tree localized in modern-day India and Pakistan, where it evolved into something very similar to what we see today, but man also played a huge part in creating the modern-day moringa tree. Moringa is unique because it has the ability to be agriculturally cultivated. It produces high-quality greens, seeds, and oil. Moringa was even mentioned in the 4,000-year-old texts in India known as the Mahabharata, and there are even references to moringa in the Bible. But from the time it arrived in Asia and man began hybridizing the tree, it took many years for it to turn into the Moringa oleifera we see today. Hybridization is the practice of taking more desirable traits from one plant and breeding it with another plant in the same family. This selective breeding is how we have dogs from wolves. The original moringa trees had little leaves and very tiny seed pods, very similar to the creation of modern-day blueberries and strawberries. Man would pollinate different types of moringa trees that had desirable traits like bigger leaves or more seed production. They even increased the amount of oil in each of the seeds. That's why moringa in India has been given the name Moringa oleifera. Ole is Latin for oil, and ifera means producing, giving the newly hybridized version of moringa in India the name Moringa oleifera. This process took thousands of years. There is a big difference between hybridization and GMO. Almost all the food we eat in the store comes from an original wild plant. Then, through selective breeding and hybridization, man created hybrids of plants to obtain the variety of foods we see in the grocery store. Now, more recently, companies have been genetically modifying foods to speed up that process, while also injecting seeds with herbicides and pesticides. That process is known as a genetically modified organism, GMO. Moringa oleifera today has a particularly high oil content. That's the reason why Moringa oleifera became so popular in most recent years, is because of the high oil content, to create a more desirable and productive crop with lots of oil. The highly nutritious and consumable greens are just a beneficial byproduct of producing moringa seeds for the oil. Usually, hybridized plants do not have the efficacy or potency of wild original herbs that were not hybridized by man. This is why Dr. Sebi, an African herbalist, did not technically approve of Moringa oleifera in his nutritional guide, Mucus Reducing Alkaline Diet. He stated that for true healing, it can only be done with an original herb, not hybridized by man. But Moringa oleifera is used extensively in Ayurveda, the ancient Indian medical system. Moringa still has all the benefits and claims that is said, but much like any plant, it must have those vitamins and minerals in the soil for them to be present in the leaves or seeds. It all starts in the soil. Figure 7.2 South Indian Moringa farmers. Northern Indians will say Moringa oleifera originates from northern India. Southern Indians will say Moringa oleifera originated in southern India. Today, there are several universities and agricultural science labs throughout India who develop different varieties and strains of Moringa oleifera, like the one we grow mostly in Florida, the PKM1, which originates from the city known as Periyakalam, PKM, in the state of Tamil Nadu, India, an agricultural city in southern India. Today, India is an agricultural juggernaut producing 9.5% of the world's food and accounting for 80% of the world's moringa supply. Knowing the climate in Periyakalam, India will help growers in other parts of the world. Your growing conditions should be about the same as Periyakalam if growing moringa trees for seed and oil production. The moringa trees will need 2 to 3 years of growth without any frost or cold snaps to really establish big enough roots to produce thousands of drumsticks a year, which ultimately will produce tens of thousands of seeds to press and receive the valuable oil. Chapter 7.2 3 Region Types. There are 3 major region types around the world that are suitable for growing moringa: sub-arid, arid, subtropical, tropical, and temperate. Each region should be approached with precision and met with precautions for the best possible outcome. Although one may harvest fresh greens from moringa trees within the first 30 days, it can take more time to get consistency from your trees. Typically, someone growing moringa can make an income within 30 days from fresh greens, but the trees will take time to fully mature. If any kind of cold weather will slow the moringa trees' production, it can take 1 to 2 years to really get a feeling for growing moringa trees and the amount of time and labor it takes to get final products from your trees. Since moringa is native to subtropical regions, it does not withstand colder weather very well. If a moringa tree stalk, trunk, or branch is met with temperatures below freezing, then the water on the inside of the bark will freeze. The Moringa oleifera bark is so thin that the water on the inside of the trunk and sticks can freeze, killing any part of the tree that gets hit with lower than freezing temperatures. If your tree is exposed to sub-freezing temperatures, it could still come back from the ground if the roots did not get damaged. The moringa tree can regrow entirely new trunks from below the surface. The roots could bring your tree back to life in the spring. There are ways to extend your growing season with greenhouses and more training further in this section. Grow moringa anywhere in the world as a short bushy tree in the summer as an annual. We will discuss further in this section how and when to grow moringa in temperate zones. Moringa is also drought tolerant and can be planted in semi-arid and arid conditions. If moringa trees are properly planted and managed in dry zones, it can be very productive with an abundance of greens in the first year, and as the tree matures, it can produce seeds for commercial use by the second or third year. The most ideal regions to grow moringa all year are subtropical and tropical regions. It is very important to implement concepts like permaculture design principles and incorporate these special techniques into your moringa operation. Generate even more biomass with a successful system that uses natural environmental influences. That's why the first rule in permaculture is observation. It's imperative to know where the flood zones, hot zones, and wind patterns are before planting a moringa tree. Permaculture is defined as permanent agriculture. Unlike the modern industrial agriculture complex, which consists of many farms across the world that deplete the local soil each year. On the other hand, permaculture institutes quality of life and longevity with less man-made inputs, as the system becomes more efficient. Commercial agriculture requires the constant need for synthetic fertilizers and pesticides applications to ward off pests and diseases. This is now the standard, but why? Sacrificing the environment for profits. Some major issues with modern agriculture is the sheer scale that larger farms are reaching, with spans of one crop as far as the eye can see. Monocropping has far too many downsides to continue along this destructive path. It's no longer sustainable. The only way to counterbalance some of those practices are to band together as small-scale growers and farmers, as co-ops and collectives. Moringa permaculture food forests and agroforestry sites can be the new startup opportunity for many entrepreneurs. Small-scale moringa farms can operate with cheaper costs, less inputs, with far greater yields and outputs that are more beneficial to the local ecosystem and pollinators, with little to no machinery while using smaller equipment and more useful technology. Sub-arid and arid regions. Even in extreme heat and low water precipitation, moringa trees can outgrow and outperform many other commercially grown crops in semi-arid and arid conditions. It is important to note that moringa trees grow well in community environments, much like people. It is imperative to add as many other plants as possible, choose supportive and companion plants, and place them around moringa trees. Use only local species adapted to arid conditions so that they don't have other irrigation requirements. Spend more time learning the biodiversity of your arid region to know more about what should be planted near or around moringa trees as companion plants. Once your semi-arid, arid property has established a more reliable water source, you can begin to sprout moringa seeds in small pots or biodegradable pellets. Essentially, you want to create a small moringa nursery in a greenhouse. Germinate as many small trees as you can. There could be loss, especially if it's your first year planting anything. Account for extreme weather patterns to kill many of your young trees. Mistakes can happen. Keep the moringa trees protected, but still able to flow and breathe with fans and wind. Before planting any moringa trees in the ground, take the time to sprout them and prepare them adequately in small pots in a protected plant nursery or greenhouse zone with irrigation and shade. A small greenhouse is a crucial element and proper step in being able to expand your operation in all region types. Take the time while your trees are sprouting in the greenhouse to be more prepared for a more permanent site design. Observe the property. Notice where the water flows and wind flows. Use the data to build an idea of where certain moringa trees should be planted. Develop specific planting techniques from an on-site analysis. Once your site analysis is complete, pick a good time of the year for planting. If you do not have irrigation set up, wait to plant any moringa trees outside until the start of the rainy season. Even in semi-arid and arid regions, there is 1-2 month period that rain chances are higher. Plant moringa during these times. The main goal of any moringa growing site in a sub-arid arid region is to retain as much water from the property as possible. Working the ground level and adjusting where features are located can help create more shade and store water during a rare rain event. Earthworks are a very important design concept. On your property, create man-made hills and valleys, almost constructing a golf course condition. If you have more steep slopes, construct terraces with leveled areas to plant moringa microgreens. On more flowing undulations, create swales on contour known as key lining. Even well-placed ditches and small ponds help to store more water while the local groundwater rises below to feed your moringa tree roots. Focus on water first. Build the fertility of the soil. If you really want outlasting success in semi-arid, arid conditions, construct an effective underground irrigation system. In Nazca, Peru farmers use an ancient irrigation method known as a puquio, consisting of a series of spiraled holes interconnected with an underground aqueduct. These ancient irrigation systems, still in use, can move water uphill. They're highly sophisticated pressure systems, allowing water to travel uphill to irrigate crops on mountaintops, with terraces directing the water to flow throughout the hillside crops. A company in Coachella Valley, California, USA, has developed a hybrid method for growing moringa in a semi-aquatic environment while in the desert. This breakthrough method includes an interconnected watering and fertilizer system for growing moringa trees in the desert. Learn more about this patented growing method at biocolumn.com. The founders specialize in aquaponic systems. Combining their love for moringa, developed a semi-aquatic method for watering, fertilizing, and establishing moringa trees in the desert. From what we can see in this photo, the ground level was prepared with several layers of rock. There appears to be spray nozzles positioned on the shade cloth poles. There could also be irrigation tubes strategically placed under the rock. There is not much we know of what is below the soil from the photo, but each tree is in a hollow vertical tube protruding from the ground, like a column. The moringa tree is planted in the center of the tube with composted soil. The drawing in figure Sachuar. Below is not biocolumn designs. Instead, it is an example of how members can plant moringa trees in the desert using a vertical tube. The section drawing below is an artistic interpretation of a method for growing moringa trees in the desert and is not a biocolumn design. In the drawing below, the moringa trees are not connected by an aquaponics system with nutrient feeding tubes under the soil. Instead, each moringa tree is on their own watering drip line, which can also carry liquid nutrients. Keeping organic matter close to the roots is facilitated by using a vertical tube. Make several holes in the vertical tube so that the roots and worms can expand and pass through the tube below the soil. In the diagram, the vertical tube is cut in half so that the tree may also be able to expand as the root tuber forms. The local dirt around the vertical tube was removed, a pit was dug, and after the vertical tube was placed in the center of the pit, composted soil is used to fill the pit and the inside of the tube. In addition to adding a shade cloth over top, like in the biocolumn photo, some growers may want to add an extra layer of protection for sprouting seedlings in the ground. You can incorporate a small, semi-clear greenhouse structure covering the young moringa seedlings, almost like an upside-down bowl. This greenhouse addition can be removed once the moringa tree has sprouted and forms leaves. It's good to have this greenhouse dome covering the moringa seed as it's germinating to help regulate the moisture levels in the soil, preventing the seed from drying out. Having your seeds covered with some type of greenhouse condition can reduce the time it takes to sprout a moringa seed in a nursery or pot with higher germination rates. Instead of transplanting moringa trees into the ground from pots, plant the seed directly in the ground. The Grow Moringa method for arid regions. Numbers key from figure 1. Moringa tree sprout can be planted as seed directly in the ground. Seeds can sprout in as little as 6 days and sprout greens within 15 days. Moringa trees are ready to harvest within 30 or 45 days. Once it is cut back, it regrows more branches for more harvests every 45-60 days throughout the growing season, typically a summer crop. 2. Moringa root tuber. The young tree roots begin to form a tuber after about 30-60 days. The roots extend beyond the tuber. The tap root will shoot directly downward. Several roots can shoot out from the side. Those are called lateral roots. Don't transplant or move a moringa tree before it has formed a root tuber. The root tuber is important for metabolism and storing sugars for energy. 3. Composted soil, inside tube. The vertical tube is holding in moisture and protecting the little seed from drying out. The soil inside the vertical tube should be neutral in pH and highly nutrient dense, with activated biochar and mycelium to help build the newly forming roots. The inner soil should have great drainage with perlite and should not be acidic or smothering. It should have lots of air pockets and light in weight without any big chunks of bark or debris. It should be well sifted and only consist of fine particles, making it easier for the roots to absorb nutrients. 4. Vertical tube. The main vertical tube the moringa tree is growing out from. It can be made from a variety of different materials. Several types of safe plastics are acceptable. Do more research and find a biodegradable material or something safe to use as a vertical tube that you may be able to source locally. Before planting, cut the tube in half long ways so that the trunk and roots can expand and drill several large holes scattered throughout the tube's length. 5. Composted soil in pit. The pit should be about 2 to 3 in diameter and about 3 to 4 deep. After the pit is dug and the vertical tube is in place in the center of the pit, begin placing composted soil in and around the tube, filling the pit while keeping the vertical tube in place. Once the vertical tube is in the center and filled with soil, overflow can begin to fill the remaining parts of the pit. The vertical tube should protrude an inch or two above the composted soil level. 6. Compacted ground rock and sand. The local ground is going to be very dry, rocky, and compacted. It could be very difficult for little moringa trees to get established in the local soil. Dig a large enough hole or pit that will give the young tree enough space to spread its roots out in a more conducive environment. Spread the local soil from inside the pit around the area. 7. Irrigation tubing. Can be thin and flat when it's not inflated with water, but this project may need something more durable, and so a thicker PVC pipe can be used. The water from the pipe will leak directly from a hole that you make with a special tool. The hole is placed directly into the pipe, that's known as a drip. The pressure built up across the entire line causes the water to drip evenly out of each hole down the pipe. 8. Water drip. Do not place the holes directly over top the moringa seed, seedling, or tree roots. The drip holes should be as far apart as possible to each other and drip into the root zone area to encourage a strong root base. Do not place holes for the water to drip directly over the roots. 9. Local rock. Take the local rock or have a neutral pH balanced rock, not lime, that is small enough to cover the irrigation tubing but not cause it to puncture. In some cases, sand can be brought in and rock placed on top of that. If the rock and sand does not touch the base of the tree should do well. Moringa does not grow well in acidic environments or alkaline environments. The rock would need to be neutral in pH. 10. Ground staples are used to keep the small greenhouse dome in place. They are standard nursery staples used to traditionally pin down nursery ground cover plastic, but they can be used for this purpose as well. They don't need to be super big. They can be small ones or larger ones about 3/6 long. The success of the staples depend on how compact the soil may be around the pit area and if your greenhouse dome is bigger than the pit you dug. The staples and greenhouse dome can be removed easily once the moringa seed has sprouted and has several leaves. 11. Plastic greenhouse dome is helpful in regulating the humidity and moisture for sprouting the moringa seed. Find unused material or anything at hand to help make the dome. It could be made from a variety of materials. A clear plastic bowl, for example, could have several holes drilled all around while it's stapled to the ground. It will keep the sun from directly hitting and drying out the seedling. During the germination period, you want the seed to remain moist. If you decide to sprout the moringa seed in the ground, the plastic greenhouse dome option will help increase germination rates in your moringa seeds. If you implemented the method of growing moringa trees in arid conditions from figure what's ear, you can begin to upgrade your site as the trees get larger. As the young moringa tree ages in the ground and the vertical tubing is no longer big enough to contain the moringa root ball, it can be removed. That's why it's good to cut the tube in half before planting. Then, as the moringa trees get larger, remove the vertical tube and construct a circular container around the root ball as shown in the fig tree orchard pictured above in figure 1. There are some composite materials and root ball containers that already exist for growing trees in the desert. It's possible to construct the container yourself out of concrete. Since the desert can be a harsh environment, it's still recommended to have some type of container around the root ball. The goal is to keep fertile soil around the root of the tree for added protection. Putting a circular or square barrier on the ground, like a flashing or container, is good to contain the composted soil around the moringa trees. Keeping the moringa trees with a container around the root ball in arid conditions helps to keep composted soil from losing moisture around the base of the tree and maintains a healthier balance of microorganisms and fungi in the soil near the moringa root ball. Putting some type of structure or container barrier at the base of the moringa trees will ensure a healthier, more productive tree while the canopy is still being formed. The young moringa trees may need some extra help in the early years, especially in desert conditions. Give each one of your moringa trees the best possible chances of survival with these helpful techniques. Olive orchard. Pictured above is an olive orchard, an example of how you could grow moringa trees in extra large pots. Each moringa tree can start in a small pellet pot, then transplanted to a 3-gallon container. Then, over time, continue to be potted up into larger containers for 2 to 3 years, until eventually, after several years, being placed in a much larger container such as these. It could be beneficial to grow moringa trees in large containers above ground because they can be grown to maturity and transported to their new home. Subtropical and tropical regions. Do not underestimate the power of the tropical sun and rain to erode exposed soil. Anytime that you find bare soil on your property, you should instantly be thinking about how you can cover that soil with oak mulch. This will lower the soil temperature, increase nutrient cycling, improve water retention, and so much more. An oak mulch dressing overtop your semi-tropical and tropical zones is the most effective. Local tree trimming companies and the Department of Transportation need places to dump wood chips. Typically, tree trimming companies need to pay for dumping their wood chips. They are happy to drop chips off at your location for free. Other types of top dressing can be anything from grass clippings to pea gravel to chopped banana trunks. Use other companion plants and fast-growing tropical trees that can be chopped regularly as a chop and drop method of feeding the local soil and your moringa trees. The organic material will break down slowly and act as a living mulch. There are also several types of ground cover crops that are essential for a successful semi-tropical and tropical moringa operation. Good tropical ground covers include perennial peanut, mimosa, sweet potato, and squash, Okinawan spinach, and many beautiful ornamentals. Moringa is a pioneer crop. It can often be the first plant in the system to spark the life needed to make other plants grow well. Most land in the tropics are working with degraded prairie or hillsides that were formerly cattle pasture. Most subtropical and tropical land is not prime farmland. Many of the plants grown commercially will struggle in the soil. It's not as easy as picking up a bag of soil from the store either. That stuff won't be alive with microbes and beneficial bacteria. Bagged soil has been pasteurized. Fortunately, soil is the component of our ecosystem that we can change the fastest. By actively promoting microbial health, planting moringa trees and other plants, shrubs, ground covers, providing fungal biomass, and reducing erosion, we can quickly turn a semi-tropical, tropical site's soil productivity to sustain more life. Soil fertility requires consistent maintenance. Each year, the soil will continually need organic matter added on top. Mostly, a layer of new oak mulch works well. The area will need to be lifted and layered on top of the other to keep the soil from erosion causing potential root rot. There are a few things you can do when planting moringa trees in subtropical, tropical regions. First, always make sure that your plants are grown in healthy, well-drained soil, preferably enriched with organic matter and kept moist. Plan for heavy rains and allow for water to flow around the base of your trees. Direct the flow of water away from the roots. Do not plant moringa trees in a low laying area or in too deep of a hole. They can be built up slightly on mounds. 1. Moringa root tuber forms under the soil after the moringa sprout has been growing for about 30 to 60 days from seed. Once the root tuber is formed, it has more storage capacity and the ability to withstand a transplant. Try not to move moringa trees around too much or destroy the soil around the roots before they have a root tuber. 2. Composted soil is mixed in with local ground soil to make a mound. Composted soil fills the inside of the mound. Plant the moringa seed or the root tuber on the top part of the mound. You want to make sure the root ball will form above the waterline. Subtropical, tropical area can flood and keep the moringa high and dry is important for success. Use sandy, loamy soil that already is hosting life with microbes, mycelium, worms, added minerals, and biochar. 3. Local ground conditions can be enhanced with added composted soil, moisture, and mulch protection. The local ground could be depleted and void of nutrient. It may not be able to hold any moisture. Because subtropical, tropical regions have extreme heat and humidity, the soils are lacking microorganisms due to sun exposure. You don't always need new added soil to plant a moringa tree. You can use the existing ground soil to make a mound. Dig a big circular trench about 5 in diameter and place all the soil in the center to make a mound. You'll be planting the moringa tree on that mound, and the trench will be an area for water to settle in rainy season. 4. Pit depth should be about 1 to 2 deep. Before you begin digging the circular trench and piling soil in the center to make a mound, dig a hole in the middle of where the mound is going to be and pile the soil around the pit. This will loosen the soil around the center of where the root tuber will be and allow the taproot to easily be placed below the current soil line. Then begin digging a trench around the pit, piling local ground soil around the pit, adding composted soil around the pit to increase the pit depth. Then, fill the pit with composted soil after planting the seed or placing the moringa seedling in place. 5. Composted soil height should only be about 4/8 above the ground level. In subtropical tropical conditions, we are trying to keep the tree above flooding. Plant high and dry is the saying. It can be a large mound made out of composted soil mixed with the local ground soil. After the circular trench is dug, a pit can be made. Decide if you are going to transplant a tree in the pit with an existing tuber, or if you are planting the seed and sprouting the tree directly in the ground. 6. Mulch topping is the most important component to protect your moringa trees. Do not leave the job until the tree has been protected with oak mulch chips overtop the soil. Oak mulch chips help to regulate the moisture levels and reduce heat, saving the beneficial microorganisms. Avoid using pine and palm mulch on top of the trees. Save that kind for the walkways. Do not pile the mulch on heavy ground near the top of the mound. The mulch should not be touch the root tuber or stem. 7. Mulch height is thinner at the top of the mound than on the sides. On average, the base of the mound has a thick layer of mulch. Then towards the top of the mound, the mulch is thinner, keeping the mulch pile from looking like a volcano. You want the base of the tree to be high on the mound so that the position of the stem is not submerged. Pull the tree higher up out of the composted soil toward the top of the mound and keep a layer of oak mulch over top of the mound. 8. Drip connectors can be placed on the mound or off to the side. This irrigation nozzle is important for regular watering to help the moringa tree get established. The drip connector is best, not a spray nozzle. Instead, allow the water to drip directly on the mound. Added watering will prevent the moringa tree from going into stress during hot and dry months before rainy season starts. Drip irrigation will help keep your leaves greener during dry spells. Overwatering will cause the leaves to yellow. 9. Irrigation tubing can be above the ground or under the soil. In the drawing above, the drip connector is connected to a tube above ground. Sometimes in commercial systems, it's better to have the tubing above ground because machinery, working other plants digging holes and cutting back grass, can affect ground tubing. The main line is best suspended about 3 from the ground. Connect the raised tubing with metal poles about every 3·5 apart. Several drip connectors can be positioned throughout the line near key plants needing local irrigation. 10. Trench is a ditch that is dug in circle around the mound. Start the trench several feet away from the center of the tree. It should be about 5-10 us in diameter. The bigger circumference of the mound, the better. The trench will fill with water in the rainy season, keeping your moringa tree high and dry. Pile the dirt from the trench into the center to create the mound. Spread the mound out as wide and flat as possible. The trench can also be the same location as the edge of grass. Temperate regions. The solution to growing moringa in colder temperate zones is planting the trees each year as an annual crop. This style of growing annually is used for other crops like lettuces, beans, and squash. Annual plants will need to be replanted each year. They have a short lifespan. When plants are grown in colder regions and they can return from winter on their own with new branches and leaves without needing to be reseeded, they're called a perennial plant. Moringa is usually a deciduous plant by nature in warm tropical climates with green leaves all year. But in subtropical regions during the winter, moringa will shed their leaves and go into a dormant state. If they don't sustain extended periods of frost conditions, moringa trees will return on their own with fresh new branches and leaves in the spring as a perennial. In temperate regions, moringa is considered an annual plant and will need to be replanted by seed or cutting each year. It's most likely too cold for the moringa tree to survive the winter on its own in temperate regions. Moringa bark is very thin, preventing it from being able to protect the water inside the stems from freezing. The moringa trees can still be grown for the fresh greens in temperate zones all summer long. The moringa trees in temperate regions don't need to grow to maturity and produce seeds for the trees to be valuable. There are many benefits to growing moringa as an annual for fresh greens, dried greens, and powder. Moringa trees can be grown anywhere in the world during the summer season as a short, bushy annual. The moringa trees will not survive through the winter, but during the summer, each acre can be planted as an intensive style method of growing. Moringa trees can be grown close together as small sprouts, like microgreens. This style of growing moringa in temperate regions helps to produce biomass in a short amount of time. The fresh greens can be sold to farmers markets and local buyers. Most of the supply can be dried and used as loose tea. Then the leaves can be powdered for human, plant, and animal consumption. The powder can also be encapsulated. The green leaves are a valuable source of protein, vitamins, and minerals. The most valuable part about growing moringa for biomass is the fresh greens. They can be used to make biostimulant on site. Use biostimulant made from moringa leaves on other crops to increase yields up to 40% more. Spray biostimulant made from moringa on your tomatoes and peppers. Moringa has a hormone in the leaves known as zeatin, which is a fast-growing hormone that can be extracted and used as a liquid biostimulant to feed other plants. There are about 2,000 moringa seeds on the raised bed above in figure en passe. It started as a hugelkultur mound about a year prior to planting. It began as a pile of sticks and branches that had fallen from around the property. There were also moringa cuttings added from leftover harvests. The pile took an entire summer season to build up, but it was about 2 to 3 high and about 12 long, x 4 wide when complete. The moringa cuttings began to break down fast, and I was able to cover the pile of moringa sticks with a thick layer of composted soil and oak mulch. Then, I let that sit over the winter. Time allowed it to break down even more. By the spring, the raised bed was ready for planting. I flattened out the top by walking on it, compressing the mound. I added a layer of composted soil to the entire top and sides. Then, evenly spread 2,000 moringa seeds to the top. After that, I added another thin layer of soil and a thin layer of oak mulch on top of that to cover the seeds. After about a week, several hundred sprouts were bursting through the soil. By the end of the first 30 days, the raised bed was super productive with all 2,000 moringa trees sprouting in this picture above. This method is most recommended for growing moringa over the summer in temperate zones. For maximum production in temperate regions, plant 100,000 moringa seeds on 1 acre using the intensive style method. The seeds can be planted 6 apart on rows using a tractor, or they can be spread evenly using a broadcast method. Cover the moringa seeds lightly with soil, and they should sprout within 6 to 14 days with proper irrigation. The rule is, cover a seed the same depth as the seed is tall, so the seeds should be covered by 1/4-1/2 of soil. The intensive method for growing moringa, as seen in the picture above, figure. This is how you would grow moringa in temperate zones. Plant 100,000 trees on 1 acre. Upon starting the season, each tree will sprout, and over the course of the season, some of the trees will naturally die, thinning the plot to 50,000 trees halfway through. Then, only having about 5,000-10,000 trees by the end of the season, they can be removed and sold as tubers or tilled back into the soil for nutrient. Each plot of 1 acre that is fully planted with moringa in the intensive method can produce about 1 to 2 tons of dried powder each season. Begin to germinate seeds after the last frost when temperatures have reached 70°F overnight. Then, within the first 45 days, the trees will be ready for a harvest. Harvest the greens every 45 days for the summer season. This is the best way to grow moringa for profit in the summer in temperate regions. If you are in a temperate region and would like your trees to grow much larger, you can plant them in a greenhouse. Greenhouses can help moringa trees survive during the winter and protect them from frosts and cooler winds. If you can get your moringa tree to reach a mature age of 1 to 2 years, they could even produce flowers, drumsticks, and seeds. Growing moringa in the greenhouse helps to prevent frost exposure, but they could still go dormant in the winter and shed their leaves. If the stems and roots don't touch the frost or reach below 32°F inside the greenhouse, they should be able to survive. In temperate regions, moringa trees usually come back from a dormant winter to flourish in the summer as a perennial. Moringa trees can grow up to a foot a week in the summer. Due to extended periods of frost and cold in temperate regions, the moringa trees will not survive through the winter outside of a greenhouse. During the summer, a grower could remove the plastic from the greenhouse and keep the hoop structure intact, allowing the moringa trees to stretch even larger. In the spring and fall, the plastic can be replaced. Before the first frost event, moringa trees can be trimmed back to 2-3 inches tall. They will remain dormant through the winter and regrow new stems and leaves each spring and summer. The moringa tree may not look the same year after year. It will morph and shape drastically with new stems. Many times, after a trim, new stems will crowd each other, and many will need to be thinned, pruned, and removed, creating a whole new direction, pattern, and look for the trees. Moringa trees are ever moving and changing, unlike many hardwood trees that do not grow back stems and limbs so easily. Moringa, on the other hand, is a tropical tree and regrows stems and branches very rapidly. In the picture above, the large moringa trees are strategically placed in raised beds on the ground so that the trees can get larger. You may only get a few trees in this space. Another method for growing moringa in temperate zones is using the intensive method, planting the trees very close together, like a microgreen, and allow the trees to grow like a lettuce, and harvest them every 45 days. They can grow in the ground in the soil with the greenhouse overtop. The plastic walls of the greenhouse can be rolled up along the sides to allow cross winds. Having a greenhouse regulates the temperature and humidity for moringa's hot-loving temperament. The plastic can also protect the small young trees from getting too much sunlight. Although moringa trees like it in the full sun as a mature tree planted in the ground, young seedlings and sprouts can use a little extra protection to produce nice, dark, fresh greens. They should be protected with some shade cloth or greenhouse. There is another strategy to utilize when growing moringa in a greenhouse in temperate regions. In the image below, the moringa seedling that is being held up is in a biodegradable pellet pot. We ship them the mail all over the country. The moringa seeds can sprout in 6 to 14 days. Then they're ready to ship within 30 to 45 days. The trays that hold the moringa seedlings are sitting on plastic pallets that are raised by concrete blocks. More details about this greenhouse construction in the design chapter. We're growing thousands of moringa trees in greenhouse conditions just like this. Chapter 7.3, Soil Regions. Soil is a living organism. A single gram of healthy soil contains millions of organisms, including earthworms, nematodes, mites, insects, fungi, bacteria, and actinomycetes. Soil is a frontier for exploration. Only about 1% of soil microorganisms have been identified. Soil processes recycled nutrients, including carbon, so that living things can use them repeatedly. Soil stores water. A 1% increase in organic matter in the top 6 inches of soil would hold approximately 27,000 gallons of additional water per acre. Soil stores vast quantities of carbon. Scientists say that more carbon resides in soil than in the atmosphere and all plant life combined. There are 2,500 billion tons of carbon in soil, compared with 800 billion tons in the atmosphere and 560 billion tons in plant and animal life. Soil mismanagement has contributed to climate change. The world's soils have lost between 50–70% of their original carbon stock, much of which has been released into the atmosphere as carbon dioxide. Soil is in trouble. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, estimated that 33% of soil is moderately to highly degraded through erosion, salinization, compaction, acidification, chemical pollution, and nutrient depletion, hampering soil's function and affecting food production. Soil that is not covered with vegetative matter is vulnerable. Soil is being swept and washed away 10 to 40 times faster than it is being replenished. We can rebuild carbon stocks in the soil. A considerable part of the depleted soil, organic carbon, SOC, pool can be restored through conversion of marginal lands into restorative land uses, adoption of conservation tillage with cover crops and crop residue mulch, nutrient cycling, including the use of compost and manure, and other systems of sustainable management of soil and water resources. The methods of growing moringa in this manual reflects the Grow Moringa Collective's best management practices, with permaculture and regenerative agriculture systems in place to reduce erosion and replenish the soil's microbiology and moisture retention. Each region in India has a specific soil and climate that is only suitable for certain types of farming. Many regions on the western side of India experience less than 50 centimeters of rain annually, so the farming systems are restricted to cultivate crops that can withstand drought conditions, and farmers are usually restricted to single cropping throughout the year. Gujarat, Rajasthan, Punjab, and northern Maharashtra all experience this climate, and each region grows such suitable crops like jowar, bajra, and peas. In contrast, the eastern side of India has an average of 100–200 centimeters of rainfall annually without irrigation, so these regions can double crop. West Coast, West Bengal, parts of Bihar, UP, and Assam are all associated with this climate, and they grow crops such as rice, sugarcane, jute, and many more. Soil is the mixture of rock debris and organic materials which develop on the Earth's surface. However, that is only the physical aspect of the soil. The living parts of the soil give it the ability to sustain life. Based on genesis, color, composition, and location, the Indian Council of Agricultural Research, IKR, has classified soils into 8 categories. They are alluvial soil, arid or desert soil, black cotton soil, red soil, laterite soil, mountainous or forest soils, saline and alkaline soil, peaty and marshy soil, bog soil. Characteristics of alluvial soil is younger in composition, it's immature, and has a weak profile due to recent origin. The alluvial soils vary in nature from sandy loam to clay. Pebbly and gravelly soils are rare in this type of soil. Alluvial soil is porous due to its loamy nature. Alluvial soil is generally the best for agriculture use, as the porosity and texture provides good drainage condition. These soils are continuously replenished by seasonal floods. Chemical properties of alluvial soil. Alluvial soil is generally rich in potash, but poor in phosphorus. The nitrogen percentage is generally low. The color of the alluvial soils varies from the light gray to ash gray. Its shades depend on the depth of the deposition, the texture of the materials, and the time taken for attaining maturity. Presence of alluvial soil in India. Apart from the northern plains, they are found in the plains of Gujarat. In the peninsular region, they are found in deltas of the east coast and in the river valleys. They also occur in deltas of the Mahanadi, the Godavari, the Krishna, and the Kaveri. Here, the soil is called deltaic alluvium. Alluvial soil covers about 40% of India's total land area of the country. Crops grown in alluvial soil. Alluvial soil is best suited for agriculture and irrigation. They support crops like rice, wheat, sugarcane, tobacco, cotton, jute, maize, oilseeds, vegetables, and fruits. Black soil. Parent rock for most of the black soil are the volcanic in origin that were formed in the Deccan Plateau. These are found in the region of high temperature and low rainfall. These soils are also known as the Regur soil, or the black cotton soil. Characteristics of black soil. The black soils are generally clay, deep, and impermeable. In general, black soils are more fertile in the uplands than the valleys. They swell and become sticky when they are wet and shrink when are dried. So, during the dry season, these soils develop wide cracks, due to which they are called self-plowing. The black soil retains the moisture for a very long time because of slow absorption and loss of moisture, which helps the crops, especially the rain-fed ones, to sustain even during the dry season. Chemical properties of black soil. Black soils are rich in lime, iron, magnesia, and alumina. They also contain potash, but they lack phosphorus, nitrogen, and organic matter. The color of the soil ranges from deep black to gray. Presence of black soil in India. Black soil covers most of the Deccan Plateau, which includes parts of Maharashtra, Madhya Pradesh, Gujarat, Andhra Pradesh, and some parts of Tamil Nadu, near Periyakkulam. In the upper reaches of the Godavari and the Krishna, and the northwestern part of the Deccan Plateau, the black soil is very deep. Crops grown in black soil. Black soils are best suited for cotton crop, hence the name black cotton soil. Other major crops: wheat, jowar, linseed, tobacco, castor, sunflower, and millets. Rice and sugarcane are grown where irrigation facilities are available. Black soil also supports the growth of large varieties of vegetables and fruits. This soil has been used for growing a variety of crops for centuries, without adding fertilizers and manures. Red and yellow soils. Also known as the omnibus group, it covers about 18.5% of the total land area of India. It is found in regions of low rainfall, eastern and southern parts of the Deccan Plateau. Along the Piedmont zone of the Western Ghats, a long stretch of area is occupied by red loamy soil. This soil is also present in parts of Odisha and Chhattisgarh and in the southern parts of the Middle Ganga Plain. The red color is due to the presence of iron in crystalline and metamorphic rocks. The soil appears yellow when it is in hydrated form. The fine-grained red and yellow soil is usually fertile, while the coarse-grained soil is less fertile. This type of soil is generally deficient in nitrogen, phosphorus, and humus. Wheat, cotton, oilseeds, millets, tobacco, and pulses are mainly cultivated in red and yellow soil. Desert soils. Also known as arid soil, it accounts for over 4.42% of the total land area of India. The color ranges from red to brown. Desert soils are sandy to gravelly in texture, have low moisture content, and low water-retaining capacity. These soils are saline in nature, and in certain regions, the salt content is so high that common salt is obtained by evaporating water. These soils have normal phosphate content, but are deficient in nitrogen. Due to increased calcium content in the lower horizons of the soil, there is the formation of conchar layers. These conchar layers restrict the penetration of water, and as such, when water is made available through irrigation, the soil moisture is readily available for sustainable plant growth. Desert soils are profoundly found in western Rajasthan and contain little humus and organic matter. Laterite soils. The name has been derived from the Latin word later, which means brick. It accounts for about 3.7% of the total area of the country. These are typical soils of the monsoon climate, which is characterized by seasonal rainfall. With rain, lime, and silica leak away, and soil rich in iron oxide and aluminum are left, leading to the formation of laterite soil. Laterite soil is deficient in organic matter, nitrogen, phosphate, and calcium. However, iron oxide and potash are in abundance. Although low in fertility, they respond well to manures and fertilizers. Laterite soils are found in Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, Kerala, Madhya Pradesh, and hilly regions of Assam and Odisha. Red laterite soil in Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh are well suited for tree crop cultivation like cashew nuts. Laterite soil hardens rapidly and irreversibly on exposure to the air, a property that leads to its use as building bricks in southern India. Mountain soil. This type of soil is found in the forest regions where rainfall is sufficient. The texture of the soil depends on the mountain environment where they are found. These soils are coarse-grained in the upper slopes and loamy and silty on valley sides. In the snowbound areas of the Himalayas, these soils undergo denudation and are acidic with low humus content. The soils found in the lower valleys are fertile, also called forest soil. Peaty and marshy soils. These soils are found in regions of heavy rainfall and high humidity, and it supports the good growth of vegetation. Peaty soils are rich in humus and organic matter. These soils are generally heavy and black in color. In many places, these soils are alkaline. These are found in southern Uttarakhand, the northern part of Bihar, and the coastal areas of West Bengal, Odisha, and Tamil Nadu, soil regions of USA. Now that we have a little more understanding of the soil types in India, where moringa is native, let's take a deeper look into USA soils so that we know where moringa could grow well here. Scientists recognize about 70,000 soil types in the United States alone, and 12 soil orders used to classify those soils. These soil orders also occur around the globe. They are known as entisols, inceptisols, andisols, mollisols, alphasols, spotisols, ultisols, oxysols, gelisols, histosols, aridisols, and vertisols. Gelisols, from the Latin gelare, to freeze, are soils that are permanently frozen, contain permafrost, or contain evidence of permafrost near the soil surface. Gelisols are found in the Arctic and Antarctic, as well as at extremely high elevations. Permafrost influences land use through its effect on the downward movement of water and freeze-thaw activity, cryoturbation, such as frost heaves. Permafrost can also restrict the rooting depth of plants. Gelisols make up about 9% of the world's glacier-free land surface. Histosols, from the Greek histos, tissue, are mainly composed of organic material in their upper portion. The histosols order mostly contains soils commonly called bogs, moors, peatlands, muskegs, fens, or peats and mucks. These soils form when organic matter, such as leaves, mosses, or grasses, decomposes more slowly than it accumulates, due to a decrease in microbial decay rates. This most often occurs in extremely wet areas or underwater. Thus, most of these soils are saturated year-round. Histosols can be highly productive farmland when drained. However, draining these soils can cause them to decompose rapidly and subside dramatically. They are also not stable for foundations or roadways, and may be highly acidic. Histosols make up about 1% of the world's glacier-free land surface, mostly in Louisiana. Spotisols, from the Greek spotos, wood ash, are among the most attractive soils. They often have a dark surface underlain by an ashy gray layer, which is subsequently underlain by a reddish, rusty, coffee-colored, or black subsoil horizon. These soils form as rainfall interacts with acidic vegetative litter, such as the needles of conifers, to form organic acids. These acids dissolve iron, aluminum, and organic matter in the topsoil and ashy gray horizons. The dissolved materials then move to the colorful subsoil horizons. Spotisols most often develop in coarsely textured soils, sands and loamy sands, under coniferous vegetation in humid regions of the world. They tend to be acidic and have low fertility and low clay content. Spotisols occupy about 4% of the world's glacier-free land surface, largely in Florida. Andisols, from the Japanese ando, black soil, typically form from the weathering of volcanic materials such as ash, resulting in minerals in the soil with poor crystal structure. These minerals have an unusually high capacity to hold both nutrients and water, making these soils very productive and fertile. Andisols include weakly weathered soils with much volcanic glass, as well as more strongly weathered soils. They typically occur in areas with moderate to high rainfall and cool temperatures. They also tend to be highly erodible when on slopes. These soils make up about 1% of the glacier-free land surface, northwestern USA. Oxysols, from the French oxide, are soils of tropical and subtropical regions, which are dominated by iron oxides, quartz, and highly weathered clay minerals such as kaolinite. These soils are typically found on gently sloping land surfaces of great age that have been stable for a long time. For the most part, they are nearly featureless soils without clearly marked layers or horizons. Because they are highly weathered, they have low natural fertility, but can be made productive through wise use of fertilizers and lime. Oxysols are found over about 8% of the glacier-free land surface. They are known to occur only in Hawaii, Puerto Rico, and Guam. Vertisols, from the Latin verto, turn, are clay-rich soils that contain a type of expansive clay that shrinks and swells dramatically. These soils therefore shrink as they dry and swell when they become wet. When dry, vertisols form large cracks that may be more than 1 meter, 3 feet deep, and several centimeters or inches wide. The movement of these soils can crack building foundations and buckle roads. Vertisols are highly fertile due to their high clay content. However, water tends to pool on their surfaces when they become wet. Vertisols are in areas where the underlying parent materials allow for the formation of expansive clay minerals. They occupy about 2% of the glacier-free land surface. Aridisols, from the Latin aridus, dry, are soils that occur in climates that are too dry for mesophytic plants, plants adapted to neither too wet nor too dry environments to survive. The climate in which aridisols occur also restricts soil weathering processes. Iridosols often contain accumulations of salt, gypsum, or carbonates, and are found in hot and cold deserts worldwide. They occupy about 12% of the Earth's glacier-free land area, including some of the dry valleys of Antarctica. Ultisols, from the Latin ultimus, last, are soils that have formed in humid areas and are intensely weathered. They typically contain a subsoil horizon that has an appreciable amount of translocated clay and are relatively acidic. Most nutrients are held in the upper centimeters of ultisol soils, and these soils are generally of low fertility, although they can become productive with additions of fertilizer and lime. Ultisols make up about 8% of the glacier-free land surface. Mollisols, from the Latin mollus, soft, are prairie or grassland soils that have a dark-colored surface horizon. They are highly fertile and rich in chemical bases, such as calcium and magnesium. The dark surface horizon comes from the yearly addition of organic matter to the soil from the deep roots of prairie plants. Mollisols are often found in climates with pronounced dry seasons. They make up approximately 7% of the glacier-free land surface. Alphasols, from the soil science term pedalfer, aluminum, and iron, are like ultisols, but are less intensively weathered and less acidic. They tend to be more inherently fertile than ultisols and are in similar climatic regions, typically under forest vegetation. They are also more common than ultisols, occupying about 10% of the glacier-free land surface. Alphasols are mostly in California, but small areas are in Oregon, Washington, Idaho, and Utah. Inceptisols, from the Latin inceptum, beginning, exhibit a moderate degree of soil development and lack significant clay accumulation in the subsoil. They occur over a wide range of parent materials and climatic conditions, and thus have a wide range of characteristics. They are extensive, occupying approximately 17% of the Earth's glacier-free surface. Entisols, from recent, new, are the last order in soil taxonomy and exhibit little to no soil development other than the presence of an identifiable topsoil horizon. These soils occur in areas of recently deposited sediments, often in places where deposition is faster than the rate of soil development. Some typical landforms where entisols are located include active floodplains, dunes, landslide areas, and behind retreating glaciers. They are common in all environments. Entisols make up the second largest group of soils after inceptisols, occupying about 16% of the Earth's surface, dominant in the southwestern parts of the USA. Moringa can be successfully grown in soils with good drainage like red loam, red sandy loam, clay loam, and sandy loam soils. Moringa roots are highly sensitive to waterlogging. Chapter 7.4 Climate Regions. Climate regions of India. There are 3 different types of crops that are cultivated throughout India. Each type is grown in a different season depending on their compatibility with certain weather. Kharif crops are grown at the start of the monsoon until the beginning of the winter, relatively from June to November. Examples of such crops are rice, corn, millet, groundnut, mung, and urad. Rabi crops are winter crops that are sown in October, November months and harvested in February, March. Its typical examples are wheat, boro paddy, jowar, nuts, etc. The third type is zaid crops, which are summer crops. It is sown in February, March, and harvested in May, June. Examples are moringa, ash paddy, vegetables, and jute. India is home to an extraordinary variety of climatic regions, ranging from tropical in the south to temperate and alpine in the Himalayan north, where elevated regions receive sustained winter snowfall. The nation's climate is strongly influenced by the Himalayas and the Thar Desert. The Himalayas, along with the Hindu Kush Mountains in Pakistan, prevent cold Central Asian katabatic winds from blowing in, keeping the bulk of the Indian subcontinent warmer than most locations at similar latitudes. Simultaneously, the Thar Desert plays a role in attracting moisture-laden southwest summer monsoon winds that, between June and October, provide the majority of India's rainfall. Tropical wet. The most humid is the tropical wet climate, also known as tropical monsoon climate, that covers a strip of southwestern lowlands of India near Kerala. There is also a tropical dry climate, is even more common areas in India. Noticeably drier than areas with a tropical monsoon type of climate, it prevails over most of inland peninsular India. Arid and semi-arid regions. A tropical arid and semi-arid climate dominates regions where the rate of moisture loss through evapotranspiration exceeds that from precipitation. It is subdivided into 3 climatic subtypes: tropical semi-arid steppe, arid climate, tropical and subtropical steppe climate. A tropical semi-arid steppe climate, hot semi-arid climate, predominates over a long stretch of land south of Tropic of Cancer and east of the Western Ghats and the Cardamom Hills. The region, which includes Karnataka, inland Tamil Nadu, western Andhra Pradesh, and central Maharashtra, gets between 400 to 750 millimeters, 15.7 to 29.5 in, annually. It is drought-prone, as it tends to have less reliable rainfall due to sporadic lateness or failure of the southwest monsoon. This is the predominant climate that Moringa is most accustomed. It never reaches freezing temperatures here, yet it is drier and hotter than most areas of India. Subtropical humid. Most of northeast India and much of North India are subject to a humid subtropical climate and a subtropical highland climate. Some moringa trees can grow here, but it can experience colder temperatures here, sometimes freezing. Mountain. India's northernmost areas are subject to a montane or alpine climate that are not conducive for moringa to grow naturally. Winter. Once the monsoons subside, average temperatures gradually fall across India. As the sun's vertical rays move south of the equator, most of the country experiences moderately cool weather. Altitude affects the temperature to a large extent, with higher parts of the Deccan Plateau and other areas being relatively cooler, barely reaching below 16 C, 60 F. Moringa grows naturally throughout the country because it rarely reaches below 16 C. Summer. Summer in northwestern India starts from April and ends in July, and in the rest of the country from March to May. The temperatures in the north rise as the vertical rays of the sun reach the Tropic of Cancer. Monsoon. The southwest summer monsoon, a 4-month period when massive convective thunderstorms dominate India's weather, is Earth's most productive wet season. During the post-monsoon or autumn months of October to December, a different monsoon cycle, the northeast or retreating monsoon, brings dry, cool, and dense air masses to large parts of India. Winds spill across the Himalayas and flow to the southwest across the country, resulting in clear, sunny skies from October through November. Droughts. Indian agriculture is heavily dependent on the monsoon as a source of water. In some parts of India, the failure of the monsoons results in water shortages, resulting in below-average crop yields. This is particularly true of major drought-prone regions such as southern and eastern Maharashtra, northern Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, western Orissa, Gujarat, and Rajasthan. El Niño-related droughts have also been implicated in periodic declines in Indian agricultural output. Periaculum rainfall. Typically, India moringa season begins in February-March. As it begins to warm, the rains begin to return more consistently. Then, throughout the summer, moringa matures and is ready to harvest the seed pods by August-September, before monsoon. This prevents mold and bacteria and fungus to spread to the leaves and drumsticks. Then the trees are harvested short. They don't have a lot of weight and mass to break branches during the storms during that time. Then another harvest can be made in Navdek. The trees slow down slightly in production during the winter, although it still stay warm. Another harvest can be made in Feb-March to prepare for the new season again. Climate region of USA. The annual mean precipitation in the contiguous United States is shown in figure 618 below. Two patterns stand out: the gradual transitions east of the eastern flanks of the Rockies versus the heterogeneity in the west. In the west, the rainfall patterns are strongly controlled by topography and proximity to the Pacific Ocean. Places east of a NS-oriented mountain range, such as the Cascades of Washington and Oregon, are drier than places at the same elevation on the west side of the same mountain range. A second pattern dividing east from west is that in the east, it tends to be wetter to the south, where the Appalachian Mountains' height keeps warmer air towards the south, which largely originates over the Gulf of Mexico. In the west, it is wetter to the north, with only the temperate rainforest, as most frontal systems stay north, especially in summer, keeping the southwest USA arid and dry. The climate of the United States varies due to changes in latitude, and a range of geographic features, including mountains and deserts. Generally, on the mainland, the climate of the U.S. becomes warmer the further south one travels, and drier the further west, until one reaches the west coast. The southeast is wetter and more tropical. Western half of the U.S. has a cold, semi-arid climate in the interior upper western states, to warm to hot desert and semi-arid climates in the southwestern U.S. east. The climate is humid continental in northern areas, transitioning into a humid temperate climate from the southern plains and lower Midwest east to the middle Atlantic states until reaching tropical zones in the southeast. A Mediterranean climate prevails along most of the California coast, while southern Florida has a tropical climate, the warmest region on the U.S. mainland. Hawaii and the U.S. territories, Puerto Rico and Guam, also have tropical climates. The primary drivers of weather in the contiguous United States are the seasonal change in the solar angle, the migration north-south of the subtropical highs, and the seasonal change in the position of the polar jet stream. In the cold season, generally November to March, most precipitation occurs in conjunction with organized low-pressure systems and associated fronts. In the summer, storms are much more localized, with short-duration thunderstorms common in many areas of the southeast. In the warm season, storm systems affecting a large area are less frequent, and weather conditions are more solar, sun-controlled, with the greatest chance for thunderstorm and severe weather activity during peak heating hours, mostly between 3 p.m. and 9 p.m. local time. From May to August especially, often overnight mesoscale convective system MCS thunderstorm complexes, usually associated with frontal activity, can deliver significant to flooding. From late summer into fall, mostly August to October, tropical cyclones, hurricanes, tropical storms, and tropical depressions sometimes approach or cross the Gulf and Atlantic states, bringing high winds, heavy rainfall, and storm surges, often topped with battering waves, to Gulf and Atlantic lowlands and coastal areas. Southwest. The Southwest has a hot desert climate at lower elevations. Cities like Phoenix, Las Vegas, Yuma, and Palm Springs have average highs over 100-degree, 38-degree Celsius during the summer months, and lows in the 70s or even 80s. In winter, daily temperatures in the Southwest are cooler, with highs in the 50s and 60s F and lows in the 40s F. With a little extra care and attention in the early stages of moringa tree growth, these areas can be very productive for moringa growers. Gulf Coast, Lower Mississippi Valley, South Atlantic states. The Gulf and South Atlantic states have a humid subtropical climate, with mostly mild winters and hot, humid summers. Most of the Florida Peninsula, including Tampa and Orlando, along with other coastal cities like Houston, New Orleans, Savannah, Charleston, and Wilmington, all have average summer highs from near 90 to the lower 90s F, and lows generally from 70 to 75 degrees Celsius, 21 to 24 degrees Celsius. Combined with moist tropical air, this creates the sultry summer weather conditions that prevail here. Moringa trees grow well in this area, but regions north of central Florida tend to get more frost nights a year and keep moringa from naturalizing as easily. Moringa does not live very well in the winter, if more than 1-2 nights of consecutive frosts. But moringa will grow well in these areas over the summer as an annual. Southern Plains, Lower Midwest, Middle East Coast, Mid-Atlantic. These areas can grow moringa well in the summer as an annual for intensive planting. Grow about 100,000 moringa trees on an acre over the summer in these areas. Northern Great Plains, North Central Great Lakes, New England. Even in these areas, it is not as warm in the night to keep the greens dark green. They tend to yellow out very easily in these areas, even in the summer as an annual. Pacific Northwest. These areas are a little warmer in the nights, and moringa could live here for most of the year as an annual. Replant each year with new seeds. Monsoon. During the summer, the southwest monsoon combined with Gulf of California and Gulf of Mexico moisture, moving around the subtropical ridge in the Atlantic Ocean, bring the promise of afternoon and evening thunderstorms to the southern tier of the country, as well as the Great Plains. Chapter 7.5 Temperature Zones. There are 4 major temperature zones throughout the world, and they are tropical, subtropical, temperate, and polar zones, as shown below in figures 6 to 26. Moringa oleifera, PKM1, originates from a tropical zone in India. PKM1 Moringa oleifera trees originates from Periyakulam, PKM, in the state of Tamil Nadu, India. Figures 6 to 27. This region is mostly hot and humid. The annual temperature of PKM is shown below in figure 6 to 28, with the lowest temperatures signified by the bottom blue line and the highest temperatures on the top red line. 16 degrees Celsius is about the same as 60 degrees Fahrenheit, which tells us the majority of moringa grown in the USA, genetically, are not naturally accustomed to frost conditions in its native country. The lowest annual temperature of Periyakulam, India, helps to bring more clarity and requirements needed to recreate a healthy environment for a full and healthy moringa tree life cycle. In conclusion, moringa does not normally experience the cold and is not genetically equipped to colder climates. In colder climates, the leaves will begin to yellow from the lower branches. Then, as more the leaves thin out and begin to fall, the moringa tree goes into a dormant state. It can live in a dormant state for many months, but if frost reaches the root zone through the damaged trunk, it can result in death. In colder climates, moringa growers are being trained to grow moringa in the summer as an annual, much like a lettuce, for biomass and biostimulant production. Today, moringa has spread across the world and grows commercially around the equator extremely well. Moringa has also naturalized in arid zones throughout India and the world. It is drought tolerant, and it can live with little to no water, but that's not how to get the most production out of them. Tropical zones tend to be hot and dry most of the year, with heavy rainy seasons in the summers. That's how moringa originally adapted to extended periods of dryness in tropical areas. Most of the USA is a temperate zone, with annual frost averaging several months a year. In the subtropical zone, the annual temperatures can vary with several nights a year with frost. The hot and cold fluctuations can be attributed to weather patterns. Every few years, some winters are more severe, some summers are extremely hot. This can be attributed to one of most well-known weather patterns that affects the temperatures in the USA, also known as El Niño and La Niña. Within the USA boundary, there are several temperature zones. Florida, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii contain some of the only tropical zones, according to the USDA Plant Hardiness Zone Map. See references. Those locations have some of the most ideal temperatures for growing moringa. A small portion of the southernmost states are mostly subtropical and range from having only 1 to 2 nights of frost a year to some having more than 30 days of sub-freezing temperatures. Lower temperatures is when the moringa trees get most affected. Moringa trees growing outdoors in zones that are greener and bluer would need to be in a greenhouse or indoors during winter. Members of the Grow Moringa Collective in northern climates wait until summer to plant moringa. Moringa can grow anywhere in the world during the summer season as an intensive annual green. The Arbor Day Foundation compiles over 5,000 temperature readings to accurately determine temperature zones in the USA, 2015, with this image figure 6 to 8. It's clear to see where moringa can grow all year, in zones 9 to 10. Zones 8 may need a few trees in a greenhouse to survive winters, and anything below Zone 8 should grow moringa in the summer as an annual green. The image below indicates, in green, the best locations to grow moringa all year outdoors if you are in the USA. Some of these locations are experiencing severe winter conditions in 2022-2023 with multiple nights of frost. Some members are experiencing loss as their young trees die due to frost. Always prepare for damage by growing even more moringa trees than planned and growing some in a greenhouse or in pots that you can bring indoors for a few nights. Growing moringa in a greenhouse or in a pot that has been brought inside will need solar lights and fans to keep circulation. Winter temperature. The most important factor in planting moringa trees in the ground and growing them all year for drumstick and seed production is going to be the winter temperatures. The map below shows a ranking of states in winter from hottest to coldest and how winter temperatures compare across the American states. The temperatures are statewide averages calculated from temperatures recorded during the months of December, January, and February. Average winter temperatures range from a high of 67.4 degrees Fahrenheit, 19.7 degrees Celsius in Hawaii, to a low of 2.6 degrees Celsius, 16.3 degrees Celsius in Alaska. For the entire United States, excluding Hawaii and Alaska, the season averages just above freezing at 33.2 degrees Celsius, 0.7 degrees Celsius. Hottest states. Moringa can live extremely well in hot climates. As you can see from the figure below, moringa can grow extremely well in the summer throughout continental USA. Grow moringa in the summer as an annual, in the ground, as an intensive vegetable green that can be harvested within the first 30-45 days from seed. Throughout the year, the hottest states in the U.S. are concentrated in the south central region and southeastern corner of the country. During every season, Florida, Louisiana, and Texas are consistently among the top 4 of the nation's hottest states. California is a special case because it stretches almost the entire height of the country. It's not even among the hottest 10 states in the summer, yet it is home to Death Valley, where summer temperatures rise above all others in North America. Chapter 7.6 Drought Zones. In nature, water is usually the most limiting factor for the health and growth of moringa trees. Even though moringa is a drought-tolerant tree, it still needs water to thrive. It can survive extremely harsh conditions, but it will have damaging effects. The quality of the greens, seeds, and drumsticks are highly affected by limiting water sources. Water consistency is key for a successful moringa operation. To achieve dark, leafy greens, genetic quality seeds, and edible drumsticks, make sure your moringa trees do not experience drought stress. If your property does not receive adequate rainfall or have irrigation in place, the resulting drought stress on your moringa trees can reduce the growth more than all other environmental stresses combined. Drought can be defined as the absence of rainfall or irrigation for a period sufficient to deplete soil moisture and injure a plant. Drought stress results when water loss exceeds the ability of the roots to absorb water, and when the content is reduced enough to interfere with normal processes. Moringa trees may frequently encounter drought stress if the tree is experiencing more loss of water than able to receive. Rainfall is very seasonal, and periodic drought occurs regularly throughout the USA to plants in the wild, but as a grower, you can plan for environmental conditions. Because soils in Florida are typically sandy and have low water holding capacity, many plants may experience drought stress after only a few days without water. During drought, local governments may place restrictions on landscape irrigation to conserve potable water, and landscape plants may become subject to drought stress. The use of other drought-tolerant plants and incorporating more succulents in the landscape can reduce the likelihood of your moringa trees experiencing injury due to drought stress. The time required for drought injury to occur depends on the water-holding capacity of the soil, environmental conditions, stage of the moringa tree's growth, and the health of the surrounding plants. Moringa trees growing alone without any supplemental plants may not grow as well. Moringa trees in sandy soils with low water-holding capacity are more susceptible to drought stress than moringa trees growing in clay soils. Sandy soils may allow the roots to get larger and deeper, reaching for the water table. But when drought starts, those extended roots become the most vulnerable and die back first. In clay, the roots do not grow as deep and will turn towards growing lateral instead of straight downward. When moringa is grown in clay soils, the clay can become dry from drought. That's when the clay can crack and break apart, damaging roots and exposing them to the sun in the process. A limited root system will accelerate the rate at which drought stress develops. A root system may be limited by the presence of competing root systems. Make sure other plants are not robbing the moringa tree of much needed water. Plan to distance your moringa trees from each other as your system goes through phases. You may start with density and over time, pull trees out to have greater distance between them. On average, an orchard has moringa trees tens apart from mature trees to spread their canopy. If another tree is closer than tens, they will compete for the same water source. If you plant aloe vera, small herbs, and ground covers, they will help to preserve water levels on the surface, in turn will replenish waters that are deeper. The ground covers and herb feed on different levels of water than the trees, therefore not competing for the same water source even though they are planted in proximity. A moringa tree with a large mass of leaves in relation to the size of the root system is prone to drought stress because the leaves may evaporate water faster than the roots can supply them. Trim the moringa trees during times of drought to reduce added stress on the roots and prevent it from losing moisture. Newly installed moringa trees and poorly established moringa trees may be especially susceptible to drought stress because of the stress and shock from the relocation. Trees that are being transplanted and live in a pot already have a limited root system because they're not growing naturally in the ground and can spread out. That is also why it is advised to prune your moringa tree back to a single short stem or trunk at the time of transplanting. That way, when it is transplanted, the leaves do not evaporate water and pull moisture from the roots. This practice of pruning during a transplant will also allow roots to get established without added stress. Avoid further shock and drought stress on your moringa tree and make sure that during a transplant, you'll prune it back without leaves so that the root system can reestablish much faster. Aside from the moisture content of the soil, high temperature, low relative humidity, and high wind speed will significantly increase a moringa tree's moisture loss, as well as environmental conditions of high light intensity. The prior environment of a moringa tree can influence the development and progression of drought stress that could lead to death. A moringa tree that has been drought stressed previously and has recovered with healthy watering levels may become more drought resistant or able to withstand another drought. Also, a moringa tree that was well watered and relatively stress-free prior to drought will usually survive drought better than a moringa tree that has been subjected to continual drought stress. The landscape environment can be modified to reduce or prevent drought stress by irrigation, regular mulching, providing shade, and creating windbreaks. Reducing the overall water requirements of the landscape is best achieved by initially designing the landscapes for water conservation, including efficient irrigation systems, proper watering, and the use of drought-tolerant companion plants where appropriate. Herbs, berries, scrubs, ground covers, cacti, succulents, and planting them in proximity and density can help to create a microclimate and protect each other from water loss without competing with moringa trees for water. Moringa is drought tolerant because it has evolved and was domesticated from arid regions and now grows well in subtropical and tropical locations. Moringa can grow well in regions with frequent drought or regions with soils of low water holding capacity. Moringa trees have anatomical or physiological characteristics that allows them to withstand drought or to acclimate to drought. Moringa trees have a waxy coating on their leaves called cuticle. This helps to a degree, but what is shocking is the root's ability to store and preserve water. The moringa leaves are designed to create airflow. Cooling the tree in extreme drought conditions helps to reduce the amount of water lost by evaporation from the leaf surface. Leaf hairs, which reduce air movement at the leaf surface, are another means of reducing evaporation from the leaf. Since the amount of surface area exposed to the atmosphere affects evaporation, the small leaf size is more resistant to water loss. In the figure above, Moringa drought systems, the moringa tree on the left was subjected to extreme drought for 1 year. Throughout its 1-year lifespan, the tree on the left was placed in shallow, compacted soil with very little moisture retention. It doesn't even have a single downward-facing tap root, and most root clusters are traveling laterally across the soil. Tree number 1 is stressed and only has one new branch shooting upward with some leaves. The leaves are thin and not as thick as tree number 2, and the leaves are brown and yellowing. Moringa trees avoid drought by dropping their leaves and quickly regrowing new leaves when environmental conditions improve. On the right, tree number 2 is healthy and is the same age as tree number 1. Moringa tree number 2 has a full-sized root tuber formed. The root tuber will help it to survive. If it does go into stress later, it has plenty of storage capacity and water to keep it alive through a drought. Below the root tuber is a very well-established taproot. It was much longer than that. The tiny root may have reached 3-5 down into the soil. This moringa tree is only a year old. The tree on the right has 2 new branches growing upward and has a lot more leaves that are thicker and bigger in size. The leaves are also greener in color. This is an example. Chapter 8.1, Best Management Practices. Have the utmost care and concern for the moringa tree being grown or harvested. Each person knows they affect the health and maintenance of each moringa tree for the entire time it is in their care. Irrigation too dry or wet promotes disease, excessive use of water, fertilizers and pesticides, and erosion. Too much water promotes leaching and runoff. Improper pruning, harvesting, planting, mulching, etc. promotes disease, excessive use of water, fertilizer and pesticides, and erosion. Sales staff affect client expectations. Business reasons to use BMPs. More efficient use of resources, reduced maintenance costs, less fertilizer, less weeds, fewer callbacks. Better educated workers, better morale, less turnover, improved worker safety, reduced insurance rates, higher professional industry standard, improved productivity, higher profits, improved landscape and quality of the environment, happier customers, more customers, reduced environmental impacts, reduced regulatory requirements, opportunity for industry self-regulation. Grow Moringa's best management practices. This guide sets a standard for the agriculture industry and reassures each grower associated with this global organization that there is a certain level of consciousness and inner knowing of the connectivity between humans and nature, natural laws, and act as responsible stewards of the land. Grow Moringa implements alternative measures to protect the environment. Only because of the abundant nature of the moringa tree do we have the ability to shape and deem moringa trees suitable for life or death, especially if they become a nuisance or concern for a person or property's safety. Grow Moringa's best management practices guarantees each moringa tree is cared for properly and are considered a sacred plant that has feelings and can sense human thoughts and its own surroundings. Growers should ask each moringa tree for permission to harvest and always say thank you after each cut. Aside from the safety and concern for the moringa trees, Grow Moringa must also abide by city, state, local municipal ordinances, codes, and regulations for grower locations. That's why both caring for the life of the tree and safety of people and property are of great concern. If a moringa tree is getting too big for the space, it could cause a hazard during high winds or storms, as the moringa's softwood branches break and fly very easily. Therefore, a hard cut back of the tree before a storm approach may be recommended. We are extremely grateful for the abundance each moringa tree provides. Our goal is to plant and grow many more moringa trees so that we may forever harvest their bounty and to have enough in nature as intended. It is not ideal to harvest a large moringa tree that's at least 15-20 feet tall by more than 30%. When the moringa trees are younger, under 1 year, they may be completely topped off 2 to 5 feet from the ground, leaving it without any branches or leaves. This process may happen a couple of times in the first year to build root systems and to thicken the base of the moringa tree. That way, after the first year, it has many branches, making it a much shorter, bushier tree. Then, after 1-3 years, the moringa tree is harvested less and less each year, allowing it go through yearly or biannual cycles of grow and harvest schedules. Harvesting techniques are high safety priorities, not only for the person cutting back the tree, but for the health and safety of the moringa tree. Be aware, someone is going to criticize your work and ability to care for the moringa tree properly. There have been several causes for concern on properties that are close proximity with neighbors, and when homeowners are giving trained professionals permission to make a harvest, the neighbor is acting protective of their neighbors and of their tree. They may notice we're cutting it back and try to say something or think that we are doing something wrong. But to be sure, when approaching a moringa tree, you have the best intentions and keep Grow Moringa's best management practices in mind. Leading green industry standards. Grow Moringa, best management practices, GMBMPs. By Grow Moringa highlights the active involvement of Florida's leading green industry and their leading role in training, disseminating, and implementing these practices. Protection of water resources by Grow Moringa means that the green industry plays a leading role in the protection of the Florida water resources by implementing GMBMPs. The program uses an inside-out approach, meaning the industry is taking a proactive approach towards environmental protection. How each one of us does our job in nature every day matters. Non-point source pollution. Pollution that comes from diverse sources that can't be pointed at as the known source. Non-point source, NPS. Pollution, unlike pollution from industrial and sewage treatment plants, comes from many diffuse sources. NPS pollution is caused by rainfall moving over and through the ground. As the runoff moves, it transports natural and human-made pollutants, depositing them into lakes, rivers, wetlands, coastal waters, and even into underground sources of drinking water. These pollutants include excess fertilizers, herbicides, insecticides from agricultural lands and residential areas, oil, grease, toxic chemicals, sediment from construction sites eroding stream banks, bacteria and nutrients from livestock, pet waste, and faulty septic systems. In Florida, urban nutrient runoff and leaching are significant causes of water pollution. High levels of nitrogen and phosphorus, a common problem in Florida waters, can have devastating impacts on the coastal ecology. Atmospheric deposition and hydromodification are also sources of non-point source pollution. Atmospheric deposition occurs when pollutants are transferred from the air to the Earth's surface. Hydromodification refers to man-made changes in the natural physical structure of a water body and/or its natural function through channelization, channel modification, dams, and stream bank and shoreline erosion. These changes can alter the natural flow of water, increase sedimentation, raise water temperature, lower dissolved oxygen levels, degrade aquatic habitat structure, diminish aquatic populations, and decrease water quality. Eventually, this results in economic, social, and health impacts on humans. Effects on water quality. Direct effects of incorrect maintenance practices. Excess nitrogen and phosphorus may encourage excessive plant and algal growth in water bodies, lower oxygen levels, fish kills, and other effects. Inappropriate pesticides application may also harm aquatic life. Practices such as incorrect irrigation or that leave bare or thinly vegetated ground may lead to erosion, which clogs gills and smothers bottom dwellers that are the food source for many other organisms. Carries nutrients and other chemicals into water, increases turbidity and blocks sunlight. Indirect effects of incorrect maintenance practices. Erosion can further harm roots by washing away soil, or sediments may smother the roots. Too little nutrition makes weak plants, but too much, or an imbalance, can also weaken plant or invite pests. Weak plants cannot outcompete weeds, which then shade them and rob nutrients, or are unable to fight off pests and disease, so more pesticide must be used than with healthy plants. Overwatering wastes water, and it is the most common way people kill their lawn. It promotes shallow root growth, fungus, pests, and disease, excessive growth, leaching away nutrients, and weakens the plants. It also promotes runoff, erosion, and many weeds. Direct effects of incorrect maintenance practices. What other effects can non-point source pollution cause? Higher treatment, maintenance, and erosion repair costs, and higher impact and stormwater fees. Landscape irrigation and Florida-friendly design standards. Florida Statutes 376.228. Up to 1/2 of Florida's public water supply is devoted to landscape irrigation. Given Florida's limited water resources, in combination with rapidly growing population, wise irrigation practices will play an essential role in providing a sustainable water future for our state. Proper landscape design and irrigation system standards can help save significant amounts of water and money and achieve both attractive landscapes and protection of our natural resources. The landscape irrigation and Florida-friendly design standards are based on the irrigation code defined in the Florida Building Code, Plumbing Volume, Appendix F, and directs that local governments use these standards when developing ordinances. Standards include 1. Low-impact site design practices, 2. Choosing a plant palette and irrigation system that is appropriate for site conditions, 3. Grouping plants by irrigation demand, and 4. Minimizing the percentage of landscape area in irrigated high water use hydro zones. Urban fertilizer application. Senate Bill 494, enacted in 2009, creates a limited certification for urban landscape commercial fertilizer application to be implemented January 1, 2014. This limited certification will provide a means of documenting and ensuring compliance with best management practices for commercial fertilizer application to urban landscapes, pursuant to 403.9338. The Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDEP, will provide training and testing programs in urban landscape best management practices and may issue certificates demonstrating satisfactory completion of the training. FDEP will also approve other training and testing programs equivalent to or more comprehensive, such as Grow Moringa, The Ultimate Guide, a complete grower's manual, and farmer's certification course. Based on successful completion of a FDAP training program or a FDAP approved training program, the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services will grant the limited certification for urban landscape commercial fertilizer application under S482-162. In addition, Senate Bill 494 creates Florida statutes 403-9335, 403.9336, that encourages county and municipal governments to adopt and enforce the Model Ordinance for Florida-Friendly Fertilizer Use on Urban Landscapes, or an equivalent requirement, as a mechanism for protecting local surface water and groundwater quality. Irrigation systems. Senate Bill 494 amends Florida Statutes 373.62 in many water conservation-related items. This includes 1. Revising the requirements for automatic landscape irrigation systems. 2. Requiring irrigation contractors to test for correct operation of system devices or switches and ensure their proper operation before completing other work on the system. 3. Authorizing local government to approve smart irrigation controller. 4. Providing legislative findings relating to the adoption of soil moisture sensor control irrigation systems. 5. Providing a statewide process and conditions for obtaining a variance from water management district restrictions on water use. Water conservation in landscapes. Senate Bill 2080, also enacted in 2009, amends 373.185, revising the definition of Florida-friendly landscaping, deleting references to xeriscape, and capturing the 9 principles of Florida-friendly landscape. It also requires water management districts to consult with additional entities for activities relating to Florida-friendly landscaping practices, specifying programs for the delivery of educational programs relating to such practices. The bill directs water management districts to work with the department, local governments, county extension agents or offices, nursery and landscape industry groups, and other interested stakeholders to promote, through educational programs and publications, the use of Florida-friendly landscaping practices. Each district shall use the materials developed by the department, the Institute of Food and Agricultural Sciences at the University of Florida, and the Center for Landscape Conservation and Ecology Florida-Friendly Landscaping Program, including, but not limited to, the Florida Yards and Neighborhoods Builder Developer Program for developers, and the Green Industries Best Management Practices Program for landscaping professionals. In addition, the legislature finds that the use of Florida-friendly landscaping and other water use and pollution prevention measures to conserve or protect the state's water resources serves a compelling public interest, and that the participation of homeowners associations and local governments is essential to the state's efforts in water conservation and water quality protection and restoration. Therefore, homeowners association documents, including declarations of covenants, articles of incorporation, or bylaws may not prohibit or be enforced so as to prohibit any property owner from implementing Florida-friendly landscaping landscape. Voluntary compliance issues. The moringa tree industry is concerned about providing quality goods and services in production and maintenance. Additionally, business activities should maintain standards that promote environmental stewardship. Grades and standards. There are 2 sets of standards that assist in the selection of plant material and provide a guide to specify and negotiate plant quality. Florida Statute 581 Towardzo 312.3 establishes a vehicle for buyer and seller communications. Florida grades and standards are detailed in Grades and Standards for Nursery Plants, 5th edition 2015, by the Florida Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services, Division of Plant Industry, DPI. The guide is accessed online at www.freshfromflorida.com. Grades established by Florida Grades and Standards are Florida Fancy, Florida Thurber 1, and Florida Thurber 2. Florida Fancy is the premium grade with decreasing quality indicated by Thurber 1 and Thurber 2. Plants that fall below the Florida Thurber 2 grade are culls. The use of Florida grades and standards is becoming widespread. A common specification on landscape plans is all plants shall be Florida number 1 or better. While this specification is good, it is limited by the fact that only those plants that are listed in the grades and standards manuals can be graded. A result is that some of the plant material available is not graded. A study of the standards will indicate aspects that make a quality plant and those that make a poor plant. With this knowledge, one can do a much better job of selecting quality plant material. The American Standard for Nursery Stock, published by the American Nursery and Landscape Association, ANLA, is a standardized system of sizing and describing plants to facilitate the trade in nursery stock. Its use should help prevent disputes between buyer and seller. It provides standards for plants ranging from fruit and shade trees to bulbs and Christmas trees. The most recent revision took place in 2004 and is available from ANLA at 202-789-2900 or can be accessed online at http://www.anla.org. Applications, Documents, Docs, ANLA Standard 2004, PDF. Invasives in Florida. Nursery and landscape industry professionals have a strong vested interest in environmental stewardship. Since 1997, one organization in particular, the Florida Nursery Growers and Landscape Association, FNGLA, has participated in ongoing discussions with the environmental community. As a direct result, the FNGLA was one of the nation's first industry associations to urge its members to cease production, installation, and sale of 43 plants widely believed to have invasive potential in the landscape. The consumer's desire for moringa trees is driving existing plant nurseries and new moringa businesses into the market. The Grow Moringa Collective strongly supports the industry's focus on managing invasives all over the world, and especially in Florida, and in all regions where moringa trees are being grown. Shifting focus to the research and breeding of new plant selections or cultivars lacking invasive characteristics. Moringa is on the list of invasives to watch classified by the state of Florida, the main reason of which can be because the seeds have paper wings, and the seeds have the potential to spread from the mother trees in the wind and germinate. Moringa is also one of the fastest growing trees in the world, and also being drought tolerant, the seeds can sprout very easily and become large enough to disrupt the local fauna and flora in a very short amount of time. There is also a potential for invasive pests to thrive on invasive species like moringa, so it is imperative to continue research on the subject. If there are adverse environmental effects from growing moringa, the Grow Moringa Collective is dedicated in finding solutions to grow moringa as safe and responsibly as possible. Nursery Code of Conduct. At an international meeting on invasive plants held in St. Louis in 2001, a voluntary code of conduct for nursery professionals was developed. The Grow Moringa Collective also endorses these codes of conduct. In part, its principles are intended to ensure that invasive potential is assessed prior to introducing and marketing plants new to North America. The principles of the code follow. Ensure that invasive potential is assessed prior to introducing and marketing plant species new to North America. Invasive potential should be assessed by the introducer or qualified experts using emerging risk assessment methods that consider plant characteristics and prior observations or experience with the plant elsewhere in the world. Additional insights may be gained through extensive monitoring on the nursery site prior to further distribution. Work with regional experts and stakeholders to determine which species in your region are either currently invasive or will become invasive. Identify plants that could be suitable alternatives in your region. Develop and promote alternative plant material through plant selection and breeding. Where agreement has been reached among nursery associations, government, academia, and ecology, and conservation organizations, phase out existing stocks of those specific invasive species in regions where they are considered to be a threat. Follow all laws on importation and quarantine of plant materials across political boundaries. Encourage customers to use and garden writers to promote non-invasive plants. Chapter 8.2 Regenerative Practices. Regenerative practices for growing moringa are based on the principles of regenerative organic agriculture, which are centered around three pillars: soil health, animal welfare, and social fairness. Soil health is a crucial component of regenerative agriculture, as healthy soil leads to healthier plants, animals, and ecosystems. Animal welfare and social fairness are also important aspects of regenerative agriculture, as they ensure that the people and animals involved in the production process are treated ethically and fairly. Moringa is an ideal plant for regenerative practices because it is the fastest growing tree in the world. It can sprout fast as a pioneer crop in a new system. Moringa is a cash crop because the fresh greens can be sold at market. The moringa tree is more resilient than other plants because it's drought tolerant. Not to mention, moringa is the most nutritious plant on land. Those are a few reasons that make moringa the most ideal regenerative agriculture plant. Personal health. Moringa is an excellent source of vitamins, minerals, and protein, making it an important crop for food security and nutrition. Moringa can be used to increase the nutrition of all foods as a soil amendment. In addition, moringa is also used for medicinal and industrial purposes, such as producing biofuels for cooking and traveling, while the seeds also produce cosmetic oil for the skin and hair. Every part of the tree is usable, making it a plant that stacks functions and has many benefits for humans. Soil health. Regenerative practices for growing moringa focus on minimizing external inputs and maximizing yield over time. By improving soil health through practices such as crop rotation, cover crops, and composting, moringa trees can thrive with fewer inputs, resulting in higher yields. Use moringa in your regenerative operation to increase the yields of other fruits and vegetables as well. One example of a solution for improving soil health in the production of any food is to use biostimulant made from moringa leaves. The biostimulant is available in powder form or extract form made from moringa leaves, which provides a rich source of nutrients and bioactive compounds that can improve soil health and plant growth. The biostimulant powder can also be used as animal feed and has the potential to create an economy in regions where moringa is being grown commercially. Feed the soil that feeds the plants with biostimulant. Animal health. In addition, incorporating animal welfare practices such as rotational grazing and integrating livestock into agroforestry systems can also improve soil health and provide additional sources of income and food. Moringa increases milk production in animals and also increases the value of marbling in the meat. Moringa is a natural antibiotic, and the animal's guts are much healthier consuming fresh moringa leaves. Chickens will lay more eggs with thicker shells and thicker yolks due to the high calcium and phosphorus levels. Environmental health. Growing moringa doesn't mean that you only grow moringa. Grow moringa alongside a plethora of companion plants, other foods, and many animals. Moringa can feed the animals, helping to regenerate other aspects of your yard, garden, or farm. Growing moringa as a pioneer crop in a space can bring pollinators back and help to bring in other beneficial insects. The impacts of growing moringa could benefit the planet and people. The areas in green are the places moringa can grow. The areas in red are also where the most malnutrition occurs. Crop rotation. For example, say a farmer has planted a field of corn. When the corn harvest is finished, he might plant beans, since corn consumes a lot of nitrogen and beans return nitrogen to the soil. A simple rotation might involve 2 crops, like this example. Other crop rotations may incorporate 3 crops, and more complex rotations might incorporate a dozen or more. If you are not rotating crops that help to replenish the soil, then the soil is being depleted, and that is not regenerative. For the most return on your investment, begin to rotate moringa into your field and crops. You could begin to see an increase in yields and production from your other crops. Example, Field 1 starts with beets, then will go to wheat, then chicory. As Field 2 goes to beets, Field 3 will go to vegetables, and Field 4 will go to barley, replacing chicory. One of these crop rotations could be replaced in the summer for moringa trees to help increase soil fertility even more. Cover cropping. A cover crop is a crop you grow for the soil, not for your plate. Grow moringa as a cover crop in the summer, between seasons, and reap the rewards of a more prosperous harvest of your other crops each year. The practice of growing moringa for biostimulant and building the soil dates back to ancient empires. Moringa as a cover crop adds organic matter to the soil and adds nitrogen in a slow release. Not because of being a nitrogen fixer like peanuts, but because the leaves have nitrogen, and if they are chopped and dropped on site, leading to less nitrogen volatilization in the soil, that practice puts the nitrogen from the leaves back into the soil. Moringa as a cover crop can also act as mulch, improve soil physical properties in just one growing season, and attract beneficial insects and pollinators to your garden. They are also beautiful. While you're thinking about those plentiful reasons to consider cover cropping, also think about maximizing shade to cover other more sensitive crops. Think about how every inch of soil that is covered by the shade of a moringa tree means an inch of active usable soil is underneath for you to use via your garden crops that benefit from healthier soil. The alternative is bare soil, and we know what that means. Weeds and loss of nutrients and topsoil via erosion and volatilization. Moringa as a cover crop can be seeded in just one raised bed, or they can be grown in entire sections of your garden. In short, they can be planted wherever you have space as a cover crop. This bed of moringa trees in the summer is holding the soil structure and preparing the bed to be planted with vegetables in the winter. Companion planting. The practice of planting different crops together in close proximity is called companion planting. when the plants are right next to each other. This is done for any of a number of different reasons, including pest control, pollination, providing habitat for beneficial insects, maximizing use of space, and to otherwise increase crop productivity. Companion planting is a form of polyculture. Companion planting is used by farmers and gardeners in both industrialized and developing countries for many reasons. Many of the modern principles of companion planting were present many centuries ago. Moringa can be used as a companion plant for almost anything. There aren't many plants the moringa tree does not interact well with. The only issue is that it grows fast and will overpower and dominate smaller plants, which is good if the little plants need shade. Account for the space a moringa tree will need to grow, but for the most part, they can be planted very close to other plants. They work great as a companion plant for vegetables, radishes, and carrots, potatoes, and beans. There isn't much that does not grow well with moringa. Be careful of any vining plants because moringa is soft wood, and the weight of vining plants could cause damage to the stems and branches. In the figure below, we have a space with a large mango tree shading wildflowers. On the other side, there is a moringa tree with herbs and lettuce at the base, next to a citrus tree. This design example can be interchanged with many other fruits and vegetables of your choice. Intercropping, another regenerative practice to utilize, is growing multiple crops in proximity of each other. In a commercial space, they can be planted in several rows of the same crop, interchanged every few rows with another crop. In this case, moringa as a small microgreen and biomass accumulator to become a living mulch for the field. The most common goal of intercropping is to produce a greater yield on a given piece of land by making use of resources or ecological processes that would otherwise not be utilized by a single crop. Agroforestry. Some benefits of an agroforestry multi-story design include an abundance of crops and varieties for better health of the system with more beneficial microbes and pollinators. The local area can hold more air mass in the general vicinity of the operation. The roots are sequestering carbon, pulling carbon dioxide, CO2, out of the atmosphere, creating a clean air zone. The diversity of the system is creating a closed nutrient cycle, reducing and eventually negating the need for external fertilizers. There is very little energy loss, as larger canopies of moringa trees and supplemental shrubs, herbs, and ground covers protect the soil surface, protecting the mycorrhizal associations, mushrooms, and connections. While the wide alleys allow for airflow and circulation, there is very little to no leaching and soil erosion after large rains, storms, and downpours, increasing the capacity for life and higher yields with less input, time, and energy. The surface of the soil in an agroforestry system becomes littered with roots, holding the capacity of microorganisms and moisture in drought. There is very little to no competition among crops, as moringa trees are spaced apart with deeper tap roots forming, while the crops and plants next to them are more shallow, forming roots like shrubs and herbs. There is also more diversity with pollinator-friendly plants, bringing in bees for honey, and a multitude of other opportunities. Agroforestry shares principles with intercropping, but can also involve much more complex, multi-strata agroforests containing hundreds of species. Agroforestry can also utilize nitrogen-fixing plants, such as legumes, to restore soil nitrogen fertility. The nitrogen-fixing plants can be planted either sequentially or simultaneously. Agroforestry utilizes 5 basic groups of companion crops that can be grown with moringa trees, with many types of crops in each group. 1. Row crops: amaranth, quinoa, corn, soybeans, wheat, barley, oats, potatoes, peas, beans. 2. Forage crops: fescue, orchard grass, desmodium, bluegrass, ryegrass, brome, timothy, clover, alfalfa. The production of some types of forage, such as orchard grass, red clover, or timothy, may be enhanced by the shade of moringa tree rows. 3. Specialty crops: landscape or decorative woody floral plants like blue spruce, dogwood, redbud, Christmas trees, small fruit and nut trees or shrubs, or medicinal crops like golden seal, turmeric, ginger, or ginseng. The production of some specialty crops may be enhanced in the shade of the moringa tree rows. 4. Short rotation shrub or coppice biomass crops: trees including poplars, willows, silver maple, birches, herbaceous crops like switchgrass, and even moringa trees themselves. 5. Vegetable crops: squash, cabbage, beans, asparagus, pepper, melon, tomato. In general, as shade levels increase, cool season crops will perform better than warm season crops. Moringa trees will extend the life of winter and annual crops. The alleys can even be planted with any of these types of crops in numbers 1-5 for biomass crops, specialty crops, or vegetable crops. Other regenerative practices. By mimicking natural systems, we create a more integrated and resilient food system that doesn't need constant attention to keep producing abundant food. We create higher yields with less work, less cost and inputs. When nutrients are captured and returned to the system in a circular pattern, it allows the system to continue to produce a yield without the need for regular external inputs, like NPK fertilizer. Perennial Moringa. Moringa can come back from a light frost. One advantage of growing moringa as a perennial is that you can walk away and leave your yard for a time, and when you come back, it will still be full of food. Another advantage is that you don't have to renew the soil and replant every year. You can chop and drop moringa leaves and sticks directly on the ground, or make a compost tea. You also get a continual harvest throughout most or all of the growing season. Accumulating minerals, moringa can be a fertilizers for other plants. They ensure you continue to have sufficient nutrition in your system for your other plants. Fungi, microbes, and other beneficial soil life love the moringa tree and the nutrients it brings. Chapter 8.3 Soil and Water Management. Soil. Biostimulant made from moringa leaves can be used to regenerate soil structure and improve soil fertility. Good soil is essential for plant growth, and it is important to maintain healthy soil in order to produce high yields of nutritious crops. To use biostimulant powder for soil regeneration, first mix the powder with compost or topsoil and apply it to the soil. You can also place the powder in the hole when planting a new plant or tree. This will help to improve soil structure by increasing its porosity and water holding capacity. In addition, the powder contains high levels of nitrogen, potassium, and phosphorus, which are essential nutrients for plant growth. Then, after the powder is applied, spray the biostimulant extract made from moringa leaves that can be used as a soil conditioner and growth enhancer. When applied to the soil, it helps to improve soil structure by increasing microbial activity and nutrient availability. This, in turn, leads to healthier plants and higher yields. Good soil is characterized by several factors, including its texture, structure, and nutrient content. Soil texture refers to the size of the particles that make up the soil, while soil structure refers to the arrangement of those particles. A good soil structure is one that is crumbly and porous, allowing for easy water and air movement, as well as root penetration. In addition, achieving good soil with biostimulant keeps things in balance with essential nutrients found in moringa, including nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, as well as micronutrients like iron, zinc, and magnesium. All of the essential vitamins and nutrients are being replaced back into your soil with biostimulant. These nutrients are essential for plant growth and must be present in the soil in the right proportions. Overall, using biostimulant powder and extract can help to regenerate soil structure and improve soil fertility, leading to healthier plants and higher yields. By maintaining good soil structure and nutrient content, we can create a sustainable and healthy source of food for ourselves and future generations. Water. Moringa can be successfully grown in soils with good drainage: red loam, red sandy loam, clay loam, and sandy loam soils. Moringa roots are highly sensitive to water logging. Annual moringa types raised through seeds requires frequent and regular irrigation compared to perennial or country types. In annual moringa types, the roots are highly succulent and fast spreading and draw more water from the subsoil region. Hence, it needs frequent and regular irrigation with an interval of 7 to 10 days, whereas the perennial moringa types are hardy and can be irrigated with an interval of 10 to 15 days interval based on the soil type during its vegetative growth, respectively. Shorter period of 10 to 15 days water stress immediately after the pinching is very much useful for the development of a greater number of laterals in annual moringa. Soil moisture stress for the period of 20-30 days, depending upon the soil types, will be beneficial in flower induction of moringa. Soil moisture stress for a limited period of time has a positive role on flower bud development by suppressing the excessive vegetative growth in moringa. However, the water stress is not advisable during the peak flowering and fruit setting stage. Moisture stress during this stage would be highly detrimental for moringa crop and results in flower drop, pollen dryness, immature fruit drops, and desiccation of immature fruits from tip to downwards. Hence, regular and frequent irrigation with 7 to 10 days interval, depending upon the soil type, is necessary to improve the fruit set and fruit development of moringa. Excess watering and water stagnation has to be completely avoided during this stage, since that also leads to flower drop and immature fruit drop. During peak fruit development and maturation stage requires moderate irrigation, otherwise the fruits are highly succulent, less palatability, and poor post-harvest life. Complete stoppage of irrigation is recommended during the fruit maturation and fruit color changes into straw yellow for seed production purpose. During the severe drought and in hot summer period, the moringa tree can be sprayed with a natural anti-transparent to safeguard against the trees from drought, and also to check the flower drop or fruit drop. The base of the moringa trunk should always well protected by earthing up or mounding the soil around the tree base and also against termite and bark borer incidents. Since the roots are highly succulent and fragile in nature, and heavy wind will pull out the whole plant, and limbs and roots tends to easily breaks down. If conventional irrigation systems in beds and channel method are followed, care should be taken to avoid the water contact directly on the trunk surface or base, since this will weaken the plant against wind, whereas if the drip irrigation is followed, the laterals and emitters should be placed 1 to 1.5 feet away from the main trunk or base of the moringa tree. Summer plowing, broad bed and furrow systems, adoption of drip irrigation system, mulching with crop residues, use of organic manures and biostimulants can be integrated for successful soil moisture management of moringa for high flowering and fruit yield. In conclusion, moringa is a tropical plant and exhibits certain degree of xerophytic behaviors, drought tolerant. Botanically, the perennial moringa types are featured with large-size water storage cells in limbs and low transpiration rate to tolerate against drought. Moringa trees also have the adaptation of shedding all their leaves to reduce transpiration loss if the soil is too dry from low moisture. Moreover, the developing fruits are autotrophic, since they also contain high chlorophyll content and also draw water from the storage cells for photosynthesis. This mechanism was helpful in the retention and development of fruit. Chapter 8.4 Site Management. Managing a food forest, garden, or farm that includes moringa trees requires careful planning and execution to ensure that all plants thrive and produce healthy yields. Here are some steps to manage a property that is growing food. On. Design your food forest. Before planting any trees or plants, design your food forest. This involves choosing the right plants that will work together in a symbiotic relationship. Consider the sunlight, soil type, water availability, and other environmental factors that will influence plant growth. Once you have a design, the first trees to plant are the moringas. 2. Choose the right species. There are several species of plants that you can learn about and experiment with over time. Start with trusted moringa seeds. The most common variety is the Moringa oleifera PKM1. Choosing the right genetic material for your food forest will influence the growth and productivity. Choose the other plant species just as carefully and make sure that each one is best suited for your climate and soil conditions. Moringa is very sensitive to cold weather. Grow it outdoors in the ground in areas that have little to no frost conditions. Grow moringa in a pot to bring indoors if you're located in a temperate zone. 3. Plant moringa trees strategically. When planting moringa trees in a food forest, consider their height and spread. Plant them in a way that will not overshadow other plants or block their access to sunlight. Make sure to plant them in a location that will receive full sun in the winter. 4. Maintain soil fertility. Moringa trees are heavy feeders and require rich, well-draining soil to grow well. Incorporate compost and other organic matter into the soil to improve its fertility and nutrient content. Add biostimulant powder and extract every 15 days to build structure and moisture retention. 5. Prune moringa trees regularly. Pruning is essential to maintaining healthy moringa trees and reducing pests and diseases. Remove any dead or damaged branches and prune back the tree to control its size and shape. Harvest the trees in increments, pop tops, then allow the branches to regrow and pop tops all throughout the growing season. Then, cut back even lower once the season is over. 6. Use mulch. Mulch around the base of the moringa trees to retain soil moisture and suppress weed growth. Reapply a layer of mulch each year. This will also help to conserve soil nutrients and improve soil fertility. It will reduce the amount of weeds growing around the moringa trees. 7. Control pests and diseases. Monitor your food forest regularly for pests and diseases that can affect the health of your moringa trees and other plants. Use organic pest control methods whenever possible to avoid introducing harmful chemicals into the ecosystem. Diatomaceous earth is helpful in dry conditions. While biostimulant acts as a natural pesticide because of the anti-parasitic properties found in moringa, when the extract is sprayed on leaves, it prevents pests from eating them and living in the branches. Incorporating moringa trees into a food forest or farm can be a great way to improve soil fertility, provide shade, and produce highly nutritious food. By following these steps, you can successfully manage your moringa trees with the other plants in your food forest, garden, or farm, and create a sustainable and healthy source of food for yourself and future generations. Site considerations. While your moringa alley cropping system is getting established, there are a number of management needs to consider. You'll want to make sure the moringa trees are protected from animals. Install fencing or other mechanisms to protect tree seedlings from animals grazing and or browsing. A technique I have utilized is building a 10x10 pergola and fencing in with a gate. Cover the top with clear corrugated plastic, and it's a great place to incubate moringa trees. You'll want to figure out how you're going to manage the weed control. During the initial years, the weeds can be out of control until your moringa trees and other fruit trees reach adequate size to survive on their own. Grass and weeds may take over. Sometimes nursery ground cover can be helpful, but more environmentally friendly weed suppressant is a layer of mulch over cardboard boxes or thick cardboard paper. A weed torch is also very handy. Consider that in order to get your food forest established on depleted soils, you may need to invest in fertilizers. Get savvy with fertilizer types, application, and get your soil tested to know what your analysis looks like. Soil tests indicate the need for certain minerals. Find out what's missing and how you may need to adjust the pH with a soil test. What is the soil testing for? To grow moringa, you'll want a heavy metal soil test. There are other tests that will provide the pH, local extension office, and also other tests that will analyze the mineral and vitamin content. Each are separate and may need to be done at separate labs. Be prepared to perform regular inspections of your crops. You'll want to be looking for discoloration in the leaves and drumsticks. Look for unusual amount of insects and discolorations that might be from diseases. Along with the inspection, which is really a daily walkabout, use the Integrated Pest Management (IPM) practices to help notice any issues that might arise. During the walkabout, be prepared to inspection, trim, and machete the trees and shrubs for any inclement damages, along with corrective pruning if needed. There is a special technique to learn when growing many different trees in close proximity. Root pruning is used to reduce root competition between trees and crops. As the alley cropping system grows, tree and shrub forms will change, potentially affecting alley width and shade. Changes occur below ground as well, with the potential for root competition developing between the rows and the alleys. Root pruning, which involves subsoil ripping at the outer edge of the tree canopy during tree development, may reduce root competition. Or practice removing every other tree as time goes on. They will crowd each other and need to be thinned. As a grower, be prepared for change and make fast decisions that will play out over a long period of time. You will make better decisions as you make more of them. You may shift crops that are grown in the alley to those more suited to new alley width and shade levels. While understanding markets for unfamiliar crops can be challenging, the ability to shift crops may also provide an opportunity to take advantage of new markets, such as moringa. Some moringa growers even use alley cropping as an intermediate step in creating another agroforestry system. For example, a moringa grower could take open cropland or a field with windbreaks and plant moringa trees in rows to create an alley cropping system. During this period, the grower would get income from both the alley crop and the tree crop. In time, the trees will grow larger and the system could be used for drumsticks. But all while the drumstick trees were growing, the alley crop was making cash at the market. Chapter 8.5 Moringa Nursery Management. I started my plant nursery business in 2013 before knowing moringa was going to be my #1 plant. After planting a seed for the first time, I knew that having any plant in a pot was a smart way to make extra income. I began accumulating as many empty pots and unwanted plants as possible. I learned that in order to make a business out of plants, that I needed to get serious with only a small handful. That's when I began looking for my #1 plant to sell for income. After a day of working at a local plant nursery, I was gifted 80 moringa trees in pots. It was at that moment I knew this would be my #1 plant and take it to the moon. Moringa has everything. Plus, it's somewhat easy to manage in a pot. Starting a moringa tree nursery business can be a fulfilling and profitable venture, but it requires careful planning, attention to detail, and a willingness to learn. In this section, we will discuss what is involved in running a moringa tree nursery business, from the tools and equipment needed to the daily operations of the nursery. We will also explore the importance of incorporating regenerative practices into the production process, such as soil health, crop rotation, and organic pest control methods. Finally, we will delve into the process of sprouting and potting moringa seeds, as well as other revenue streams associated with a plant nursery business. Tools and equipment. To start a moringa tree nursery business, you will need a few essential tools and equipment. These include composted soil. High-quality potting soil with adequate drainage and nutrient content is essential for healthy moringa growth. Make your own or purchase by the truckload and have it delivered. 18 yards for about $500. Empty pots. Small pots for sprouting seeds, and larger pots for potting up seedlings as they grow. Find local seller and buy in bulk. Visit a plant nursery and ask for some empty pots. They throw away pots every day. Sprout moringa trees in biodegradable pellet pots, contains roots, and is easy to pot up in larger pots. Consider pulling trees out of the ground for customers over growing in pots. Saves on soil and pots, less plastic. The moringa trees can be planted at their new home, either in a pot or in the ground. Most customers don't have soil and pots readily available, so offer both options. Offer discount for trees without the pots. Shovels and gardening tools, essential for preparing soil, planting seeds, and maintaining the nursery. Good shovels, rakes, and various tools for moving lots of dirt like trailers, wheelbarrows, carts to put the pots on and move around, not to mention lots of little signs and organizational tools to keep your nursery clean. Irrigation system. Depending on the size of the nursery, an irrigation system may be necessary to ensure adequate water supply. Keep the trees in close proximity if you have to water them with a hose, but plan an irrigation design. Can you dig a trench and lay PVC pipe, or should the pipe be placed on top of the ground cover? There are a few different styles for irrigating, but one of the best techniques I have learned for sprouting moringa trees is to water them using the wicking method. If they are in small pots, they can be dunked in a tub of biostimulant solution for a few minutes. The water and nutrients will wick up from below. For larger trees, avoid watering from above, getting the leaves wet. Sometimes in a pot, the moringa tree may like it drier, but it's difficult to measure accurately how to water sometimes because the pot can get really hot and dry really fast. Something to make sure of is not overwatering or a leak somewhere that could cause flooding or root rot. Daily operations. Running a moringa tree nursery business involves daily operations that are crucial to the success of the business. These include moringa tree care. Regular watering, fertilization, pruning, and pest management are essential for healthy moringa growth. Seedling management, sprouting thousands of seeds at one time in small pots, then potting them up into larger pots as they grow. Follow your ABCs to nursery life. Always be seeding. Record keeping. Keeping detailed records of plant growth, inventory, and sales is essential for tracking progress and making informed business decisions. Get really good at Excel and install Google Docs on your phone to record findings in the field and how much is being made. It's important to know how much it costs to run the operation so that you know what to charge for trees, seeds, and materials. Regenerative practices. Incorporating regenerative practices into the production process can help reduce costs, increase yields, and improve the overall health of the moringa trees. These practices include soil health. Using composted soil to cover crops can improve soil health and reduce the need for chemical fertilizers. Feed the soil biostimulant in powder form and spray the trees with the extract every 15 days. Pot rotation. Rotating pots can help break disease and pest cycles and improve soil health for the trees that have been in a pot for a year. Every year, shake out all the pots and redo all the pots that are remaining in your nursery. Most trees are getting bigger, so they need to go in a bigger pot anyways. Organic pest control methods. Using beneficial insects like ladybugs can reduce aphids and flies. Practicing pot rotation disrupts larval patterns, and irrigation maintenance tracks any leaks or dry spots, reducing stress and the need for as much or if any harmful pesticides and chemicals. The better quality soil with the use of biostimulant will keep all systems in balance without the need for pesticides. Moringa tree cost and revenue streams. Is growing moringa profitable? The cost of starting a moringa tree business can vary depending on factors such as location and scale of your operation. Start small and get to know the moringa tree. It could take 1 to 2 years before getting some momentum. It will take that long for the trees to mature and sell for $100 a piece. A moringa tree nursery can also have additional revenue streams beyond just selling trees. These can include soil and tools. Selling high-quality soil and gardening tools can provide an additional revenue stream for the nursery. Even if your plant nursery is mostly online, shipping moringa trees in the mail, upsell your customers' garden accessories. Installation and maintenance. Offering installation and maintenance services for moringa trees can provide a source of income beyond just selling trees. Most people who want to grow a moringa need help planting the tree, and also yearly maintenance and harvesting. The upsell for yearly maintenance with a subscription plan can assure recurring revenue. In conclusion, managing a moringa tree nursery business can be a rewarding and profitable venture when done correctly. It requires careful planning, attention to detail, and a willingness to learn and adapt. By incorporating regenerative practices into the production process and exploring other revenue streams beyond just selling trees, it's possible to build a successful and sustainable moringa nursery business. Chapter 8.6, Moringa Harvesting Schedule. Follow this moringa harvesting schedule for maximum production. You can maximize the yield and quality of your harvests throughout the year, ensuring a steady supply of nutritious moringa leaves and drumsticks. Remember to adjust the timings based on local weather patterns and specific conditions. Harvesting allows you to care for the trees up close and personal. It gives them attention and allows you to catch any stresses or problems. The best farmers are outstanding in their field. You do not have to follow these instructions exactly to get fantastic results. Remember, this tree is the fastest growing tree in the world. Some of the techniques mentioned in the harvesting schedule is for a commercial farm with highly productive trees for a purpose. To make a living from moringa, you'll want to harvest trees consistently, creating more material for potential sales. You don't need to harvest the trees all the way back if you don't want. Only take one branch at a time if the tree is calling you to do so. Take your time and make clean cuts. Don't leave any branch jagged or with torn bark exposing the soft wood. You don't have to harvest a large portion of the tree at one time either. It will go into shock if many cuts are made at once. There are many methods and styles for harvesting a tree. You might have seen a crepe myrtle tree near a parking lot somewhere that was trimmed back. Don't perform crepe murder on the trees where you just level the tree at the same height each year. That will cause knotting and is not healthy for the trees at all. Instead, pace out the harvests, spread them out, increment your harvests so that your cuts go with the season at different heights. Harvest half the tree at a time. There is no cookie cutter way to take care of your moringa tree. The following harvesting schedule details how to achieve maximum leaf production in first 1-2 years. Once the tree is mature, you can transition to harvesting for drumstick production. Once your moringa tree has been well established in the ground for 1 to 2 years and has been harvested many times, it will only need to be trimmed back once a year for drumstick production. Harvest drumsticks before the rainy season, usually by June-July. Harvest the moringa trees short and keep the base of the tree with many branches to allow more production next year. In preparation for drumstick, harvest the trees short at the start of the season in Feb-March and allow them to grow without a harvest till rainy season. Don't leave drumsticks on trees once rains begin because they will form fungus, mold, and attract pests. If you are harvesting the tree for greens up until rainy season and the trees begin to form flowers in Aug-Sept, instead of harvesting for greens at that time, you could leave the tree alone and get a harvest of drumsticks within a few months before winter. If you do decide to not harvest and wait for drumsticks, you won't get greens, so prepare for not greens harvest. Have trees at young ages that you are grabbing greens from while the drumstick trees mature. Once the moringa flowers are pollinated and the tree produces drumsticks, it will begin to lose the leaves. It usually takes about 6 months from the last time it's harvested to grow out more branches and form a fully mature drumstick. Timing is everything with the rainy season, winter, and pollinator flow. After a hard cut, like one shown below, the tree will begin to sprout new branches within a few weeks and could have flowers forming within the month. Once you decide the mature tree is a drumstick harvesting tree, you'll only need to harvest and cut back once a year at the time of harvesting the drumsticks. If you are growing moringa trees for drumsticks, harvest the trees in first 1-2 years rigorously every month with the harvesting schedule. Then, once it has produced a few drumsticks and is well established, let the tree go full cycle without too much intervention. Starting from seed, sprout your moringa tree in a biodegradable pot. It's very easy to move and handle the trees in the self-contained little pellet pots. The skin of the pot is made from corn cellulose, and it is filled with peat moss. There are other types of biodegradable pots that don't use peat moss, which are better, but the small amount of peat moss in there does not affect the tree too much if you take some of the peat moss out and replace it with perlite. A little hack we have found to make these biodegradable pellet pots work much better is adding perlite. The peat moss pellet can be acidic for the moringa tree, and over time, if they become dried out, they can suffocate the moringa tree roots very easily. Keep the pellets moist and in shade, and the small trees can survive in these pots for up to a year, although I usually put them in a larger pot within 3 to 60 days. To hydrate the pellets, soak them in biostimulant so they have added nutrients. The peat moss is pasteurized and void of anything. The biostimulant helps the seeds sprout in the pellets with added soil supplements. Introduce the biostimulant solution while hydrating the pellets, so the soil has plenty of nutrients to sprout the seed more easily. Once the moringa seed sprouted, it will begin to form leaves, and that's when we can begin to enjoy them and eat them fresh. Eat the fresh leaves from a newly formed moringa tree. Within the first 30-45 days, you can make your first harvest. The most common way to keep your moringa trees short and bushy is to pop the top. The very top of the stem is where the moringa tree continues to grow taller. If the main lead stem is cut, it will regrow several new stems on lower branch attachments. If the top is popped below the first branch attachment on the young tree, then it will resprout new stems from the base. If the young seedling is trimmed above the first leaf attachment, it will resprout new stems from the branch attachment. There is a lateral bud that will form into a new stem. Keep trimming the main stem. Popping tops regularly will keep the trees short and bushy. You might pop tops several times before the tree starts to thicken and regrow multiple new stems. Feed them biostimulant to encourage new growth. The young trees can be trimmed and harvested at about 1 to 2 feet tall. This will help it to form wood faster. Once it has wood forming and the stem is getting thicker, usually forms wood in less than 6 months. Then it's ready to be placed in the ground and ready to begin its official harvesting journey. Now you can begin to form the look of the tree and structure the branches however you'd like. After the tree has formed wood and the stems are beginning to stretch, pop the top and cut the stem at a 45-degree angle. Cut the stem in the middle between the two branch attachments. The stem will begin to regrow new branches from the lateral buds. They'll grow into new stems. The main stem will begin to thicken and turn into a trunk. Each year, as the frost threats pass and temperatures start to rise in Plant City, Florida, it's time to gear up for a bountiful moringa harvest. Usually, the last frost is in March. In the image below, the sin wave on the graph showcases the temperature, indicating the arrival of spring. March marks the beginning of the growth season, making it an ideal time to harvest fresh moringa leaves packed with nutrients. Spring awakening, the perfect time to kickstart your moringa harvest. As the frost recedes and temperatures start to rise in Plant City, Florida, it's time to gear up for a bountiful moringa harvest. The sin wave graph showcases the upward trend in temperatures, indicating the arrival of spring. March marks the beginning of the growth season, making it an ideal time to harvest fresh moringa leaves packed with nutrients. Harvests 1 to 4. The last frost indicates the start of the season. By the time the weather has heated up, the trees are beginning to come back from dormancy. They will begin to stretch. Once the branches begin to stretch and get taller, spreading out from the trunk, begin to pop tops regularly. Keep the stems from getting too tall. If a harvested stem regrows only one new stem, keep popping the tops until 2 to 3 new stems are forming on the lower branch attachments. Then, once those new stems begin to grow and stretch, begin to pop those tops too. Once the tops are popped and the stems are beginning to bush out, you'll need to start removing some of the crowded stems towards the trunk. Remove any crowding in the center of the tree, any new stems that are forming and pointing towards the center, remove them from the trunk so the center of the tree is open and the tree begins to grow short and wide. During the spring, it's warm and dry. To help inspire the trees to grow more leaves, irrigate the moringa trees, or have at least a layer of oak mulch on the ground to provide some cooling, retain moisture in the soil. Harvests 5, 6. Summer splendor. Get ready for moringa. Drumstick delight. The sin wave graph shows the peak in temperature, growth rate, and precipitation indicating the arrival of summer. June brings abundant sunshine and warm weather, making it the perfect time to harvest moringa drumsticks. These elongated green pods are prized for their rich flavor and versatility in various culinary creations. A mature moringa tree can produce drumsticks from June if it was a mild winter, if the tree didn't get damaged too much and still have a big trunk at the end of winter. Sometimes the trunk dies completely, and the tree regrows all new stems and repeats the cycle. Harvest drumstick before the rains. Depending on what size they are, some can be used for curry, some can be used for soup, and others could produce viable seeds to grow new trees. Harvest 7. Fall into moringa bliss. Harvesting nutrient-packed moringa leaves. Description: as summer transitions into fall, the sin wave graph illustrates a gradual decrease in temperature. September is an excellent month to harvest moringa leaves at their nutritional peak. Packed with vitamins and minerals, these vibrant green leaves can be used in salads, smoothies, and other delicious recipes. This is a time when hurricanes can still damage the area. I bring trees back short in September to prevent them from falling over in high winds. Moringa roots can snap very easily. Harvest 8. The first chill, the end of a season, and prepping for winter. In November, it's time to cut back your moringa tree short to prepare it for the cold and dry season ahead. Pruning the tree back short helps it conserve energy and promotes healthy regrowth when spring arrives. Harvest before any drop in weather. Any frost or cold under 50 degrees could cause leaves to yellow. Harvest leaves before they turn yellow. The series of 3 photos below are from David the Good, an author and agriculturalist. These photos are from his website and blog, https://www.thesurvivalgardener.com. He trimmed the trees back short, wrapped them in chicken wire, and protected them with straw. This kept the frost from touching the stems, and when the straw was removed, the stems even had buds forming already for spring. Harvest 910. Rise into moringa power. The return of the moringa tree. Awaken your inner chai. The cold weather keeps the moringa trees from growing much. The short days and long nights don't produce much material. One thing that is important to do is try to keep the frost from touching the stems. You'll have a much faster return rate if the trees are protected over winter. Cover them with a bed sheet overnight if necessary. After the last frost, remove any dead or damaged stems. They will begin to fall off. Clean the trees up a little. If new shots begin forming, pop tops to inspire the tree to bush out early. Harvest weights. With all this talk of harvesting, let's calculate the amount of weight you can harvest from one moringa tree over its lifespan. From the time the moringa tree sprouts and provides leaves, it is harvestable. The first harvest may only be a few grams of wet leaves. The conversion to calculate the weight of wet leaf to dry leaf is 1 to 5. If the pile of wet moringa greens weighs 100 grain, once it is stripped from the branches, the dry weight will be about 20 grain. Whatever the wet weight is, divide that number by 5 to get the dry weight. In the first 30 days, the moringa seedling may only produce a few leaves. After a harvest or two, it may have sprouted new stems and could reach about 5 g in dry weight. After the tree has been harvested a few times and has wood on it, you may have accumulated about $50–100 worth of dried green in the first year. Then, after its first winter, the roots are much more established, and you can begin to get about 100 garglers of dried weight each harvest. Then, after the second winter and the tree is getting very established, it can produce about 1 kilo of dried greens each harvest, and it can be harvested several times throughout the year. By the third year, the moringa tree is producing about 5 kilos of greens a year. If a 1-acre property is planted an orchard of 500 moringa trees, that's possibly 5,000 kilograms of powder in 1 year. Chapter 8.7 Nutrient Management. Nutrient management is managing crop fertility inputs and other production practices for efficient crop growth and water quality protection. Nutrient management plans for site-specific situations minimize undesired environmental effects while optimizing farm profits and production. The great thing about moringa is that it can grow in depleted soils. It is very resilient and is a pioneer crop to help start farms and gardens that may have poor soil. Moringa will begin to protect the soil with fast shade, allow the microorganisms to live and thrive, less stressed and providing more bioactivity. Planning for nutrient management. Before planting moringa trees, the soil fertility status should be analyzed. Perform a heavy metal soil test and full laboratory testing of the nutrient profile. Determine at that time if the results state if the heavy metals are in a safe range. Moringa pulls out nutrients from the soil. The nutrient removal status of a moringa orchard are to be assessed. The same nutrients would be missing if the plot of moringa trees was not consistently fed. See what nutrients are available and assess the environmental risk of nutrient movement, with dust flying around due to lack of ground cover and also tilling. Record: anytime you apply nutrients is very important. The best and easiest way to prep your soil is to put biostimulant in powder form to strengthen the structure of the soil, then to spray the extract to activate the powder and feed the microorganisms, enzymes, and proteins, so that when it's time to plant moringa trees, they have everything they need already present in the soil. The biostimulant has zeatin, a natural plant hormone for fast growth. Biostimulant also has phosphorus to encourage root development and nitrogen to encourage leaf canopy growth. Adding fertilizer to your moringa trees will compound the efforts of the biostimulant and create a synergy of success. Generally, moringa trees can grow well without adding fertilizer very much. But if you are growing moringa for a living, the more you care for the well-being of the tree with proper nutrients, it will provide even more abundance. Manure or compost can be mixed with the soil or used to fill the planting pits. A common practice for commercial farmers is to dig a ring or trench about 6 inches from the trunk of the trees during the rainy season and filled with green leaves, manure, and ash. These trenches are then covered with soil. This approach is said to promote higher pod yields. Research done in India has also showed that applications of 7.5 kilo or farmyard manure and 0.37 kilo ammonium sulfate per tree can increase pod yields 3-folds. Fertilizer and irrigation are recommended for maximum productivity. Veggie compost. It refers to the food and waste material collected from the kitchen, yard, farm, town, or village surroundings and allowed to decompose for a considerable period of time. It is the product of plant and animal wastes with various additives. Composted soil consists of yard waste, small sticks, grass clippings, leaves, food waste. There's also vermicomposting with focus on the production of worms. Build a place to produce worms, make a shallow box from untreated wood. You can raise it off the ground or create a raised bed on the ground with borders to keep worms in place. Keep the worm box in the shade with a protective top, either a piece of wood like an old door or a tarp to keep in moisture. Make sure the bed has good drainage. Before filling the box with soil, add a layer of broken bricks at the bottom for draining water. Then add a layer of thick clay or silt and add a layer of sandy soil on top. This is called a vermi bed. Now, introduce several 100 earthworms for multiplication. Over this vermi bed, spread straw and sprinkle water periodically. Then, after 30 days, spread waste materials, food scraps, veggies, eggshells, etc., and cover it. Go on adding the waste twice a week till the bed is heaping and filled up. Now only stir the top portion above bricks and the clay to mix the vermi bed. Water up to 45 days and stop afterwards. Place small amounts of this vermicompost in the proximity of your fruit and veggie plants every season. Manure. The earthworms feed on the waste material and convert them into a dark brown/black color compost. It will take 60 days for the vermicompost to be ready. 2 guans 1 swamp 1 pit gives 500-750 kilograms compost. Generally, 2,000 kilograms acre is recommended. Moringa trees, 110 kilograms tree is recommended for annual vermicompost. Sheep and goat manure is also very good manure. Panning is, therefore, a common practice of ensuring the use of sheep and goat droppings in the fields. Sheep and goat manure contains 3% N, 1% P2O5, and 2% K2O. Fresh green leaf manure is the fresh plant material, which is plowed into the soil for the purpose of incorporating organic matter, thus supplying humus as well as the nutrients contained in the plant tissues. Generally, if a crop is grown and incorporated into the same field, it is referred to as green manuring, and same is known if the plant materials are brought from outside and applied to the field. Such crops includes legumes and non-legumes. Moringa is the best green leaf manure. Grow moringa on your farm to fertilize your moringa trees and all other plants on your farm as well. That's why it's such a great biostimulant. Biochar, a form of charcoal created through a process called pyrolysis, can also be beneficial for moringa tree growth. Biochar acts as a long-term soil amendment by improving water retention, nutrient retention, and microbial activity in the soil. To make biochar, burn plant material such as pruned branches or crop residues in a controlled environment with limited oxygen. Crush the resulting charcoal into small pieces and mix it into the soil around the moringa trees. Bamboo makes excellent biochar. Rock dust. Applying rock dust is another way to enhance the nutrient profile of the soil. Rock dust, derived from pulverized rocks, contains a wide range of minerals and trace elements that may be lacking in the soil. Sprinkle rock dust around the base of the moringa trees and gently work it into the soil. Over time, the minerals will become available to the roots, promoting healthy growth and nutrient uptake. Mushroom composting. In addition to the nutrient management strategies mentioned earlier, mushroom composting can also play a significant role in enhancing the nutrient profile of the soil for growing moringa trees. Mushroom compost, also known as spent mushroom substrate or mushroom soil, is a byproduct of the mushroom cultivation process. It is rich in organic matter and essential nutrients, making it a valuable resource for improving soil fertility. To incorporate mushroom compost into your nutrient management plan, start by sourcing fresh or aged mushrooms from anywhere and put them into your soil. Find some mushroom compost from other local growers to get a mycelium chunk to start to your own. It's like a SCOBY for kombucha or sourdough starter. Once you have the mother, it will continue to make more for you. Ensure that the base soil compost that you're putting the mushrooms in is fully decomposed and free from any contaminants. You don't want too much competition from other fungi. After 60 days of inoculating your compost with mushrooms, spread a layer of mushroom compost around the base of the moringa trees, taking care to avoid direct contact with the trunk to prevent potential rot or disease. The easiest way is to just chop up some mushrooms and sprinkle them around the base of the moringa tree. That works just as effectively. Mushroom compost acts as a slow-release fertilizer, gradually releasing nutrients into the soil as it breaks down. It enhances soil structure, improves moisture retention, and fosters a favorable environment for beneficial soil microorganisms. The mushroom compost also provides a boost of organic matter, contributing to overall soil health and nutrient availability for the moringa trees. It's important to note that mushroom compost may have a slightly alkaline pH due to the mushroom cultivation process. While moringa trees generally prefer a slightly acidic to neutral pH range, the alkaline nature of mushroom compost should not pose significant concerns. However, it's advisable to periodically monitor the pH levels of the soil and make any necessary adjustments to maintain optimal growing conditions for the moringa trees. By incorporating mushroom composting into your nutrient management approach, you can further enrich the soil with organic matter and essential nutrients, promoting the healthy growth and productivity of your moringa trees. Remember to consider the specific needs of your trees. Regularly monitor soil conditions and adapt your nutrient management practices as required to support the overall health and vigor of the moringa operation. Chapter 9.1 Moringa Greenhouse Design. In the world of moringa cultivation, greenhouse design plays a crucial role in providing an optimal environment for growing healthy and robust moringa seedlings. This section will explore various aspects of greenhouse construction, design, and materials, with a focus on repurposed materials for cost effectiveness and sustainability. It will also highlight the importance of airflow and the utilization of fans for proper ventilation. Additionally, the greenhouse design will be tailored to meet the specific requirements of growing moringa seedlings in a warm, semi-tropical climate. The greenhouse allows you to control the environment and grow moringa outside of the recommended seasons and zones. Grow moringa all year in northern climates with a greenhouse. At first, I failed many times at growing moringa and sprouting moringa seeds. I could not get them to sprout and couldn't keep the trees alive long enough for them to form bark. Even still, many years into my moringa journey, I am constantly learning more tricks to grow them even more efficiently and safely. Thankfully, I can share some of the tips, tricks, techniques, challenges, and successes I've experienced throughout the years of growing moringa with the help of a greenhouse. While attending USF for architecture, I wanted to learn more about growing plants and start a plant nursery after college. Even though I wanted to be a practicing architect, my post-curricular goal was to learn more about nature and to become a farmer. Then, after a few years, I could combine the two professions and open an architecture firm that designs and builds turnkey farms, shadecloth style. During my quest to learn more about plants, I was able to pick up an internship at a local plant nursery. They gave me 80 moringa trees in pots and a space in the back of their nursery to practice and grow some of my own plants. They gave me some extra materials, tables, shade cloth, and poles. They taught me if I wanted to be a successful grower, the first thing to set up is a greenhouse. So I put this space together, pictured below, and began learning how to take care of plants here, constructed from donated extra materials. For study, I had to incorporate the tectonic features of Mies van der Rohe and a rooftop likeness to Daniel Libeskind, two of my favorite architects. Figure 9.1, Moringa Shade House Design. This greenhouse was still too open to the elements, and I suffered several moringa tree losses the first year. This location was in too much shade in the back of the nursery. The summer rains were too heavy on the little trees, and the cold completely wiped them out. I had to start over in a much smaller space to get a better feel for the trees and what they needed to last through the year. Either way, I was not about to give up. When constructing a greenhouse for growing moringa seedlings, there are several key considerations. The structure should be sturdy, durable, and capable of withstanding environmental factors such as wind, rain, and potential pests. Assorted designs, including hoop houses, huts, or custom-built structures like the one pictured above, can be used based on available space and budget. Add upon this design to make it better. In terms of materials, repurposed or reused options can be utilized to minimize costs and reduce environmental impact. For example, salvaged PVC pipes, aluminum poles, wood, cattle fencing, chicken wire, ground cover, shade cloth, plastic covering, windows, glass panels, or fans. All of these materials can be repurposed for the greenhouse construction, allowing ample sunlight penetration and aeration. Recycled PVC pipes or reclaimed lumber can be used for framing, ensuring structural integrity. By employing creative and sustainable materials, you can reduce both financial and ecological burdens. Tiny space. After my first initial nursery greenhouse space failed, I downsized to a small townhouse backyard. This is where I was able to hone the feel for temperatures and control the environment a little more. This is where I began to understand what caused the leaves to turn yellow and what made them stretch tall and lose their leaves. The raised beds and herb wall was made from pallets, and the moringa really loved being around other plants. This space allowed me to prepare for attending the farmer's market selling moringa trees in pots. Building soil and creating an ideal environment for moringa, protected from the elements, allowed me to create a revenue stream from moringa and other plants as well. It worked well for 2 years at this location, then I found more space. Along the house, I moved into a single-family house in Tampa Heights and began managing and hosting an Airbnb operation. The position called for a live-in-garden farmer to steward the property and host a retreat-style Airbnb. The position allowed me to start from nothing in a typical suburban backyard with no infrastructure. It was patchy grass and sand. The first action item was to construct a small greenhouse. I decided to utilize the side of the house as a support structure and heat protector. Using PVC pipes, fans, plastic, tables, and cinder blocks, I was able to construct a cheap and easy greenhouse to protect the baby moringa trees from the cold. The sides rolled down on really cold nights. The greenhouse along the house was a test of airflow and temperature control. 2. Importance of airflow and ventilation. Proper airflow and ventilation are critical in maintaining a healthy greenhouse environment. Adequate ventilation prevents excessive heat, humidity, and disease buildup. Installing fans strategically throughout the greenhouse helps promote air circulation, preventing stagnant air and reducing the risk of fungal diseases. Ventilation can be achieved through vents, louvers, or roll-up sidewalls, allowing control over temperature and humidity levels. 3. House temperature regulation. To ensure consistent temperature regulation, incorporating a greenhouse near the house will function as a heat sink, especially in a temperate or semi-tropical climate. In larger greenhouses, utilizing an old jacuzzi or large tub filled with water acts as a heat sink and helps to absorb excess heat during summer and releases it gradually during colder months. These natural temperature regulation tips help maintain an optimal growing environment for moringa seedlings throughout the year. 4. Greenhouse sizes and design systems. Greenhouse design can vary in size and complexity depending on the scale of operations. Here are a few examples. Small hobby greenhouse, ideal for home gardeners or small-scale operations. It can range from 8x10 to 12x16. It provides a controlled environment for starting moringa seedlings. Medium-sized greenhouse, suited for small to medium commercial growers, it can range from 20x30 to 30x60s. This size accommodates more seedlings and allows for expanded production capacity. Large commercial greenhouse, designed for extensive moringa production, it can span up to $100 or more. This size provides ample space for seedling production and cultivation of larger moringa trees. Along the fence, I added some 4x4 posts along the inside of the fence to use as support for this fence greenhouse. I was able to sell a lot of moringa trees at the farmer's market this way. The plastic rolled over the sides to protect them during extreme cold and rainy conditions. The nursery tables were elevated by 2 vertical cinder blocks. This fence greenhouse had overheat spray nozzles. They were still making the moringa leaves yellow. In the next iteration of greenhouse design, I perfected the moringa greenhouse method of growing. With the help of biostimulant fans and the wicking method, the moringa trees now have green leaves and lifelong to plant in the ground or ship in pots across the country. The PVC greenhouse has stood the test of time. It has been through 3 tropical storms. The yellowing on the plastic is from the well water, it has iron, but it does not hurt the plants. This location and scale greenhouse needed to have power for large fans. Further items to consider when designing your greenhouse. 5. Power source and energy options. The greenhouse design must consider a reliable power source for various systems, including ventilation, heating, and lighting. Assessing the availability of electricity, it is crucial to explore alternative energy options such as solar, wind, hydro, or gas to minimize reliance on the grid and reduce operating costs. Incorporating renewable energy sources aligns with sustainable practices and can enhance the long-term viability of the greenhouse. 6. Greenhouse systems. Greenhouse design involves several systems working together to create an optimal environment for moringa seedling growth. These systems may include wicking irrigation system, providing controlled watering through drip irrigation or misting systems. When growing moringa in a greenhouse, utilize the wicking method and water from below. Do not water moringa trees in the greenhouse from above. It will promote fungus and mold, and the leaves will yellow fast. Instead, get a tub and fill it with water and a few ounces of biostimulant. Soak the biodegradable pellet pots and plant the moringa seeds in the hydrated and nutrified pots. Each time you water the seedlings, dunk them in the tub with the solution. Water as needed, do not let them dry out too much. Heating system. Utilizing heating elements or radiant heat to maintain warm temperatures in colder months. Position the greenhouse in full sun in the low winter sun. Lighting system, supplementing natural with the plastic, add shade cloth to help keep cool in the summer. Ventilation. The walls are raised and the doors are large. The interior framing allows for the plastic to be rolled up and the tables are raised to allow cross ventilation. The doors are kept open for breezeway. The PVC greenhouse is a cheap and easy greenhouse that can be constructed in a day. Here is a perspective drawing of the greenhouse. It is constructed from simple materials that you can purchase at any hardware store. Included below are further drawings on the plan and section of the PVC greenhouse. The materials are listed for a 60E long greenhouse, so adapt the material list for your size. Enjoy. Chapter 9.2 Moringa Residential Design. Moringa can be grown in a pot on a balcony for personal use, and it can also be grown outdoors in someone's residential backyard, or even commercially at a farm as a business for profit. It is an ancient superfood with several medicinal and industrial properties and uses. No part of the moringa tree is wasted, every part is valuable. Let us learn how to design your moringa tree space. In the following section, we will explore both general design strategies for residential and commercial spaces to help jumpstart your moringa operation. Your newfound interest of the moringa tree has turned into an obsession with all plants, nature, and the systems around us that makes life so beautiful. Residential design. I had the pleasure of becoming PDC certified for attending a 75-hour permaculture design course with Corinne Brennan from Grow Permaculture. After visiting her property, I was inspired to illustrate the beautiful showcase of plants and permaculture practices. There were several moringa trees and hundreds of plants that had been established for only 3 years before my arrival to the property. The drawing below shows the intricate design and plan Corinne put into place on this residential property in Clearwater, Falls. She named it the Hibiscus House. Site analysis. Begin with a brief general description of the site and its placement in the region. This includes a very brief description of orientation of site. Is the property north, south, east, or west facing? Where is the sunrise and sunset? Where is the southern sky? These are particularly important orientation techniques when first assessing a property. Then, take a note of the existing vegetation. Do you see any signs of existing water or standing water when it rains? Or do you notice if there is flooding? Or do you see high standing water signs on fencing and the exterior of the house? What is the composition of the soil? Grab a handful and play with the soil in your hands to get a better feel of the earth and your surroundings. Acquire the professional drawings of your property from the city or county, or generate a sketch of the location using Google Maps. Then, once you have something physical you can print out, place a piece of trace paper over top of your site plan. Then, draw a diagram of the site and how the main spatial features start to come together. Mark identifiable areas to be treated in detail later. Once you've sketched a diagram of your property, similar to the one above, take another piece of trace paper and start another sketch over top your blank site plan. With your newfound understanding of where general locations should be, let's begin to fill in even more details. Going through these motions will help you piece together the next level of understanding for the space. Next, you'll begin with making a vectors map. Remarkably similar to how Corrine decided how to design this property. Vectors. Once she walked the property and spent time determining the diagram, it's time to create a series of drawings that will define the vectors of the site. Vectors are the speed, volume, amplitude, and direction of a particular energy. For instance, properties are windier near the ocean. If your site is exposed to high winds, they can create havoc with greenhouses, roofing, and young trees. If you're near the water and the wind is coming mostly from an extremely specific location, that is a vector of speed with pinpointed volume and direction, which gives us predictions as designers. These winds can decimate plants if they are not protected or watered sufficiently. So, it's important to know these seasonal patterns. Wildlife. Documenting where the wildlife is coming from can assist you to create barriers if they harm your crops, or enticements if they are a help. Experience. Name out as many vectors as you can think of that could influence your property or another property with which you are familiar. Elevation. Flag the highest parts of the property and designate the low-lying areas of the property where water flow and flooding may occur. Sectors. On any new project, you'll need to walk the property and get an even better feel for the external energies coming onto the site. A sector map shows these locations on the site where external energies influence the site and where you would place elements based on the information you find from walking the property. For instance, see where the sun hits the yard, which would be the sun sector. You will also have a shade sector and partial shade sector. These sectors will change throughout the year as the seasons change, and it's important to know where the sun hits in winter in equinox, and in summer if you are in a climate zone where you can grow plants all or most of the year. Use sectors to place design components to manage incoming energy. Sectors are determined during this site assessment. The more thoroughly you document sectors, the more efficient your design will be, and the more energy you will be able to capture from your design. Sunlight. Determine where the shade will fall in the yard during winter solstice. Examples of sector influences include seasonal sun angles, shade, wind, hot, drying, salty, cold, dusty, rainfall, noise, such as a nearby freeway, air or water pollution or other toxicity coming onto the site, running water, swamp, or flooding, fire, views, utilities, sewer, neighbors, wildlife, corridors, access, traffic, pollen, and reflection from ponds. Wind. Wind often comes from different directions in different seasons. Know the patterns. Because of the lay of the land or buildings, you may have wind tunnels or open fields, and you will need to design windbreaks to protect the site. Rain can cause flooding, erosion, or other changes that will become a factor. Driveways and roads can be considered sectors, as these carry energy into and out of the system. Anything that might influence the design that is an external energy can be included. Rain. Know when it's dry and when or if it floods to plan for irrigation accordingly. When it rains is just as important as how much it rains. Some areas may have a high annual rainfall, but will have several weeks to months of little to no rainfall. You may need to store water, collect water from the roof, build a pond to store water and soak it into the local area slowly. Find out the direction of the water when it rains, and where are the high and low spots of the property. Work towards capturing the external energies. What do you do with sectors once you have them documented? Through the placement of elements, such as trees or earthworks, we can block unwanted incoming energy, channel the incoming energy for our intended use, and open the area to allow the incoming energy in. It is impossible to provide a sequence that will always be right and can be followed for each location, but we can nonetheless give you guidance on how to start and be efficient and effective in the time you spend. A superior design will use all of these tools. Design sequence. 1. Collect all data. What are your requirements for the project? Are there any existing maps from previous owner or the city, county, state? What are some local regulations you might need to know before walking the property? 2. Recognize. Use permaculture principles that fit specifically for that particular situation and can be applied to the problems. 3. Analyze. What are your problems with the property? What are the vectors? What are the sectors? 4. Design. Put the ideas down on paper and finalize the solutions in the form of drawings. Incorporate edges, patterning, increased functional relationships, and wrap it all together. 5. Check. Pinpoint all the details and look everything over to make sure this solution adequately meets your needs, takes care of all problems. Once you have covered everything, you can draft the report. 7. Apply. Implement your design and put your ideas in motion. Grab a shovel and begin making soil. Plant trees, dig swales, and not to mention watch, observe, and adjust. Of all the states, Florida has the highest annual temperature and can grow moringa with less inputs all year for maximum production. Florida is home to a wealth of native plants for the use in an average rural or urban home landscape. Native plants desirable for home use range from the spectacular southern magnolia to the miniature creeping vine of the partridge berry. The state has half of all the species of trees available in North America north of Mexico. So many of Florida's native plants are useful that the plant list included below is only a small fraction of plants that you can grow in companion with moringa trees. Included here is the list of only those with the greatest potential to use in your landscape in conjunction with moringa trees. Native plants are equally practical and attractive on rural and urban home grounds. You may already know and appreciate some native plants, but be unfamiliar with many others that could be used freely. Native plants are adapted to the climate and soil conditions of a given area and usually have fewer pest problems. Therefore, their use in landscaping can decrease maintenance. Some plants have specific growth requirements. Others thrive under a variety of climatic and soil conditions. You need to consider the native habitat of a plant and plan its use in a similar environment. Remember that Florida's native wild plants are protected under the Plant Protection Law. Under this law, both preservation and propagation are encouraged. It is against the law in Florida to destroy, injure, harvest, collect, pick, or remove any plants covered by the Plant Protection Law without prior written permission from the landowner or legal occupant of the land. Another Florida law specifically protects sea oats and sea grapes. It is against the law to dig up or remove these plants, whose growth helps prevent beach erosion. Some nurseries stock native plants. In the tables of native Florida plants included in the advanced certifications, plants are first grouped by type: ground covers, vines, shrubs, small trees, large trees, and palms. One common question is, how many moringa trees can I grow on 1 acre? If you've never grown moringa before, start small. Climate plays a key factor in your growing methods and the success of your operation. If you are new to a region or property, before planting anything, utilize the first rule of permaculture: observation. Then, once you've spent some time on the property learning the weather patterns, temperatures, and rainfall, determine where you can plant a small plot of moringa in full sun all year. Document your findings and record the significant dates and times major shifts in weather patterns once you know more about the site. Labor is the largest expense in a moringa farm operation and a crucial factor to keep in mind when starting a large operation. Scale based on skill and time. Determine how much time and labor it took to grow, harvest, and process a smaller plot of moringa trees so that you can be a more profitable commercial grower. Take good notes of important achievements, planting, sprouting, harvesting, temperature, and rainfall so that you can analyze your results the following year. Once you get more experienced growing moringa at a small scale, then take more of a commercial approach. Depending on your region, there are several different methods and styles to choose from. Most of the time, in warmer regions, growers can incorporate all 3 moringa growing methods in one system. The intensive, fedge, and orchard methods are used to describe the distance of each tree in relation to each other, as discussed further in this chapter. Incorporating all 3 styles into your system, especially in warmer climates, will allow growers to harvest fresh greens in the first 1 to 3 years for dried leaf and powder income, then phase into drumstick and seed production by year 3. This diagram shown in figure 8 to 7 is not a literal depiction of a farm operation or intercropping method. Instead, it is a graphical representation of the area a farmer can plant moringa. It might be more incorporated into the rows. This diagram is used to show comparison to other crops. A plot of moringa can also be introduced into your system. Each square represents 1 acre of land. In commercial settings, typically, a farmer will have many acres of one crop, usually in rows. When one plant is grown continuously in one place, it pulls the same profile of nutrients out of the soil as well, further depleting and straining the land. If it is continued to be farmed in that way, season after season, the crops will diminish and reduce the yields. That's why there is something called crop rotation, leaving the land empty, dusty, and move on approach. To help replenish soils, some farmers utilize the practice of seasonal planting, and in the off-season, plant nitrogen fixers. These off-season crops help replenish the soil, then at the end of the off-season, that nitrogen fixer is completely tilled back into the ground prior to replanting the next cash crop, acting like an organic compost additive. Some farmers will rotate crops, and seasonal cropping where after the season they'll harvest and sow sun hemp or beans to help replenish the soil using ground covers and nitrogen fixers. If a farmer were to grow moringa alongside their cash crops, either in another plot entirely or intercropped among the cash crops, whether every few rows or so, then the moringa can serve as a natural soil amendment using the chop and drop method or even harvesting the leaves to make a biostimulant that can be sprayed on the cash crops and the soil for added nutrients and to replenish the soil with microorganisms. I would highly recommend any farm to do this. Grow a plot of moringa trees and make a fermented plant juice out of the leaves, a foliar spray, and a soil amendment, and spray that on the cash crops. It can help increase yields of the other crops up to 40% more and replenish the soil at the same time. Grow moringa as a biostimulant that can be sprayed as a liquid or chopped and dropped on the soil as a powder. Moringa has the ability to restore depleted soils and help to increase the biology of your soil so that you can have higher yields on other crops. Growing moringa for biostimulant can be the soil amendment and nutrients needed to help make that 1 acre of tomatoes produce up to 40% more yields. Moringa row cropping. A row crop is a crop that can be planted in rows, wide enough to allow it to be tilled or otherwise cultivated by agricultural machinery. Machinery tailored for the seasonal activities of row crops. Such crops are sown by a tractor drilling or transplanting with a semi-automatic pulling mechanism rather than broadcasting or spreading. They are often grown close together in long rows, several trees wide. The distinction is significant in crop rotation strategies, where land is planted with row crops, commodity food grains, and sod-forming crops in a sequence meant to protect the quality of the soil while maximizing the soil's annual productivity. In Plant City, FL, the most popular row crop to grow is strawberries. In this farm pictured above in figure 8-8, Barry Murphy from Moringa Products USA was given permission by a strawberry farmer to plant moringa seeds in several unused rows next to his strawberries. The result is now a successful moringa intercropping cropping operation set to expand to 10,000 moringa trees on 1 acre. They plan to grow 5 acres of moringa this coming 2023 summer season, the time when strawberries are usually done for the season. This could be a way for farmers in Plant City and in several zones throughout the USA that can utilize their fields in the summer between crop seasons to plant moringa. During the growing season, the inter-row spaces are hoed 2 to 4 times, and the rows are weeded to conserve moisture and improve aeration. As a result, the soil's microbiological activity increases and mobilization of nutrients is intensified. Row crops are valuable precursors of spring grain crops, flax, and hemp. The beneficial effect of row crops extends to the second crop that can be planted in the same spots as the previous crop. Typically, the rows are completely tilled and flattened every year or every other year. Other examples of row crops include sunflower, potato, canola, dry bean, field pea, flax, safflower, buckwheat, cotton, maize, soybeans, and sugar beets. Moringa alley cropping. Moringa alley cropping is combining intercropping method and the forest enterprise method. The goal of the system is to be even more productive with more of a variety of material being produced by the moringa trees. There are rows of moringa trees for drumstick production in more of an orchard-style method, and in between the larger drumstick trees, create alleys within those spaces to plant smaller moringa trees can be grown as intensive method to produce greens within the first 45 days. The smaller moringa trees used in alley cropping usually are sown directly from seed into the field, while the larger trees are transplanted from pots then planted into place. Moringa alley cropping can be utilized by farmers who are transitioning from growing another crop to growing moringa.
It is the intermediary design before reaching the most desirable method for growing moringa, agroforestry system, discussed further in this section. Moringa alley cropping is an agricultural practice that places trees within commercial cropland systems. This system is sometimes called intercropping, especially in tropical areas. It is especially attractive to moringa growers because it produces more moringa material on the same acreage to improve whole farm yield. Growing a large amount of moringa in close proximity to each other can create significant benefits to producers and help them manage risk, but there are still some downfalls and limitations to only growing one crop, moringa, in the system. Alley cropping systems should be temporary and change over time. As moringa trees grow, they should be harvested and even removed to make room for larger moringa trees beginning to form, and also other crops and plants should be introduced over time to create a more resilient, biodiverse agroforestry system. Moringa alley cropping is still considered monocropping, which has serious downfalls over extended periods of time, depleting the soil, for example. Some farmers plan moringa alley cropping systems to provide additional functions that support and enhance other aspects of their operation. For example, a livestock producer might grow moringa in an alley cropping operation to supply their fodder with fresh moringa greens, use as bedding for chickens and ducks, or serve other needs for their livestock. Other types of farmers may want to produce moringa biomass for on-farm use as a biostimulant, as mentioned in Figure 8.7. Organic producers may choose moringa trees to replenish depleted soil conditions as a fermented plant juice and spray moringa leaves on their other crops. Like all systems, alley cropping systems should be considered as part of the whole farm operation. Moringa alley cropping design considerations. The location should be conducive to growing moringa trees, and other crops should be suited to the local soils, climate, and the site. The most important aspect of your operation is proper spacing for your purpose. Spacing should ensure accessibility for timely management activities, such as spraying, pruning, or harvesting. The size of available equipment used for the alley cropping will in part dictate the width of the alleys. You'll be operating something smaller, like a golf cart-sized vehicle, and can make the rows a little closer. Your area doesn't have good wind or circulation, so it may be good to make the alleys and rows a little further apart to create wind tunnels. Study the direction of wind to help decide the direction of your rows. Optimal tree row orientation depends on the specific location and alley width. Tree rows planted on contours or aligned in a keyline system can help reduce soil erosion. Turn your existing system into a moringa alley cropping operation if your other crops are failing. Moringa alley cropping can reduce wind and water erosion while improving pollinator and wildlife habitat. Introducing moringa into any existing system has potential for reduced incidence of pests and disease, while offering increased air quality and soil moisture with increased carbon sequestration and reduced nutrient leaching to groundwater. Some moringa alley cropping limitations compared with monoculture cropping systems is that alley cropping systems involve more complex pesticide application. There is more competition between trees for water and pulling the same nutrient profile from the soil. There are more skills needed to grow moringa as an orchard tree and also as a young sprout or seedling. There are challenges for equipment use, not to mention changing over or reseeding the alley moringa trees each season, while also harvesting and pruning larger trees before seasons change. The capital investment for initially sprouting the moringa trees and the time it takes for establishment can also be more costly than intercropping. Moringa alley cropping is also not a long-term solution for the space. Some economic considerations moringa producers should consider are the value of each moringa tree and the products each tree can make, as well as their primary markets. Alley cropping takes advantage of the beneficial space between larger moringa trees and time it takes for them to produce drumsticks. The younger alley moringa trees can produce fresh greens within 45 days from sprouting. As a result, the yields from growing two size moringa trees together can be greater than growing the same sized moringa tree. There can be many variations to this system. A farmer could replace a single row of their normal crop with an alley of smaller young moringa trees. Or, if the farmer already is growing small crops in an alley style or intercropping method as a monocrop, moringa trees can be planned and phased into the system over time. They can grow into larger orchard-style trees. Phasing will be discussed later in this chapter. There are a number of factors to consider when selecting a location for your moringa alley crop operation, including light requirements throughout the year, nutrient needs of moringa, and the possibility of increasing undesirable wildlife populations. Alley cropping systems, such as these, can create more complexities when it comes to some management activities, which we will discuss in Chapter 8. Moringa management. Moringa alley cropping can also be used to transition from other forms of perennial agriculture.
Alley cropping provides producers with an exciting way to improve the whole farm yield on their farms. Moringa alley cropping is increasingly being adopted by farmers in temperate areas. When normally summer is too hot to grow many crops, moringa can be added to existing systems to increase profits. Moringa trees desire hot temperatures and full sun. If your location gets colder in the winter, your system may have severe production variations with seasonal planting and harvesting. The smaller alley moringa trees are considered annual cropping, replanting the moringa seeds each year in the alleys, while the rows of larger moringa trees may be able to withstand colder temperatures and grow back after each frost as a perennial crop with some annual maintenance, harvesting, and pruning. You may need to replace any larger moringa trees that did not survive the colder temperatures. Moringa trees can adapt within their lifespan to withstand colder temperatures, but the thin bark and minimal cadmium layers prevent moringa from ever being a colder climate tree. Moringa trees have a strong response to light and crowding. For example, moringa trees planted in single rows with wide row spacing tend to grow branches outward into the middle of the rows, while a much closer spacing, they will grow upward and stretch taller with less leaves in response to limited light. Consequently, there is a trade-off between production levels of larger moringa trees and the amount of large moringa trees you have on 1 acre. Widely spaced trees planted in single rows favor drumstick production, while closely spaced trees planted in multiple rows favor high-quality green production. That is why, in the moringa alley cropping method, larger trees in rows are for drumstick production, while the smaller alley moringa trees are for green and biomass production. Producers also need to understand growth characteristics of juvenile moringa trees. Growth rates of moringa trees when they are young may conflict the space you give them, especially when you are planning a row of trees for drumstick production. But you might be starting the row as an alley crop or intensive method. Over time, the alley can be thinned and planned for specific trees to remain and become the orchard trees. If your purpose is not clearly defined for each tree and the way it will be utilized, the rows can be quickly overrun with weeds and prevent your moringa trees from producing much at all in the first year. One or more of the moringa trees in the alley may get too large and may dominate the alley, which would have a negative effect on the biomass of your other smaller moringa trees. That issue can easily be corrected if caught early with pruning or removal, but knowing what you want from each tree in its specific location reflects the productivity of your system. Moringa agroforestry. The combination of intercropping, alley cropping, and permaculture is known as moringa agroforestry, with the focus and aim of growing a highly productive moringa operation with the most natural methods, with the least amount of external inputs. Moringa agroforestry is highly profitable and a more natural system that encourages the use of trees, shrubs, herbs, ground covers, and grasses to flourish together. This method of commercial farming contributes to the highest level of carbon sequestration, or the removal of carbon dioxide, CO2, from the atmosphere, other than a natural forest. It is the exact opposite of industrial agriculture, which emits 25% of greenhouse gas emissions and encourages synthetic fertilizers, chemical herbicides, and petroleum-based pesticides. The benefits of moringa agroforestry is supported by many conservation programs and permaculturalists. Compared with other agriculture systems, moringa agroforestry can provide an increased economic diversity with higher amounts of moringa being produced, with a greater nutrient profile, along with the production of other crops. In the case of moringa agroforestry, larger moringa trees can produce drumsticks, seeds, cuttings, and younger, smaller moringa trees can produce greens and biomass at various times of the year, with a variety of moringa trees at different ages and sizes. There are many ways to begin incorporating moringa into existing operations. One of the best ways to introduce moringa into a functioning system is seeing how the local insects and animals interact from introducing it into the ecosystem. Consider growth in both height and width of trees and shrubs on either side of the moringas, as if they were already full grown. Think ahead. If you have the larger trees for drumsticks overshadowing the smaller moringa trees in the alleys, then they may get too much shade, wilt, and die. Managing the light for all the plants in your system is important. As the moringa trees grow larger, they will create more shade on the companion crops. To address this change, trees can be thinned, or crops can be planted that are more shade tolerant or have a complementary growing season with the trees. Some plants are contradictive to the prosperity and growth of your moringa trees, and they may not be a companion plant. Most notably, pine trees, palm trees, black walnut trees, pecan and eucalyptus trees, some types of grasses, and several other crops produce chemicals that inhibit the growth of moringa trees. Find out which plants are most susceptible to any allelopathic species under consideration and do not plant them near moringa. There can be a competition for space, water, and nutrients in the soil if you do not design your system properly. Try to choose plants that have root structures that are less likely to compete for valuable resources. Understand your goals for the system. Most producers have other goals beyond optimizing or maximizing income. Wildlife, ecosystem, and water quality are also common interests of producers. Moringa agroforestry is a way to diversify crop production and increase economic and environmental resilience. This approach to agriculture takes advantage of the interactions between moringa, trees, supplemental crops, shrubs. In between the diverse rows of moringa trees and other crops, young moringa trees can still be grown in the alleys, or even grow another crop entirely in the alleys. Chapter 9.4 Moringa Intensive Design. The intensive grow method is a highly efficient approach to moringa farming that aims to achieve maximum production and yield, particularly in the first year of cultivation. By implementing techniques such as creating raised rows of soil and planting a considerable number of moringa seeds per acre, this method maximizes biomass production in a brief period of time. This method involves creating raised rows of soil and planting a substantial number of moringa seeds, typically exceeding 100,000 seeds per acre. The following is a detailed description of the process. 4. Biostimulant. Once the rows of sticks, branches, and yard waste are covered and the composted soil is laid over top, add biostimulant powder, then spray the extract. The mounded rows are now ready to plant the moringa seeds. The rows are built up high and dry to ensure good drainage and prevent waterlogging. This elevation also helps create favorable root conditions for the moringa plants, allowing them to establish strong and healthy root systems. 7. Watering and irrigation. After planting the seeds, provide adequate water to facilitate germination and establishment. Proper irrigation is crucial for the successful establishment of the moringa seeds. Consistent moisture levels should be maintained to support germination and early growth. Depending on the climate and soil conditions, a drip irrigation system or regular self-watering practices may be employed to ensure sufficient hydration throughout the growing period. 9. Biomass production. The intensive method aims to achieve maximum biomass production in a brief period. As the moringa trees grow, they should be pruned regularly to encourage branching and increase overall biomass. This can be done by removing the growing tip or cutting back specific branches, promoting vigorous growth and abundant leaf production. Harvest fresh leaves within the first 30 days. It is worth noting that while the intensive grow method focuses on maximizing biomass production, it is important to strike a balance between productivity and sustainable farming practices. Care should be taken to ensure that soil health is maintained through regenerative practices, such as organic fertilization, cover cropping, and crop rotation, to support long-term productivity and environmental stewardship. In the wintertime, grow kale and lettuce on the same raised beds. Moringa is a great summer green to grow and expand your product line. In conclusion, the intensive grow method of moringa farming provides a systematic approach to achieving maximum production and yield in the first year. By creating raised rows, planting a substantial number of seeds per acre, and implementing proper irrigation and maintenance practices, moringa farmers can optimize biomass production and lay the foundation for a successful and productive moringa farm. Chapter 9.5 Moringa Fedge Design. A unique and practical way to utilize moringa trees is by planting them close together to form a living fence, also known as a moringa fedge. This approach combines the functionality of a fence with the added benefits of growing an edible and productive hedge. Moringa fedges can be established in rows or around the border of a property, offering numerous advantages such as wind protection, animal control, and abundant biomass production. The added density to your site will provide more income in a shorter amount of time. 2. Planting and design options. When establishing a moringa fedge, there are various planting and design options to consider. Rows of moringa trees can be planted close together, allowing for easy maintenance and harvesting. Alternatively, the fedge can be formed around the border of a property, acting as a natural and functional barrier. In an orchard design, creating paddocks of areas like this ensures fertility sequestration, windbreak, and an abundant amount of added biomass. An acre of 400 moringa trees could have an added 1,000 trees along the border to create a fedge. The greens are still edible, and the trees can be used for various purposes throughout the year. Wind barriers. The dense foliage of the moringa fedge acts as a natural windbreak, helping to reduce the impact of intense winds on surrounding areas. This can be particularly advantageous in windy regions or in locations where wind-sensitive crops or structures are present. Animal control. Moringa fedges can serve as effective deterrents for animals, providing a barrier between desired areas and potential intruders. The height and density of the fedge can help protect crops, gardens, or valuable plantings from browsing animals. Biomass production. The dense planting of moringa trees in a fedge provides an abundant source of biomass. Regular pruning of the fedge results in a continuous supply of moringa leaves, which can be harvested for culinary use, livestock feed, or nutrient-rich compost material. 5. Harvesting and utilization. Harvesting from a moringa fedge can be done on an ongoing basis. As the moringa trees grow, their leaves can be selectively harvested for culinary purposes, such as salads, smoothies, or as a nutrient-rich addition to various dishes. Additionally, the harvested leaves can be dried and ground into moringa powder or used as livestock feed. Chapter 9.6 Orchard Design. The goal of farming should be to get as close to nature as possible, while maintaining production and increasing profits in a commercial system, while also achieving a level of respect for nature, being honest to your customers, and maintaining a level of integrity for yourself and your neighbors as a responsible commercial grower. 1. Orchard layout and row. Preparation. To start, plan the layout of your moringa orchard. Spacing the trees 10 to 15 feet apart in a grid pattern allows for optimal sunlight exposure and efficient orchard management. Prior to planting, prepare the rows by tilling the soil and removing any weeds or debris. Ensure the soil is well drained and rich in organic matter to support healthy tree growth. Raise the level of your soil and put oak mulch down first. It can help to create more fertile soil. Add biostimulant powder and extract to increase microbial organisms. 4. Using all the material. Harvesting the leaves will produce several piles of branches and sticks. The moringa tree produces a lot of biomass. Using all the wasted material can help increase profits. For example, the wings from the seeds can be used to make paper. If it was sifted from the seeds, the operation has another form of income from the waste stream. 5. Labor costs and profit potential. Labor costs in a moringa orchard can vary depending on factors such as the size of the orchard, the number of trees, and the level of mechanization employed. Pruning, harvesting, and general maintenance tasks require a resolute workforce. Consider the costs associated with hiring skilled labor, equipment operation, and ongoing management practices. If you can plan to harvest the greens yourself, you'll be much more profitable. Profit potential. A 1-acre moringa orchard can be profitable, consisting of 300 to 400 mature trees. The profitability depends on several factors, including your market. What market do you want to be in? Human, plant, or animal? A little of all three? Knowing that you can market the same powder as human feed, animal feed, or plant feed is very advantageous to the industry. The market demand of your product will depend on your branding. Maintain a high price. Offer a premium product because it is local and handmade by you. Keep the production costs low with proper planning and design. The best way to profit is to build the soil first. Assess local market conditions. Developing a marketing strategy and establishing a reliable customer base are essential for maximizing profits. Additionally, incorporating value-added products such as wing paper, seed oil, capsules, and tea to your product line can further enhance the income potential. Walkable orchard. In a small space, 60x60e space, start getting a feel for the distancing that you'd like to create your orchard. The style below is best for the urban backyard. The pathways are small, and the trees stay very bushy and tight together. This is a walkable orchard. The entire ground can be layered with composted soil and mulch. In a mechanized moringa orchard, wider rows are designed to allow for the efficient movement of vehicles and machinery. This layout facilitates various orchard management tasks, including cultivation, irrigation, fertilization, and harvesting. The wider rows provide ample space for equipment to maneuver, reducing the risk of damage to the trees and optimizing operational efficiency. When planning a mechanized orchard, it is important to consider the dimensions of the vehicles and machinery that will be used. The width of the rows should accommodate the size of the equipment, allowing for comfortable passage without causing damage to the trees or hindering their growth. Wider rows ranging from 15 to 20 feet or more are ideal for mechanized operations. In a mechanized orchard, the trees can be staggered or offset from each other, allowing the branches stretch even more across the aisles. During the harvesting process, mechanized operations can significantly improve efficiency. Harvesting machinery, such as tree shakers or mechanical pruners, can navigate the wider rows and access the moringa trees with ease. This streamlines the harvest and reduces labor requirements, enabling higher productivity and cost effectiveness. In a mechanized orchard, the wider rows not only enhance operational efficiency, but also contribute to the overall management of the orchard. They provide ample space for monitoring tree health, conducting pest and disease management activities, and implementing general maintenance practices. Additionally, the increased airflow and sunlight penetration resulting from wider rows can positively impact the health and productivity of the moringa trees. Chapter 9.7 Moringa Phase Design. Phase planting is a strategic approach to establishing a regenerative moringa farm that allows for efficient land utilization and maximizes the growth and productivity of the moringa trees over time. It involves starting with a high density of moringa trees and gradually phasing out some of them as they grow larger, creating space for the remaining trees to thrive and reach their full potential. This will also allow you to earn a living from growing moringa in the first 30 days from sprouting. The trees will sprout and be ready for harvest in 30 days. Then you can sell the fresh greens or dry them for loose leaf or powder. The trees that are removed can be potted up or sold as tubers or young trees. Phase 1. Start the operation in the intensive method. Place each seed in a specific location with a furrow or evenly broadcast seeds on mound so that there is a scattered layer of seeds, about 1,000 seeds for every 2-3 SQFT. If you furrow, you can simply rake over. If you broadcast, you'll need to add a layer of soil over top, about 1/2 thick. Top off the raised beds with a thin layer of oak mulch and feed the beds biostimulant powder and extract. The seeds should sprout in 6 to 10 days if planted in the spring. Phase 2. The trees that are removed can be sold or relocated to a new space, ensuring minimal wastage and potential for additional revenue streams. This phase-out process needs to be executed thoughtfully, considering the vigor, health, and growth potential of individual trees. It is advisable to remove trees that exhibit slower growth, deformities, or diseases, while retaining the healthiest and most robust specimens. Pot up the trees removed and sell them individually as retail, or sell them without soil in bulk to a commercial grower. They can be shipped. After 3 to 6 months, the trees can be thinned and removed even more to leave a single row of trees at about 2 to 3 acres apart. These practices contribute to the overall sustainability and health of the moringa farm, fostering long-term productivity, environmental stewardship, and community well-being. Apply the biostimulant powder and extract every 15 days for faster growth and up to 40% more yields. Phase 4. Within the first year, your space can phase from an intensive operation to an orchard with these methods. During the entire year, you've been able to harvest greens and offer fresh products to local customers. This is the best way to establish your moringa orchard in the shortest amount of time. Phase 5. Continue to develop your property to its maximum potential. If you only have moringa trees and only harvest moringa from the property, it will begin to lack a certain profile of nutrients. Agroforestry is the ultimate agriculture method of growing food in a commercial system. After 1-2 years of getting the plot established and making money from it the entire time with moringa, now you can bring in young fruit trees and herbs that will have the protection of the canopy above and the mycelial network fungus and microbes established below in the soil. Phase farming, alternating a series of crops with a few years of perennial species, is one of the most promising innovations for controlling recharge in cropping areas. The system exploits the storage capacity of the deep subsoil, allowing it to fill during the cropping years and emptying it under the perennial. Your moringa growing journey will go through many distinct phases. Your moringa trees will never look exactly the same every year. They will continually be trimmed, pruned, and manicured for commercial production. Phase planting is a progression of utilizing different growing distances and harvesting methods from the time your moringa trees are young sprouts, producing greens through them, developing more flowers, bark, and turning into mature trees, developing seeds. The fastest way to make a living is from commercial moringa. Farming is the intensive and fed-row methods discussed further detail in following sections. Methods. Then, as your moringa trees age and the space between each tree increases, phase into growing your moringa trees to the orchard method to produce drumsticks and seeds by the 3rd year of growing. Tree and shrub options. Producers should think about the following questions when selecting tree or shrub species. How quickly will the tree or shrub grow? How soon will it be harvestable? Will the trees alter the soil pH? Does the tree or shrub fix nitrogen? How will this interact with the crop? Does the tree or shrub produce wildlife benefits? Succession in forest. The first step of succession is called the pioneer stage, and plants that grow in degraded, tough environments are called pioneer plants. Here is the sequence. 1. Weeds and nitrogen fixers. Short-term plants, tough, drought-tolerant, don't need much nutrition. Pioneer species 2. Larger weeds, small bushes, and brambles. 3. Larger berry bushes, small trees, more diversity. These plants shade out weeds. Stage 3 and 4 are very dynamic, prolific stages that are useful to mimic small-scale food systems. 4. Larger trees, shade-loving plants. 5. Climax Forest, Mature Trees, Stable Ecosystem. Chapter 9-8, Kendrick Henry Moringa Farm Design. Kendrick Henry Intensive Moringa Design. While utilizing the intensive grow method, I planted a single tree on the end cap of each raised bed. On the north side, I planted a moringa tree, and on the south side, I planted a fruit tree. Options for supplemental plants and trees are in the next section. With the specifications in the graphic below, I was able to plant about 3,000 to 5,000 seeds on each raised bed. Once they sprout, I begin to harvest the fresh greens within the first 30 days. I wash the greens, place them in containers, and take them to the farmer's market. Harvest every 30 to 60 days until wood forms on the trees. Then you can remove them, place them into pots, and sell them individually. You can also pull the young trees out at the end of the season and sell them as mature trees without soil. Place mature trees in a box and ship across the country. A. Raised beds. Prepare raised beds by loosening the soil and incorporating organic matter. This ensures good drainage and optimal root development. Build mounds to plant moringa seeds high and dry so they don't get flooded in summer rains. B. Broadcasting seeds. Plant moringa seeds using the broadcast method, scattering them evenly across the raised beds. For intensive cultivation, plant the seeds only 1 to 2 inches apart. This dense planting allows for close proximity, resulting in a carpet-like growth of microgreens. Sow the seeds after the last frost. Cover seeds lightly with 1 to 2 layer of composted soil and oak chips to avoid them from drying out. C. Watering and care. Ensure the raised beds are adequately watered to promote germination and growth. Maintain a consistent moisture level while avoiding waterlogging. Regularly monitor pests and diseases, implementing organic pest control methods when necessary. Keep seeds moist for 2 weeks until sprouting, then water as needed. Kendrick Henry Moringa Fedge Design. While utilizing the Fedge design, I planted moringa trees in an array pattern. I like to call it moringa rays of sunshine, radiating from a large oak tree on the property. The rows are about 3 to 4 wide. Take string and start from a spot on the oak tree and lay out the rays. Be creative and plant moringa trees about 1-2 apart in the moringa fedge design. Utilizing the staggered pattern, I planted a single moringa on the end caps to mature and grow into a seed and drumstick tree, while the fedge trees for a living fence lead towards to oak tree. The fedge trees can be started from seed or cuttings really easily. I raised the level of soil around the tree using oak mulch. The cuttings rooted easier that way. A. Plant spacing. Plant moringa trees a little further apart than the intensive method, 1 to 2 feet, to create a living fence. This spacing provides enough room for the trees to grow into a dense hedge while allowing adequate sunlight penetration. The rows are narrow and walkable without machinery or wheelbarrows. I stopped the rows as they got closer together and near the oak tree so that a push mower could fit through there. B. Soil preparation. Prepare the soil by raising it higher and incorporating organic matter, which will ensure proper drainage. Amend the soil with biostimulant, compost, or well-decomposed manure to provide the necessary nutrients for healthy tree growth. Then plant cuttings, seedlings, or transplants to start your fedge. C. Pruning and maintenance. Regular pruning is essential to maintain the desired height and density of the moringa fedge. Prune the trees to encourage branching and bushiness, ensuring they form a solid living fence. Remove any dead or damaged branches to maintain tree health. Kendrick Henry Moringa Orchard Design. This method of growing moringa is most well known around the world for commercial operations to produce greens, cuttings, seeds, and drumsticks. But my design is unique. It incorporates agroforestry systems approach to diversity and succession planting with layers, canopy, ground covers, pollinators, herbs, and berry plants. The alleys and raised beds are 12 wide, easy for machines and wind to pass through. The raised beds are divided into 4 wide sections, with a moringa tree spaced 10 apart in line and 4 over. Another line of moringa trees are planted in a staggered position, creating 2 dense lines of moringa trees on a single row. In between each moringa tree, a fruit tree, berry bush, or herbal plant is located to increase the product and yields of other fruits and veggies. The end caps are filled with pineapples, chaya, pollinators, flowers, and anything you like to bring in more wildlife and create a cohesive environment for people to experience. Plants to grow faster and healthier, and animals, insects to live and thrive organically. A. Plant spacing and raised beds. Space the moringa trees 10-15 feet apart within rows. This spacing allows sufficient room for each tree to grow and develop its canopy. Plant the trees on raised beds to improve drainage and prevent waterlogging. B. Alleyways and access. Design the rows and spacing of the moringa trees to allow for machinery and equipment to pass through the alleys. This facilitates easy access for maintenance, harvesting, and other farm operations. This also allows for wind tunnels to blow through and invigorate the trees, oxygenating the plants. C. Irrigation and fertilization. Implement an appropriate irrigation system to ensure adequate water supply for the trees. Consider drip irrigation or other efficient methods to optimize water usage. Regularly monitor soil fertility and provide necessary organic fertilizers to support healthy growth and maximize yields. By incorporating these design principles into your moringa farm, you can optimize space utilization, increase productivity, and establish efficient farming practices tailored to the specific needs of intensive microgreen production. Chapter 10.1 Moringa Greenhouse Design. Moringa seeds can sprout within 6 to 14 days. From the time they sprout, a root tuber begins to form. It takes about 30-60 days to form a sufficient sized root tuber that could be shipped in the mail. They can be completely pulled out and sent in a box without soil. The tubers allow the tree to maintain life and store energy. It will regrow a new stem and leaves within a few weeks from replanting. Moringa tree roots have tubers and a taproot. The trees can grow really fast. Within 1 to 2 years, a young moringa seedling can be turned into a mature moringa tree with a robust root system. The mature root tuber can also be pulled out of the ground or pot and shipped in the mail without soil. The box I use to ship mature moringa trees are the triangular tube boxes provided by the post office. The cuttings are best when they are larger than 2 in diameter. Moringa cuttings have the ability to regrow new roots. The roots form from the bark. Although it is more difficult to get a moringa tree to root from a cutting, the result can be a very fast-growing tree. The benefits of growing from a cutting is that it has the same genetic material as the parent and can go to seed much faster. The root system can be fully regrown on a bare cutting within 1 to 2 years. It is a good practice to sprout moringa cuttings before packaging. The customer will have a better experience and the cuttings will have a better success rate upon arrival. I like to stick a cutting in the ground, and when it begins to sprout, pull it out and cut it into smaller pieces and send all the pieces. A sprouted cutting may not have a fully formed root system, but there is some green growth happening on the bark. A stem may be about to emerge new greens. A cutting can be grown in several positions. Plant the cutting completely submerged, lay it flat, and cover a few inches in depth with soil. The new stem will emerge from the top end in a few weeks. Keep moist, a root system will form at the bottom. Another way to plant a moringa cutting is stick it straight up and down in a vertical position. Position the cutting in the same direction that it was cut. Roots will form from the bottom. Another useful technique is to plant the cutting at an angle. This seems to work really well. Submerge the cutting at least 6 deep to keep the bottom moist. If the roots form too deep and the cutting needs to be transplanted at a later date, that's alright. It will regrow anywhere it is relocated. Chapter 10.2 Moringa Harvesting Methods. Moringa trees are one of the fastest growing trees in the world. They can sprout within 6 to 14 days from a seed, and once the stem appears, several leaves will begin to show. While the little stems begin to grow taller, the lower branches will begin to fall off. The first set of leaves that grow out from the stem do not have a long lifespan. They are designed in nature to fall off and become replaced fast. You'll notice within the first 30 days, the first set of leaves will begin to yellow and fall off. Before the lower branches fall off or turn yellow, you can harvest the leaves and use them. Harvest young moringa tree sprouts in the first 30-45 days. This harvest is known as topping and will inspire the tree to sprout more branches, making your young moringa sprout short and bushy. You can grab a pair of scissors and cut the lower branches and leaves right off. Enjoy the leaves as a garnish to any meal. Topping is the first technique used to make a tree bushier. Utilize the topping to make a harvest. If you top the tree below the first set of leaves, then the young moringa tree will resprout a new stem from the root system, as shown in the bottom left corner of the image below. The remaining stem will die back, and a new stem will emerge from the root ball. If you top the moringa tree above the first set of leaves, then it will resprout 2 new stems at the place where the branches meet the stem. From that apex area of the stem and the branch is where new stems will emerge within a few weeks. As displayed inside the black circle in the bottom right of figure 10, once you've topped several trees and seen the results, you'll feel more comfortable in knowing that any time one of your trees begins to stretch and it gets too tall, you can use the topping method to keep the tree short and bushy. If you want the main tree trunk to split into 2 trunks, keep topping the tree low until you have 2 new stems that you like. Simply keep those 2 stems growing, remove any other stems, and make sure those are the only stems growing. Then, you can continue to top those stems, and over time, the trunk will get thicker and woodier, with 2 low splitting stems. Moringa is a soft wood and is one of the only trees that can be trimmed in these methods without life-threatening damage. Doing these types of harvesting methods on hardwood trees does not have the same result, because moringa is a tropical tree and has a special hormone known as zeatin in high levels. It has a fast rejuvenating capability. Within a few short weeks, a tree that has been lowered and cut back to a stump without any greens will be a short, bushy tree very soon. Trim moringa trees to any desirable height. They can be easily manicured and serve more purpose with some human intervention. Of course, a moringa tree can live a long and happy life without ever being trimmed or harvested. It knows what to do without us. But if we are going to plant the seed and eat from this tree, we might as well have it serve us the most. Good thing is that when you trim or harvest a moringa tree, it usually grows back even more, with ever more abundance with fresh leaves, drumsticks, seeds, and edible flowers. A large moringa tree that is too tall, or one that doesn't have a lot of greens, or the greens are just out of reach, one of the solutions can be to cut the tree down to 2-3 from the ground. This is a low cutback, it is severe and can cause the tree to go into shock, but the results are astonishing. The trunks will begin to sprout several new shoots within a few weeks. The tall, out-of-reach tree turns into a short, bushy tree. Pictured below is an example of a tall tree that was cut back low to the ground. Now, several months after cutting the tree low to the ground, it has sprouted back into a short, bushy tree. It's time to begin structuring the tree from scratch. The first step is to remove any of the lower branches, as seen in the middle image of Figure 10. You can see all the new stems, and even the old stem that was cut back low has died. Several new shoots are sprouting from the root ball. Since the stems are exposed, pull out and remove any stems that are crowding others. The end result in the image on the right shows the dead stem removed, and several shoots have been removed. The last step is to top all stems, but try to leave a few branches on, or at least one branch on each stem. That will help the tree to come back. With photosynthesis power in the leaves, we don't want to leave the tree without any leaves at all. Removing all leaves on a tree is not recommended. Always leaves a branch on each stem so that the tree can make a faster recovery. Since the leaves help the tree to absorb energy, they will need all the power to come back from the cuts and parts exposed in the harvest. The moringa tree has a short window in time that it is bushy. The best time to harvest is when the leaves are green and thick on the tree. This method of thinning and removing excess stems will also happen in higher tiers of the tree. As the moringa tree begins to grow back from this trim, the topped stems will begin to regrow several new shoots. The trick from this point is to remove the many new shoots that will sprout over the next few weeks and only keep 3 shoots per stem. This keeps the tree from crowing and allows light to penetrate the center of the tree, which is especially important in tropical climates when the trees are growing the fastest in wetter months. For example, anywhere a stem is trimmed, it will regrow several new shoots just below that cut. It's best to cut at a 45-degree angle so that water doesn't settle on top, causing rot. The post-harvest maintenance trick is to remove the crowded stems that have begun to grow back about 2 to 3 weeks after a harvest, and only keep about 3 new shoots per stem. Then, top the 3 remaining shoots to inspire them to resprout even more new stems. This will create an even bushier tree, and how you can create multiple tiers of successful new stems and shoots on a shorter tree. This is a creative process, and assure you that there is no mistake. You will begin to learn that year after year, each moringa tree will go through several periods of change and trimming. No moringa tree will look the same. Year after year, it goes through so many evolutions and changes with its soft wood and harvesting schedule. I like to keep the center of the moringa tree as open and clear as possible. When I remove excess stems and only keep 3 good ones, I usually only keep 3 that are on the outside of the stem, removing any stems that are facing the center of the tree. This makes the moringa tree even shorter with a wide structure. Have as much fun as possible trimming and pruning your moringa trees. Getting them to look how you want them is an amazing tool to know. We're always gaining more knowledge from nature. It is a gift that these trees can grow so fast. They can be trained and pruned to our liking. The best part about caring for moringa trees is being able to help them achieve greatness. They're already great on their own, but when someone makes them more productive through some of these harvesting techniques, they can reach newfound levels of abundance. The more branches a tree has, the more drumsticks and seeds it carry. Chapter 10:3. Stripping and washing moringa leaves. The process of stripping greens from the branches can be labor-intensive and time-consuming. If you harvest a large amount of moringa greens, it could take a couple of hours to separate the leaves from the branches. This process is called stripping greens. Do not pick the leaves off one by one. Instead, they can all be pulled off swiftly. Holding the base of the branch in one hand, hold the leaves downward. Then with the other hand, squeeze the branch and pull one hand down and the other hand up. This swift motion will cause the leaves to separate from the branches easily and quickly, leaving you with a pile of leaves without the sticks. There's still maybe some small sticks in the pile, but as long as you can separate the main skeleton of the branch from the leaves, that is success. If you don't have time to strip the greens, at least get them washed and then place them on the drying racks. The sticks will be harder to remove if it's not done first, but for time aspects, if you need to dry the greens before stripping, just know that separating sticks from the leaves after drying can still be done. It's just more difficult to get a cleaner stick-free, loose leaf for tea if greens are not stripped first. It is preferred to strip the greens from the stems first, wash, then rinse, and place the greens on the drying racks. The goal is to reduce the amount of sticks being dried so that there are little to no sticks in the dried loose greens. There's more work on the front end, stripping greens before washing, or there will be more work on the back end, removing sticks from the dried greens. If I leave the stems on the greens on the front end, then I have more work on the back end. If I spend more time and work stripping the greens first and getting the branches removed and cleared from the greens on the front end, then I have a lot less work to do on the back end in the processing for loose leaf and teas. I start the process of cleaning the moringa greens with 2 large bins and fill them full of water. As a cleaning agent, I put several tablespoons of aluminum-free baking soda in one of the large bins. That will be our washing bin. The other bin is filled with water only, and that will be the rinsing bin. Aluminum-free baking soda. It's antibacterial, antifungal, antimicrobial. It's a little bit gritty, so when you're washing leaves in there, it helps to pull off any dirt or excrement from lizards, birds, or other animals. The main point of washing is to get any pee or poop off the leaves, because that could cause E. coli. So, we're just going to dunk branches with the leaves in the baking soda water mix. Shake and aerate the water, then move them over to the rinsing bin. Shake and aerate further. Then, place the soaked moringa leaves on drying racks for several days. The racks need to be made from screens so that air can pass both sides of the leaf. Drying the moringa greens properly will ensure safety for consumption without the formation of mold and bacteria. Dry the greens as fast as possible in a humid-free room. What's really cool is that the moringa leaves are hydrophobic and they repel water. That means they also repel other excretions from the leaf itself, helping to keep the leaves even cleaner to eat. Stripping greens is a huge part of the process of growing moringa. It is a task that will be done quite regularly, so get yourself comfortable, have fun, get the family involved, and just kind of kick it together, and you'll spend hours stripping greens if done by hand. There are more automated options, which we will talk more in a more advanced certification manual. Potentially, you'll get up to the point where you have piles of greens to strip so that you have kilos worth of dried greens. Chapter 10:4 Drying Moringa Leaves and Flowers. The way that we dry is natural, and the goal is to maintain as much of the nutrition as possible. The reason why we're not cooking it in a dehydrator oven is because the temperature can get above 100 degrees Fahrenheit. We like to let the greens dry naturally over several days on screen racks in a dehumidifying room. Everything will be crispy dry within a few days, and they will be really green. There will be no mold or bacteria forming on the leaves if they are on the drying racks within 6 hours from harvesting. Otherwise, they will begin to mold and compost, losing nutritional value. When harvesting, separate the leaves and flowers. Dry them in separate places. They have different drying times. The flowers can be dried and used as a garnish on meals, and is most famous as its own moringa flower tea. The drumsticks need to be dried for several days before being opened. If you open a green drumstick and it's not dry yet, the seeds will still be light colored and will not darken. Allow the drumstick to dry before cracking open so that the seeds are darker in color once dried. The leaves should be drying with fans and dehumidifier in a small, spare room or closet. I used to believe the same as everybody else does when it comes to drying herbs and greens, so I bundled them at the base of the branches and hung them up to dry. We're all used to seeing herbs like hemp and other things, nostalgic images of herbalists hanging bundles of leaves in their home or outside on a hangline. Moringa is a little soft and sensitive to drying, so it just doesn't work like that. You've got to be able to spread the leaves out on screen racks with airflow on both sides of the leaf. If you're hanging in bundles, that inner bundled area is going to be black, moldy, powdery, and if you open it up and you're just going to get a waft of black mildew powder in your face that formed on the inside leaves, and that's why you don't want to hang in bundles. Plus, the branch is much more wet and takes longer to dry than the leaves. Keeping the leaves on the branches to dry on the bundle is going to keep the leaves wet longer because the branch takes longer to dry, which is more opportunity for mold to form. You'll want to dry your greens in their own room. Preferably not in an area that has consistent circulation of people. You'll want to have the greens drying on racks with no dust or particles in the air. If you can dry in a shed or a room outside of the house, it's better. There should be no animals or carpet in the room that you are drying. Another reason to have the greens drying in their own room is the possibility of small bugs and insects. It is good to have a bug zapper in the room to help catch any flying bugs and to reduce the larvae. Do not dry the leaves in the sun. They should be in a cool, dry, dark place to retain as much nutrients as possible. Dry the greens for no less than 4 or 5 days. Even if they are crispy on the outside, there is still moisture deeper in the cell walls, and to be extra safe, dry the leaves for 4 or 5 days, then package in vacuum-sealed bags right away so they don't reabsorb moisture. Once the leaves are dried and sifted, they are vacuum sealed in plastic bags and placed in the freezer for 72 hours before selling to further ensure there are no living organisms in the package. Tiny bugs can live in the flowers and the seeds. They are also in the drumsticks. If you bring your flowers and drumsticks to dry in the same room as your leaves, the bugs may contaminate the leaves. It's even better to separate the flowers and drumsticks from the leaves. They dry at different rates. You want to begin the drying process as fast as possible. From the time you harvest to time they are on the drying racks should be minimal. You don't want to let any material sit outside for any period of time. It will compost and mold fast. The moringa material begins to break down fast. Chapter 10.5 Moringa Loose Leaf, Tea and Extract. Once the leaves are dried, they can be packaged and sold as loose tea. Loose moringa tea is one of the most profitable and sustainable markets for moringa. If you decided to only produce and sell moringa tea, you'd be very successful with lots of demand. Believe it or not, it's a little more labor-intensive to produce a high-quality loose leaf than a powder because the powder can hide things like sticks and imperfections of the leaves like yellowing or spots. But the loose leaf shows everything and needs a little more attention. Producing high-quality loose leaf pays off in high demand and premium pricing. Let's talk about how to produce a high-quality moringa loose leaf. The best way to have high-quality moringa loose leaf starts before the drying process by stripping the greens from the branches when they are wet. If you decide to put the leaves in the dry room without stripping, there will be more tiny sticks after they are dry, in turn causing you to spend more time sifting on the back end. To reduce the sifting time once leaves are dry, it is good to get a fast process of stripping greens from the branches before drying, so that you can move through a pile of wet greens fairly quickly. The longer you sit stripping greens, the longer it takes them to get on the racks. You could spend 8 hours stripping tediously, or have more of a pace and know that you don't have to catch every little stick and have that same pile done in an hour. To strip the leaves off the branches quickly, grab a branch and with the other hand enclose the base of the branch with your thumb and forefinger and pull down with some force to allow the leaves to break away from the branch, leaving a pile of leaves without the branch. If you don't have time to strip greens before the drying process, there will be many sticks in the loose leaf, which is not as desirable and not as tasty as clean, stick-free loose leaf. Below, you can see a stainless steel screen with a wooden frame is placed over top a bin, and I'm sifting the loose leaf into smaller cuts while removing any small sticks. I will have to re-sift the batch several times to get the desirable cut size and to also remove as many sticks as possible. This is a tedious process and would recommend spending the time stripping the greens before drying if you are producing loose leaf. If you are producing powder, more sifting can be done after powder is made to remove larger sticks. Sifting the leaves will help to cut the leaves into tiny pieces, better for tea drinkers. Sifting can also help to separate any of the big sticks. When I say sticks, they're really small parts of the branches. The way I describe parts of the moringa tree, the main trunk grows and splits into stems. The stems are connected to the branches, the leaves are attached to the branches. Strip the leaves from the little sticks, stems on the branches. Moringa leaves are super nutritious. They hold minerals and vitamins. If dried at room temperature and not heated, they can retain even more value. They don't need to be put in the oven or a drying machine or even a freeze dryer. Just spread them out over a screen and put a fan on them. They'll be crispy in 24 hours and completely dried within 3 to 4 days. Performing this sifting process is cutting the leaves into a really nice tea leaf, which is really the best way to drink moringa leaves. This style is called sifted and cut. Using a sifter is helping to break down the leaves to where they're really fine. That allows the tea to darken in color and steep much faster. Steep moringa leaves in warm water for 5 minutes to make a refreshing moringa loose tea. Now that we have the loose leaf sifted and cleaned, it's time to seal it in vacuum bags to package and ship. We use the large vacuum seal bags and sealer. Each bag can fit about 500 grams of loose leaf. You don't want to have any sticks in your loose leaf because it could puncture the bag. If you are stripping the greens from the branches properly before drying, you're not going to have any big sticks or stems on the back end. When you're bagging up larger amounts, 250 grams or more, using the vacuum seal, you'll want to make sure that there's no sticks at all. For smaller packages, a baggie or pouch does not need to be vacuum sealed, but they should still be frozen for 3 days to eradicate any bugs or larvae. For the loose leaf before bagging, you want to spend more time sifting and making sure that it's really finely cut. Then, use the vacuum sealer to keep the leaves fresh as long as possible for the customer. The sealer machine has a button that can stop the sealing at any time. I usually press the button to stop it before it gets too sealed. Any small sticks can puncture the bag, and it doesn't need to crush the leaves into powder. The vacuum seal method is used to keep the oxygen in the bag at low levels, to reduce oxidation and keep the color, and to also help kill any living organisms. When you are about to seal the bag, put the tip of the bag down into the suction part and try to close the lid with the end of the bag down into the suction lip. Then press the button to stop the seal once all the air is out, then hit the seal button to apply the heat so that it can seal. One more step is to put all loose leaf bags in the freezer for 3 days, and from there you bring that out as if it has been irradiated without actually irradiating it. This way, all living organisms have been killed in the freezing temperatures. Moringa tea. Tea time is my favorite time of the day. I live off of moringa tea. I've lived off of moringa tea alone for many, many days, consuming only moringa tea. There was a time where I didn't even eat solid food or breakfast until about 1 in the afternoon. I would go to architecture school sometimes 5 to 6 in the morning, and I would just drink tea all morning. You'll need loose moringa leaves, preferably dried. Also, a large pot of water on the stove heating. Then, remove water from the heat once it's hot. Allow the water to cool, then pour 8 O's in a mug. Place the moringa leaves in a tea infuser and steep in the warm water for 5 minutes. Add honey and lemon to your liking. Use moringa leaves as a base for many types of teas. Add other herbs with moringa leaves to make it more flavorful and resonate with a particular season or day of the week. One of my favorite additions to moringa tea is adding mint leaves. It's called Moringa Plus Mint Tea. Moringa leaf extract. Steep loose moringa leaves in organic grapeseed alcohol to make a moringa leaf extract. It could be used to help regulate blood sugar and blood pressure. The purpose for making a consumable moringa leaf extract is to preserve the moringa nutrients in a digestible liquid form. The vehicle that extracts the nutrients from the moringa leaves and preserves them in a liquid form is the organic grapeseed alcohol. Fill a mason jar about 3-4 the way full of dried loose moringa leaves. Don't use wet moringa leaves because you don't want water to be in the mix yet. Water in the wet leaves could cause the batch to go bad. Take the mason jar almost filled with moringa loose leaf and fill it with the alcohol, making sure to cover the moringa leaves completely. You don't want moringa leaves to be above the alcohol. Put the lid on and shake the jar until all leaves are below the alcohol line. Add more if needed. Shake the alcohol and leaf solution periodically, making sure all leaves are below the alcohol line. After several weeks of steeping the leaves, you'll begin to see the alcohol turn completely dark green, almost black. After a few weeks, the alcohol is such a dark color, it'll be fully saturated with nutrients and minerals from the moringa leaves. I have even seen the leaves turn completely white clear because the alcohol pulled everything out of the leaves. Strain the leaves away from the mason jar so that only the dark alcohol remains. Add the dark colored alcohol, without any leaves, into a large glass bottle. Then, fill the bottle with distilled water. Dilute the alcohol with the distilled water about 5 to 6 times the amount of water to alcohol ratio. This is called a 1.5 ratio, 1 part alcohol solution to 5 parts water. Sometimes I have to dilute it 6 to 7 times because it can be strong. I don't want to taste the alcohol so much in the extract. That's why I also like using the organic grapeseed alcohol. It's much sweeter, and I love the taste of the final moringa leaf extract. I'll test each batch to taste with a dripper under the tongue. Add more distilled water if needed. Once the mixture is close to 5 times water, it becomes a little clearer. That's usually when I know to stop. Then, I'll taste and prepare for bottling. If you are taking any medications for blood sugars or blood pressure, talk to your doctor before using moringa leaf extract. There are other ways to make it without alcohol as well. I like to dilute the extract further by drinking a few drops in a glass of water, while it is also very effective directly under the tongue. Use as needed. Moringa leaf extract can help regulate blood sugar and blood pressure. If you take too much, it could lower your blood pressure and you may get a slight headache. I use the moringa leaf extract in small amounts. There's more blood rushing to your brain because moringa has been known to help with circulation. While the moringa leaf extract does not thin the blood, it does, however, helps to move the blood along, helping to remove clogged areas. But it could even cause a clog if you're not in a good health condition. Use it with caution. Moringa leaf extract is one of the fastest ways to absorb nutrient from moringa because but alcohol can be dangerous if used in high amounts. The moringa leaf extract is intended to be used as an herbal supplement and diluted to safe levels. Do not consume the moringa leaf extract alcohol without diluting first. It could cause damage to mouth, throat, and stomach. Chapter 10.6 Moringa powder and capsules. Moringa powder is one of the most popular ways to consume moringa leaves. It's such a versatile product to make. It can be sold as an ingredient in many foods for humans, animals, and plants. Moringa powder can be added to rice, making it instantly more nutritious with vitamins, minerals, and fiber. Moringa powder can be added to animal feed in pellet form, while it can also act as a biostimulant and placed directly on the ground in powder form to help feed any plant. The powder can also be placed inside a veggie capsule and taken as an herbal supplement. To make the powder, begin with dried loose moringa greens that have already been pre-sifted. If you find that you didn't have time to fully strip the greens before drying, and now you're having to sift the sticks out on the back end of the process, then you'll want to spend some time sifting out all the big sticks before making powder. The sifting done for making powder may not be as time-consuming as making loose leaf for tea. You still don't want big sticks going into your blender, so take some time to sift and get a nice-looking loose leaf without any big sticks or stems before tossing them in the blender. Use any kind of blender to make a moringa powder. Make sure the blender is brand new and has not been used with dairy products or anything else other than herbs. In order for the powder to store properly, you don't want oils and fats from an old blender with residue contaminating the powder before sealing and packaging. Once you are blending, blend very well. Use the pulse option if possible. Make sure the lid is on the blender with the mixing stick in place before turning it on. I like to use a Vitamix blender and put the center dial halfway, then turn on the right power nozzle. It usually kicks on at half speed, a low hum pace for the first initial leaves to get blended. After a few seconds and possibly agitating the leaves with the blender stick, it will turn to powder fairly quickly. Then you'll want to turn the Vitamix on high speed, flipping the lever on the left. Only leave on high for a few seconds. Keep the high speed on and make sure all leaves have been powdered, agitating the powder with the stick that comes with the Vitamix if needed to keep the powder flowing and completely moving around, spinning with the blender teeth. I don't like to blend on high for more than 5-10 seconds because it will get really hot. To avoid heat building up on longer powder sessions, I'll have 2 to 3 Vitamixes going so that none of them get too hot. Turn left nozzle back of, then turn right nozzle off and let the powder settle down for a second before opening the lid. Once the powder is made in the blender, there is only one more step before having the best moringa powder in the world. There are many sized filters, and I somehow hit the jackpot with this one because it catches so many little sticks, but still allows the powder to pass through in a fast enough time. Some micron filters may be too small and it takes forever. Some may be too big and allow too many little sticks to pass. See if you can get a set of different sized ones. Also, the actual size of the sifter is about 7s in diameter. With one blender full of loose leaf, that will make enough powder to fill this one sifter. The perfect amount. I don't like to put 2 blenders worth of powder in one sift. More of the sticks get through that way. I usually just do 1 blender amount per sift. I'll use the little sticks remaining after each sift by putting them in a separate bin and dumping them outside on my raised beds as a biostimulant. The result is amazing. If you can get your powder to look, feel, and smell like this, you've made the best thing next to gold. Think about the process getting to this point. Starting with a tree, harvesting the leaves, stripping the greens, drying them on screen racks for several days, then sifting sticks, blending, and finally sifting again to remove any small sticks, and you'll have a super high quality moringa powder. Someone asked, could you package up the sifted sticks, maybe sell it to put in soups and things? And I said, they have different properties, sticks, and the stems have different medicinal properties than the leaves. It's a lot harder to access minerals. Humans are not like a cow or goat's digestive system. The sticks and stems are good for farm animals as a feed additive. There's always something useful for moringa. The leaf is really where it's at, and that's why you want to sift out all the branches and all the sticks from the actual powder. During this process, to make it as clean as possible, making powder should be done in the cleanest of any condition. If you are making powder to sell at the farmer's market and making it in your home, it should not be done in any areas where there is carpet or animals in the house. If animals do live in the house, make powder in a small shed separate from the house with proper ventilation and cleanliness. Wear gloves at all times and make sure that you are washing and cleaning all of your equipment after every use. You really don't want to leave anything overnight out, have anything sit overnight or even the next day, or just continually use and have it cake on there, then come back to it a week later and then just keep using it. That's not clean and can attract dust and mold. For comparison, use the images and pricing on our website to get an idea of pricing and packaging options. We have 10G of powder for $10. The smaller packages are priced higher to allow reduced prices as a customer chooses more quantity. The 10G powders are in a 2x3 size plastic 1mm Ziploc baggie with a front and back label that can be printed at home. The next size up is 100 gram for $20, and that's in a biodegradable rice paper pouch with a label on the front and back. The 250 gram and 1 kilo's packages are in vacuum sealed bags to reduce oxidation. Both sizes come with labels on front and back. The front labels consist of the logo, the item size, and some additional information. The back labels include the supplement facts and values with a QR code to pull up more information about the package contents. Moringa capsules. Everyone has different body types, and some people might like to use more moringa than others. It's good to know the amount of moringa powder in a capsule to know how much to consume. I know an 85-year-old lady, and she takes up to 12 to 500 milliliters capsules a day. A 500 milliliters capsule means 2 capsules equals 1 gram, so she's taking about 6 grams of powder a day. A teaspoon is about 3 grams, so she's taking about 2 teaspoons, almost a tablespoon of powder. That's a good amount of protein and fiber. If someone is consuming that same amount in powder form each day, a 100-gram package is only going to last them 14 days or so. But if someone was to consume 2 to 3 capsules a day, then 100 capsules is about a month's supply, equaling about 50 grams of powder. This manual moringa capsule maker has been the most beneficial investment I have ever made on a piece of equipment. It makes 100 capsules at a time, which usually takes between 5 to 10 minutes to make them. There were other sized machines. For example, 300 milligallon is really popular for children and elderly, but I purchased the 500 milliliters option and have only offered that size. Start getting to know all the parts. This machine comes with several plexiglass pieces. Get to know each piece. Practice makes perfect. The first step is to watch several videos on how to operate this machine. They are on YouTube on many different channels. There are 4 things that you don't want to do when you're making capsules. You want to make sure that there's no carpet and no animals. So we ripped the carpet out of the house, and I only make capsules in the laboratory, a special room just for making powder and capsules. You'll want to make sure your clean room area has all metal surfaces and concrete or vinyl plastic flooring. Do not make powder or capsules in an area with animals. The next thing is also making sure that the air is clean. You'll want lots of circulation. Keep several fans in the room, clean them regularly, and also have a HEPA certified air filter rated for the size of the space. Lastly, make sure you yourself are also clean. Make sure you are wearing clean clothes and wearing gloves with your hair pulled back. Sometimes you might want to wear a mask because the dust particles really affect the air quality. This capsule maker is made from plexiglass, which I really love. I was able to get 3 of these for like $100. I got it as a kit on eBay. Of course, you could probably buy one for maybe $50-$60. So there's a couple of different parts included with the machine. You'll need to purchase the actual empty capsules from somewhere. I separated veggie capsules size 0 from Capsule Connection. The tops come separately from the bottoms. It's easy to fill the machine that way without having to separate them yourself. I usually start filling the small tops, shaking them into place and putting the lock piece over top so they don't fall out. Then, setting the top loader aside, grab the bottom filling piece and fill the empty veggie bottoms into place. The entire process of making capsules can take a few minutes, but is worth the process. It makes 100 capsules. Once the empty capsules are in their proper loader pieces, it's time to fill the empty bottoms with powder. With the guiding rail part in place, spread the powder around until all holes with the bottom veggie capsules are filled. I use the leveling tool that came with the capsule machine to push powder over any of the holes. Shake the loader to let the powder fill the holes completely. Then there's a heavy compressing part of the machine that you'll press the powder down into each hole, compressing the powder so that 500 milliliters can fit in each one. After compressing the powder in each hole with the compression piece, dump some more powder onto the loader and fill the holes fully. This will give you a full capsule. Once you've done that, take the top piece and press it into the bottom piece and you'll have finished 100 capsules. Of course, there's a little more to it, which is why a video tutorial is also good to watch. Once the bottoms and tops have been pressed together, they come out fairly easily from the machine. They'll be positioned in the piece that looks the one below. The capsules will pop right out of that plexiglass sheet into the packaging that you desire. The fastest and most convenient way to consume moringa powder is in a capsule form. If you are always on the go, moringa supplements can keep the body in motion. Moringa powder is anti-inflammatory and has lots of vitamins and minerals. I usually take about 2 to 3 capsules a day. Moringa supplements help boost energy levels. Protein intake and added fiber to my diet helps me to have more regular bowel movements. For packaging moringa supplements, there can be several options for packaging. Take a look at our shop website for reference. Keep your capsules in a cool and dry environment prevents them from absorbing moisture. Keeping them out of the sun will help keep their vibrant green color. The little baggies don't have a desiccant, a moisture absorbing pack. The 10-count capsules are simply in a 2x3 Ziploc baggie with a small label on the front with logo and size, with a logo on the back with supplement facts and warnings. The 100-count bottles are in 225cc plastic containers. Each has a cotton ball inside. The final touch on the capsule bottles are a PVC band around the seal to make it look brand new and never before opened. A PVC band is placed over the ring of the lid, and with a heat gun is shrink wrapped over the lid to have that brand new look. It's very important for professional looking packaging. The 500 capsule packaging goes back to a clearer pouch with silver backing. Put 2 bags together for a 1,000 capsule deal. A cotton ball is also added to each pouch for moisture absorption. The pricing for Moringa capsules can vary throughout the year and given your stock. They can be very time consuming to make. Consume Moringa supplements with at least 8 oz of warm water. Start in small amounts. Figure out what amount is good for you. We're all different. There may be times when your immune system may be compromised and you'll want to take more. There may be times when you don't take any at all, but might find yourself coming back to take a few here and there to maintain healthy levels of vitamins and minerals as a multivitamin. Chapter 10:7 Fresh Moringa, Drumsticks, and Greens. Moringa trees produce a vegetable seed pod known as the drumstick. Moringa is known as the drumstick tree around the world because the seed pod actually looks like a drumstick that is used to play the drums. Once the flower is pollinated, the seed pod begins to develop into a small green bean. In the image below, you can see the honeybee pollinating a moringa flower above, and the one below it has a young seed pod already forming. Once a moringa tree produces flowers becoming food for bees and is pollinated, the tree will no longer produce greens. The trees will only produce leaves or the drumsticks, not at the same time. Once pollinated, instead of putting energy into making leaves, the tree will begin to lose its leaves and start making seeds. Typically, trees that have pollinated flowers lose their leaves in preparation for seed production. It won't lose every leaf, but it won't be a full flush tree with drumsticks. Seeds take a lot of energy to produce, and the tree will conserve energy and only make one or the other. Mostly, all commercial moringa trees are from one of the 13 kinds of moringa, the Moringa oleifera. Within oleifera, there are some moringa trees that produce more greens or more drumsticks based on desirable uses and their region of origin. Some growers like to produce the greens, others like to produce the seeds and oil. You may have heard of the other types of Moringa oleifera like the PKM1, Momax, or ODC3. They were created for different traits. Moringa oleifera is the genetic mother that all the other specialty moringa trees come from, including the PKM1, reigning from the area known as Periyakulam, PKM, in Tamil Nadu, India. There are 3 stages to a moringa drumstick. The young stringy green bean-looking drumstick is so thin and soft that the entire skin and everything can be chopped and eaten. The young drumstick at such a young stage is useful in making many dishes, pesto, and sauces. The middle stage is the most valuable age of the moringa drumstick for eating and chopping into soups. The young seeds are not fully ripe inside the green drumstick, but they are seen and felt. There is a difference between a young, stringy drumstick that doesn't have any seeds formed yet, compared to a drumstick that has young seeds inside. When the middle-sized drumsticks are boiled in water for a few minutes, they turn soft and are very enjoyable to eat. The final stage of the drumstick is when they begin to turn brown or form stripes on the outside. They are beginning to ripen, removed from the tree and allowed to completely dry out before cracking open. Once the drumstick is completely dry and brown, crack it open to remove the dark mature seeds inside. The dark dried seeds can be used to grow new trees or pressed to make seed oil. The middle-sized drumsticks can be chopped and packaged and shipped in the mail as a next-day air package and will arrive cold. The package has thermal pouch and cooler packs inside. The fresh greens can also be harvested from the trees using the soft tips of the branches. The soft tips can be packaged and vacuum sealed as well. In both style packages, a moisture-absorbent pad can be placed inside to help reduce water from forming on the inside. The next day air option is the only way the items will arrive fresh enough for the customer to eat. Chapter 10:8 Moringa Seeds, Wings, and Paper. Moringa seeds are grown inside of the vegetable seed pod known as a drumstick. There are usually 10-20 seeds inside the drumstick. The moringa seed is divided into 3 segments. Each has a wing on it that allows it to blow in the wind. The moringa seed is also tapered on one side and flatter on the other side. The sprout and the root emerges from the flat side. There are 3 age groups of drumsticks. The first is the young stringy bean that emerges from the flowers. These young drumsticks become long and stringy and are very appealing in many dishes. The long stringy drumsticks are chopped and eaten whole before the seeds or skin has formed. The middle-aged drumstick is the most desirable for cooking. They are green, chopped, and boiled into soups and sauces. The middle-sized ones have young, immature seeds inside, and when they are cooked, they become soft and taste really good because the shell hasn't fully formed yet on the seed. When you're eating a chopped drumstick in a soup, discard the outer skin and enjoy the soft inside parts of the drumstick. The drumsticks pictured below have been on the tree too long for cooking and are no longer suitable to use in soups. The skin is too thick, and the seeds have already fully formed. The seeds most likely already have a shell on them, so they are not as desirable for cooking. These large green drumsticks have already gone past the time for chopping and cooking. Although, if you were to open these large green drumsticks, the seeds inside would be white in color. They'll darken if the drumstick is dried closed without cracking. Dry the seeds to darken without opening the drumstick. Once these green drumsticks turn brown and dry, after about 1 to 2 weeks, open them to find large, dark, mature moringa seeds inside. Moringa trees can produce several 100,000 seeds in their lifetime. Each drumstick can hold up to 10 to 20 seeds. Most moringa trees can produce a drumstick in the first year, but it might not fully develop mature seeds inside. Flowers can become pollinated and grow a small drumstick in the first year. If you want to grow moringa trees for drumsticks, it may be best to grow the tree bigger and more mature before letting them make drumsticks. Prevent your trees from producing drumsticks too early by popping flowers off young trees until they have larger root systems and many more branches. Pollinated flowers turn into drumsticks. Before allowing your moringa tree produces viable drumsticks, take 1 to 2 years popping flowers and growing the tree a bigger root system and multiple sturdy branches. The moringa tree will need to grow a large root system to support making large, dark, mature moringa seeds. Moringa drumsticks and seeds that are formed in the first year never fully mature. The seeds never fully darken and have higher rates of being duds. It may take several seasons before a moringa tree's drumsticks develop to full size and are high enough quality to produce oil and growing new trees. Once a moringa tree has many branches on it from consistent harvesting, let the tree go to flower without harvesting that season and allow the tree to become filled with flowers. Then, watch as the greens fall and the tree turns to developing seed pods. Usually, a moringa tree will produce greens or drumsticks, but not at the same time. The trees become less bushy when drumsticks are forming. Once mostly all the drumsticks have reached the middle age, with young seeds forming inside the drumsticks, make a harvest and sell the drumsticks fresh by weight. The final age of drumsticks, and of most interest for this section, are the brown, overripe drumsticks. The mature seed pods turn brown with stripes forming on the thick skin. The seeds are so big inside the drumstick, they begin to bulge from the edges. Only open a drumstick if it is a dark brown color and it has been dried. That time will allow the seeds to darken as well. If you have large dark seeds without any mold or discoloring, that's a great batch because they will be good for growing new trees with high germination rates and super valuable for pressing into seed oil. The most desirable moringa seeds are dark and have wings. The mature moringa seeds are mostly used for making cosmetic oil, but large amounts of seeds are used to sprout new moringa trees. The moringa seed is so versatile, it is also used in filtering water, medicine, and eating. They are cooked and used in many foods. The most desirable use for the moringa seed is pressing for oil, but the seed can also be powdered and encapsulated and taken as a supplement. The best moringa seeds to use are dry, dark moringa seeds for eating or pressing. It is important to harvest the drumsticks before the rainy season. Do not leave any drumsticks on trees during the rainy season. They can begin to mold and carry pests over to the next season. There can be several pests attributed to growing moringa trees that have not been properly managed. Pests and infestations can happen quickly. Keep your moringa trees clean each year with regularly scheduled harvests. The best practice for packaging moringa seeds is to remove the wings before selling. It also is best to remove moringa seed wings because in nature, when the wings have been removed, it signals to the seed that it has been blown around and traveled to its final destination and that it is ready to sprout. The wing is located on the seed over a tiny slit in the shell. When the wing is removed, water can penetrate the shell and germinate the seed. It's a natural way of saying it's time to sprout. That's why removing the wings can be beneficial to sprouting moringa seeds. There is no waste. Sift the wings from the moringa seeds to get a light, fluffy material that can be used to make paper. Use a metal screen and a bin to separate the wings from the seeds. Moringa seed wing paper. The moringa seed wings are very soft and light in color. They can even be used to make interesting textiles or pillows. One use for the seed wings is to make paper. Using an ancient paper making technique, I have been able to produce moringa seed wing paper. Once the wings have been sifted, start with separating the wings from seeds and fill the blender with the wings. Add a mixture of warm water and agar. The agar powder, in this example, is made from potato sugar, and it acts as a binder to hold the paper together. In a pot, heat water and agar together based on instruction, then add the agar mix to the blender with the moringa seed wings. Blend the wings and warm agar water until well mixed. Dump the entire pulp mix from the blender into a larger bin of water. In the next steps, the pulp will be filtered and will make the sheet of paper using an instrument called a decal. A decal is made from a few simple parts. It consists of 2 wooden frames and screens. The bottom frame has a screen attached to it. The top frame is open and does not have a screen. There is a loose screen positioned between the top and bottom that will allow us to flip the paper over easily and remove the screen. The bottom frame has the screen positioned at the top. A loose screen is placed on top of that, and the top frame is placed on top of both the screen frame and the loose screen. Dip the frames in the pulp water and trap the pulp in the top frame. The water will drain out the bottom, leaving a thin layer of pulp as the water drains. Once the water is completely drained, remove the top frame. Then hold the loose screen still and flip the decal over on top of flat surface. The loose screen should peel away, leaving the wet paper behind. Let the wet paper dry. Once the wet paper is dry, it should peel easily from the surface, making a one-of-a-kind piece of moringa paper. The agar helps to hold it together as a binder. The moringa seed wing paper is still in the testing phases and would need some more experimentation to turn it into a viable product. There's lots of potential and opportunity to use the otherwise wasted wings and make moringa seed wing paper. Chapter 10.9 Moringa Seed Oil, Cake, Scrub, and Butter. Moringa Seed Oil. Moringa seeds have a high percentage of oil. Up to 20-25% oil is inside the inner white seed. The shell can be removed to produce a light color oil, used preferably in cosmetic products. Moringa seed oil is used as an anti-aging wrinkle cream. It's put in perfumes and deodorants, soaps and face creams, liquid body washes, hair care products, and it's used as a carrier oil or base oil in many popular formulas. Pressing the seeds with the shell produces a dark, rich color in the oil, desirable for many occasions. Apply moringa seed oil externally as moisturizer or daily skin toner. For massage and aromatherapy, use essential oils. Use internally as a dietary supplement, an excellent source of protein. Moringa seed oil can be eaten daily with food, is good for the heart as a monosaturated fat, and has a high smoke point of 200 C for cooking and baking. Moringa seed oil is used as a fast-absorbing, moisturizing body and face oil for dry and sensitive skin. Rub on problem areas for anti-inflammatory joint relief. Reduce wrinkles with omega-9 fatty acids, behenic acid, oleic acid, essential vitamins, and trace minerals. Moringa seed oil is an excellent source of antioxidants and can be ingested for immune system support and soothes the nervous system. Press the moringa seeds in a machine to extract the oil. A simple auger press machine can provide miraculous results. Moringa seed oil can be produced with a small tabletop cold press machine. Additional heat is not applied. The moringa seeds are loaded at the top of the machine. There is a spinning auger that crushes the seeds as the oil drips into the pan below. The excess crushed seed remains are forced out the end of the auger. It's called seed cake, yet another valuable product. The moringa seed cake can also be applied to the soil as nutrient supplement. It's up to 60% crude protein. The vitamins and minerals replenish the soil and enhance biology in the soil. The seed cake can be crushed and applied to the soil generously. I built an automatic seed hopper on top of the oil machine. It's made from spare wood and uses a 5-gallon water jug to feed the machine consistently, while a drill and auger agitate the seeds to help move them downward and feed the machine automatically. It has been a great addition to pressing moringa seeds. When you're done pressing, the entire batch of oil should be passed through a filter. The first filter is a larger micron screen to catch the bigger particles. It's still a tiny mesh, but only the smaller granules get through. The first filter produces a body scrub that is coarse and should not be used on the face. After the first filter is separated and the moringa seed oil has settled for about 1 to 2 weeks, it will be ready to bottle. There will be particles that settle to the bottom. That's the face butter. I use a suction device that pulls the oil from the top without grabbing any of the bottom layer.